Anyone who has contracted with a spirit beast knows. The more magnificent and colorful the spirit beast egg, the higher the spirit beast's aptitude. However, I voluntarily chose the most rubbish black egg. At this, everyone cast mocking smiles at me. The school bully who dislikes me even took the opportunity to challenge me to a life and death duel in 3 days. However, what they don't know is, I have not only awakened the SSS level talent, the Eye of the World, which allows me to see all the hidden bloodlines and evolution paths of spirit beasts. Inside the spirit beast space, there is also a mythical bloodline history that can be used for bloodline baptism, and the hidden bloodline of this black egg is none other than the mythical Dark Knight King. After I chose this all-black spirit beast egg, the school bully Goosey Ewan, who had been following me, immediately mocked, "Hilarious, do you, a poor guy, even know how to choose a spirit beast egg? Don't think that awakening a decent talent will make you soar to the top in one step. Sometimes, resources are more important than talent." As he spoke, a ring on Goosey Ewan's left hand glowed faintly, and then a sea blue spirit beast egg appeared in his palm. See that? A spatial ring, worth several million federal coins. See that? The value of a high-grade golden spirit beast is worth tens of millions of federal coins. How can you compare with me? Su-chen, tell me, how can you compare with me? At this moment, Goosey Ewan looked at me disdainfully, his eyes full of arrogance. The corners of his mouth carried a crazy smile, as if he couldn't wait to overpower me. Seeing him like this, I remained calm, without any change in my gaze, staring at him, until the smile at the corner of Goosey Ewan's mouth turned the joy in his eyes into coldness. It was then that I spoke. A clown will always be a clown. No matter how good your family background is, you're just a beast that dares to bark. Hearing my blunt mockery, Goosey Ewan pointed at me in excitement, spitting out saliva in anger. He couldn't speak for a long time. This ugly appearance immediately caused the surrounding onlookers to burst into laughter. Seeing this, Goosey Ewan's face turned red, his eyes filled with anger. He then shouted, 3 days later, in the life and death battle at the Beast Arena, "Are you up for it? The life and death battle at the Beast Arena, do you dare?" he said. Everyone was shocked. A life and death battle was no joke, it was a real fight for taking lives. In their eyes, although I had high-level talent, I still hadn't fully grown up, so I might not be able to win after all. Goosey Ewan, who had all kinds of resources. Then, everyone couldn't help but look at me, Su-chen, with anticipation. Would I dare to accept the challenge? At this moment, I still had a calm expression. Then, I casually said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" At my words, the whole audience was in an uproar. They hadn't expected this. Su-chen actually agreed to a life and death battle so impulsively. After all, with his talent, if he grows slowly, he may eventually become capable of taking on the entire story group alone. At this moment, a sudden round of applause erupted from the crowd. Then, a middle-aged man with an imposing manner walked out and declared loudly, "Impressive. Truly worthy of being a student from our Onwoo First High School." The person who appeared is none other than the principal of Onwoo First High School, Wang Ping. He is a platinum-level beast tamer and one of the top combatants in Changnan City. Wang Ping smiled and looked at both me and Goosey Ewan, saying, "You are both classmates, so why resort to a life and death battle? It will only damage the harmony. I will decide the winner. The resources for the first semester of the senior year will be doubled for the victor, while the loser will lose 20% of their resources." After saying this, he looked at me, seemingly asking for my opinion. Naturally, I could see that Wang Ping was trying to defuse the situation. So, I smiled and nodded. Goosey Ewan also didn't dare to provoke Wang Ping and nodded as well. After all, he was a big shot at the same level as his father. "Since you both give me face, I will also give you both a favor. I'll advance the resources for the first month to you." Wang Ping waved his left hand, and then, on either side of him, there appeared 60 pieces of low-grade Spirit Beast stones and 50 pieces of low-grade Spirit Beast stones. These Spirit Beast stones contain pure energy, which can be absorbed by the Jade Beasts to strengthen them. They are an indispensable asset for the growth of Jade Beasts. The school provides first-level talent resources every month, which is equivalent to 60 retail stones. For B-level, it's 50 pieces, and so on. Don't underestimate these retail stones as low-grade. You should know that one on the market costs 1,000 federal coins, so 60 pieces are worth 60,000 federal coins. But it's the income of an ordinary family working for half a year, which shows the school's emphasis on resources for talented individuals. Although I have an SSS level talent, in order to avoid the consequences of standing out and being suppressed, after awakening, I only exposed my talent to the first level. Naturally, I can see that this is Principal Wang Ping, deliberately making up for the resource gap between himself and Goosey Ewan. So I bowed to the principal and thanked him. With Principal Wang Ping present, Goosey Ewan didn't cause trouble again. Later, Principal Wang Ping instructed the students to return to school in 3 days for special training in the special training class, and to familiarize themselves with the habits and skills of their spirit beasts as much as possible during these 3 days. Upon returning home at this time, I placed the large bag of spirit beast stones I was carrying on the sofa. Then I took out the dark spirit beast gallbladder, which I was confident could take on the challenge from Gu Siyuan, a platinum-level spirit beast with 3 skills, the worst of which is also of excellent quality. This potential is much higher than the smug golden level 1 that makes Gu Siyuan so proud. Perhaps for ordinary people, this spirit beast egg might not even hatch successfully, and even if it did, it would die because it couldn't advance. But for me, this is simply a spirit beast egg tailor-made for myself. Then I picked up the fruit knife on the table and made a cut on my left palm. The blood dripped into the prepared bowl, and soon I successfully obtained a small bowl of blood. Next, I placed the beast egg in the bowl, waiting quietly for it to hatch. Crack, crack, the blood in the bowl was absorbed at a visible speed. At the same time, the egg swelled even more, causing cracks in the container. At that moment, a howl came from the egg, and then a paw completely broke the egg open. Subsequently, a small black wolf with red eyes emerged from the egg. Immediately, he leaped onto the table, exuding a menacing aura despite his small size. His red eyes scanned everything before him slowly, as if he were a king looking down on the world. However, when he saw me sitting on the sofa, his terrifying demeanor instantly softened, and he leaped into my arms. At that moment, the little wolf used his head to gently touch my injured left hand, occasionally letting out a whimper of concern. Feeling the soft fur in my hand, I was filled with excitement. My first jade beast had finally hatched. Then I smiled and said to him, "You are all black with red eyes. How about I call you Blood Shadow?" Without hesitation, Blood Shadow excitedly responded to his new name, seeming very pleased with it. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the first beast, achieving an accomplishment. Newbie beast masters are rewarded with 100 low-grade coins. The reward will be stored in the beast space during retail. I couldn't help but feel happy. The achievement system finally worked. I had tried everything before but couldn't figure out how the achievement system actually operates. Now it seems that it is entirely triggered by one's own actions. Then I patted Blood Shadow's furry head and said, "Come, I'll take you to a good place." After saying that, I put him into my beast space. At the same time, my spiritual body also entered the beast space. Before long, both of us stood in front of the mythical bloodline pool. The moment Blood Shadow saw the mythical bloodline pool, his eyes immediately burst with extreme longing, as if he couldn't wait to jump in and complete the bloodline baptism. However, despite the longing, he still stood obediently by my side, looking at me with a pair of wolf eyes full of anticipation. No, Blood Shadow would never act on his own. This is his first rule as a beast. Seeing this, I couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and then said, "Go ahead, little guy, this is your opportunity." At my command, Blood Shadow immediately excitedly pounced into the mythical bloodline. Then, his entire body soaked in the mythical bloodline pool, enjoying the baptism of mythical and fierce beast essence. Before long, a loud roar came from below the pool. Then a black figure soared into the sky and landed beside me. It was none other than the Blood Shadow who had completed the advancement. At this point, he was no longer in the state of a young wolf, but had grown to over 2 meters in length, with all his fur standing on end, exuding the aura of a wolf king. I couldn't wait to check the information about the Blood Shadow, but with just one glance, I couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This was too formidable. After completing the bloodline baptism, the Blood Shadow's mutated state disappeared, and at the same time, his aptitude reached the terrifying level of Diamond High. What kind of concept was this? In the entire Changnan city, and even in the entire Sichuan province, there might not be 5 spirit beasts with Diamond High level aptitude. In this era where even the full moon has become legendary, Diamond represents the highest combat power in this world, not to mention Diamond High level. And the Blood Shadow's innate skills were so powerful to the point of being exaggerated. All 4 skills, with the worst being of rare level, and 2 even reaching the epic level. You see, for an ordinary spirit tamer, if they have a rare level innate skill, they would be considered a master at the same level. As for epic level innate skills, those are abilities that only high-level spirit beasts would have. Yet, the Blood Shadow already possessed them at the Black Iron rank, and the final skill was so exaggerated to the point of being abnormal. He could even forcibly convert the damage intended for the spirit tamer to the spirit beast. You see, in the process of spirit tamer battles, the biggest flaw lies in the spirit tamer themselves. Although they have the feedback of the spirit beast's power and a stronger physique than ordinary people, compared to the spirit beast, still too weak, so it's easy to be targeted by others. And the blood essence is equivalent to giving me an extra life, and this life can be used countless times. Then I touched the blood shadow's soft fur and said with a smile, "You stay here and absorb these spirit beast stones." Upon hearing that I was about to leave, the blood shadow immediately let out a reluctant whimper. Seeing this, I comforted, all right, I will come to see you every day." 3 days later, inside the beast space, I looked at the pile of debris on the ground with a helpless expression, as well as the dozen or so spirit beast stones scattered around. "You are noble and extraordinary. With diamond-level talent, the absorption of spirit beast stones is really fast." The blood shadow leaned against me, trying to soothe its master's sorrow with its soft fur. At this moment, I was both happy and distressed. I was happy that the blood shadow's ability to absorb resources is very powerful, but in just 3 days, it absorbed more than 80. You should know that a spirit beast with ordinary talent can absorb at most 1 or 2 pieces in a day. Even those with better talent can absorb at most 4 or 5 pieces. The blood shadow's daily absorption rate is actually more than 20 pieces, which is several times, or even dozens of times, faster than other spirit beasts. Having this kind of growth speed, as a beast tamer, I am naturally very happy. As for the distress, I can barely afford to raise this gold swallower. You should know that my monthly income is only 60 pieces. Of course, with so many resources consumed, the growth of blood shadow is also evident. In just 3 days, he has advanced from black iron 1st tier to black iron 3rd tier, advancing 2 tiers in 3 days. If this were to spread, others might even think I'm joking. After all, normally, a beast tamer may not even advance 1 tier in a month. And yet, blood shadow has actually advanced 2 tiers in just 3 days. In other words, if he maintains an adequate supply of resources, blood shadow can maintain this rapid pace until he advances to the high tier of diamond. Alright, I'll take you out to see the world. At this moment, I touched the fur on blood shadow's body. A hint of coldness flashed in my eyes. Today is the day of my decisive battle with Gu Siyuan. When I arrived at the beast tamer arena of the school, I found that the originally empty venue was now crowded. In just 3 days, my scheduled battle with Gu Siyuan was already set. Unintentionally, everyone wants to see who is more powerful, the top talent of Changnan City or the second young master of the Gu family. I admit that Su Chen is talented, no doubt. But turning talent into strength takes time, so this time I will fight Gu Siyuan. Indeed, even with talent, in just 3 days, it's impossible to defy the heavens. That's right, and besides, young Master Gu is also a B-level talented beast tamer, a first-class figure in our Changnan City, not much inferior to Su Chen. Did you hear that? Did you hear the discussions on the stage? Watching Su Chen walking slowly, Gu Siyuan, who was already waiting in the arena, was unwavering. Then he pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, I forgot, you're probably still a 1st-tier black iron beast now. You probably can't hear very clearly. They all looked down on you." Then a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. For this duel, he had spent a large amount of rare resources. In just 3 days, he managed to elevate his beast to the 2nd tier. These resources were so precious that even the second young master of the Gu family felt heartache. Therefore, in this battle, only victory is allowed, no defeat. This is no longer just about his personal win or loss. It's about the face of the Gu family. At this thought, a touch of malice emerged in Gu Siyuan's eyes. In this battle, he not only wanted Su Chen to lose, but also to make Su Chen lose all his talent, to the point where life is worse than death. He wanted everyone to know that Gu Siyuan is the true genius in Enwui, an existence that must not be provoked. As I looked at Gu Siyuan's arrogant appearance, I softly replied, "I found that some dogs, if you don't give them a beating, will never know pain." And Gu Siyuan's personal information appeared in my eyes. After looking at his talent, I pondered in my heart, what an interesting talent. In a normal duel, when an opponent who should only have 1 beast suddenly summons 2 beasts, it will confuse anyone, as not everyone can fully unleash their strength under siege. When facing a situation where one cannot fully utilize their strength, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and even a wild punch can defeat a master. Even though this twin summoning may damage the strength of the spirit beast, considering it overall, Gu Siyuan's talent is definitely top-notch among B-level talents. No wonder he's so arrogant. Too bad you've met me. Later, I whispered softly, "Let me discipline you on behalf of your father, so you'll understand that one should not be too arrogant." But even though I am just, how could Gu Siyuan, whose body has been strengthened by the power of the spirit beast, not understand? I saw him wave his left hand. 2 10-meter-long monstrous pythons with a daunting appearance. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beside him. At this moment, their emerald-green eyes were fixedly staring at Su Chen standing in front of them. As the onlookers witnessed this scene, they all exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, what's going on? Didn't Gu Siyuan just graduate? How come there are 2 overpowered spirit beasts? Can't you see? This is my Guciyuan's strength. Su-chen, go away. Fighting against two at once, Su-chen might not have an easy time. Public opinion once again shifted towards Guciyuan's side. Even those who had previously favored Su-chen even began to speak up for Guciyuan. Meanwhile, in the sky beyond everyone's sight, a silver-white, extraordinarily handsome giant baby was suspended in mid-air. On its back, there stood a middle-aged man, watching from above with his hands behind his back. This person is none other than Wang Ping, the principal of Anwu No. 1 Middle School. He specifically came to watch the duel between the two students to prevent any accidents. At this moment, I also summoned my jade hand, and in an instant, a dark giant wolf appeared by my side. Its black fur fluttered in the wind, and a pair of blood-red eyes concealed a terrifying killing intent. The waves of malice coming from the front had already made Blood Shadow aware of who the enemy was. At the moment when Blood Shadow appeared, the two giant pythons that were originally circling forward suddenly stopped, and there were even faint signs of them retreating. Their slender bodies swayed uneasily in the air, as if they were fearing something. On the other hand, Blood Shadow's eyes, besides the obvious killing intent, also concealed a hint of disdain. Then he turned to look at me, his crimson eyes full of puzzlement, as if to say, "Master, where did you find these two big waists? They pose no challenge at all." Being in tune with Blood Shadow's mind, I chuckled dumbfoundedly after sensing his meaning. Indeed, for Blood Seal, who had a diamond high-grade aptitude and had already reached the third stage of Black Iron, these two giant pythons were just a little showy. As for their threat level, there was none at all. As for Guciyuan, he naturally felt his own beasts retreat, and he roared, "Attack and kill this black wolf," trying to use volume to awaken the courage of the beast. Under the drive of Guciyuan, the two giant pythons slowly advanced, one from the left and one from the right, seemingly preparing to encircle and attack Blood Shadow. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow stood still, slightly arched back, muscles tensed, adapting to every change without changing. Suddenly, the python on the left side launched itself and in an instant crossed several meters, then directly coiled around Blood Shadow's neck, seemingly trying to use its size advantage to strangle Blood Shadow to death. At the same time, another python with sharp fangs bit towards Blood Shadow's soft abdomen. The slender teeth emitted a faint green light, indicating a deadly poison, like a perfect assassin. However, just as the first python was about to pounce on Blood Shadow, his body instantly became ethereal. The ferocious attack of the python missed, and with a loud bang, its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Then a cold light flashed, and Blood Shadow's claws, whistling, fiercely pierced the fallen python's body. Immediately, he tore to the left, and a large piece of flesh and blood, accompanied by splattering blood, fell to the ground of the arena. A piercing and miserable scream came from the snake's mouth, as if it was enduring immense pain. You see, Blood Shadow's attacks are not just about physical destruction, but also about a deep-seated blow to the soul. With each strike, the enemy suffers a dual torment of both body and soul, showing its terror. The injured python writhed on the ground a few times, then stiffened and collapsed, completely motionless. With just one strike, a second-tier Black Iron beast was already dead. And all of this happened in just an instant. The second python hadn't even figured out what had happened before its symbiotic python was already dead in the Blood Shadow marsh. It let out a mournful cry. However, the next second, it suddenly turned around and lunged straight at me. The python was incredibly fast, and in an instant, it was in front of me. It opened its huge mouth, as if it intended to swallow me whole. Its fangs glistened with a fierce green light in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow stood still, as if it hadn't yet realized what had happened. Guciyuan stood still, watching the python's attack with excitement, completely unconcerned that he had already lost a jade beast. After all, to him, losing a jade beast was nothing. He had plenty more. But an enemy like Su Chen, having one less is a huge relief. However, the next second, Guciyuan's maniacal grin suddenly froze, followed by a cry of alarm. What? At this moment, my body actually became ethereal like the giant wolf. The python bit into thin air. How can it still attack? It couldn't even touch the enemy's beast, let alone the beast room. And in my eyes, there was a hint of playfulness at this moment. I have long understood the various skills of this giant python through the eyes of the world, so I was prepared long ago. Just now, Blood Shadow seemed to be stunned, but in fact, it was playing with Guciyuan together with me, giving the enemy a glimmer of hope, and then personally snuffing it out. There is nothing more wonderful than this. However, the frozen smile on Guciyuan's face quickly turned into fear. Suddenly, Blood Shadow had appeared in front of him, and a hint of mockery flashed in his blood-red eyes. Then, with a wave of his left palm, a gust of wind was brought up, directly slapping Guciyuan's face. It's only polite to reciprocate. Since Guciyuan didn't make a move to attack the beast tamer, Then, of course, I won't just let him be. At this moment, Gu Siyuan looked at the howling wolf claws, his eyes full of fear. Even his beast couldn't stop Blood Shadow's attack, not to mention his own fragile head. Unfortunately, Figrue's wolf claw just grazed Gu Siyuan's face, but was blocked by an eagle claw. It turns out that it was Principal Wang Ping who made the move. However, even so, 3 deep and bone-visible blood marks appeared on Gu Siyuan's face. Gu Siyuan curled up on the ground, rolling and howling in pain. The physical pain on his face was not enough to make him lose control like this, but the pain in his soul made him want to end it all with a knife. Gu Siyuan finally understands why his jade beast couldn't withstand Blood Shadow's attack. He is in such pain from just a simple scratch, let alone the python being struck at its vulnerable point. However, the pain has made it impossible for Gu Siyuan to think rationally. Through blood and tears, he sees the blurry figure of Su Chen approaching slowly. Then, as if grasping at a lifeline, he clutches my pants leg, pleading without dignity, "Please, I was wrong. Please don't let me suffer like this." At that moment, there is no trace of his previous arrogance and pride. Seeing him like this, I smiled at him and then said, "I'm sorry." After saying this without a hint of sarcasm, I mercilessly kicked Gu Siyuan, who was lying at my feet. At this moment, all the students present are shocked by the final outcome. For a moment, the arena with thousands of people fell completely silent. It wasn't until Gu Siyuan was kicked away that someone exclaimed in shock, "Oh my goodness! What did I just witness?" Gu Siyuan was instantly defeated by Su Chen. What's going on? Losing even in a 2-on-1 situation? Can Gu Siyuan not handle it? What's up with Su Chen's beast? Why is it so strong? That kind of ethereal ability can actually be bestowed upon the master. Isn't this invincible? I declare that from now on, I am Su Chen's diehard fan. Count me in, count me in. As for me, the public opinion has changed abruptly, but this is the world of mythical beasts, where strength reigns supreme. On the other side, at this moment, the headmaster Wang Ping and I standing in the center of the arena, remain silent. After a while, Wang Ping finally spoke, "You," as he looked at Gu Siyuan, who appeared like a pile of rotten flesh. His brow furrowed. In fact, the divine eagle under Wang Ping could have easily blocked Blood Shadow's attack, but at that time, he thought it was a good opportunity to teach Gu Siyuan a lesson and make him less arrogant in the future. So he deliberately delayed his action. But he never expected that Su Chen's mythical beast's attack would be so powerful that just one claw could injure Gu Siyuan like this. However, Wang Ping didn't say much either. After all, thousands of eyes saw that it was Gu Siyuan's mythical beast that struck first, so Su Chen's retaliation was justifiable. The only ones to blame are the Gu family's influence. Wang Ping pondered in his heart that if the second young master of the Gu family was injured like this in his school, he had to give an explanation no matter what. Although he was a platinum-level powerhouse and not afraid of the Gu family's power, as an educator, it was still his negligence that a student was seriously injured. As someone who has lived 2 lives, I naturally noticed Wang Ping's concern and then reassured him, "Headmaster, there's no need to worry. Gu Siyuan was only injured in the soul by my mythical beast. Just find a healer specializing in soul attacks, and he will be back to normal." Principal Wenyan's expression changed slightly, then he remarked, "Soul attacks are indeed rare. Su Chen, your mythical beast is extraordinary." As soon as he spoke, he praised Wei, which reassured Su Chen that the school would not hold him responsible for this. At the same time, he also put down the burden in his heart, as long as there were no casualties. So for Wang Ping, it's not a big issue. After all, although the treatment of the soul is valuable, for the wealthy Gu Jia, it's not a big deal. As for Su Chen's idea of restoring the soul to its original state, the injuries are not that simple. It's feared that after Gu Siyuan is healed, even if he doesn't become a fool, he will have no chance of being called a genius. But after all, this battle was Gu Siyuan's fault, and Su Chen is his student. Even if the Gu family has any complaints, it should be borne solely by Wang Ping. At this point, Wang Ping suddenly felt that everything was gone, and then with the power of the beast, he calmly announced, "I declare that in the duel between Su Chen and Gu Siyuan, the winner is Su Chen." At the same time, as Gu Siyuan manipulated the beast to attack during the duel, he was also given a severe disciplinary action due to his serious injuries. He was immediately sent back home for treatment. As compensation, Su Chen's resources for his senior year are doubled. He also receives an additional 3 months of rewards, and the resources take effect immediately. His voice was not loud, but it suppressed all the noise and restlessness in the venue. Just 4 simple sentences, yet they won cheers from everyone. After all, the attacker was punished, and the winner received praise, which was only natural. Upon hearing this, I also showed delight on my face. The resources that were supposed to double in 6 months have now extended to a whole year. This is truly a great opportunity. After all, Blood Shadow is a merciless devourer of spirit beast stones. When it comes to spirit beast stones, I can never have too many. However, just as everyone was cheering, a loud strange noise came from above, followed by a gust of strong wind. Instantly, dust and smoke rose, completely dispersing the joyful atmosphere in the venue. As the dust settled, a figure full of anger appeared, indicating that I disagreed. Su Chen looked towards the direction where the voice came from. He saw a huge bald vulture landing next to the principal's divine eagle. However, unlike the majestic divine eagle, this bald vulture was completely bald, with no trace of feathers on its body, and its flesh wings were covered with tumors, particularly disgusting. Above the vulture, a middle-aged man stood with his arms crossed, staring straight at Su Chen. And his information appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Name, Gu Tiancheng. Talent, power of corruption. Every beast under your contract will be eroded by the power of corruption. As the erosion deepens, the beast's combat power will increase, but at the same time, it will gradually fall into corruption, becoming more violent in nature and prone to losing control. Also, when the contract is completed, the beast will have a maximum lifespan of 10 years. Rank, Platinum 3rd tier, Contracted Beasts, Golden Long-Armed Ape, Sea Transforming Azure Dragon, Earth-Cutting Praying Mantis, Evil Flesh Bald Vulture, Spirit Heaven White Wood. As soon as these pieces of information entered his eyes, Su Chen knew. The head of the Gu family had arrived, and the visitor was not friendly. Oh, Brother Tiancheng, what are your thoughts? Wang Ping slightly bowed to Gu Tiancheng, showing no lack of courtesy in his manners, but his tone was not very polite. After all, in his own school, his own influence, his own decisions were being denied by an outsider. Even a clay figure had a temper, not to mention Wang Ping, a top-tier powerhouse at the Platinum 7th tier. My son. Gu Tiancheng pointed to Gu Siyuan lying on the ground, groaning in pain, and paused for a moment. Seemingly unable to bear seeing his son in such a miserable state, he then turned his head and roared angrily, 18 years of nurturing, awakening in a moment, he was supposed to be the hope of my Gu family. Now, he has almost become a useless person. And yet, you still want to punish him? Moreover, you want to reward this murderer? As he spoke, Gu Tiancheng trembled and pointed at Su Chen, his aura growing stronger. The vulture under his feet also began to restlessly screech, exuding a dangerous aura. Blood Shadow seemed to sense the tension and slowly approached Su Chen, baring its fangs and glaring fiercely at the other side. Under the oppressive aura of a platinum-tier beast, it showed no fear. It only wanted to protect its master. Oh, in your opinion, how should this be handled? Wang Ping narrowed his eyes and asked. He should compensate for my son. At the same time, this cruel-minded person who killed his classmate should be expelled from the school, have his student status revoked, and be banned from taking the college entrance examination for life. No! Such a person should be eliminated to prevent harm to society and the region. The more Gu Tiancheng spoke, the more agitated he became, and the bald vulture under him slowly approached Su Chen. Howl! Seeing the enemy approaching, Blood Shadow lunged forward, ready to bite the vulture's throat. It didn't care about the difference in strength. As long as the enemy dared to approach its master, it would fight to the end. However, how could a black iron tier beast possibly harm a platinum tier beast? Just as the vulture's eyes flashed with mockery and it prepared to counterattack, the divine eagle's talons pressed down on its retaliatory move. Crack! Blood Shadow's claws ruthlessly pierced the vulture's throat, but due to the vast difference in strength, only a bloodstain was left at the vulture's throat. However, this bloodstain caused it some soul damage. Even a platinum-tier beast could not completely mitigate such an injury. The bald vulture, which had been standing tall, suddenly staggered, almost falling to the ground. Gu Tiancheng, standing on it, also almost fell headlong, but his strong physical fitness saved him from falling. Even so, in front of thousands of students, it was quite an embarrassment. Seeing this scene, Su Chen showed no mercy and mocked, I heard that once a person does something unscrupulous, they are prone to bad luck. Master of the Gu family, have you done something unscrupulous? Wang Ping endured a smile and said, I think it's better for Brother Tiancheng to discipline his own spirit beast well before evaluating how I teach my students. As for the previous decision, sorry, not a word will be changed. Mocked by Wang Ping like this, and considering he had indeed made a fool of himself earlier, Gu Tiancheng didn't want to make trouble anymore. Moreover, Gu Tiancheng knew he couldn't beat Wang Ping. However, in terms of power, he was slightly stronger than Wang Ping, but now he was alone and didn't dare to be too arrogant. So Gu Tiancheng released another spirit beast, carried Gu Siyuan on his shoulder, and then left sneakily. But before leaving, he glanced at Su Chen with his crimson eyes. The implication was self-evident. Is this the demeanor of a genius? Manipulating big shots at will. Manipulating big shots at will is too much, but indeed fearless in the face of danger. Too cool, Su Chen, I'll give you a monkey. Seeing Su Chen and Wang Ping forcefully drive away Gu Tianshang, the emotions in the stand soared. Who wouldn't want their principal to be fearless and daring? Who wouldn't want an elder brother who dares to challenge authority and not fear power? Now, Su Chen and Wang Ping had both achieved that. Rest assured, as long as what you do is right, the school and I will always be your backing, Wang Ping said to Su Chen. His greatest wish in life was to cultivate a powerhouse at the diamond or even star fragment level. However, after decades in the profession, the highest achieving student had only reached the same level as him, stuck at the high platinum rank. But now, Su Chen gave him hope. With A-level talent, if Su Chen didn't die prematurely, he would at least be a powerhouse at the diamond level. Moreover, Su Chen's character and temperament were deeply appreciated by him, which was why Wang Ping took special care of Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. He was well aware of who treated him well. Su Chen engraved this kindness in his heart. Alright, go to class now. Today is the first day of the special training class, and the teachers are probably anxious. That's a hasty one, Wang Ping said with a smile, then added, if you find anything wrong, contact me immediately. He took out a feather from his spatial ring and said, if you encounter danger, throw the feather into the air. If you're in the city, I'll be there in 3 minutes. If you're outside the city, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Obviously, Wang Ping was worried that the Gu family would cause trouble for Su Chen later. Naturally, Wang Ping also noticed the look Gu Tianshang gave him before leaving. Su Chen solemnly accepted the feather and bid farewell to the principal. Then, under the crowd's escort, he arrived at the special training class. As soon as he entered, everyone saw a stern-faced man standing in the center of the classroom with an angry expression. Looking at the late students, he shouted, "You are the worst students I have ever taught. Late on the first day of class, without giving a reason, today all of you will do push-ups." Everyone looked at Su Chen, as they were all late to see Su Chen's duel. And this stern-faced man naturally saw that Su Chen was the center of this group. But before Su Chen could explain, he interrupted, "Summon your spirit beast, let's have a match." "Instructor, aren't you bullying us? We've just awakened our talents, how can we possibly beat you?" Lin Hang hurriedly said, not wanting to see his friend being bullied. Little did he know, the stern-faced man rolled his eyes and said, "Who said I'm going to bully him? My spirit beast will suppress its strength to the black iron first rank. I will show you how important skills are. Also, respect your elders." With that, he summoned one of his spirit beasts, a huge black bear. Standing over 3 meters tall, entirely black except for a cluster of golden fur on its chest, which stood out prominently. It stood in front of everyone, looking down on them with a strong sense of oppression. This black bear even gestured at Su Chen with its finger, showing considerable intelligence. Yet Su Chen remained undaunted. If this black bear truly suppressed its strength at the Black Iron First Order, he didn't believe his blood shadow couldn't match it. Roar! A loud wolf howl rang out, and the majestic blood shadow appeared. It shook its fur, affectionately rubbing against Su Chen, clearly delighted to see its master. "Blood shadow, go, but don't go for the kill." Su Chen pointed at the black bear in front of him, instructing. Upon hearing this, the black bear snorted loudly, a puff of white air escaping its nostrils, seemingly expressing disdain. Everyone made way for the blood shadow and the black bear, anticipating their battle. The wolf and the bear faced off, searching for each other's weaknesses. Suddenly, the black bear moved. Despite its huge size, it moved exceptionally fast. Its massive paw swiped directly towards the blood shadow's waist. Seeing the blood shadow still standing motionless, a hint of disdain flashed in its eyes, but the force in its hand subtly decreased by 3 points. Ha! However, as the paw touched the blood shadow's body, it felt as if it had missed completely, with no sensation. Its body leaned forward due to the immense momentum, and the blood shadow seized the opportunity. With a kick of its hind legs, its sharp claws grazed past the black bear's throat, pulling out a strand of black fur. The blood shadow held back, not harming the black bear. Seeing the scattered black fur on the ground, the black bear looked stunned, then pounded its chest with both hands, emitting angry roars, sending out ripples of sound waves. These sound waves seemed tangible, spreading outwards from its center. Just as the sound waves were about to reach the students, another beast belonging to the stern-faced man stood in front of them, blocking the attack. However, the blood shadow wasn't as lucky. Its shadow form couldn't completely block the sound waves, momentarily dazing it with the impact, blood trickling from its mouth and nose. But in an instant, the blood shadow regained its agile posture. It was even faster than before. Its innate skill, deathmatch, had come into play. The following battle was without suspense. The black bear's attacks couldn't touch the blood shadow at all. Each sound wave impact only made the blood shadow stronger. The blood shadow won decisively. Very good. This wolf shows such determination right after hatching, able to withstand the bear's sound wave attacks. Very good. The stern-faced man nodded at Su Chen and then introduced himself. I am Ren Chao, your instructor for this year, with the strength of the Golden Eighth Order. After Ren Chao introduced himself, he pointed at Su Chen and said, this one will be the class leader of our special training class. Any objections? After a moment of silence, Su Chen was designated as the class leader. Good. From now on, each of you will summon your beasts and have a match with the bear, understood? Yes. Everyone responded excitedly. Having witnessed the black bear being beaten up by the blood shadow, they were naturally eager to try it themselves. However, the following scene left them dumbfounded. These summoned beasts, upon seeing the massive figure of the black bear, were too scared to make a move. Even with the encouragement of their masters, they couldn't break through the bear's defense. It dawned on everyone that it wasn't the black bear's fault, but rather Su Chen's strength. Therefore, their respect for Su Chen deepened. Su Chen's training was different from others. He had to spar with Ren Chao's other beast, which maintained the strength of the Golden Order. Faced with such a powerful beast, even the Blood Shadow had to take it seriously. One careless move could result in serious injury. After all, shadow forms were not invincible. As for trying to harm the opponent, that was simply wishful thinking. The almost 3-tier gap was not just talk, but a real gap in combat power. Blood Shadow dared to make a move against the opponent, showing extraordinary talent. In this high-pressure state, everyone's strength was progressing rapidly. After today's training session, Ren Chao announced a major news. 1 week later, the miniature secret realm will open again. Everyone will represent Anwu First High School for exploration. The winner will represent Changnan City in the provincial competition. Get ready, everyone. A week later, Su Chen arrived early at the special training class. Today was the day when everyone would go to explore the miniature secret realm together. In these 3 days, due to Ren Chao's high-intensity training, everyone's strength had improved significantly. Most people's spirit beasts had advanced from Black Iron first tier to second tier. Su Chen's Blood Shadow, with ample resources provided, leaped to Black Iron 5th tier. Even Su Chen himself was amazed by this promotion speed. It was known that the higher the tier of the spirit beast, the more difficult the advancement, requiring more resources. Thanks to the 3-month reward given by Principal Wang, otherwise I really couldn't afford to raise Blood Shadow. Su Chen thought to himself. If it weren't for the 360 spirit beast stones compensated by Principal Wang, he would have run out of resources for Blood Shadow long ago. Without resources, the speed of Blood Shadow's advancement would inevitably be affected. At this thought, Su Chen's desire to explore the secret realm grew stronger. In the secret realm, there were not only dangers but also countless resources and opportunities. Su Chen was confident that with Blood Shadow's abilities, he would surely gain a lot in the miniature secret realm. As they pondered, everyone had already gathered. Ren Chao led the crowd towards the northwest of Changnan City. Around Changnan City, there were many tamed secret realms that opened only once every 6 months for half a month to allow the resources in the realm to regenerate sufficiently. After all, overexploitation was the most foolish approach. The secret realm Su Chen and the others were heading to this time was the lowest level miniature secret realm. Most of the fierce beasts in this realm were at the Black Iron tier, with a very few at the Silver tier. It was not very dangerous, but the resources were extremely abundant, making it suitable for students to undergo trials. In this trial, we will be competing with all the high school seniors in Changnan City. This trial will use a material measurement system to evaluate the value of the materials obtained by everyone in the secret realm, and then rank them. The top 5 in the city will represent Changnan City in the battle, and there will be ranking rewards. 5th place, 500 Spirit Beast Stones. 4th place, 1000 Spirit Beast Stones. 3rd place, 1000 Attribute Spirit Beast Stones. 2nd place, 1 Space Ring. 1st place, 1 Soul Stone. As Ren Chao led the students forward, he explained. Every reward he mentioned made the students exclaim in amazement. Oh my god! Even the 5th place gets 500 Spirit Beast Stones, that's 50,000 federal coins. Spirit Beast Stones and such are all fake. Look at the 1st place's Soul Stone, that's the real deal. Priceless, truly priceless. The Soul Stone was currently known to directly affect the resources of the Spirit Beast Master. Its main function was to strengthen the soul of the Spirit Beast Master. After all, the Spirit Beast Master directly bonded with the Spirit Beast using their own soul. If the soul was strengthened, it meant that at the same tier, they could have more Spirit Beasts. This was a huge boost in strength. Of course, to reach the level of contracting multiple Spirit Beasts, one often needed to use at least 5 Soul Stones. Even so, the price of Soul Stones was extremely expensive, starting at millions of federal coins once they appeared. Su Chen was also surprised that the authorities were so generous this time. In the dangerous realm, it's not just ferocious beasts, but also those with ill intentions. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, remember to use the distress signal promptly. I will rush to you at the fastest speed. Watching the excited faces of the crowd, Run Chao continued. Exploring the secret realm is no child's play, nor a joke. He must make the risks clear to these naive students. Even in the lowest level micro-secret realm, there are life-threatening dangers. Some students may not even have time to use the alarm before dying from the attack of ferocious beasts or falling victim to others' ambush. This is the real world. It is a world that everyone must face. Su Chen and others nodded, solemnly hanging the distress signal on their waists to ensure they could reach it at the first moment. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, where students from various schools had already gathered, waiting to use the teleportation array. Fortunately, the preparations on the secret realm side were also very thorough, and soon it was Su Chen and the others' turn. With a flash of white light, Su Chen felt his eyes brighten, the intense white light forcing him to shut his eyes tightly. The strong jolting sensation made him slightly uncomfortable. However, the discomfort quickly disappeared. Su Chen opened his eyes to a lush forest, full of vitality. Looking around, he saw no one in sight. Without hesitation, Su Chen summoned his blood shadow. In the secret realm, he must keep the blood shadow by his side at all times, or there could be a life-threatening situation. Now is the time for us to show our skills. Su Chen stroked the blood shadow's soft fur, his eyes determined, striding towards the depths of the forest. In the forest, one must be careful of plant-type ferocious beasts. These beasts look like ordinary plants but possess strong hiding abilities, making them very dangerous. Of course, this ability is ineffective against me. Su Chen pondered, his eyes scanning around. Countless information entered his sight, nothing could escape his eyes. Soon, his eyes lit up. It's a ferocious beast. A completely green mantis was nestled among the green leaves. Its entire body blended perfectly with the equally green leaves. Even with careful searching, its presence might not be detected. However, its green mantis blade was extremely sharp, capable of taking the life of a beast tamer with just one strike. Species, green blade mantis, would attribute, aptitude, bronze low grade, rank, black iron third rank, innate skills, concealment, normal, lethal blade strike, normal, yet Su Chen understood the attributes of the green blade mantis at a glance. A mere black iron third rank ferocious beast was nothing to him. Sensing his master's anomaly, the blood shadow also became alert. In the bushes to the left, there's a mantis. Su Chen whispered, signaling the blood shadow to attack. However, before the blood shadow could act, the mantis launched an attack first. Clang! A green blade light flashed, passing over the blood shadow in front of him, heading straight for Su Chen's throat. Su Chen's figure quickly blurred, evading the mantis's attack. It attempted to counterattack, but the blood shadow's wolf claw had already struck. Crack! With just one claw, the black iron third-rank ferocious beast died on the spot, its broken body oozing green blood. Only a pair of mantis blades remained intact, shimmering with a cold light under the sunlight. Su Chen picked up the mantis blade from the corpse and stored it in his spatial ring. This was the most valuable part of the green blade mantis, worth about 3,000 federal coins. The spatial ring was issued uniformly by the authorities, facilitating students in collecting resources. At the same time, it also to some extent prevented the possibility of cheating. After all, before entering the secret realm, all students had to hand over their spatial rings to the official staff. They were only allowed to use the official space rings issued. Not bad gains, Su Chen chuckled. Just a few minutes into the secret realm, he had already earned 3,000 federal coins, which put him in a great mood. Keep up the momentum, Su Chen said to Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow grinned, seemingly amused. Although it couldn't speak, it could clearly understand the meaning behind Su Chen's words, exceptionally intelligent. The man and the wolf roamed through the forest, and in just an hour, they had already killed over a dozen fierce beasts. The highest ranking among them had reached the level of Black Iron 7th rank. However, with their low talent, even the Black Iron 7th rank fierce beasts with trash skills were no match for Blood Shadow. Wait, what's this? Suddenly, Su Chen stopped in his tracks. He looked to the right and saw a large expanse of lush green grass hidden under the bushes, seemingly no different from elsewhere. Except for these grasses, with a hint of pale yellow amidst the green. Su Chen hurried forward, stood in front of the green grass, and took a deep breath. The sweet fragrance rushed to his brain, lifting his spirits. Even his tired soul, worn out from battles, seemed to rejuvenate. Absolutely right, it's soul-condensing grass. Su Chen exclaimed excitedly, detailed information about soul-condensing grass appearing before him. Soul-condensing grass, black iron high-rank wood element resource, used for incense, subtly enhances the soul strength of beastmasters and beasts. Also commonly used for the evolution of low-level wood element beasts. Note, humans should not consume soul-condensing grass directly. Although soul-condensing grass is only a black iron high-rank resource, its strengthening and advancement effects on beasts and beastmasters' souls make it highly valuable in the market. It can even rival resources of bronze rank. This vast expanse of soul-condensing grass before him was worth at least 8 to 900,000 federal coins, even up to 1 million federal coins. We're going to strike it rich. This time, we're really going to strike it rich. Su Chen's heart raced. He could easily exchange the soul-condensing grass for various resources Blood Shadow needed, even attempt to exchange resources for Blood Shadow's evolution. Blood Shadow was currently a diamond high-quality beast, and the resources it required for advancement were also very high-level. Originally, with Su Chen's financial resources, this would have been impossible. Now, Su Chen seemed to see hope. Despite his excitement, Su Chen did not let greed cloud his judgment. He cautiously looked around. Places abundant in rare resources often had powerful fierce beasts guarding them. Otherwise, these resources would not have grown to their current state. Surveying the surroundings, Su Chen's eyes focused on a large tree 2 meters away from the soul-condensing grass. A thick, gray-black vine, as thick as an adult's thigh, coiled around the trunk of the tree. However, upon closer inspection, the vine seemed to tremble gently with the breeze. Suddenly, a blood-red tongue emerged from above the vine, and emerald eyes opened abruptly on the tree trunk. It wasn't a vine at all but a giant python, entirely gray-black, using the tree's color to camouflage itself. Species, tree spirit python, would attribute, quality, bronze high-rank, black iron 9th rank talent skills, tree spirit power, excellent, lethal strike, excellent. It was a top-tier black iron python. That was close. Su Chen inwardly gasped, his caution saving his life. If attacked suddenly by such a top-tier black iron beast, even with Blood Shadow, he would have been in grave danger. After all, a beastmaster's body was very fragile. Just a flick of this python's tail could have brought Su Chen to the brink of death. Sensing Su Chen's gaze, the python no longer concealed itself. Its body slowly slithered down from the tree trunk, its gray-black form crawling forward like waves, before stopping in front of Blood Shadow. The snake and the wolf locked eyes, a tense atmosphere quickly fermenting between them. Roar! Blood Shadow roared in anger, launching the first attack. Its whole body quickly blurred, all 4 legs exerting force simultaneously as it lunged directly at the giant python in front of it. Faced with this sudden strike, the giant python reacted swiftly, retreating to avoid Blood Shadow's fierce blow. Seizing the moment when Blood Shadow landed unsteadily, the giant python gathered all its strength in its tail and viciously whipped it towards Blood Shadow. Swish! The strike seemed to tear through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. However, Blood Shadow did not dodge, continuing to advance towards the giant python at an incredibly fast speed. Watching Blood Shadow, who seemed clueless like a rookie, a hint of human-like mockery flashed in the giant python's emerald eyes. The last time it underestimated an attack, the mythical beast was split in half by it, its torn flesh sticking to the big tree, unable to be removed. It seemed to have already imagined the scene of tearing Blood Shadow apart and then playing with Su Chen ruthlessly. At this thought, the crimson forked tongue in its mouth played in the air, seemingly unusually pleased. However, the giant python's fierce tail pierced directly through Blood Shadow's body, causing no harm. Blood Shadow's claws, on the other hand, had already pierced its body. Rip! The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed in the air, and the giant python's pupils suddenly contracted. It looked at Blood Shadow in disbelief, as if it hadn't quite grasped what had just happened. Yet, before it could contemplate further, intense pain erupted deep within its soul, rendering it completely incapable of rational thought. Naturally, Blood Shadow did not miss this opportunity and with several swift strikes, tore the giant python apart, staining the ground crimson with fresh blood. Su Chen was not surprised by this outcome. In the Black Iron stage, he had not encountered any beasts capable of harming Blood Shadow in its blurred state. Ordinary physical attacks could not affect Blood Shadow in the slightest. This was the power of an epic-level ability. Moreover, this ability could directly affect the beast tamer as well. Just as Su Chen was about to bend down to collect soul-condensing grass, he suddenly heard faint footsteps behind him. Su Chen quickly turned around, signaling Blood Shadow to come closer to him. Soon, 2 men, one tall and one short, appeared from the bushes in front of him. The shorter man looked excited, gazing at the soul-condensing grass in front of him and exclaimed, "Boss, we hit the jackpot. So much soul-condensing grass. This must be worth millions of federal coins." The other man, though calm in tone, could not hide his excitement. "Our brothers, we are indeed going to make a fortune this time." These 2 men completely ignored Su Chen, who was right in front of them. They seemed to have already considered this soul-condensing grass as theirs. Su Chen gave them a cold glance, and the information about the 2 men instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Songwon, Talent, Critical Recovery. The more severe the injuries to the beast tamer, the stronger the recovery ability. Rank, Black Iron 7th Stage, Contracted Beast, Iron Thorn Warthog, Black Iron 9th Stage. Name, Songwoo, Talent, Super Speed Enhancement, Strength Enhancement. Your beast can enter an enhanced state, increasing its strength by 50%. After this state ends, the beast will experience a brief period of weakness. Rank, Black Iron 6th Stage, Contracted Beast, Mindless Rampaging Bull, Black Iron 8th Stage. After seeing the information about the two men, Suchen relaxed slightly, and his hand on the communicator also lowered. They were just two insignificant beast tamers, not worth using the communicator for. Hey, have you two gone blind? Suchen mocked, drawing their attention back to himself. They first looked apprehensively at the imposing blood shadow, then back at Suchen. As soon as Suchen's school uniform was seen, the fear in their eyes disappeared, replaced by deep disdain. Student, go home and drink milk, will you? Hey, how can you say that to someone? Kid, go collect those soul-gathering grass for me, and hand over the ring you have. The two of us might even reward you with a few soul-gathering grass. Ha ha ha. The two of them mocked without restraint, not taking Suchen seriously at all. After all, he was just a newly awakened senior high school student. Even if he was extraordinary, how could he compare to them, experienced beast masters who had been awakened for years? Ha. Kill them. Suchen didn't speak anymore, giving the order with a cold sneer. Talking to trash like them was simply a waste of his saliva. And the blood shadow beside him could no longer contain its bloodthirsty intent and pounced on the two without hesitation. These two waste-like individuals dared to mock its master like this. Such speed! Seeing the blood shadow leaping towards them, the two's pupils constricted, quickly summoning their own beasts. A boar with full back spikes and a blood-red-eyed water buffalo appeared in front of them simultaneously. The boar grunted and the spikes on its back shot out at the same time. Dozens of black spikes made a piercing sound as they attacked the blood shadow in midair. This stupid wolf is doomed. Songwen's mouth curved into a cruel smile. His beast's strength was all in the spikes on its back. Even if just one spike hit, a beast of the same level would be seriously injured. Moreover, the blood shadow was in the air at the moment, with no room to dodge. It would be hit by at least 7 or 8 spikes in this round. Songwen could even imagine the scene of the wolf lying on the ground, pierced all over and whimpering. The water buffalo was not idle either. It bypassed the blood shadow and charged towards Suchen. Its curved horns emitted a faint glow, indicating its formidable killing power. One controlling the blood shadow, the other attacking Suchen. Their coordination was quite skilled. Who knows how many people they had harmed. Blood shadow, ignore those two beasts, just kill these two. Suchen shouted, seemingly unafraid of the charging water buffalo. Put! Ha ha, is this kid scared silly, wanting to kill us? Hearing this, the Song brothers burst into laughter. However, the next moment, their smiles froze on their faces. Dozens of spikes pierced through the blood shadow's body, landing in the bushes. But the blood shadow was unharmed. Not only that, even the water buffalo's attack had no effect. Its horns passed through Suchen's body without causing any harm. Quick! Stop it! Seeing the blood shadow getting closer, a hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the two, commanding the boar to stand in front of them. However, how could the clumsy boar compare to the blood shadow? The blood shadow slid past the boar's left side with a step, and the sharp wolf claws had already pierced Sunwen's throat. He. A large amount of blood foam overflowed from his mouth. Sunwen looked at his brother, as if wanting to say something, but a large amount of air rushed into his throat through the wound, preventing him from making any sound. Bang! Sunwen's body stiffened and fell, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, the boar also died along with its master. When a beast master dies, the beasts they contracted will also die. Seeing this scene, Sunwoo's legs went weak, and he collapsed on the ground. Sunwoo's water buffalo was still some distance away from him, too far to defend. Even if his beast was close by, it couldn't stop the blood shadow's attack. Sunwoo lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face, even leaving a large puddle of water under him. He was so scared that he peed himself. But now, Sunwoo didn't care about his dignity at all. He struggled to get up, knelt in the direction of Suchen, and cried out, "Please, please don't kill me. I was wrong. These things are all yours, your lordship. Please forgive me. Don't kill me," he said, pulling off his backpack. Various resources were scattered all over the ground. Kill them. Faced with his begging, Suchen showed no mercy. What a joke. If it weren't for his immense strength, Suchen would have been a corpse by now. And now these scumbags actually wanted Suchen to spare them. Moreover, judging by the skillfulness of their sneak attack, who knows how many people they have cruelly killed behind the scenes. Doing one evil deed is as good as doing one good deed. Su Chen felt like he had accumulated a great deal of merit. As for those resources promised by Song Wu, by killing them, these resources naturally belonged to Su Chen. Roar! Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Blood Shadow let out a roar. Without hesitation, a claw ended Song Wen's life. And his beast, the water buffalo, also fell to the ground. After the two men died, Su Chen walked calmly towards Blood Shadow. Beneath him were the bodies of the two men and a large pool of blood. This was Su Chen's first time killing someone. Strangely, he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. In this world, if you don't kill others, they will kill you. Su Chen glanced at the still warm body and said to Blood Shadow, "Howl." Blood Shadow let out a cry and nuzzled affectionately against Su Chen's chest. It didn't understand any grand principles, all it wanted to do was to kill all of its master's enemies. Su Chen bent down to pick up the resources of the two men. These resources were almost as much as what Su Chen had gained from his previous battles. It was quite a decent income. Then, he began to collect the precious soul condensing grass and the body of the giant python. The body of a black iron 9th rank fierce beast was worth a lot of money. Snake gallbladders, snake skins, and so on were all rare resources. After completing all this, Su Chen glanced at his spatial ring and a smile appeared on his face. It was only the first day, and he had already obtained resources worth millions of federal coins. Indeed, strength is money. With this in mind, Su Chen set off with Blood Shadow to explore deep into the forest. Time is also money. 3 days later, in a certain part of the forest, several instructors were chatting with each other. This time, they really spent a lot, even soul stones appeared. Yes, in the past, it was at most spatial rings, but this time the rewards have escalated to this level. The danger has also increased quite a bit. They didn't even prohibit other personnel from entering. Our students are like fat sheep in their eyes. Hee, do you think they really let them search for resources? Actually, it's to improve their survival skills. I wonder what the mortality rate will be this time. It's probably much higher than in previous years. There was a moment of silence among the group. No one knew if their students would die in this exploration of the secret realm. Even with the distress signal, they might not be able to arrive in time before the students died. But this was the price to pay for becoming a beast tamer. During these 3 days, Su Chen explored every corner of the forest with Blood Shadow. Due to the long period of life and death battles, Blood Shadow successfully advanced and was now a black iron 6th rank beast. And the beast power within Su Chen's body also grew stronger, reaching the level of a black iron 6th rank. It's a pity, if there were enough spirit beast stones, you might have been able to advance one more time, Su Chen lamented. If he had brought all the spirit beast stones from home, Blood Shadow would definitely have reached the black iron 7th rank. Unfortunately, his beast space could only store beasts and rewards from the system, and no other external items could enter. Suddenly, Su Chen's footsteps paused. He seemed to have heard a familiar voice. Su Chen slowed down his steps and carefully looked ahead. He arrived in front of a bush and looked through the cracks in the leaves. "Lin Hang?" Su Chen exclaimed. It was indeed his good friend Lin Hang. However, Lin Hang's situation at the moment was far from optimistic. He was currently surrounded by 3 people. Su Chen's keen senses even picked up the mocking remarks the 3 were making towards Lin Hang. "Kid, still feeling tough? Yeah, weren't you tough just now? You didn't want to hand over your stuff, now look, your spirit beast is dead too, haha." One of them kicked the body lying at their feet. Su Chen focused his gaze and realized it was Lin Hang's spirit beast, the Gale Monkey. It was the spirit beast he had personally recommended to Lin Hang. Facing the ridicule, Lin Hang remained silent, just staring fiercely at the 3 in front of him. It seemed like he wanted to etch their faces into his mind. His eyes were filled with deep-seated hatred. The strongest among the 3 only possessed a black iron 6th rank spirit beast. "What the hell are you looking at? Today, I'm going to blind you." One of them seemed irritated by Lin Hang's gaze and strode towards him quickly. His posture indicated he truly intended to blind Lin Hang. Witnessing this, Su Chen could no longer contain his anger. "Go, kill them," he commanded Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow dashed out of the bushes and swiftly attacked the man in the front. With a swift tear of its mouth, a surge of blood gushed out from the man's throat. The man struggling beneath it fell silent instantly. The black iron 6th rank Blood Shadow was much stronger now in both speed and attack power. It wasn't until it killed one person that the remaining 2 reacted. "Third brother, quick, kill this wolf." Ah! In the blink of an eye, another man died under Blood Shadow's claws. He could only let out a cry of surprise before his death, without a chance to resist. The remaining man completely lost his will to fight. He had already realized he was no match for this wolf. Seeing the battle was decided, Su Chen emerged from the bushes. He looked at the blood at the corner of his friend's mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "Thank you," Lin Hang spoke up, but his voice lacked its usual vitality. "There's one left. You can do as you please," Su Chen said, pointing at the remaining person. By now, the man had lost his earlier arrogance. As soon as he saw Su Chen and Lin Hang, he immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a flicker of emotion passed through Lin Hang's hollow eyes. He glanced at the spirit beast's corpse on the ground, as if making a decision. Slowly, he walked towards the man who was apologizing on his knees and kicked him in the face. Roar! Seeing the man attempting to resist, Blood Shadow immediately rushed forward, roaring and pressing the man's head into the ground with its front paws. Unsatisfied with just one kick, Lin Hang approached the man again, venting all his anger and frustration with each kick. Blood flowed from the man's wounds. White bones pierced through his body under the immense force. The man screamed in agony under Lin Hang's trampling. The volume of his screams gradually diminished over time until there was complete silence. "Alright, let's go back," Ren Chao spoke up. He had arrived just as Lin Hang delivered the first kick. However, it was too late. Seeing the spirit beast's corpse and Su Chen, Ren Chao understood what had happened and did not stop Lin Hang's outburst. "The school will compensate for any spirit beasts lost during exploration of the secret realm," Ren Chao told Lin Hang. The instructor then led Lin Hang back. Without his spirit beast, he could no longer explore the secret realm. Su Chen watched Lin Hang's figure disappear into the distance, deepening his understanding of the cruelty of the world by another notch. If he hadn't arrived in time and stopped Ren Chao, it would probably have been Lin Hang's body being taken back. After completely losing sight of Lin Hang's figure, Su Chen bent down to pick up the resources of the other three people, then continued to march deeper into the jungle. The recent situation made him crave powerful strength more than ever. If he missed this opportunity to explore the secret realm, who knows when he would have another chance to obtain such abundant resources. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, this was Su Chen's final day exploring the secret realm. Looking at the abundance of supplies in his spatial ring, Su Chen felt very satisfied. He glanced at the sun about to set, preparing to use the communicator. Suddenly, a dark light flashed in the corner of his eye. This kind of light. Su Chen's body shook as he thought of a possibility, so he strode quickly towards where the light was coming from. It's really shadow essence. Su Chen looked ahead, his face filled with joy. In front of him was a large swamp, and in the center of the largest swamp was a dark stone emitting a mysterious light. It was the shadow essence. And this shadow essence was precisely the resource needed for Blood Shadow's evolution once again. Moreover, where shadow essence existed, there must be a vein of shadow crystal nearby. After all, only a large amount of shadow crystal could give birth to a small piece of shadow essence. Shadow essence, a precious resource condensed from dark attribute energy, mostly used for the evolution of high-level dark attribute beast control. Note, when shadow essence is present, there will inevitably be a vein of shadow crystal nearby. Seeing the shadow essence, Blood Shadow's desire was undisguised in his eyes. If Su Chen hadn't been by his side at that moment, Blood Shadow would probably have already pounced and swallowed the shadow essence. "Look over there." Su Chen pointed to the swamp below the shadow essence, where dark bubbles occasionally surfaced under the gray-black mud. Such bubbles could be seen in various corners of the swamp. Obviously, there were fierce beasts beneath the swamp, and they were of the group-dwelling type. "Blood Shadow, give 2 loud calls, louder," Su Chen said. He needed to figure out how many fierce beasts were guarding the shadow essence. Only then could Su Chen decide on his next move. Roar! Blood Shadow immediately howled, a fierce wolf's roar spreading throughout the entire forest, even causing ripples on the surface of the swamp. This roar displayed the demeanor of a wolf king. Apparently alarmed by Blood Shadow's call, a fierce beast immediately emerged from below the swamp. It turned out to be a 3-meter-long crocodile. This crocodile was covered in thick gray-black scales, looking quite majestic. Its tail behind it was over a meter long. Even though it was wrapped in scales, one could still see its abnormally swollen muscles, indicating immense strength. At this moment, the crocodile's eyes, the size of green beans, were glaring fiercely at Su Chen and Blood Shadow. Species, marsh poison crocodile, dark poison dual attribute, aptitude, high silver, rank, black iron 8th rank, innate skills, poison adhesion, common, death roll, fine, frenzy tail strike, fine. Just as this crocodile showed its head, 8 crocodiles with similar attributes emerged from the swamp at the same time. However, that was not all. As these 8 crocodiles slowly approached Blood Shadow, a huge crocodile emerged slowly from the swamp. Unlike the gray-black scales of the other crocodiles, this crocodile had pure black scales with blood-colored patterns, looking exceptionally eerie. At this moment, it was looking at Su Chen with green eyes. Unlike the ferocity and bloodthirstiness in the eyes of the other crocodiles, this crocodile's eyes held a hint of playfulness and mockery. It seemed to be mocking Su Chen's arrogance and pride. Su Chen stared back at it without flinching, and the information of the Crocodile King appeared in his eyes. Race, Marsh Poison Crocodile King, Dark Poison Dual Attribute, Qualification, Mid-Tier Gold Rank, Bronze Tier 3 Innate Skills, Dark Poison Heart Devour, fine, Death Charge, fine, Frenzy Tail Strike, fine. It turned out to be a fierce beast of Bronze Tier 3. Seeing the information about this fierce beast, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. He never expected to encounter an enemy of Bronze Tier in a miniature secret realm. It must have evolved by long-term absorption of Shadow Essence energy. Su Chen thought to himself, his desire for Shadow Essence becoming even stronger. This crocodile only needed to feed on the naturally emitted energy of Shadow Essence to grow to such an extent. If Blood Shadow were to fully absorb the Shadow Essence, how much more would it grow? Therefore, even though the enemy was powerful, Su Chen did not flinch at all. Instead, a blazing fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Retreat was absolutely out of the question. This Shadow Essence, he was determined to obtain it. Su Chen and Blood Shadow exchanged a glance, seeing the strong fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Move back and lure them out of the swamp, Su Chen ordered. He would not engage in battle with the crocodile on its home turf. Hearing this, Blood Shadow slowly retreated, only protecting Su Chen tightly, not allowing any possibility of danger to him. Roar! Seeing Su Chen and the others leaving, a crocodile roared and was about to chase after them. Smack! The Crocodile King's tail struck directly at its head, rendering it temporarily unable to move. Seeing this scene, the other crocodiles also immediately calmed down, refusing to leave the swamp even a step. This Crocodile King is quite smart. Su Chen was somewhat surprised to see this. In the past, those fierce beasts would directly attack him and Blood Shadow upon seeing them, without any hint of rationality. However, this Crocodile King restrained its killing intent, refusing to leave the swamp. It seemed to know that only by being in the swamp could it limit the enemy's actions and unleash its full power. The situation was at a standstill for a moment. Su Chen looked at the motionless crocodiles, pondering for a moment. Then he touched the spatial ring on his left hand. With a flash of light, a large amount of resources appeared next to Su Chen. These were all the resources he had painstakingly collected over the past 7 days, with a total value well over 3 million federal coins. Among these rare resources were abundant energy sources. Su Chen didn't believe that the Crocodile King could resist the temptation after seeing these resources. Even if it had the replenishment of Shadow Essence energy, its subordinates also needed these resources to grow. Sure enough, upon seeing the resources appearing next to Su Chen, these crocodiles could no longer resist. Roar! With a roar from the Crocodile King, the crocodiles crawled out of the swamp and charged towards Su Chen and Blood Shadow. Roar! Blood Shadow's body quickly blurred and agilely rushed out. Faced with the attack of a full 10 crocodiles, it remained calm. A single charge dispersed the encirclement of these crocodiles. 1 against 10. However, Blood Shadow was not reckless and would not engage in a head-on fight with these crocodiles. It possessed high combat intelligence and had rapidly grown under Ren Chao's training. The current Blood Shadow had learned to skillfully use soul-devouring shadow to inflict massive damage on the enemy's soul. Therefore, when facing the siege of many enemies, Blood Shadow often only attacked the crocodile closest to it. With just one strike, that crocodile froze in place, writhing in pain. Taking advantage of the other crocodile's lack of response, Blood Shadow quickly escaped the encirclement and then attacked the outermost enemy. With its speed advantage and shadow transformation ability, Blood Shadow still firmly held the upper hand even when surrounded. After all, each time it transformed into shadows to withstand attacks, although it would not directly harm Blood Shadow, it would deplete its stamina. Therefore, this method of attack by Blood Shadow was both efficient and energy-saving, almost perfect. Boom! A deafening sound like an earthquake echoed, and the Crocodile King emerged from the swamp, charging towards the Blood Shadow. The Crocodile King, resembling a small mountain, exuded a fierce aura as it lunged at the Blood Shadow. Despite its massive size, it moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the Blood Shadow. Bang! The Crocodile King pierced through the Blood Shadow's body, crashing heavily into the trunk of a large tree, toppling it down with its 2-meter diameter. The power of that blow was evident. The Blood Shadow leaped aside, panting heavily. Although the Crocodile King's charge did not cause actual harm to the Blood Shadow, it drained a significant amount of its energy. The current Blood Shadow gradually solidified its form. In order to conserve energy, it even gave up shadow transformation. The Crocodile King naturally noticed the Blood Shadow's fatigue. Its eyes gleamed with ferocious hostility. The previous Blood Shadow had killed many of its kin. The Crocodile King swiftly advanced, giving the blood shadow no chance to catch its breath. The remaining crocodiles also moved in to surround the blood shadow. Bang! The blood shadow agilely dodged the Crocodile King's attacks, but a crocodile tail hidden behind it viciously struck the blood shadow's back. Roar! The blood shadow roared in anger, pushing off with its hind legs, attempting to break free from the crocodile's encirclement. However, the Crocodile King lunged forward, biting the blood shadow's abdomen, forcefully pulling it down from midair. Crimson blood flowed from the blood shadow's abdomen. Its once dark and majestic fur was now stained with chaotic blood. Everywhere on the blood shadow's body, one could see wounds left by the crocodile's tail strikes. The blood shadow's crimson eyes were completely filled with blood. Roar! It stood up again, scanning its surroundings with a fierce gaze. Wherever its scarlet eyes landed, no crocodile dared to meet its gaze. Even the Crocodile King averted its gaze. A domineering aura erupted from within the blood shadow. At this moment, the bloodstains on its body were not a sign of distress but rather the blood shadow's greatest honor. Deathmatch was in effect. Deathmatch: the more severe the beast's injuries, the higher its combat power, and it will not weaken due to injuries. The blood shadow had just dispelled its shadow transformation, partly to conserve energy and partly to activate the Deathmatch ability. It was known that a blood shadow with Deathmatch, at the brink of death, was at its most powerful moment. Therefore, the blood shadow deliberately chose to be injured to unleash its own strength. Without this, these crocodiles, even the Crocodile King, wouldn't stand a chance of harming it. Even if the blood shadow couldn't defeat them, it could use shadow transformation to escape with Su Chen, leveraging its speed advantage to outpace the cumbersome crocodiles. Roar! The Crocodile King growled uneasily. Its enemies seemed to have changed. Roar! The blood shadow also roared in anger, its voice so loud and powerful that it completely overshadowed the Crocodile King's roar. The blood shadow leaped forward, directly in front of the Crocodile King. This speed was more than twice as fast as before. A hint of astonishment flashed in the Crocodile King's emerald eyes. It never expected its enemy to become so fast. The Crocodile King was about to use its tail to push the enemy away when the icy wolf claws had already pierced its throat. A tremendous pain exploded from the Crocodile King's throat, spreading to the depths of its soul. Its body convulsed, instantly losing its ability to resist. For the current Crocodile King, death was a kind of release. The blood shadow naturally wouldn't torment its enemy. It tore the Crocodile King's dark head off with a swipe of its wolf claw to the left. Crimson blood sprayed from the throat, dyeing the blood shadow's fur red. At this moment, it appeared like a hellhound emerging, chilling to the bone, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Bang! Blood shadow threw the head behind, smashing it on the ground. It wanted the remaining crocodiles to see who is the real boss of this forest. As expected, those crocodiles, seeing their king being taken care of by blood shadow in one move, immediately lost their will to fight. They scattered in all directions. However, this was exactly what blood shadow had in mind. It mercilessly reaped the lives of the fleeing crocodiles like a heartless killer. Before long, the crocodiles were wiped out. After that, blood shadow, having done all this, returned to Su Chen's side. It slowly rubbed Su Chen's chest with its head, seemingly waiting for its master's praise. Well done. Su Chen naturally wouldn't skimp on his praise. Just now, he was watching from the side, feeling the tension, wishing he could mount his horse and take down the crocodiles one by one. Of course, as the master, he couldn't act so recklessly. Luckily, our tactics worked, Su Chen said, touching blood shadow's bloodstained fur. During the days he had blood shadow, he had thoroughly explored its various abilities, including the maximum duration of shadow transformation and how long it could withstand damage, strengthening combat power in a deathmatch, and so on. Based on these abilities, he formulated many tactics, including how to deal with being surrounded and facing strong enemies. Just now, blood shadow deliberately shed blood to enhance its combat power, which was one of his many tactics. After all, Su Chen was not a fool. He wouldn't provoke the Crocodile King risking certain defeat. Since he chose to fight, he must have had a certain assurance of victory. How blood shadow let out a soft cry, as if saying, "Master, you're amazing." The man and the wolf no longer lingered and began to collect the spoils. This time, Su Chen didn't waste time dealing with the bodies of the beasts. The sun was setting, and he had to hurry to collect the shadow essence and the shadow crystal veins beneath the swamp. Su Chen took off his clothes and dipped a foot into the swamp. The sticky sensation confirmed that the swamp was not deadly deep. Su Chen held the mantis knife he had collected at the beginning and slowly walked towards the center of the swamp. Without a mining shovel, Su Chen had to use the mantis knife as a makeshift shovel. Blood shadow followed behind him. Heavens! There are so many! Su Chen stored the shadow essence in the spatial ring. Then he looked at the 3-meter-long shadow crystal vein and couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected that in such a small swamp area, there would be a 3 square meter mineral deposit. Don't think that 3 cubic meters of ore is too small. These were energy crystal stones with attributes, extremely difficult to form, and their value was twice that of ordinary spirit beast stones. The size of this shadow crystal vein could yield at least 4,000 shadow crystals. This was an income of 8 million federal coins. Moreover, shadow essence was even more valuable. Just the small piece Su Chen had collected earlier was worth as much as 4,000 shadow crystals in total. And blood shadow could directly absorb these shadow crystals. The dark energy within was purer. By absorbing these crystals, blood shadow's growth rate would undoubtedly accelerate. This meant that Su Chen wouldn't have to worry about blood shadow's resources for a long time. Phew! Exhausted, Su Chen struggled to walk out of the swamp. As soon as he emerged from the swamp, he collapsed from exhaustion on the ground. He had no idea how many times he had swung the mantis knife just now, and now Su Chen felt his hands almost numb. Moreover, the shadow crystal vein was hidden beneath the swamp. Every swing of the mantis knife was met with resistance from the swamp, making it extremely difficult. Blood shadow lay in front of Su Chen as well. It couldn't escape the fate of mining either. After resting for a while, Su Chen looked up at the sky. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and the forest was silent all around. He could even hear his own breathing. Su Chen stood up, took out the communicator, and walked in the direction of the bloodstains. On the 7th day, the communicator would show the location where the instructors were gathering, making it easier for the students to find their own instructors. In a certain part of the forest, lights were on. Ren Chao looked at the students beside him. These students, who used to be lively and cheerful, now had tired faces, some even had traces of blood on them, looking extremely disheveled. However, the greenness on their faces was gradually fading, replaced by determination in their eyes. It seemed that his students had received good training in the secret realm. Ren Chao nodded, then looked ahead with a hint of worry on his face. 4 of his students had not returned yet. Among them was Su Chen, the most outstanding student of Anwu No. 1 high school this year. It's so late, and he hasn't come back yet. The probability of something happening is too high. Ren Chao thought to himself, the worry spreading in his heart. Su Chen was strong, but Ren Chao didn't think he could be reckless in the miniature secret realm. If he encountered a truly powerful beast, Su Chen might not be able to avoid death. Teacher Ren, can we start summarizing the supplies? A staff member asked impatiently, with a slightly annoyed expression on his face. This was the 3rd time he had asked the same question. However, the reply he always got was just wait a little longer. Not only him, even the surrounding students were somewhat dissatisfied. These students had been fighting for their lives in the secret realm for a full 7 days, and now they were extremely eager to go home and get enough rest. Don't wait for your so-called genius. A genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. I bet that so-called genius is already dead. Suddenly, a student from the Spirit Beast High School spoke, his tone full of mockery. He had gained a lot in this secret realm and was eager to do the final resource summary. Hearing this, Ren Chao's face darkened, and he slowly approached the outspoken student. Isn't cursing his own student like this a direct slap in the face to Ren Chao? Ren Chao, what do you want to do? He's still a student. Do you want to compete with him? Wang Lei apologized to this teacher quickly. However, Wang Lei's instructor suddenly appeared, blocking Ren Chao's advance. His words clearly favored his own student. Wang Lei hid behind his instructor, disdainfully pursing his lips, showing no sign of remorse. Ren Chao took note of this behavior, and his anger grew even more. Oh, I'm a student too. How about we have a little competition? Suddenly, a cold male voice came from deep in the forest. Then the sound of footsteps approached. Soon after, a young man covered in blood and mud appeared in front of everyone. Behind him was a huge black wolf. At this moment, the man and the wolf stared intently at Wang Lei hiding behind the instructor. This man was Su Chen, and Wang Lei seemed a bit uneasy under such a gaze, lowering his head and not daring to meet Su Chen's eyes. Seeing the previously arrogant Wang Lei act so cowardly, the crowd burst into laughter. Even they didn't dare to look Su Chen in the eye, and laughter erupted. Especially the students from Anwu No. 1 high school not only laughed but also mocked. I thought he was someone important, turns out he doesn't even dare to look at someone in the eye. Ren Chao felt relieved when he saw Su Chen appear. Su Chen, you're finally back. His anger also dissipated by half. As long as his students were safe, that was good. Su Chen nodded at Ren Chao. Before they could say a few words, Wang Lei suddenly shouted again, hilarious, what genius! Covered in dirt like he just came out of a pigsty, it's really funny. This is the so-called top genius of Changnan City? Shameful. Wang Lei's face turned red, saliva splattering, as if he felt he had lost face in front of everyone just now. At this moment, he wanted to regain his dignity in this way. Moreover, with so many people around, he didn't believe that Su Chen dared to do anything to him. TSK. Hearing Wang Lei's clown-like words, Su Chen glanced at him with interest. Unexpectedly, after being tense for so many days, he finally had the opportunity to relax, only to have Wang Lei, this clown, perform for him. Name, Wang Lei, talent, indomitable, your beast can act normally when on the brink of death. Rank, Black Iron 3rd rank, contracted beast, swamp lizard. Wang Lei's information appeared in Su Chen's eyes. A beast tamer of the Black Iron 3rd rank. If Su Chen were to make a move against him, within 3 seconds, Wang Lei's head would be separated from his body. Who gave you the courage to provoke me? Su Chen's voice had just fallen. The blood shadow behind him instantly turned into a black lightning, knocking down the still shouting Wang Lei. Roar! The blood shadow opened its bloody mouth, and the stench immediately engulfed Wang Lei's face. Pat, pat, pat. Su Chen's shoe sole stepped on the ground steadily, making a rhythmic sound. Each sound, like a curse from hell urging for life, echoed in Wang Lei's heart. You! Wang Lei's instructor was about to erupt, but was stopped by Ren Chao. Are you sure you want to offend me and Su Chen for such a waste? Ren Chao spoke inexplicably. The instructor looked at Su Chen, who was slowly approaching Wang Lei, and Wang Lei lying on the ground, sighed, and stepped back. As an instructor, he wouldn't go that far. As long as Wang Lei wasn't in mortal danger, he wouldn't interfere anymore. As for others, why bother with Wang Lei, someone irrelevant and exceptionally foul-mouthed? Pat. Finally, Su Chen arrived in front of Wang Lei. His shoe sole covered in swamp mud heavily stepped on Wang Lei's left face. You should learn to respect your teacher, Su Chen said, then kicked Wang Lei over, and stepped on his relatively clean right face. You should learn to respect your classmates. He continued, do you understand, Wang Lei? Su Chen retracted his foot, bent down, and spoke gently. It seemed like the one who had resorted to violence just now wasn't him, Su Chen. I understand. I was wrong. Wang Lei was already so scared that he couldn't speak clearly, crying and begging for mercy. Seeing this, Su Chen let the blood shadow retract the wolf claw placed on Wang Lei's neck. Then he looked around, smiled, and said, why are you all looking at me? Just do what you should do. For a moment, no one present dared to meet his gaze. Heroic young man. Young heroic man. Suddenly, a middle-aged voice came from behind Su Chen. Su Chen was startled, realizing that he hadn't sensed any movement behind him just now. He quickly turned his head and saw a smiling middle-aged man looking at him appreciatively. Governor! Ran Chao beside Su Chen quickly bowed respectfully. This person turned out to be Lin Hongjiang, the governor of Changnan City. At the same time, he was a top expert of the 9th rank in Platinum, firmly holding the top position in Changnan City. It's been a long time since I've seen such a spirited young man. Lin Hongjiang patted Su Chen's shoulder. His tone was full of undisguised admiration. The others, upon hearing Lin Hongjiang's words, had exceptionally colored expressions. They had never heard the governor praise someone like this before. Over a decade ago, Changnan City also had a student with an A-level talent. But in Lin Hongjiang's eyes, he was just okay. What kind of virtue and ability did Su Chen possess to receive such high praise from Lin Hongjiang? And Wang Lei, who had just gotten up, looked even more defeated. He knew that he would never have the chance to seek revenge on Su Chen in this lifetime. Even the recent incident was the final intersection between him and Su Chen. From now on, he could only look up to Su Chen, never able to touch him. Faced with Lin Hongjiang's praise, Su Chen just slightly bowed to express his respect. He grew up listening to Lin Hongjiang's stories since he was young. When he finally met the real person, he didn't know what to say. Our Changnan City needs talents like you. Finally, Lin Hongjiang praised again and then said, don't just stand there, it's time to summarize resources, rank them, and distribute rewards. As soon as the official spoke, the staff present immediately became serious and started summarizing the resources. With this farce coming to an end, 7 pieces of various fierce beast carcass resources, totaling 230,000 federal coins, 8 powerful spirit flowers of low-grade black iron resources, 6 pieces of fierce beast carcass resources, totaling 420,000 federal coins, 23 replenishing grassroots of low-grade black iron resources, 13 fierce beast resources, totaling 1,070,000 federal coins. The resources collected by each student within 7 days were counted. Whenever there was a harvest of over 1 million federal coins, it always caused a stir. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, 2,312 spirit beast stones, totaling 3 million federal coins. Everyone was surprised and looked towards the source of the voice. Even Su Chen curiously glanced over to see which lucky person had found a vein of spirit beast stones. Beside the leftmost staff member, a pile of fluorescent spirit beast stones caught everyone's eyes. And next to this staff member was Wang Lei, whose face was covered in footprints. At this moment, Wang Lei's face, full of stains, showed a smile again. It's actually him, no wonder he was so eager to summarize the resources earlier. Su Chen understood and didn't pay much attention. After all, despite the abundance of spirit beast stones, they were far from matching his own harvest. However, Wang Lei caught Su Chen's gaze and the smile on his face stiffened, afraid of displeasing the king of hell again and getting beaten up. With this thought, Wang Lei forced a smile, bowed towards Su Chen's direction, showing excessive flattery. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already turned away, handing over his spatial ring to the staff. Your harvest must be. The staff member spoke while smiling, probing his consciousness into the spatial ring. Suddenly, his words stopped, his mouth unconsciously agape, as if he had seen something extremely exaggerated. You're truly a god. It took him a while to come to his senses, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. Then, the light in his spatial ring flashed. Boom! A thunderous sound like an earthquake resounded. Countless resources fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that caught everyone's attention. When the dust settled, everyone saw the resources around Su Chen clearly and collectively gasped in shock. For a moment, the whole place fell silent, and no one could find the words to describe Su Chen's gains from this exploration of the miniature realm. Remember, Su Chen explored a miniature realm. Until the loud voice of the staff member broke the silence, 43 pieces of various fierce beast carcass resources, totaling 1.35 million federal coins. 18 soul-condensing grasses of high-grade black iron resources, totaling 1.8 million federal coins. 4,000 pieces of shadow crystal stones, totaling 8 million federal coins. 1 piece of shadow essence, estimated value of 8 million federal coins. Su Chen's total harvest resources, 15 million federal coins. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, the people present could no longer contain their emotions. Damn, Su Chen is a human? Will this money be enough for me to earn a lifetime? Don't overestimate yourself too much for this lifetime. To be honest, I think it's more than all of us combined. No, haven't you noticed? Su Chen has obtained a total of 43 savage beast carcasses. How terrifying is this combat power? I seriously suspect now that the size of the spatial ring limited Su Chen's harvest. Everyone's faces were full of excitement at this moment, especially the students from Anwu No. 1 high school. At this moment, they all stood tall, as if such gains were not just Su Chen's alone. It was the same for all the students of Anwu No. 1 high school. As for Su Chen, who was the center of the discussion, he remained calm. Of course, he had a rough idea of his gains and naturally was not too surprised. The inventory of resources was carried out in such a heated atmosphere. And Su Chen, unsurprisingly, took the first place. Moreover, he surpassed the second place by a crushing margin. Even the leftovers Su Chen obtained were much higher than the second place. Soon, it came to the exciting award ceremony. Ahem! The magistrate Lin Hongjiang appeared in front of the crowd, clearing his throat twice. Although he didn't speak loudly, he seemed to have a magical power that instantly quieted the noisy camp. I announce that the award ceremony for this exploration of the secret realm is officially beginning. Without further ado, Lin Hongjiang went straight to the point. This sentence pushed the atmosphere at the scene to its peak. The whole place erupted in loud cheers as they watched the top 5 enter one by one. When Su Chen stepped onto the stage to receive his award, the cheers in the audience became even more enthusiastic, and the scene almost got out of control. It was only when Lin Hongjiang appeared that everyone's emotions were calmed. Your prize, the Soul Stone. Lin Hongjiang personally handed the Soul Stone to Su Chen. Su Chen received it with both hands. As soon as he touched it, a cold sensation spread from his hands to the depths of his brain. He couldn't help but shiver, feeling extremely comfortable all over, and his mind was exceptionally clear. It was as if all the fatigue of the past 7 days had been swept away in an instant of contact with the Soul Stone. This Soul Stone is truly extraordinary, Su Chen thought to himself. Having lived 2 lives, his soul was already much stronger than an ordinary person's, and now absorbing the Soul Stone, he wondered how strong his soul could ultimately become. After handing the prize to Su Chen, Lin Hongjiang did not leave immediately. He took out a spatial ring from his pocket and handed it to Su Chen. With so many resources, you won't be able to take them without a spatial ring. Lin Hongjiang smiled and said, consider this ring as my investment in support for the younger generation. Don't let me down. Upon hearing this, Su Chen also smiled and thanked Lin Hongjiang softly. He hadn't expected such a reward. After all, even the most basic spatial ring cost millions of federal coins. He never expected Lin Hongjiang to be so generous, giving it to him without hesitation. Therefore, Su Chen was even more grateful that he hadn't hidden his talent. If he had lied about not having any talent, he wouldn't have been qualified to explore the secret realm, let alone talk about gaining a large amount of resources, or even catching the eye of the top figures in Changnan City. In the world of beast taming, talent and strength were a person's best business card. Su Chen happened to possess both. After settling all matters, Su Chen returned home. It was already late at night. However, at this moment, he was full of energy. Su Chen sat on the sofa, took out the soul stone from the spatial ring. He held the soul stone in both hands and activated the power of beast taming within his body. The majestic power of beast taming gushed out from Su Chen's palms, merging into the soul stone. Under the effect of the power of beast taming, the soul stone slowly merged, eventually turning into a pool of silver-white liquid. The liquid seeped into Su Chen's body, then advanced towards his limbs and bones, finally rushing towards his brain in unison. Su Chenxuan closed his eyes tightly. The cool and refreshing sensation running through his body almost made him hum out loud. Boom! Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, as if a loud noise echoed in his mind. The shackle had been broken. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. His soul strength was now able to withstand the pressure of contracting a second spirit beast. I never expected that just a soul stone would bring about such a great change in me, Su Chen thought to himself. Then, Su Chen raised his hand and summoned the blood shadow. At the same time, a dark purple stone appeared in his hand. It was time to feed the blood shadow with the dark shadow essence. There were 3 resources needed for the blood shadow's second evolution. One of them was the dark shadow essence. The other 2 were the core of a high-level dark attribute fierce beast and the withered heart. When a fierce beast reached the silver rank after leaving the bronze rank, it would condense a core within its body. As long as the core remained intact, the fierce beast would never die. High-level fierce beasts referred to fierce beasts above the golden rank. A core of this level would cost at least 4 million federal coins. The withered heart was the essence of a spirit tree over 1,000 years old after withering, containing powerful vitality. The price of this item was only slightly lower than that of the dark shadow essence. It would probably cost around 6 million federal coins to purchase. The things I've harvested this time seem abundant, just enough for your evolution. Su Chen nodded at the blood shadow's head. The resources he obtained this time were for the blood shadow's evolution with the dark shadow essence. Su Chen planned to keep 1,000 pieces of dark shadow crystals as the blood shadow's daily resource. The remaining 3,000 pieces would all be sold to purchase other resources. Together with the soul condensing grass and other resources, he could gather a total of 10 million federal coins, just enough to buy other evolution resources. As for the second spirit beast, Su Chen had no intention of spending money to buy it. He had his own ideas. Alright, eat this stone now. Su Chen tossed the dark shadow essence in his hand to the blood shadow. The blood shadow was already impatient, pouncing and swallowing it in one go. It didn't even have time to chew before swallowing it directly into its belly. In an instant, a surging dark energy erupted from the blood shadow's body. The violent momentum even blew Su Chen's hair in front of his forehead. After a long time, this momentum gradually subsided. The blood shadow's body became even taller, almost reaching Su Chen, who was standing up. Its eyes, which had turned from red to a deep blood red, looked particularly eerie. What surprised Su Chen the most was that the blood shadow had actually advanced 3 ranks in a row. It directly broke through from its original iron rank 6th to the top of the iron rank, becoming a 9th rank iron beast. Now, if the blood shadow encountered the Crocodile King and its tribe again, there was no need to deliberately get injured to increase its combat power. It could just push through directly. Those crocodiles couldn't even touch the shadow of the blood shadow. In 2 words, invincible. I'll find you a companion tomorrow, Su Chen said. At these words, a hint of surprise flashed in the blood shadow's eyes. It was usually kept by Su Chen in the spirit beast space, only coming out when absorbing the spirit beast stones. After all, the environment there was more suitable for its growth. However, it was a bit boring for the blood shadow to guard an island alone. Therefore, it was particularly eager to have another spirit beast to accompany it. Outside Changnan City, in a secret base. Are the assassins ready? Gu Tianqing's expression was grim. They are ready. 1 golden rank 3rd level spirit beast master and 2 silver rank 9th level spirit beast masters. Even if Su Chen is a genius, he cannot escape from the assassination of these 3 people. The black-robed man behind him said respectfully. Very well. I want him dead within 3 days. After this is done, you will take over the population business in the east of the city. At these words, Gu Tianqing's face looked a bit better. He had already learned about Su Chen's news of exploring the secret realm and ranking first. And just when Su Chen was enjoying endless glory, his beloved son Gu Siyuan was still lying in bed, unable to move. How could Gu Tianqing not hate this? Moreover, since his Gu family had already offended Su Chen, Gu Tianchang must eradicate this genius completely. Thank you for your kindness, boss. Upon hearing Gu Tianchang's arrangement, the black-robed man couldn't hide his excitement in his tone. On the surface, the Gu group controlled most of the monster trading in Changnan City. But in reality, they didn't even spare human trafficking. 80% of the missing population in Changnan City was due to the Gu group's actions. Young and beautiful women without support were sent to the beds of the nobles by them. Strong and healthy men were abducted to dark and sunless mines. As for children, they were brainwashed and subjected to inhumane training, eventually becoming obedient soldiers. Over the years, countless people had met a tragic end due to their actions. The next day, Su Chen left early for the Wanbao Pavilion. Just by the name, one could tell it was a place for buying and selling various resources. Hello, may I help you with something? As soon as Su Chen entered, a lady in professional attire approached him. The curves of her buttocks wrapped in the professional outfit looked as tempting as peaches. Her long legs shimmered in the sunlight. She discreetly glanced at the empty space ring on Su Chen's left hand, her smile becoming more charming. Of course, Su Chen didn't come to Wanbao Pavilion to look at women, so he remained composed and said, the core of a high-level dark attribute monster and the withered heart. Upon hearing this, the lady slightly bowed and gestured, please follow me to the VIP room. These two items are beyond my authority and require approval from the manager. With just this bow, her snowy cleavage was fully exposed to Su Chen's sight. Su Chen could see the scenery in full view with just a slight tilt of his head. Of course, he wasn't that kind of person. Su Chen just glanced briefly, then withdrew his gaze and followed her to the VIP room. The room was spacious and elegantly decorated. The most eye-catching were the two sofas facing each other by the window and the round table in the middle. In the corner of the room, an incense burner was emitting wisps of blue smoke. As soon as Su Chen stepped into the room, he felt invigorated. The incense was definitely extraordinary. Please wait a moment, our manager will be here soon. After a while, a middle-aged man with short hair walked in confidently. He extended his hand and smiled. I am Fang Jia, may I know your name, young man? Su Chen stood up, shook his hand, and said, you can call me Su. Fang Jia gestured for Su Chen to sit down and said, Su, I won't hide it from you. We have a high-level dark attribute monster core here, a third-rank golden shadow dragon. As for the withered heart, if you need it, I will request it from headquarters. I assure you, within 3 days, the withered heart will be in your hands. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen nodded and asked, is it possible, and what about the price? Fang Jie smiled and said, forgive my boldness, Su, you must be the recently famous Su Chen in Changnan City, right? Indeed, at our Wanbao Pavilion, we offer special discounts for A-level talents and above in monster taming. With that, he manifested a black small card from his space ring. With this card, you can enjoy a 10% discount at all Wanbao pavilions within the Huaxia Federation. Handing the black card to Su Chen, Fang Jie said, this is just a token of appreciation. I hope that in the future, when selling rare resources, you will think of our Wanbao Pavilion first. Fang Jie burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Su Chen finally relaxed and took the black small card. A warm touch emanated from the small card, indicating its rare material. Seeing Su Chen take the card, Fang Jie's smile widened. The beast core was originally priced at 4.2 million federal coins, discounted to 3.78 million federal coins. The withered heart was originally priced at 6 million federal coins, discounted to 5.4 million federal coins, a total of 8.78 million. However, since Brother Su was making his first purchase at the Treasure Pavilion, I, Fang Jia, will take charge and waive the remainder. You only need to pay 8.5 million. Hearing the final price, Su Chen also smiled. It was a significant reduction from his original budget of 10 million federal coins, a whole 1.5 million less. That was not a small amount. Then, I thank Brother Fang. Su Chen slightly bowed, expressing gratitude for Fang Jia's kindness. There is one more thing I need to discuss with Brother Fang. Su Chen continued. But please go ahead. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Fang Jie waved his hand, indicating Su Chen not to be polite. I have some resources here to sell at your pavilion. What's the big deal about that? Just some resources, bring them out. Fang Jie said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Su Chen no longer hesitated. A flash of light emitted from the ring on his left hand. A large amount of goods almost filled the space around the two. The originally spacious VIP room seemed to have become cramped. Even Fang Jia was stunned by the sudden appearance of a large amount of resources, momentarily speechless. Fortunately, as the manager of the Treasure Pavilion, he had seen grand scenes before and quickly regained his composure. Fang Jia chuckled, little brother, you really have quite a lot. Ting ting, send someone to inventory the resources and calculate the prices. Soon, the lady who had guided Su Chen came with a few others to inventory the resources. The total value of the resources brought by Master Su is 10 million federal coins. Shortly after, Ting Ting reported to Fang Jia, "Go get a 1.5 million federal coin stored value card and the golden tier 3 beast core." Fang Jia instructed. Ting Ting walked out of the room with long strides. In just 2 minutes, someone brought a black brocade box and handed it to Su Chen. Along with it came a stored value card worth 1.5 million federal coins. After carefully inspecting and confirming there were no issues, Su Chen stood up to leave. Fang Jie stood up to see him off, saying, "Brother Su can come to collect it in 3 days, or we can send it to your school or home." "I will come to collect it myself," Su Chen said, then left on his own. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Su Chen stood in place, pondering for a moment. Instead of going home as originally planned, he went straight to Changnan City's largest scavenging street. The scavenging street was different from the treasure pavilion. Most items here were rare objects that appraisers couldn't determine the specific use of. The majority of them were useless, with only a very small portion having magical effects. Therefore, this street attracted a large number of gamblers to scavenge. However, most of them returned empty-handed, having lost heavily. But Su Chen had an SSS-level talent, the Eye of the World. He could see all the information about special items clearly. Therefore, for him, this scavenging street was truly about scavenging, not gambling. Su Chen had planned to come here to scavenge before, but he had always lacked funds, coupled with time constraints, so he had to give up. This time was different, as Su Chen carried a hefty sum of 1.5 million. This scavenging street might as well be called a scam street. Su Chen muttered in his mind. He had walked from one end of the street to the other, and it seemed he was about to reach the end. Yet, he hadn't found anything useful. He hadn't even seen a few items at the black iron level. No wonder everyone else returned empty-handed, with not a useful thing in sight along the entire street. Su Chen felt a bit disappointed but still patiently prepared to finish the walk. After all, he had come this far. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he headed straight for a stall in the far corner. The stall owner was chatting with someone next to him at the moment. "Have you heard? The city in the neighboring Shachang province is facing a beast tide." "I heard that." Seeing someone approaching, the stall owner immediately stopped chatting. His eyes scanned Su Chen up and down, shifting between the space ring on Su Chen's hand and his somewhat youthful face. Rich and young. A fat lamb. Soon, the stall owner categorized Su Chen as a gullible target. The stall owner's eyes gleamed with greed, but his face showed no sign of it, just saying, "Take a look, all good stuff, you won't regret buying anything." Su Chen didn't reply, just squatted in front of the stall, picking and choosing with his hands. He looked like a young man who had never seen the world. Seeing this, the stall owner's greed intensified, determined to fleece Su Chen. Finally, Su Chen's hand stopped on a reddish-brown stone. The stone was red all over, with scattered brown spots, looking no different from an ordinary stone. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity, seemingly very interested in the stone. "This is a good thing. It was originally found in the nest of the fierce flame dragon, a platinum-ranked beast. Guest, think about it, dragons are greedy for wealth. How could what they store in their home be ordinary? I see a special aura in you, young man, you can definitely explore the mysteries within." The stall owner almost praised the stone to the heavens. At the same time, he didn't forget to flatter Su Chen. "Oh," Su Chen said non-committally, seemingly waiting for the stall owner's next words. 100,000 federal coins, no deception. The stall owner declared confidently, patting his chest. Upon hearing this price, Su Chen almost burst out laughing. Really daring to ask for that much. It was just an ordinary quartz stone, and he didn't know where the stall owner got his confidence from. 10,000. Su Chen bargained, with a hint of regret on his face. His goal was not this worthless stone, the quartz stone was just a decoy to avoid revealing his true intentions, and bargaining was also to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, in a place like this, no one buys without bargaining. 50,000. 10,000 is absolutely impossible. The stall owner immediately responded, his enthusiasm cooling down. It seemed like he wouldn't sell if Su Chen didn't agree. 20,000, plus this, and this. Su Chen continued to bargain. The freebies are fine, but it has to be at least 30,000. The stall owner gritted his teeth, as if he was nearing his bottom line. "Well, okay," Su Chen said, looking pained. After paying, a chrysanthemum-like smile bloomed on the stall owner's face. The cost price of these items he purchased didn't even add up to 2,000 federal coins. Selling them off, he made a profit of over 10 times, how could he not be happy? Su Chen seemed to realize he had been swindled and quickly left the embarrassing place. However, as soon as he turned around, an excited smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Made a fortune. He tightly held a black wooden block, charred black as if by intense flames. And the detailed information about this wooden block replayed in Su Chen's mind. Race, Fire Dead Phoenix, Fire Attribute, Aptitude, Diamond Medium Rank, Black Iron First Rank Innate Skills, Wind Control, Rare, Flame Lord, Epic, Dead Fire Impact, Epic, Unique Evolution Path, Woodfire Dual Direction. After the first evolution, it can advance to Woodfire Celestial Phoenix, Star Fragment level. After the second evolution, it can advance to Origin of Wood, Moonlight level. After the third evolution, it can advance to Ultimate Fire, Sun level. After the fourth evolution, it can advance to Bifong, Mythical level. Hatching condition: immerse the beast egg in the host's blood and hatch it in an environment with sufficient wood energy, such as a forest. First evolution condition. Note, this beast contains the mythical bloodline of Bifong. An anomaly will occur during hatching. Please hatch it in a secluded forest. Bifong is a legendary mythical creature, with its image and divine power widely circulated among the people. In the Beast Chronicles, Avian chapter, it is recorded, there is a bird, resembling a crane, with 1 foot, red markings, blue texture, and a white beak, named Bifong. Its cry is self-proclaimed, and when seen, there will be a false fire in the city. In the elemental beasts, it is recorded, wood gives birth to Bifong. Note, Bifong is the essence of wood, resembling a bird, not consuming grains. The first chapter describes Bifong's control over the fire element. The second chapter tells of Bifong's control over the wood element. Scholars previously believed that Bifong's attribute was one of them. However, Su Chen now realizes, Bifong is not a single-element beast, but a dual cultivator of wood and fire. Wood generates fire, which is reasonable. Moreover, this beast egg's initial talent is as high as Diamond Medium, almost on par with the evolved Blood Shadow. If Su Chen can successfully hatch it and then immerse it in the mythical bloodline pool, how terrifying will the talent of his second beast be? With this thought, Su Chen immediately set off for the forest west of the city. Today, he will form a contract with his second beast. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the west gate of Changnan City. The towering 10-meter-wide city wall spoke of its impregnability to the passing pedestrians. Various mysterious patterns were engraved on the wall surface. This was a reinforcement formation for the city wall, ensuring it was not eroded by wind and rain. The city gate closes at 8 o'clock in the evening and reopens at 6 in the morning. After the routine inspection, the gatekeeper's soldier reminded. Su Chen nodded. It was only noon now. There was no way he would wait until 8 o'clock in the evening to hatch a beast egg. However, what Su Chen did not know was that after he left the city, 3 powerful senior beast masters were ready to ambush and kill him at any moment. Xia, should we make a move? A black-clad person asked the leader beside him, watching Su Chen gradually leaving the urban area of Changnan City. Wait a little longer, let him go further. It seems this kid is heading to the forest west of the city, that's where we strike, the leader said. Being assassins, they naturally did not want to cause too much commotion. This kid is quite something, walking right into the trap. Another black-clad person sneered. The 3 of them followed Su Chen at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. On the other side, Su Chen had already summoned the Blood Shadow from the beast space. Roar! Su Chen looked at the Blood Shadow. Since it came out of the beast space just now, it had been growling low from time to time. Its fur bristled, as if it was about to face something terrifying. Howl! The Blood Shadow tugged at Su Chen's clothes with its mouth, as if reminding him of something. Su Chen frowned slightly, alarms ringing in his mind. However, he showed no sign of it, continuing to walk as if nothing was amiss. He just put his left hand into his pocket, seemingly searching for something. Click! Su Chen pulled his hand out of his pocket and took out a fruit-flavored hard candy, tossing it into his mouth. This kid has quite the sweet tooth, the leader muttered under his breath. Just now, when Su Chen reached into his pocket, he was ready to make a move. He never expected that this so-called genius would only be eating a piece of candy. He thought he had been discovered. Humph, so-called genius, nothing special, the leader thought disdainfully. The thought of an A-level talented beast tamer dying at his hands filled him with a perverse sense of pleasure. However, no one noticed. A feather drifted in the wind, slowly floating up above. Su Chen continued on his way, his expression solemn. Now, not only Blood Shadow, even Su Chen himself felt the chilling sensation of being watched. And a deep malice. The further he walked into the forest, the stronger this feeling became. Yet, his intuition told Su Chen, if he stopped now, he would die immediately. Because the danger did not come from the forest, but from unknown enemies behind him. 7 minutes left. Su Chen silently recited in his mind. Principal Wang Ping had said that as long as he threw the feather into the air, he would arrive immediately within 15 minutes. And now, there were only 7 minutes left. Suddenly, Su Chen's steps faltered. In front of him, two people dressed in blood-red clothes with white patterns on their sleeves were staring at him intently. This attire. Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply. The Cult of 10,000 Beasts. The Cult of 10,000 Beasts was the largest anti-human organization in the Huaxia Federation and even globally. They worshipped fierce beasts, considering high-level beasts as deities, even willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Whenever members of this organization appeared, the region would inevitably be engulfed in bloodshed. Su Chen quickly scanned the two members of the Cult of 10,000 Beasts, and their information instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Zheng Jia. Talent, fight against the current. Fight against the current. You can only have one beast, doubling its physical qualities and increasing skill damage by 1 level. Rank, 3rd tier gold, contracted beast, 100 poison magic insect. Name, Fan Liqiang. Talent, King of Strength, passive talent. All your beast's strength permanently increases by 15%. Rank, 1st tier gold, contracted beasts, earth-cleaving lizard, silverback strong ape, flame barbarian bull, fierce wind eagle. They were 2 gold-tier beast tamers. Zhang Jia and Fan Liqiang glared fiercely at Su Chen. They would never allow their whereabouts to be exposed. For the beast god, for the world, please die. Zhang Jia slowly approached, while behind him, a 2-meter-long centipede crawled sinuously. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture these 2 scum from the Cult of 10,000 Beasts. Su Chen suddenly spoke, his expression calm, as if he had everything under control. Hearing his words, Zhang Jia's steps faltered, his face filled with surprise and doubt. Captain, there seems to be someone behind him. According to the feedback of the beast power, it seems to be a gold tier and 2 silver tier beast tamers. Fan Liqiang stepped forward and spoke. The moment he saw Su Chen, he released his fierce wind eagle and naturally discovered the 3 people following Su Chen. Strike first. Zhang Jia's face was ruthless as he commanded the 2-meter-long centipede to charge towards Su Chen. Fan Liqiang followed closely behind, and 4 beasts simultaneously attacked Su Chen. Su Chen had been slowly retreating, and when he saw their beasts approaching, he quickly stepped back. Go! He leaped and landed behind Blood Shadow. Bring the 2 groups together, Su Chen instructed. Blood Shadow tensed all its muscles, blending its body with Su Chen's to avoid attacks from behind. Then, it swiftly dashed towards the direction where the group of black-clothed individuals were. Xiaige, what's going on? Seeing Su Chen riding a wolf madly towards them, the man in black was a bit confused and turned to the leader beside him. Not good, there are people behind him. How is that possible? Did our actions expose us? Doesn't matter, strike first. In a moment, the 3 of them summoned their own spirit beasts. Over a dozen spirit beasts, carrying fierce attacks, pounced on Su Chen. Boom! Countless attacks pierced through Su Chen and the Blood Shadow, landing on the ground. No harm was done. Even the attacks of silver and gold-rank spirit beasts did not intimidate the transformed Blood Shadow. It's just that the Blood Shadow's stamina was rapidly depleting, unable to maintain this state for long. He can't keep this up for long, kill the others first. The man in black growled. And the 2 members of the Beast God sect naturally had the same idea. For a moment, the 2 groups who wanted to kill Su Chen started fighting each other. However, the man in black was no match for the 2 members of the Beast God sect. Especially the only spirit beast of Zhang Jia, a 100 poison devil insect, was like a fish in water in this melee. Whenever other spirit beasts touched its body, they would be corroded by its secretions. These secretions were highly toxic. The dozen or so spirit beasts contracted by the man in black's group were no match for this 100 poison devil insect. In just 2 minutes, 7 or 8 spirit beasts were killed in battle. Only the gold-ranked man in black was still struggling to command his spirit beasts. The other 2 men in black had long been killed by Fan Liqiang's contracted spirit beasts, without any resistance. The Beast God sect is unexpectedly strong. Su Chen saw the scene and was secretly shocked. 3 against 2, and it ended so quickly. Truly a human anti-organization that could challenge the global official forces. Long live the Beast God! Zhang Jia and Fan Liqiang crushed the last man in black's head and shouted together. Their faces were filled with endless fanaticism. Then, they looked at Su Chen, with a sneer on their faces, closing in step by step. Li! Suddenly, an eagle's cry rang out. Then, a majestic giant eagle descended from the sky, directly grabbing the previously arrogant 100 poison devil insect in its mouth. The principal has arrived. Black sticky fluid seeped from the 100 poison devil insect's body, dripping into the eagle's mouth. Hiss, however, bursts of golden light erupted from the giant eagle. As soon as the fluid touched the eagle's body, it evaporated under the golden light. Black steam erupted from the 100 poison devil insect. It seemed that a nauseating smell permeated the air. Under the golden light, the once arrogant 100 poison devil insect became motionless, no longer as domineering as before. The beast god sect dares to cause trouble in my Changnan city. Wang Ping jumped down from the eagle's back, his expression stern. Several spirit beasts appeared beside him. In the face of absolute strength, all struggles were futile. The beast god is immortal. The world will eventually come to an end, only believers can be spared from calamity. Even under control, Zhang Jia still shouted fervently. He seemed to believe everything in his words unquestionably. Kill him, Wang Ping said. One of his spirit beasts, a red steed, directly kicked Zhang Jia out 10 meters away. Zhang Jia spat out a large amount of blood in midair. His chest was kicked in by the horse, and his internal organs were crushed by the immense pressure. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his upper body was almost non-existent. His death was truly gruesome. And you, do you have anything to say? Wang Ping slowly approached the despairing Fan Liqiang. He could tell that this person had not been completely brainwashed by the beast god sect. Perhaps he could extract some information from him. Sure, here is the translation of the provided text. Sure enough, Fan Liqiang immediately knelt down. Please spare me, my lord. I've only joined the beast god sect for 3 months and have never harmed anyone. Su Chen couldn't bear to listen to these words on the side. You've been a member for 3 months, how could you not have harmed anyone? Do you take us for fools? Enough nonsense. Wang Ping slapped him. As a platinum tier beast tamer, Wang Ping's slap was extremely powerful. It sent Fan Liqiang spinning in the air before crashing hard to the ground. We are here this time to forcibly open the hidden realm within the spatial crevice, then attract the beast tide. The key item is in Zhang Jia's spatial ring, the person you just killed. As for the subsequent actions, I'm not too sure. After realizing the situation, Fan Liqiang gritted his teeth in pain and said, Beast tide. Wang Ping's face turned serious. Previously, there was a sudden beast tide in Shachang City. Tens of thousands of people died or were injured in that beast tide. The financial losses were incalculable. It seems that it was also the work of the 10,000 beast sect. And Fan Liqiang's next words made Wang Ping's face change drastically. There are 4 more teams like ours. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen felt the ground beneath him tremble violently. Boom! The sound of massive stomping came from all directions. Dust rose from the forest. From a distance, the huge dust almost completely enveloped the entire forest. It seems they have succeeded. A smile appeared on Fan Liqiang's face. Wang Ping immediately caught this smile and kicked him in the face. Let's go! Wang Ping signaled for Su Chen to follow him onto the eagle's back. He had to immediately relay this information to the city and prepare everyone. Minimize the losses as much as possible. As for Fan Liqiang, he was crushed to death by Wang Ping's beast. There was no need to bring back the worthless trash. Fly! Once the two were stable, the divine eagle soared into the sky. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the city gate together. Be on alert! Close the city gates. Everyone, prepare for the beast tide. The soldiers guarding the city naturally knew Principal and Wu from Yizhang School, one of the top combat powers in Changnan City. After hearing Wang Ping's words, everyone's expression became serious, and they acted. No one doubted the truth of the words. Even if there was only a slight possibility of a beast tide attack, they had to be fully prepared. You go to the shelter in the city, don't come out, we've got this. You've done a great service this time. Wang Ping left Su Chen on the street and flew away on the eagle. Su Chen naturally did not object. He was not ready to face the beast tide now. That was a war only for those above the silver tier. Beast tamers below the silver tier would die along with their beasts in the onslaught of the beast tide. They would be of no use at all. Su Chen quickly headed to the nearest shelter. Only a sturdy shelter could minimize the impact of the beast tide. At this moment, countless ordinary people also heard the news of the impending beast tide. The whole street quickly descended into chaos. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the shelter. Child, my child. A piercing female voice came from the crowd. Su Chen paused his steps and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a woman being pushed forward by the crowd. She waved her hands desperately, trying to push back, shouting with a broken heart, tears streaming down her face. Su Chen followed her gaze. He saw a 6 or 7-year-old girl waving her hands in the direction of the woman. But how could a child of that age resist the crowd? Ah! The little girl stumbled and fell directly to the ground, her bare arms leaving a trail of blood. However, countless people desperate for survival paid no attention to the fallen girl. They were pushing forward desperately. It seemed like their feet were about to step on the girl's delicate body. Su Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer. He immediately summoned the blood shadow. the massive figure of the Blood Shadow appeared on the street. Its blood-red eyes made everyone shudder and involuntarily take a few steps back. The Blood Shadow rushed towards the little girl, knocking down the people blocking the way one by one. Of course, it was considerate. Although it pushed these obstructing people away, they were not seriously injured due to the cushioning effect of its dark fur. At most, they felt some pain, which could be considered a lesson. Su-Chen rode on the back of the Blood Shadow, leaned down, and lifted the little girl up. "Don't cry, go find your mother," he said, wiping the tears from the girl's face and handing her over to a woman who was crying and shouting. Ignoring the woman's incessant thanks, Su-Chen rode away on the Blood Shadow. He could see that the nearest shelter could not possibly accommodate the huge crowd before him. Su-Chen preferred to seek refuge in a place with fewer people rather than be crowded with these frenzied individuals. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distant city gate. The beast tide was already at the gates. A great battle was about to begin. Su-Chen looked towards the city gate. The sky above the gate was filled with a dark mass of birds. Even the weakest of these flying beasts had the strength of a bronze rank. If these beasts were allowed to enter the city, a single attack would likely cause a large number of casualties. Swish! 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 Crossbow bolts were shot from the city walls. These giant crossbows were specifically built by the city to defend against flying beasts. Each bolt was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a silver-rank beast tamer. At this moment, hundreds of bolts were fired simultaneously, dispersing the flock of birds in the sky. However, taking advantage of the time to reload the crossbows, some beasts swooped down from the sky, causing a significant number of casualties. Some birds even flew over the city walls and began to mercilessly slaughter within the city. Screech! Coincidentally, a black bird happened to arrive on the street where Su-Chen was. At a glance, it spotted Su-Chen, who was riding a giant wolf, standing out conspicuously in the crowd. At that moment, Su-Chen dismounted from the Blood Shadow's back to unleash its full power. Su-Chen looked at the bird, and the enemy's information appeared in his eyes. Race, black-feathered eagle, wind attribute, talent, high silver, rank, bronze 9th rank, innate skills, wind break, excellent, black feather rapid shot, excellent. It turned out that this black eagle was a top-tier bronze rank force. Screech! The black eagle looked down on Su-Chen and the Blood Shadow with disdain. In its eyes, this man and wolf had no means to attack it at all. It believed it could slowly toy with them until their demise. The black eagle circled low in the sky, not rushing to attack, seemingly mocking Su-Chen. Boom! The Blood Shadow kicked off with its hind legs, soaring like a cannonball directly to a height of 7 to 8 meters. Before the black eagle could react, a wolf claw viciously pierced its neck, drawing out a gush of blood. Screech! A mournful cry escaped from the black eagle's beak, the pain in its soul making it almost unable to maintain its flight. The black eagle's body swayed in the sky. Finally, its wings weakly folded behind its back, and it fell from the sky. The Blood Shadow swiftly approached, and with a single claw, ended its life. With the consumption of the Shadow Essence, the Blood Shadow's strength grew even more formidable. Its diamond-rank talent gradually revealed itself. It could now easily leap across an entire rank to kill its enemies. With your strength, why don't you go and guard the city gate ahead? Just as Su-Chen was about to leave, a sharp and thin male voice came from behind him. Su-Chen turned around, his blood-red eyes staring straight at the other person. The bloodstains on its front paws were slowly dripping down at this moment, looking particularly terrifying. The man was unnerved by the gaze of the two, taking a few steps back. What, did I say something wrong? However, he still tried to sound tough, stretching his neck. It seemed like he had forgotten that it was Su-Chen who had just saved their group's lives. It was also Su-Chen who risked his life to bring the news of the impending beast tide. Otherwise, at this moment, those entering the city would not be just a few scattered ferocious beasts. It would be countless groups of ferocious beasts. And the little girl who was saved by Su-Chen earlier also said in a childish voice, "Don't say that about Big Brother, he is a good person." At the same time, a voice came from the crowd. "What about your mother? He is my squad leader, just awakened a few days ago, why don't you show some respect?" Su-Chen's classmate, who happened to be in the crowd, spoke indignantly. His words caused a stir in the whole place. "Student? Don't lie to me. With his strength, you call him a student. Do you think I never went to school?" The man stubbornly retorted. "Don't compare your mediocre talent with real geniuses." The classmate continued, leaving the man speechless. His face turned pale, and then he hurriedly left like a defeated dog, drawing laughter from the crowd. "Li!" The familiar eagle cry sounded. Su-Chen looked up and saw Wang Ping. Behind him were several flying mythical beasts, each with its own master. These mythical beasts all exuded a terrifying aura. Su-Chen glanced and realized they were all mythical beasts of the platinum rank. Don't panic, we have requested support from higher-ups, and the diamond-ranked mythical beast master will be here soon," Wang Ping announced. His voice rang clearly in everyone's ears, causing a stir among them. That was a diamond-ranked mythical beast master. In this era of shattered stars, diamond meant the highest combat power. With a beast tide of this scale, a diamond mythical beast master could wipe them out in just a few minutes. After all, at that level, their contracted mythical beasts all possessed destructive skills on a large scale. With that said, Wang Ping and a few others hurried towards the city gate. As the highest combat power of Changnan City, they naturally had to hold the front line. With the addition of several platinum-level forces, the beast tide's attack was immediately halted. Chirp chirp. Not long after, a strange sound came from above. Su Chen looked up at the sky. He saw a flaming meteor speeding across the sky and reaching the city gate in the blink of an eye. Its speed was the fastest Su Chen had ever seen. Even compared to Principal Wang Ping's divine eagle, this mythical beast was far superior. Su Chen couldn't even capture its information. But it should be the so-called diamond-ranked mythical beast. The flying mythical beast hung in the sky like a blazing fire, then suddenly opened its mouth. Red flames poured out from its mouth. The surging beast tide under the city gate, upon contact with these red flames, was instantly reduced to ashes. What was even more terrifying was that these flames had a strong corrosive nature. They seemed to never extinguish, and in the blink of an eye, the flames devoured all the ferocious beasts. In just a moment, the previously unstoppable beast tide was completely wiped out under the mouth of this mythical beast. Is this the diamond-ranked mythical beast? Su Chen stood in place, his heart surging with excitement. His mythical beasts, one had a diamond high-level talent, and the other, even before evolving, had a diamond medium-level talent. After the baptism of the mythical bloodline pool, it was highly likely to evolve into a divine beast with shattered star talent. This kind of development potential was much stronger than the mythical beast he had just seen. This also made Su Chen look forward to his future development even more. At the same time, this assassination only made his desire for power even more urgent. This time, Principal Wang Ping's timely assistance was crucial. But what about next time? Will Su Chen still be so lucky? With this thought, Su Chen became even more determined to become stronger. After the beast tide was completely quelled, Su Chen returned to his home. The area he was in, being far from the west of the city, had not suffered much damage. Su Chen stored the beast egg he had just obtained in the beast space, ready to find another opportunity to secretly hatch it tomorrow. Ha! Suddenly, Su Chen was stunned and delved his consciousness into the beast space. The beast egg that had just been stored there was undergoing some mysterious changes. Su Chen delved his consciousness into the beast space. The charred exterior of the beast egg was gradually peeling off. It seemed to have a life of its own, pulsating slowly. This was a sign of hatching. Su Chen was surprised. This was clearly not a forest, and he hadn't even shed blood. Why was this beast egg hatching for no reason? Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to realize something. His eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. A piece of information appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Beast space, specially modified, it contains a mythical blood pool. At the same time, it is rich in various elemental energies, possessing all the conditions for hatching beasts. Beasts hatched here will automatically recognize the owner of the beast space as their master. Seeing this information, Su Chen was filled with joy. If only he had known that his beast space had such effects, why had he bothered going to the forest? Blood Shadow also approached Su Chen, eagerly watching the beast egg hatching. A rare warmth could be seen in his blood-red eyes. Finally, the charred exterior of the wooden block completely peeled off, revealing a jade-like emerald green color inside. Boom! Suddenly, a green flame surged from the wooden block. In the blink of an eye, the green flame enveloped the entire wooden block. From a distance, the beast egg now looked like a green sun burning fiercely. Su Chen could feel the intense heat and the sense of destruction contained within, just by standing nearby. Roar! A clear long howl came from the green fireball. Su Chen's spirits lifted as he eagerly looked at it. All the flames slowly converged inward, compressing the terrifying energy to the extreme before suddenly exploding. Crack! However, before this terrifying blow could take effect, it was deflected by a green wing extending from the beast egg. To Su Chen, the seemingly powerless blow was able to disperse the intense fireball. It was simply unbelievable. Chirp chirp, a long leg stepped out from the beast egg. Then the full form of the beast was finally revealed before Su Chen's eyes. It was a beast that resembled a crane, but it only had one leg to support its body. Its entire body feathers were sky blue, with a hint of crimson at the tips, giving it an exceptionally noble appearance. It stood there simply, yet it exuded an extraordinary aura. The newly born beast saw Su Chen and swiftly flew towards him, flapping its wings. Its speed was incredible, and in the blink of an eye, it dove into Su Chen's arms, making a comfortable sound. Roar! Seeing this scene, Blood Shadow also approached, gently stroking its fur with a wolf claw. Since you have the bloodline of Baifeng, then I shall name you Baifeng. I hope you can be as powerful as your ancestors. After a moment of thought, Su Chen named his second beast. Chirp chirp. Baifeng happily chirped in Su Chen's arms, seeming to really like the name. Alright, go take a bath over there. After confirming Baifeng's well-being, Su Chen pointed to the mythical blood pool not far away. He was now looking forward to seeing how far Baifeng, baptized by the blood, could grow in the end. Upon hearing this, Baifeng reluctantly left Su Chen's embrace and flew into the mythical bloodline pool. Gurgle, gurgle. About 3 minutes later, the once calm mythical bloodline pool suddenly started bubbling vigorously. The blood-red water surged like it was boiling. Su Chen approached to inspect. Before getting close, he was forced back by the intense heat emanating from it. Su Chen touched his slightly curled hair, feeling the residual high temperature. At this moment, no one could approach the mythical bloodline pool. Even the air around the pond distorted and rippled due to the high temperature. Su Chen had no choice but to patiently wait with the blood shadow. Roar! About 10 minutes later, Baifeng's clear voice echoed throughout the entire island once again. If the previous call still carried a hint of childishness, this one just now exuded a kingly aura. Looking down on the world, who could rival me? Puff! Baifeng burst out of the water, soaring into the sky. Its green and red wings danced freely at the edge of the sky, resembling the most beautiful dance in the world. Vigorous flames emanated from its body, looking like two suns appearing in the sky from afar. One dazzling in gold, the other noble in green and red. Before long, Baifeng finally descended from the sky and came before Su Chen, flapping its wings. After the baptism of the bloodline, its body had grown significantly larger. From its original 1 meter length to about 2 meters now. With both wings fully spread, they had an astonishing length of over 3 meters, enough to support 7 or 8 people standing at the same time. Seeing Baifeng up close, Su Chen couldn't wait to examine its attributes. Race, wood fire celestial crane, dual wood fire attribute, talent, fragmented star high grade, rank, black iron 5th rank, innate skills, Lord of the Sky, epic, source of wood fire, epic, purification of heavenly fire, legendary, Lord of the Sky, King of the Sky. When this beast is in the air, its physical qualities double, and its speed greatly increases. Source of wood fire, the origin of wood and fire attributes. Your beast is immune to wood and fire attacks below the silver rank. This skill will strengthen as the beast's rank increases. Purification of heavenly fire, fire of the heavens, purifying all. The beast will spew heavenly fire, causing elemental damage to enemies. Enemies do not die, and the heavenly fire does not extinguish. Unique evolution path, dual wood fire direction. After 1 evolution, it can advance to source of wood, moonlight level. After 2 evolutions, it can advance to final fire, sun level. After 3 evolutions, it can advance to Baifeng, mythical level. Second evolution condition. When Baifeng's information appeared before Su Chen's eyes, he was completely stunned. Too powerful, even reaching a monstrous level. A beast with the talent of fragmented star high grade, not to mention in the Sichuan province. Even in the Huaxia Federation, or even globally, they would be few and far between. And Baifeng, from birth, had already reached the astonishing black iron 5th rank. How many ordinary beasts would take months to reach such a level? Baifeng's innate skills vividly demonstrated the power of a fragmented star-level beast. Although there were only 3, 2 were epic and 1 was legendary. Legendary skills were truly skills that existed only in legends. The vast majority of people in the world, not to mention having such skills, had never even heard of them. And the effect of purification of heavenly fire was extremely formidable. It was an attack directly targeting the essence. It was more insane and unreasonable than Blood Shadow's soul attack. If Blood Shadow's soul attack caused immense pain and trauma to the soul, which could be resisted and repaired to some extent, then Baifeng's elemental attack targeted the very core of the beast, leaving no room for defense or repair. What was even more terrifying was, this kind of flame, once tainted, can never be extinguished, only helplessly and despairingly watching oneself burn to ashes in the green and red flames. The remaining 2 epic skills are equally formidable. The strengthening of the Lord of the Sky enhances Baifeng's aerial combat abilities and flight speed. Both Baifeng's combat strength and traveling speed are greatly enhanced. Moreover, most abilities that enhance physical qualities do not exceed 50% at most. However, the enhancement value of the Lord of the Sky reaches a terrifying double. It can be said that with just this one skill, the Lord of the Sky, Baifeng is capable of fighting beyond his level. The effect of the source of wood and fire is even more domineering. It directly grants immunity to wood and fire attribute attacks that are not more than 2 levels above oneself. Imagine if a wood and fire attribute beast found its attacks to be completely ineffective. What a desperate situation that would be. Take me and Blood Shadow for a spin. After examining all of Bifang's attributes, Su Chen said. Bifang obediently lowered his body so Su Chen could climb onto his back. Roar! Once Su Chen and Blood Shadow were steady, Bifang raised his head and howled, soaring into the sky. The scenery before Su Chen quickly receded. Bifang's speed was even faster than he had imagined. Most importantly, even at this speed, Su Chen felt not the slightest discomfort. He could clearly hear the howling wind in his ears. Yet, when it reached Su Chen, it felt like a gentle breeze, not tearing but rather exceptionally comfortable. Truly worthy of the Lord of the Sky, Su Chen thought to himself, then controlled Bifang to descend slowly. After a moment of intimacy with Bifang and Blood Shadow, Su Chen returned to reality. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Chen returned to reality, someone knocked on the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw it was Wang Ping. Behind him were Prefect Lin Hongjiang and several middle-aged people Su Chen did not recognize. Seeing familiar faces, Su Chen opened the door directly. Chang Sheng, you have truly achieved great merit this time. Upon entering, Wang Ping smiled and said, do you know how many lives your information saved this time, and how much property damage it prevented? Lin Hongjiang continued, at least tens of thousands of lives and billions in property. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Truly the #1 talent in Changnan City, praised by the 2 strong figures of Changnan City, Su Chen did not show any hint of complacency. He looked at Wang Ping and Lin Hongjiang, not believing they had come just to praise him. Indeed, Lin Hongjiang then spoke up, in recognition of your achievements and outstanding talent, I have applied for your admission to the Imperial Capital University's mythology class. If all goes well, you should receive approval in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face revealed a hint of surprise. The Imperial Capital University is the most outstanding university in the Huaxia Federation. Its president is a top-tier diamond-ranked powerhouse. There are even rumors that the university president once battled a fragmented star-level ferocious beast from the beast sect and not only did not lose but also repelled it. This battle directly established his top position in the Huaxia Federation. The resources provided by the Imperial Capital University to students are unparalleled by ordinary schools. Even ordinary students receive resources of over 1,000 spirit beast stones per month. Among them, the mythology class selects elite talents from all over the country, allowing them to enter early and undergo devilish training. The students in the mythology class have a minimum talent level of A, with most reaching S level. For such geniuses, the resources provided by the authorities are self-evident. This is a class that countless geniuses strive to enter but cannot. And now, Su Chen unexpectedly entered so effortlessly. Su Chen was about to express his gratitude when Lin Hongjiang raised his hand to interrupt. The situation in the mythology class, you are also aware of it. As long as you can graduate smoothly, the diamond rank is just the starting point. And in our Changnan City, we have never had a beast tamer of this level. Remember, after you succeed, don't forget Changnan City. Su Chen had not spoken yet, but suddenly an indifferent voice from the system came into his mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement, City's Light. Achievement reward, Fire Phoenix Essence. The reward has been deposited into the host's beast taming space. Su Chen was stunned, his achievement system finally came into play again. And this Fire Phoenix Essence was one of the necessary resources for Bifang's evolution. Although this achievement system usually had no presence, the items it gave each time happened to be exactly what Su Chen urgently needed. Seeing Su Chen stunned, Lin Hongjiang thought he was moved by his actions and said, you don't need to feel too much pressure, just perform normally. Oh, I have a gift for you. With that, Lin Hongjiang clapped his hands. A black-clad person was carried in by 2 staff members. This is the person behind the assassin. He used to work at the Goose Group, but he just resigned today and has no connection with the Goose Group anymore. Saying this, Lin Hongjiang sneered, do they think we are fools with this trick? However, he sighed deeply, but we don't have solid evidence to arrest Gu Tiancheng. And the Goose Group is the main investor in the reconstruction of the city area after the beast tide. For a while, we can't touch him either. In fact, Lin Hongjiang had done his best in this matter. After all, it was Su Chen's personal matter. Thank you, Minister Lin. He expressed his gratitude with a bow. You can handle this person as you wish. Su Chen looked at the black-clad man. His legs hung naturally in a strange posture, twisted and bizarre. Obviously, this man's legs had been broken before. His bangs stuck to his face, his whole body covered in bloodstains. Upon hearing Lin Hongjiang's words, the black-clad man reluctantly raised his head, his eyes full of regret and despair. He never expected that Su Chen would survive the assassination at the golden rank. Please. He tried to beg for mercy, but Su Chen's cold voice interrupted him. Kill him, Su Chen said. He didn't have the habit of torturing enemies. Moreover, the person in front of him was just Gu Tianqing's subordinate. Even if he tortured him, as long as Gu Tianqing himself was alive, this trouble would never disappear. However, Su Chen's current strength was simply not enough to deal with Gu Tianqing. But now, Su Chen was about to go to the imperial capital. No matter how long the Gu's group's reach was, it would never extend to the imperial capital. Given some time to grow, Su Chen would definitely make Gu Tianqing and the Gu's group understand what true cruelty was. At this thought, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Su Chen's eyes. He would never go easy on his enemies. Alright, Chang Shang, rest well, we have things to do. After explaining everything, Lin Hongjiang led everyone away. After everyone left, Su Chen sank his consciousness back into the beast taming space. The Fire Phoenix essence rewarded by the achievement system could now come in handy. After all, in the eyes of the world, the students in the mythology class were all top-notch geniuses. Even though Su Chen had an SSS-level talent, he would not underestimate them. Naturally, he would enhance his strength if he could. Blood Shadow and Bai Fong immediately approached Su Chen's consciousness eagerly. Su Chen didn't waste any words and directly stuffed the Fire Phoenix essence into Bai Fong's mouth. As soon as the Fire Phoenix essence entered its mouth, a blue and red flame suddenly burst out from Bai Fong's body, enveloping it completely. It emitted endless heat, like a sun resting on the ground. Su Chen waited quietly in place, waiting for Bai Fong's evolution to complete. After about a quarter of an hour, the green and red flames slowly disappeared, and Bai Fong's figure reappeared in Su Chen's eyes. Its size had not changed much. Only its eyes, once fiery red, now one green and one red. The left eye was azure, as if countless trees were growing and thriving within it, full of vitality. The right eye was fiery red, as if the scorching sun was burning within, fierce and explosive. And with these heterochromatic eyes, Bai Fong's already noble and magnificent demeanor gained a touch of eerie aura. What surprised Su Chen the most was that Bai Fong had leaped from Black Iron Rank 5 to Black Iron Rank 8. It had only hatched for a day, yet possessed such strength under the dual effects of mythical bloodline pool and Fire Phoenix essence. It even seemed to surpass Blood Shadow. Of course, after 3 days, when the resources needed for Blood Shadow's evolution were fully collected, Blood Shadow's strength would definitely see a significant increase. This also made Su Chen more confident about his journey to the imperial capital. The next day, Su Chen was awakened by a knock on the door. Looking through the peephole, he saw Lin Hongjiang, who had left yesterday. Chang Sheng, the approval from above has come down, Lin Hongjiang said with a smile as he entered, continuing, pack up, we're leaving today. So soon? Surprised by the news, Su Chen hadn't expected the official efficiency to be so high this time. The resources he had entrusted to Wanbao Pavilion had not yet been received. In a few days, there will be a major competition in the mythical class. If you perform well, the rewards will be substantial, Lin Hongjiang explained. Seeing Su Chen's hesitation, he asked, what's wrong? Su Chen explained his transaction with Wanbao Pavilion. That's simple, I'll negotiate with Wanbao Pavilion. You can go to their headquarters in the imperial capital to collect the resources. Lin Hongjiang quickly resolved the matter in a few words. As the governor of Changnan City, he still had some face. Hearing this, Su Chen felt relieved and immediately packed up to prepare for departure. His parents had passed away early in this life, leaving him with no family property. In a moment, he had everything neatly packed. This time, I'll personally take you there, just in case, Lin Hongjiang said, smiling but with a hint of coldness in his eyes. A genius like Su Chen being assassinated in the suburbs of his Changnan city would be a direct slap in his face. Fortunately, Su Chen had not met with any mishaps. Otherwise, no matter what, Lin Hongjiang would not let Gu Tianqing off easily. Even so, Lin Hongjiang was determined to enact various policies to hinder the development of the Gu family group. Even if he couldn't kill Gu Tianqing, he would make Gu Tianqing feel disgusted. Su Chen had no objections to this. With Lin Hongjiang, a top-tier expert of platinum rank, leading the way, his safety was greatly enhanced. Sichuan province was located in the southeast of the Huaxia Federation, considered a coastal region. Therefore, to reach the imperial capital located in the center of the federation, they naturally had to pass through the western gate of the city. Su Chen and Lin Hongjiang walked side by side, silently observing the heart-wrenching scars on the various buildings in the western part of the city. Countless citizens had lost their homes. At this moment, they were setting up tents haphazardly on the rubble-strewn streets to spend the night. Some impoverished families even slept directly on the streets. In the corners of the streets, one could occasionally see the stench of decaying bodies. The putrid smell almost made Su Chen cover his nose. Sensing Su Chen's discomfort, Lin Hongjiang spoke up. This is already considered good. In our Changnan city, only the west side is like this, and the damage is not severe. In the neighboring Shachang city, the entire city is in such a state, with bodies casually thrown on the streets, and now there's even a highly contagious disease spreading. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, why does the cult of 10,000 beasts do this? What benefits do the ferocious beasts give them? Power. Lin Hongjiang said coldly, anyone who contributes to the cult of 10,000 beasts can voluntarily undergo the baptism of the ferocious beast's blood. Not only does physical fitness improve, but lifespan also increases. However, as human nature diminishes and rationality fades, humans gradually approach beasts. Even the blood of high-level ferocious beasts does not have such negative effects. Just never disobey the commands of high-level ferocious beasts throughout your life. Su Chen fell silent, unsure of what to say for a moment. Outside the city gates, Lin Hongjiang summoned his flying beast, a pure white crane without a single strand of miscellaneous feathers. The crane carried Su Chen and Lin Hongjiang towards the imperial capital. The speed was extremely fast, but in terms of comfort, it was nowhere near Su Chen's own Baifeng. During the journey, Lin Hongjiang briefed Su Chen on the situation of the mythology class. The mythology class is divided into Class A and Class B, each with 10 students, and the competition is extremely fierce. One student in Class A died during an exploration in the secret realm. Therefore, you have the opportunity to enter the mythology class and take his place. At the end of each month when the mythology class is established, Classes A and B will compete in a ring match. The losing class will have their resources halved the following month, and the deducted resources will all go to the winning class. Those who perform exceptionally well will receive special resource rewards. Now, there are only 5 days left until the first major competition. Lin Hongjiang slowly explained, giving Su Chen enough time to digest the information. Su Chen could imagine that under such intense pressure of the competitive system, the combat power of all students in the mythology class would undoubtedly be extremely strong. And according to Lin Hongjiang's description, as long as one performs outstandingly in the mythology class, scarce resources will no longer be a problem for Su Chen's growth and strength. Whether it's spirit beast stones or resources for beast evolution, the school will provide them. It can be said that they are quite generous. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed with the extreme speed of the crane's flight. Su Chen and Lin Hongjiang had already arrived in the imperial capital from Changnan City. Lin Hongjiang brought Su Chen to an office in the imperial capital, took out a spatial ring, and handed it to Su Chen. This is from President Wang Ping for you. Su Chen took it and examined it briefly. It turned out to be the spirit beast stone he had for his entire senior year. Even though Su Chen was about to transfer to the mythology class, Anwu First High School had not forgotten his resources. This kind of sentiment touched Su Chen deeply. This spatial ring is also for you. Don't think too much. Grow, grow. Your backing is the entire Changnan city. After leaving these 2 sentences, Lin Hongjiang hurriedly left. As the governing official of Changnan City, he naturally had busy affairs to attend to. Moreover, Changnan City had just experienced a beast tide, with much work waiting for him to decide. Being able to personally bring Su Chen to the imperial capital was already going above and beyond. Su Chen took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the office. A new world, he had arrived. What caught Su Chen's eyes were a pair of snow-white long legs. The owner of the long legs was wearing a green lotus leaf skirt, standing in front of the window gazing out, with her back to Su Chen. This kind of skirt conveniently covered the key parts while fully displaying the advantages of her figure. Therefore, in this world, it was greatly loved by various women. Hearing the door being pushed open, the woman turned around, her beautiful face expressionless, looking extremely cold. You must be Su Chen? Seeing Su Chen nod, she introduced herself. I am Lu Anxue, the head of Class A. In fact, there was no need for her to introduce herself, as Lu Anxue's detailed information had already appeared before his eyes. Name, Lu Anxue. Talent, Ice Queen, increases your Ice-type beast's physical fitness by 50%, doubles the effect of Ice-type abilities. Rank, Diamond 2nd rank, Contracted Beasts, Snowman without Wisdom, Snowfield Wolf King, Ice Snow Elf, Ice Ghost Dragon, Snow God Eagle, Ice Spirit. Lu Anshue's attributes left Su Chen speechless. He had not expected that the instructor of the mythology class would be a master of the diamond rank. Moreover, this talent effect was also astonishing, not only enhancing the overall attributes of the beast but also doubling the skill abilities. Although the Eye of the World did not indicate a level, in Su Chen's opinion, even if it was limited to Ice-type spirit beasts, it was at least an S-level talent. Such top experts, not to mention being a city's magistrate, would be ranked in the top 5 even within the province. To think that he was here as a mere instructor? This made Su Chen even more eager for the mythology class. You should have been briefed on the general situation of the mythology class. I won't go into details. Show me your spirit beasts, Lu Anxue said, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. She wanted to see what level this transfer student was at. Lu Anxue would not teach a waste, no matter how much merit or background they had. Hearing this, Su Chen did not hold back and directly summoned Blood Shadow and Baifeng. Oh, dual spirit beasts, quite interesting. Seeing the two spirit beasts beside Su Chen, Lu Anxue's eyes lit up. Then, a humanoid creature made entirely of ice and snow appeared in the office. This creature was similar in size to Lu Anxue, but only half as tall, with ice and snow wings on its back. At this moment, it was floating in front of Lu Anxue. As soon as this spirit beast appeared, Su Chen felt the temperature in the office drop sharply. Even as a Black Iron 9th rank spirit beast master, he felt a chill. This was a Platinum 9th rank spirit beast. Have your spirit beasts attack it with all their might? Lu Anxue said, her tone full of confidence. This spirit beast was primarily defensive, and Su Chen's two spirit beasts would never be able to break through its defense. As long as they could get close, it would be considered a pass. Instructor, be careful, Su Chen said softly, then signaled for Blood Shadow and Baifeng to attack together. Squeak, squeak, the ice and snow creature squealed like a child. Beside it, ice and snow suddenly descended, enveloping Blood Shadow and Baifeng. Roar! Baifeng let out a long howl, and blue and red flames rose from its body, instantly melting the ice and snow around it. Then, it spat out flames like a dragon towards the ice and snow creature. The ice and snow along the way couldn't even stop the flames. Boom! The flames fiercely hit the ice and snow spirit, making it take 2 steps back. The blue and red flames quickly spread on its body, but were all blocked by a layer of ice emitting a faint light. The flames and ice layer eroded each other, making it impossible for either to gain the upper hand. Roar! Suddenly, a wolf's howl came from the side. Blood Shadow pounced towards the ice and snow spirit, its front claws gleaming with a cold light as it aimed for its neck. This attack immediately disrupted the previously balanced ice and fire situation. The ice layer cracked, and the flames surged towards the ice and snow spirit, completely enveloping it. Crackle! Crackle! The sound of exploding flames could be heard. Su Chen focused his gaze, and when he saw the body of the ice and snow spirit clearly, his eyes suddenly narrowed. It was bathed in flames all over, looking a bit disheveled, but without any injuries. That's enough. Lu Anxue spoke, and a creature resembling a snow fox appeared on her shoulder. With a flash of white light, most of the flames on the ice and snow spirit disappeared. Only the other half continued to burn and even expanded. Your fire is a bit troublesome. Lu Anxue frowned. Baifeng, Su Chen called out, and Baifeng immediately extinguished the flames. As the master of the flames, controlling them was effortless. Well done. Very well done. Lu Anxue clapped her hands, looking at Su Chen with admiration. Although she had suppressed the attacking ability of the spirit beasts, she had not suppressed their defensive capabilities. Su Chen's two spirit beasts had actually managed to break through the first layer of defense of the ice and snow spirit, which truly surprised her. And even she found it difficult to purify the blue and red flames. Lu Anxue was truly pleasantly surprised. You receive 500 low-grade shadow crystals and flame crystals every month, Lu Anxue said, directly allocating nearly 2 million federal coins worth of resources to Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Chen gasped. Despite his previous hard work exploring the secret realm for so long, he had only obtained 4,000 shadow crystals, and that was under extremely lucky circumstances. Now, he could receive 500 shadow crystals and 500 flame crystals every month. Su Chen gained a new understanding of the mythology class's wealth and power. Instructor, my mythical beast is of the wood-fire dual attribute, Su Chen spoke up. However, dual attribute mythical beasts only absorb single attribute crystals, affecting their growth. Oh, then 300 flame crystals and 300 wood spirit crystals, Lu Anxue said, raising the total by 100 pieces, equivalent to 200,000 federal coins. Thank you, instructor, Su Chen thanked with a bow, realizing these were tangible benefits. No problem. I'll take you to the student dormitory, Lu Anxue waved her hand, leading Su Chen out of the office. After settling Su Chen in, Lu Anxue left directly, leaving behind a parting sentence, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, come to the classroom for self-introduction. Su Chen sat on the bed, surveying his surroundings. The dormitory was about 40 square meters, equipped with a bathroom and kitchen. Most importantly, it was a single-person dormitory. This living condition was much better than the university dorms in his previous life. Seeing that it was not yet completely dark outside, Su Chen headed straight to the imperial capital's treasure pavilion. He still hadn't collected the materials for the blood shadow. Returning from the treasure pavilion, it was already late at night. On the table in front of Su Chen, a high-grade dark attribute beast core and withered heart were neatly arranged. The headquarters of the treasure pavilion naturally wouldn't lack such items, so there was no need to adhere to the 3-day deadline. Su Chen raised his hand and summoned the blood shadow. The over 3-meter-long giant wolf appeared in front of Su Chen. The originally spacious room suddenly felt cramped. "Come, eat these," Su Chen said, stroking the blood shadow's soft fur. The blood shadow opened its mouth wide and swallowed both resources at once. In an instant, a violent dark energy emanated from the blood shadow. "Awah!" The blood shadow howled, its blood-red eyes filled with pain. Such a huge amount of energy was somewhat difficult for it to accept at its current state. Its skin cracked inch by inch, crimson blood oozing out of the fissures, dyeing its dark fur red. Combined with its wide blood-red eyes, it looked terrifying. Suddenly, the pained expression on the blood shadow eased. A vibrant green light enveloped its whole body. The majestic life force repaired the blood shadow's broken body. The cracked areas, after repeated damage and repair under the influence of the withered heart's life force, became even stronger. The life force of the withered heart took effect. The evolution process lasted for a full half hour. During this long period, almost every inch of the blood shadow's skin was torn by the surging violent dark energy. Yet, all the wounds were repaired to their original state under the influence of the withered heart. However, the pain did not diminish in the slightest. The blood shadow's howls grew weaker and weaker until it disappeared. Its eyes became even more crimson, exuding an endless sense of oppression. "Ha!" Suddenly, Su Chen's body trembled. A large amount of beast power was generated within him, bringing him one step closer to breaking through the black iron rank. This beast power quickly strengthened his physique. Feeling all of this, Su Chen was filled with joy. This was the feedback brought by the blood shadow's breakthrough. Su Chen looked at the blood shadow and found that its evolution process had already ended. Race, Shadow Lord, Dark Attribute, Aptitude, Fragmented Star Advanced Rank, Bronze 2nd Rank Innate Skills, Deathmatch, Epic, Shadow Transformation, Epic, Shadow Soul Devouring, Epic, Blood Pact, Epic, Shadow Devour, Epic, Deathmatch. The greater the beast's physical strength loss, the higher its combat power. It will not weaken due to physical loss or injury. Shadow Transformation. The beast can transform itself in the shadow of the Beast Master, immune to most attacks, with reduced physical consumption during transformation. Shadow Soul Devouring. The beast can directly attack the enemy's soul, causing massive damage and soul injury. Blood Pact. When the Beastmaster suffers fatal damage, transfer this damage to the beast. At the same time, this damage will be significantly reduced. Shadow Devour. The beast briefly controls the enemy's shadow and manipulates it to attack the enemy. This attack also carries the Shadow Soul Devouring effect. Unique evolution route, Dark Knight direction. After one evolution, it can advance to the Moon-Eating Wolf King, Bright Moon level. After 2 evolutions, it can advance to the Sun-Swallowing Divine Wolf, Sun level. After 3 evolutions, it can advance to the Black Knight King, Myth level. 3rd evolution conditions. Evolving into a blood shadow with Fragmented Star Advanced Aptitude and reaching the bronze rank, the combat power of the blood shadow has significantly increased. All skills have received considerable enhancements. Deathmatch has even leaped 2 levels, reaching the epic realm, making its effect even more powerful. The blood shadow no longer needs to deliberately get injured to trigger the effect of Deathmatch. As the battle progresses, with the loss of physical strength, the combat power of the blood shadow will become stronger and stronger. And the reduction of physical strength loss by shadow transformation has improved the blood shadow's ability to continue fighting. Shadow Soul Devouring seems to have not changed much, only the high damage has become massive damage. The specific effect still needs to be seen in actual combat. As for Blood Pact, it greatly enhances Shuchen and the blood shadow's survival ability. As for Shadow Devour, it provides long-range combat capability, allowing the blood shadow to no longer be helpless when facing airborne enemies. At the same time, Shadow Devour is launched silently and invisibly, extremely covert, with a very high success rate of attack. After all, no one would guard against their own shadow. Although the blood shadow's evolution this time did not gain legendary level skills, but all its skills have reached the top level of epic, and it has gained a new skill. The improvement is not insignificant. After a brief intimacy with the blood shadow, Shuchen then retracted it into the beast space. A night of silence. The next day, Shuchen woke up early. According to the map on the table, he came to the mythology class A where he was. Shuchen pushed the door and entered. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, all 9 pairs of eyes below the stage stared at him. These people arrived even earlier than him, and Luan Shue had also arrived in the classroom, also looking at Shuchen standing on the stage. Shuchen, from Chongnan City, A-level talent, Black Iron 9th rank. Shuchen was not shy, he introduced himself openly. However, his short sentence caused a commotion among all the people below the stage. Black Iron 9th rank? How long has he awakened? Thought a young master had arrived, turns out he does have strength. Just a bit lacking in talent, that's why it's A-level. Indeed, if it were S-level, it would be a killer move. What are you saying? His A-level talent is improving faster than yours, isn't it? There was a lot of discussion among the people below the stage, surprisingly friendly. There were no doubts or disagreements, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After a moment of noise, the audience below calmed down again. They were all geniuses with S-level talent, and a same-age beastmaster at the Black Iron 9th rank did surprise them, but it wasn't too shocking. After all, in their eyes, Shuchen's talent might be related to his realm advancement. In real combat, he might not necessarily be able to match them. Without this confidence, they couldn't be considered geniuses. Luan Xue nodded, handed a pure black helmet to Shuchen, and asked him to step down. Shuchen held the helmet in his arms and found a place to sit down on his own. He had noticed that everyone in the audience had a similar helmet on their tables. It seemed like they would need this item for the upcoming lessons. In 4 days, it will be the day of the big competition between our class and Class B. You're the class with the highest talent I have ever taught, so don't disappoint me. Luan Xue spoke after Su Chen sat down. Upon hearing her words, the other 9 students, except Su Chen, showed expressions of indignation on their faces. Previously, Class A was 1 person short, and their overall combat strength was inferior to Class B, which was mocked harshly by them. These talented teenagers, all just 18 years old, were all proud and arrogant. How could they tolerate such mockery? Therefore, all the original members of Class A harbored extreme aversion towards Class B. Seeing the expressions of the group, Luan Xue nodded in satisfaction. Without a sense of hostility, where would the motivation come from to improve? She then said, "Now, everyone put on the virtual helmets and engage in simulated combat." Upon hearing this, the others picked up the helmets from their tables and put them on their heads before reclining their chairs. Seeing this, Su Chen followed suit and put on his helmet. A slight tingling sensation like an electric current came from the helmet, causing Su Chen to shiver involuntarily. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a vast grassland. Surrounding him were the students who were in the classroom earlier. Luan Xue stood in front of them. This is a place similar to the beast taming space. Luan Xue looked at Su Chen and explained to him deliberately, in this place, both the beast tamer and the beast will appear as consciousness, but their actual combat power will not change. At the same time, any damage endured here can be eliminated simply by taking off the helmet. In short, this is an arena where you will never get hurt. Luan Xue quickly explained the function of the helmet in a few words. Su Chen's eyes flashed with amazement. What a terrifying technology! In this place, beast tamers and beasts could engage in life and death battles without the threat of death. Under such intense combat conditions, everyone's combat skills and advancement speed would greatly improve. This helmet must never be taken out of the school, or the consequences will be extremely severe. Luan Xue said sternly. Su Chen nodded. It was clear to him that this item was extremely expensive, and its core technology was a treasure among treasures. It made sense not to take it outside. Yuan Jiawei, come and spar with him. Luan Xue called a student with a full beard. If it weren't for all the students in the mythology class being newly awakened, Su Chen couldn't have associated the big man in front of him with an 18-year-old. I am very strong, so be careful, classmate. Yuan Jiawei said with a smile, his beard giving him a particularly heroic look. I am also very strong, so you should be careful too. Su Chen responded. The blood shadow after evolution, even he as the master didn't know how strong it was. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of others. They gathered around, curious about Su Chen's true strength. Yuan Jiawei, in our class, is at least in the top 3 in terms of strength. Indeed, he is a pure S-class combat talent, and his compatibility with beasts is extremely good. I wonder how long the new student can last against him. They discussed with great interest. Having sparred with each other for over 10 days, they naturally knew each other's strengths well. Yuan Jiawei was also a very powerful presence in the mythology class, where geniuses abounded. As they discussed, Yuan Jiawei had already summoned his beast. It was a unicorn with a curved horn on its forehead, entirely red, shimmering with a blood-red light under the sunlight. Su Chen only looked from a distance and felt a powerful energy hidden within. He didn't take it lightly and directly activated the Eye of the World, capturing information about Yuan Jiawei and his mythical beast. Name, Yuan Jiawei. Talent, Bloodthirsty Combat. Bloodthirsty Combat increases your mythical beast's physical qualities by 50%. When it damages an enemy, it will absorb the enemy's essence, weaken the enemy, and restore itself. Rank, Black Iron 7th rank, Contracted Mythical Beast, Dream Unicorn. Race, Dream Unicorn, Illusion Attribute, Aptitude, Low-Grade Diamond. Rank, Black Iron 8th rank, Talents, Ruthless Trample, Rare, Frenzy, Outstanding, Dreamy Ray, Epic. Su Chen's eyes lit up at this level of opponent. Much stronger than before in Changnan City. If Su Chen didn't have a contract with a second mythical beast and Blood Shadow hadn't successfully evolved, then the outcome between Su Chen and Yuan Jiawei might have been uncertain. But now, Yuan Jiawei's strength is still not enough. Su Chen raised his hand, and Bai Fong and Blood Shadow appeared simultaneously. The auras of the two mythical beasts fully opened, causing a stir among the surrounding people. Two mythical beasts? So fierce? And the auras of these two mythical beasts? So strong. As people were talking, a black shadow flashed by. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yuan Jiawei's mythical beast. Then Blood Shadow's wolf claw struck fiercely, aiming for the unicorn's throat. This strike was extremely fierce, even the air seemed to be faintly torn apart, emitting a terrifying sonic boom. Here! The unicorn was startled but did not lose its composure. Its upper body suddenly rose, and its two front hooves fell heavily. Boom! A violent sonic boom spread from under its hooves, causing rocks and dust to explode around the unicorn, blocking Blood Shadow's advance. However, all this only slightly hindered Blood Shadow's progress. The wolf claw still carried an unstoppable momentum towards the unicorn. The unicorn's attempt to block the attack failed, a hint of blood flashed in its eyes. Then its unicorn energy quickly gathered. In an instant, a colorful ray shot out from the unicorn's horn. However, a blue and red flame was faster than the ray. Bai Fong made a move. The blue and red flames from its mouth, with unmatched force, blasted towards the unicorn. In an instant, the flames engulfed the unicorn almost completely. The unicorn's colorful ray disappeared into the air without the support of further energy. The genius among geniuses, in Su Chen's hands, couldn't withstand a single move. In the blink of an eye, under the combined attacks of Blood Shadow and Bai Fong, his mythical beast died. Not even a complete body was left behind. Only charred ashes remained. Even Blood Shadow didn't use its newly acquired Shadow Devour. Otherwise, relying solely on Blood Shadow, it could have easily annihilated the unicorn in an instant. After all, the unicorn wouldn't guard against its own shadow. This outcome left the geniuses who were ready to watch the show dumbfounded. They looked at each other, unable to speak for a moment. A voice flashed through the minds of these geniuses simultaneously. You tell me this is an A-level talent? After a while, Yuan Jiawei's bitter voice broke the silence. I lost. You are indeed very strong. I am far inferior. He bowed to Su Chen, left desolately, as if he had suffered a great blow. Yuan Jiawei could not believe that he would be defeated so miserably by someone of the same age. Even the other strong individuals in the mythical class would exchange blows for dozens of rounds before a close defeat. But Su Chen, from start to finish, only made one move. He couldn't even withstand a single move from Su Chen. How could Yuan Jiawei, who considered himself a genius, accept this? Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from a distance. Looking over, it was Lu Anxue applauding. In the eyes of the crowd, Lu Anxue lowered her hand and said, I always say, there are always people better than us, and there are always higher realms. Do you believe it now? She had just chosen Yuan Jiawei and Su Chen to battle. She had her reasons. Yuan Jiawei was the most arrogant and confident student in the entire class. Giving him a little setback wouldn't hurt. Your next task is to have a match with Su Chen, arranged Lu Anxue. Naturally, no one objected. For them, being able to fight against a strong peer like Su Chen was a great opportunity. The whole morning was spent in continuous battles. It's worth mentioning that this class gathered the most talented individuals in the entire Huaxia Federation. Still, no one could even make a move against Su Chen's beast control. This made Yuan Jiawei feel somewhat relieved. After all, if everyone was weak, it made him look less weak. At the same time, Su Chen was gradually building his reputation in the mythology class A. After all, in this world, strength is respected. People instinctively admire the strongest. Even geniuses are no exception. The morning was for practical training, and the afternoon was for theoretical cultivation. The most knowledgeable scholars in the entire Federation personally taught Su Chen and the others various knowledge, such as the restraint and coordination of beast attributes, the identification and utilization of various resources, and so on. Do not underestimate this theoretical knowledge. It is the foundation for deeply exploring one's own beast control power. It is also the foundation of beast control evolution for millions of years. Without this theoretical knowledge, all beast controls can only stay in the initial stage and cannot become truly powerful. In the evening, Su Chen and the others were having dinner together. "Sugo is really strong. He just arrived and defeated all of us," joked one person. After spending the whole day together, Su Chen and these people also became familiar with each other. They were all 18-year-old youths, with similar goals and naturally deepening emotions. "Oh, is the replacement for the short-lived ghost here? I wonder if it's another short-lived ghost." However, a cold voice interrupted. The harmonious atmosphere instantly stiffened. Su Chen frowned and looked over. He saw a pale-faced man looking at Su Chen and the others with a sneer. Behind him, there were 7 or 8 students, also looking disdainfully at Su Chen. "Who do you think you are, He daring to come to our Class A to show off?" Yuan Jiawei had a bad temper and slammed the table directly. "I'm nothing special, just someone from Class B who's here to crush your Class A. You wouldn't deny that, would you?" Being scolded by Yuan Jiawei, He didn't get angry, still wearing a dark smile on his face. Coupled with his overly pale face, he looked like a just unearthed zombie, emitting an uncomfortable aura all over his body. In the previous exploration of the secret realm, Class A lost a lot of resources to save a dying comrade. Therefore, they were far behind Class B in points. Because of this, Yuan Jiawei and the others had been mocked by He and his group. "You!" Hearing this, Yuan Jiawei's eyes narrowed, bloodshot, as if he was about to rush over. But Su Chen quickly pulled him back. Unauthorized martial arts within the Imperial University campus could result in the cancellation of resources for a quarter or even direct expulsion. If Yuan Jiawei were expelled just because of a provocation from this person in front of him, it would be a real loss. "Oh, my bad, the newcomer isn't a short-lived ghost, but a coward." Seeing Su Chen's reaction, He continued to mock. "So-called geniuses, are they only good at talking? If you have something to say it on the arena in 4 days." Facing his mockery, Su Chen remained unfazed and said calmly, "With people like him, the more you get excited, the more excited he gets. Just treat him as a clown, and he will leave on his own accord, bored." Upon hearing this, He's eyes flickered and he said, "Well, let's wait and see." "Looking forward to your performance, coward." After throwing a sarcastic remark, He left with the others. "It's okay, don't bother with this clown. You all know my strength anyway," Su Chen said, trying to calm the visibly upset crowd. Hearing this, their expressions improved slightly, and they turned to Su Chen, saying, "Su, you must crush that idiot. I've been annoyed by that old man for a long time. He always comes to taunt us for no reason. They have no idea of Su's true strength. Indeed, we must keep it a secret until the competition starts. I can't wait to see the look on He's face when he's humiliated." The group expressed their inner emotions freely. Originally, before Su Chen arrived, the overall strength of the two classes was almost equal. Even because Class A was missing one person, their combined strength was weaker than Class B. But everything changed after Su Chen arrived. In their eyes, one Su Chen was worth at least 5 students from Class B. 5 against 1. How could they lose? In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and the day of the competition between the two classes had arrived. During these 4 days, everyone in Su Chen's class had been studying and fighting like crazy. Even Su Chen's Baifeng had advanced to small level, reaching the Black Iron 9th stage, not far from advancing again. It seemed they were deeply stimulated by He's arrogant behavior. Lu Anxue led Su Chen and the others to the arena of the Imperial University. She explained the rules to them. The competition is divided into 2 types, individual and team competitions. The individual competition is a one-on-one format to select the strongest student in the mythology class and win rewards. The team competition consists of 10 pairs and takes place after the individual matches. The winner of the individual competition can freely choose any item worth up to 20 million federal coins, or directly receive 20 million federal coins. The winners of the team competition can obtain the resources of the defeated class next month. Listening to the detailed rules of the class competition, a glint of determination appeared in Su Chen's eyes. The reward of 20 million federal coins was enough for him to collect another Baifeng evolution resource. After all, the cost of evolving the fragmented star talent to the luminous moon level was terrifying. To collect them all, it was almost impossible without 50 million federal coins. Su Chen had been worried about how to gather this huge sum. The current reward filled half of that void directly. As long as he won first place 5 times in a row, Su Chen could evolve both Blood Shadow and Baifeng to the luminous moon level. By then, his overall combat power would undoubtedly experience a terrifying increase. With this thought, Su Chen's eyes were firm. He had set his sights on this first place, and no one could stop him. Just as Su Chen and the others arrived at the center of the arena, deafening cheers filled their ears. The stands were already packed with spectators, mostly lower-level students of the Imperial University. These students were among the elite from various provinces, naturally proud and eager to see what the students of the mythology class looked like, who could enjoy far better resources than them. As the representative of Class A, Lu Anxue went up to draw lots to determine the numbers for each participant. Su Chen was drawn as number 1. This meant he would have a showdown in Arena 1 with another student. The arena of the Imperial University was vast, with 50 different arenas of various sizes. This time, the individual competition of the mythology class would take place in arenas 1 to 10. 20 people would battle simultaneously in different arenas to save time to the maximum. Well, fate brings us together on this narrow road. As soon as Su Chen stepped onto the arena, a cold voice echoed from the front. Su Chen didn't even need to look to know it was that despicable He Anmu. Only he would have such a half-dead voice. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so he directly summoned Blood Shadow and Baifeng, waiting for the referee's whistle. Seeing this, He Anmu also put away his frivolous demeanor and summoned his own beast. He liked to use trash talk to provoke his enemies, making them lose their rationality and increasing the chances of winning. But Su Chen was obviously not someone who could be easily provoked. A 3-meter-long black bull appeared in front of He Anmu, with black wings growing on its back. The wings seemed to have tumors constantly wriggling on them, looking particularly terrifying. As soon as this beast appeared, Su Chen felt the temperature on the stage drop a few degrees. Obviously, it was no ordinary creature. He focused on He Anmu and his beast, taking in information about both. Name, He Anmu, talent, last stand counterattack, last stand counterattack. When your beast is on the brink of death, it will remove all negative effects, increase its physical qualities threefold. This state lasts a maximum of 30 minutes. If exceeded, the beast will fall into a coma state and drop 1 rank. Rank, Black Iron 9th rank, Contracted Beast, Ice Blood Divine Bull. Species, Ice Blood Divine Bull, Ice Attribute, Aptitude, Diamond Intermediate, Rank, Bronze 1st rank. Talents, Hardening, Outstanding, Blood Rage, Outstanding, Frost Soul Condensation, Epic, a bronze-ranked beast. Su Chen was surprised. He didn't expect someone at this stage to have a beast of this level. But in an instant, he calmed down. Those who could enter the mythical class not only had outstanding talents but also had backgrounds that were unfathomable. With the full support of their forces behind them, achieving such success was understandable to Su Chen. Below the stage, Lu Anxue was talking to an old man. This time, our Class B is sure to win, the old man said with a smile. He was the instructor of Class B, Song Shudong. He Anmu is the most outstanding student I've seen in these years. His talent is S-Class, only a hair's breadth away from SS Class. Seeing Lu Anxue seemingly skeptical, Song Shudong added. He and Lu Anxue's grandfather were close friends, so he treated Lu Anxue like his own granddaughter. Over the years, Song Shutong's students had been overshadowed by Lu Anxue's students. This made him somewhat embarrassed. Now, finally having a chance to turn the tables, how could he not show off? Yes, you're right, Lu Anxue casually replied. She had truly witnessed Su Chen's strength. That green and red flame even made her feel challenged, let alone these students. Therefore, Lu Anxue had absolute confidence in Su Chen. Seeing her attitude, Song Shudong couldn't help but feel frustrated. Then he said, how about we make a bet? Oh, what are we betting on? Lu Anxue raised her eyebrows, finally showing some interest. A diamond beast core, Song Shudong said loudly. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Anxue's eyes. This was a resource highly valued by diamond-ranked experts. Song Shudong was actually using it as a bet. It should be noted that diamond-ranked beasts almost stood at the pinnacle of society and were almost impossible to be killed. Therefore, their prices were not circulated in the market. They could only be traded through barter. Alright, Lu Anxue agreed. She didn't believe Su Chen would lose. While the two were talking, the battle on the stage had already begun. Moo! The Ice Blood Divine Bull roared, and ice and snow fell from the sky, carrying a chilling cold that could freeze the soul. The ice and snow covered the entire arena, which was only a few dozen square meters, leaving no space for Su Chen and his beast to dodge. It actually unleashed its ultimate move right at the beginning of the battle. Just as the snowflakes were about to fall on Su Chen's head, a hint of coldness flashed in He Anmu's eyes. Let's see how you dodge this move. He felt delighted because these seemingly small snowflakes could cause direct damage to the soul of a beast tamer. It was extremely troublesome to repair. Besides, this kind of area of effect skill was not meant to harm beast tamers intentionally. Therefore, no one would accuse him of breaking the rules. However, a red light appeared in He Anmu's pupils. The following scene made the smile on his lips freeze completely, his face filled with incredulity, only to hear Baifeng's long roar. Then, green and red flames soared into the sky, melting all the ice and snow with intense heat. The flames rose from the bottom, melting all the snowflakes falling from the sky. Yet, Bai Feng was not satisfied with this. The flames in the sky gathered together to form a huge fireball. The green and red fireball floated in mid-air, like a sun descending to earth, exuding a majestic aura. It was hard to look straight at it. Admit. Seeing the fireball about to crash down, Hianmir hurriedly spoke up. He could see the strong killing intent hidden in the green and red fireball and knew he couldn't withstand this blow. He still had a good life, a bright future, no need to confront Su Chen to the death. However, Su Chen wouldn't give him the chance to admit defeat. The fireball plummeted from the sky, crashing fiercely into the arena. The violent energy even sent people on the stands flying. The once sturdy arena floor was now scattered with rocks. What was more terrifying, a large number of stones had melted into liquid by the intense heat, flowing slowly along the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. These were specially made demon-resistant stones, able to withstand most energy attacks. Even high-level beast tamers would find it hard to completely destroy them. And yet, Su Chen, a newly awakened young man, could achieve such a feat? Su Chen stood on the platform, waiting quietly for the dust to settle. He knew that with just this one attack, he couldn't kill Hianmir. Otherwise, the instructor from Class B would have already jumped up to protect his student, not allowing Su Chen to stand so calmly on the platform. My goodness, what is that? Suddenly, a cry of astonishment came from the stands. The tone was shocked, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Everyone turned to look at the arena where Su Chen was, all taking a sharp breath. They saw a skeletal divine bull standing on the melted ground, devoid of flesh, with only bones left. On its skeleton, fleshy buds wriggled, as if trying to reassemble its body. However, they were mercilessly incinerated by the green and red flames, burning every trace of life until no new buds emerged. Even so, the green and red flames continued to burn relentlessly on the pale skeleton. Su Chen's gaze shifted downward. A charred figure was motionless, hiding under the skeleton. Most of Hianmir's body was severely burned, lying on the ground like a dead mud puddle. The melted stone water scorched his body. Only the slightly rising and falling chest indicated that he still had life. Where was the previous coldness and arrogance? I surrender. I surrender. We surrender. An old voice rang out, and Song Shudong hurriedly jumped onto the arena, waving his hands rapidly, afraid that Su Chen would strike again. Young man, have your beast extinguished this fire? After Song Shudong sent Hianmir to a safer place, he helplessly said to Su Chen. He had just found out that no matter what method he used, he couldn't extinguish the green and red flames. The flames seemed to have endless life, continuously burning. It's only right, Su Chen said, then waved his hand to signal Bai Feng to put out the fire. In an instant, the once blazing flames were extinguished. During a battle, if someone gets burned, it can be considered accidental, unavoidable. However, once the battle is over and you let the flames continue to burn, then it becomes intentional harm towards a classmate. He didn't want to bear such a responsibility. Moreover, the fire of the Bifang can strike at the very core. Even if Hianmir can be healed later, his innate talent will inevitably be greatly diminished. He might even be unable to advance for the rest of his life. If it weren't for his beast-taming attribute countering Bifang, the blood of the ice-blood divine bull has a cooling effect. There is absolutely no way Hianmir could have survived such a fireball attack. Su Chen jumped down from the arena, looking satisfied. Through this battle, he finally understood the true strength of Bifang and the extraordinary power of a fragmented star talent in beast taming. It's not just about being invincible at the same level. It's even invincible across levels. Even if Bifang faces a beast one level higher, under full force, the opponent wouldn't even withstand a single fireball from Bifang. This shows the swiftness of its attacks. And in this battle, Su Chen didn't even need to use his blood shadow. It's worth noting that the combat power of the blood shadow is not inferior to Bifang's, and may even slightly surpass it. I didn't dare to unleash my true strength when sparring with my classmates before, nor could I, but now I can finally let loose, Su Chen thought to himself. Previously, Yuan Jiawei and the others couldn't force him to use his full power. This also meant that Su Chen didn't even know his true strength at the moment. Now, he understood, invincible within the bronze, invincible among peers. Clap, clap, clap. As Su Chen stepped down, thunderous applause erupted in the arena. Everyone looked at Su Chen with sincere admiration, at this student younger than themselves. The terrifying blow from earlier had already won them over. In the world of beast taming, strength is respected. As long as one's strength is formidable enough, they will earn the respect and admiration of all. Well done. Back at the class gathering point, Luan Xue rarely smiled. She had just won a bet for a rare resource, so naturally, she was in a good mood. The other 9 students besides Su Chen were still battling on the stage, with no clear winner yet. About 10 minutes later, everyone finished their fights and moved on to the next round of individual competitions. Interestingly, every student from Class B surrendered immediately upon encountering Su Chen. Remembering the tragic sight of Hianyu, none of them wanted to experience the burning sensation of flames. Su Chen effortlessly secured the first place in the individual competition. It was not challenging at all, and he already had 20 million federal coins in hand. Teacher Liu, our Class B will temporarily give up on tomorrow's team competition due to a lack of members. Just as Su Chen and the others were about to leave, Song Shudong said awkwardly to Lu Anxue. After all, he had just confidently made a bet with someone, only to end up losing not only in the individual competition but also too scared to participate in the team competition. Song Shudong felt like he was losing face. Su, forever divine. I want to give birth to monkeys for Su. Wha, Su, he. Su. Upon hearing this, Lu Anxue had yet to respond. The students from Class A were overjoyed, crying out in excitement. After all, having their monthly resources increased by half for free, who wouldn't be happy? Just then, a middle-aged man in dark purple clothing quietly approached Su Chen. Seeing this person, Lu Anxue, who usually had a cold demeanor, was surprised and respectfully said, "Principal, you're here." The people who were just laughing and joking immediately stood up straight, bowing their heads in greeting. At the same time, they discreetly observed the man in front of them. This legendary figure at the pinnacle of worldly strength, Shen Wuyan. No need to be so nervous, everyone. Su Chen, come with me. Shen Wuyan waved his hand, carrying himself with an air of importance that seemed as amiable as the uncle next door. He beckoned to Su Chen, indicating for him to accompany him to the office. Su Chen had no reason to refuse and followed along. He was curious about what this legendary man wanted with him. The two walked in silence until they entered the office. Shen Wuyan smiled and gestured, "Please, have a seat, no need to be formal. There's tea here, help yourself." Su Chen didn't hesitate and took a sip of the tea, seemingly unafraid of any poison. If someone like Shen Wuyan wanted to harm him, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Perhaps Su Chen didn't even realize he was already dead. Seeing Su Chen unfazed, Shen Wuyan's eyes flashed with admiration as he spoke, "Your two spirit beasts are quite extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Su Chen calmly took another sip of tea, showing no surprise. As long as one's eyes were not blind, they could see the uniqueness of his spirit beasts. "Are you willing to fight for the country and conquer Donying?" However, Shen Wuyan's next words almost made Su Chen spit out the tea he had just drunk. What? Fight for the country? Conquer Donying? He, a black iron-ranked spirit beast master, how could he be capable of such a thing? Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Shen Wuyan smiled faintly and began to explain. Donying was located in the East Sea of the Huaxia Federation. It was called a country, but it was just a small cluster of islands connected together, not even as large as the province of Sichuan. Over the past few centuries, Donying had faced numerous beast tides and sought help from the Huaxia Federation, which was always provided. However, taking advantage of the Federation's weakness, Donying had seized a large amount of resources. They were ruthless, lacking humanity, and utterly shameless. Shen Wuyan's expression turned stern as he said, "Recently, a student with an SS-level talent emerged in Donying, making them even more arrogant. They even challenged us with spirit beasts, allowing only newly awakened students to fight. It's time to teach these arrogant beings, who sit in their corner, a lesson." With that, a strong pressure emanated from him. Just this unconscious display of aura made Su Chen sitting in front of him feel a surge of fear. Then he continued, "Originally, I planned for he and you to fight. But now, you seem more suitable. Su Chen, are you willing to fight for Huaxia?" Shen Wuyan's gaze was intense as he looked at Su Chen. He was one of the most outstanding talents of the younger generation. As for the A-level talent recorded in the files, Shen Wuyan found it laughable. In his eyes, Su Chen's talent was at least SS level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have advanced so quickly or possessed such strong combat power. As for the reason Su Chen concealed his true talent, Shen Wuyan didn't want to delve into it. Everyone had their secrets. He just needed to ensure that Su Chen was loyal to Huaxia and humanity. "I'm willing." Su Chen's voice was resolute. Foreigners had come to bully them at their doorstep. How could Su Changqing not fight back? With his SSS-level talent and the mythical bloodline pool, if he couldn't even surpass a foreigner with an SS-level talent, he might as well die early. Good. Seeing Su Chen's agreement, Shen Wuyan laughed heartily. 1 billion Federation credits are at your disposal, use them as you wish. In Donying, you can act freely, without restrictions. No matter how Donying struggles, it's just a tiny place. And behind you, there's me, Shen Wuyan, Huaxia, and millions of people. Hearing this, Su Chen also smiled at Shen Wuyan. Shen Wuyan's personal information appeared in his eyes. Then, Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Fragmented star 3rd tier? Principal Shin was actually at the level of fragmented star 3rd tier. He was not just the legendary diamond elite as rumored. No wonder he can fight and kill the broken star level fierce beasts without dying. No wonder he is hailed as the world's #1 combat power. So that's how it is. At the same time, he also had greater confidence in this trip to Dongying. With a broken star level powerhouse backing him up, Su Chen had no worries. Although he didn't know how Shen Wuyan broke through the diamond rank's restraints. But having such a master standing on his side was undoubtedly a powerful morale booster. Alright, your beast taming is about to advance, hurry up. 3 days later, Luan Xue will take you to Dongying. With that, Shen Wuyan handed a token to Su Chen. The token was all dark green, with the words Imperial Capital on the front and the gilded character Shen on the back. This token represents my will. You can show it if you encounter trouble. If there is danger, wrap the token with the power of your beast taming, and I will sense it at the fastest speed. Hearing this, Su Chen solemnly accepted the token. This token was almost equivalent to the legendary Get Out of Jail Free card. In this world where diamond rank was the pinnacle, what did it mean to have the protection of a broken star-level powerhouse? Invincible. Then, Shen Wuyan also inquired about Su Chen's life at school. After receiving all the reassuring answers, he let Su Chen leave on his own. After all, as a top powerhouse of the Huaxia Federation and the president of the Imperial Capital University, Shen Wuyan undoubtedly had a lot of affairs to attend to. He wouldn't have much time to chat with Su Chen. After leaving the president's office, Su Chen didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he went straight to the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion. With 1 billion Federation coins in hand, he could now completely purchase the materials needed for the evolution of the Baifeng. He could even try to buy the materials needed for the Blood Shadow evolution. The transportation in the imperial capital was extremely convenient. In no time, Su Chen arrived at Wanbao Pavilion. As soon as he entered, dedicated staff were there to receive him. As a VIP with backup at Wanbao Pavilion, Su Chen naturally had personalized service. No need to wait in line. If the items Su Chen needed were temporarily out of stock, Wanbao Pavilion would specially send out personnel to collect resources for him. Young Master Su, what do you need this time? The service staff, Xiaoling, asked sweetly. Su Chen had just been here recently to collect resources. She was deeply impressed by this young and generous young master. The spirit leaves of the azure skywood and the fangs of the hellhound. Su Chen quickly replied. The azure skywood was a spiritual object of the platinum rank. Legend has it that it was nurtured from a leaf shed by the mythical tree, the Fuyao divine tree, and had profound effects. And its spirit leaves were not ordinary leaves. After 1,000 years of growth, all the ordinary leaves would fall off, and then after another 1,000 years of growth, the tree would produce a unique leaf. Its value was self-evident. As for the hellhound, it was a high-level fierce beast species. Once they reached adulthood, even the weakest among them was of the platinum rank. If one of them became a king, they could even break through the platinum rank and reach the diamond rank, becoming a powerhouse in the entire world. Moreover, the hellhound was different from other fierce beasts. Its entire body's energy was contained in its fangs, not in its core. Hearing this, Xiaoling's smile became even sweeter. The combined value of these two spiritual items was worth at least several million Federation coins. This meant that she would earn at least hundreds of thousands of Federation coins as her commission. How could a small service staff like her not be thrilled? Sir, I am the assistant manager here, and I have the authority to offer the highest discount on resources of this level. However, a female voice came from behind Xiaoling, causing her smile to freeze on her face. This was a blatant attempt to snatch the customer. Su Chen, upon hearing this, looked towards the source of the voice. A tall and slender woman in uniform was looking at him with a flattering expression. Seeing Su Chen looking over, she deliberately bent over, making her ample bosom more prominent. You! Xiaoling looked angrily at the assistant manager. This woman usually bullies these ordinary employees, but because of her position as the assistant manager, no one can do anything about her. And this woman is extremely good at playing politics, fawning limitlessly on those in higher positions to secure benefits for herself. Ha! Seeing Xiaoling expressing dissent, the assistant manager snorted disdainfully, a strong hint of threat in it. Even Su Chen, as a bystander, could sense it. Xiaoling lowered her head in grievance, softly sobbing, no longer arguing. The salary at Wanbao Pavilion is not low, and her mother is seriously ill now. It's not the time to act impulsively. Besides, even if she fights back, she might not win against others. No, I want her. However, Su Chen's voice made Xiaoling suddenly raise her head. Su Chen was backlit, pointing at himself with a gentle smile on his face, like a divine savior. What? But, sir, the assistant manager wanted to argue. But Su Chen interrupted with a wave of his hand. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? He said coldly. The strong momentum made the woman shiver, not daring to say anything else, just glaring at Su Chen with hatred in her eyes. However, such a gaze couldn't escape Su Chen's perception. What are you looking at? Apologize! He shouted, his handsome face now as cold as ice, as if he was about to lose his temper in the next moment. The commotion here also attracted the attention of others for a while. These people all looked towards the assistant manager, as if watching a good show. Especially the staff inside Wanbao Pavilion, almost all showing satisfied expressions. Hearing Su Chen's shout, the assistant manager trembled, almost falling to the ground. But the low murmurs of others made her unable to swallow her pride and apologize. She relied on her position as the assistant manager. Even if she didn't make this deal, she wouldn't suffer any loss. Why should she apologize? With this thought, the assistant manager raised her head proudly to look at Su Chen, as if saying, "What can you do to me?" Smack! In an instant, the assistant manager's raised head was slapped down by a large hand, lowering it again. It wasn't Su Chen who made the move, but a middle-aged man panting heavily. I'm Zhang Shunping, the manager here. I've offended many distinguished guests. Zhang Shunping first said with a smile. Then he turned to the bewildered assistant manager and shouted, Li Jingmei, apologize to the distinguished guest now. While shouting, he kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. At the same time, his small eyes couldn't help but look towards Su Chen. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This person was clearly the same as the top talent sent by the higher-ups just now, Su Chen, from the capital. You know, according to the information above, this top talent from the capital was appreciated by Xin Wuyan. That's a truly extraordinary person. Not to mention just a small manager of Wanbao Pavilion, even the controllers behind Wanbao Pavilion. When they see Xin Wuyan, they have to show respect as juniors, even try their best to please him. And now, what's happening? His subordinate is actually confronting Su Chen in front of so many people. Just thinking about this, Zhang Shunping's legs couldn't help but go weak. Why? Why should I apologize to him? What did I do wrong? Li Jingmei finally recovered from the pain of the slap. She screamed, looking incredulously at Zhang Shunping. You know, before, with her physical charms, Zhang Shunping not only treated her with great respect but at least stood by her side. And now, he actually slapped her for an outsider. How could she not be angry? Smack! Zhang Shunping slapped her left cheek hard again, causing her to stagger. When Li Jingmei raised her head again, there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Apologize. Zhang Shunping said each word slowly and sternly. In his eyes, a hint of panic quickly spread. He was afraid that this crazy woman would cause trouble for Su Chen. If Su Chen casually said something bad about him in front of Xin Wuyan, then the consequences. Zhang Shunping shivered and then looked fiercely at Li Jingmei. After Li Jingmei received a slap, she was first confused. Then she tidied up her messy hair, scanned the room, glanced deeply at Zhang Shunping, and finally fixed her gaze on Su Chen's face. By this time, even if she was foolish, she knew that Su Chen was not ordinary. Otherwise, Zhang Shunping wouldn't treat her like this. A hint of shame flashed in Li Jingmei's eyes, and then she slowly lowered her head, almost bowing 90 degrees, saying, I'm sorry, sir, for my previous inadequate service, please forgive me. I said, did you get it wrong? Su Chen finally spoke, I asked you to apologize to Shaoling, not to me. You stole someone else's job, shouldn't you apologize? He said loudly. These two sentences not only stunned Li Jingmei but also the onlookers around. Such a big scene was just for an ordinary service staff member. Everyone looked at Shaoling. The young girl was full of tears, looking at Su Chen with tearful eyes. Obviously, she was deeply moved. Seeing Li Jingmei still standing there, Su Chen's face gradually turned cold. Zhang Shunping, sensing something wrong, urged anxiously, What are you standing there for? Apologize. At his words, Li Jingmei trembled. Apologizing to Su Chen earlier, she could still accept it to some extent, just feeling a bit humiliated. But Su Chen was rich and powerful, and she, Li Jingmei, couldn't afford to offend him. But why did she have to apologize to Shaoling? Why should she, a woman of lower status than herself, apologize to this woman? Li Jingmei had no psychological burden about bowing to the strong. But to Shaoling, Li Jingmei looked to Zhang Shunping for help. However, all she could see in his eyes was urgency and fierceness. He. Li Jingmei chuckled miserably, turning towards Shaoling. I'm sorry. She slowly bent over, almost burying her face in her knees. It was hard for everyone to see the expression on Li Jingmei's face, but from her trembling body, it was evident the torment she was going through. Faced with Li Jingmei's apology, Shaoling waved her hands in panic, quickly stepping forward to help her up. Seeing this scene, Su Chen finally nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Su Chen nod, Zhang Shunping also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Su Chen's next words made Zhang Shunping, who had just exhaled, hold his breath again. Manager Zhang, how can a manager still snatch an employee's job? Su Chen laughed, seemingly teasing, but his eyes were fixed on Zhang Shunping. Zhang Shunping's heart skipped a beat, knowing this was a jab at him. He immediately said, "This is my mismanagement, my mismanagement." He quickly smiled apologetically. "I will immediately remove Li Jingmei from her position as assistant manager as a warning to others. At the same time, appoint Xiaoling as the assistant manager as compensation." At his words, the crowd sighed. They looked at Xiaoling with envy in their eyes. What a leap in status. Just because of a few words from Su Chen, Xiaoling's position had been greatly elevated. Not only did her basic salary double, but the commission from selling resources also increased. And all of this was just because she was Su Chen's exclusive service staff. At this thought, everyone looked at Su Chen with awe and flattery in their eyes. They were ordinary people too. Su Chen also had the power to change their destinies. When Su Chen returned to the dormitory, it was already evening. This time, he not only purchased the evolution resources of the Baifeng but also pre-ordered the Blood Shadows evolution resources. At the same time, he bought many resources for the daily use of the beast tamers, such as flame crystal stones and dark shadow crystal stones, and so on. Just these items alone cost nearly 100 million federal coins. If it weren't for Zhang Shunping giving Su Chen a discount due to the unpleasantness just now, Su Chen might not have been able to gather enough resources. After all, as the divine beasts evolve, the resources needed for their subsequent evolution become increasingly scarce and expensive. Even the materials for the next evolution of Blood Shadow, there is no stock even in the Wanbao Pavilion, only temporary acquisitions can be made. Su Chen is now worried whether he will be able to buy the resources they need for their next evolution at Wanbao Pavilion when Baifeng and Blood Shadow evolve into Moonlight-gifted divine beasts. It may not even be possible to find such resources in the Huaxia Federation. After all, the current environment of the world is far inferior to that of 10,000 years ago. Many treasures have already become extinct, with no possibility of finding them again. However, now is clearly not the time to worry about the future. Su Chen placed the spirit leaves of the azure skywood and the fangs of the hellhound on the table. Tonight is the time for Baifeng to evolve. The first moonlight-gifted divine beast. Su Chen's heart was burning with excitement as his thoughts flickered. Baifeng had already appeared by his side. It looked at the treasures on the table rich in massive wood and fire energy, a hint of desire in its eyes, even emitting an excited low growl. However, without Su Chen's permission, no matter how much Baifeng desired it, it would not act on its own. Go ahead. Su Chen touched Baifeng's head and said softly. In an instant, Baifeng's wings rolled up and sucked the two treasures into its mouth. The spirit leaves and fangs were burned to ashes by the blazing flames inside Baifeng's body as soon as they entered its mouth, turning into the purest energy and merging into its whole body. Its fur rapidly grew longer all over its body. In just a moment, Baifeng seemed to have turned into a ball of green and red fur. However, the heat emanating from this fur ball was exceptionally terrifying. Su Chen stood in front of the fur ball formed by Baifeng's fur, feeling like his clothes were about to catch fire. Suddenly, a hint of green and red flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a surging flame enveloped Baifeng. The flame quickly expanded, even engulfing Su Chen. Bathed in the green and red flames, Su Chen felt hot but not in any danger. Instead, countless black impurities kept emerging from his body. A foul smell rushed into his nostrils. As the impurities were continuously expelled, Su Chen felt a sense of relief both physically and mentally. It was as if the shackles that had been borne on him had suddenly been unlocked. He felt the vastness of heaven and earth. At the same time, the power of the divine beast within Su Chen's body increased rapidly. In just a moment, it doubled the total power of the divine beast, reaching twice the power of the divine beast before. Suddenly, his body shook and broke through. Bronze rank, achieved. Just as Su Chen broke through, the flames surrounding him slowly faded away. He opened his eyes and saw that Baifeng's evolution process had also been completed. By now, the fur all over Baifeng's body was no longer green and red but had turned into a pure azure color, seeming to contain endless vitality. Only its eyes remained one green and one red, unchanged. Ignoring the foul black impurities on his body, Su Chen hurriedly checked the information after Baifeng's evolution. Race, source of wood, dual wood fire attribute, talent, moonlight advanced, rank, bronze second rank, talent skills, Lord of the Sky, epic, source of wood and fire, legendary, purification of heavenly fire, legendary, domain of ancestral wood, legendary, Lord of the Sky, King of the Sky. When this divine beast is in the air, its physical qualities double, and its speed increases significantly. When you are in the air, you are immune to ranged attacks from ground enemies. Source of wood and fire, the origin of wood and fire attributes. Your divine beast is immune to wood and fire attacks below the gold rank. This skill will strengthen as the divine beast's rank increases. When you are damaged by wood attributes, not only is the damage nullified, but it also heals your injuries. Purification of heavenly fire, the fire of the heavens, purifying everything. The divine beast will spew heavenly fire, causing fundamental damage to enemies. Enemies won't die, and the heavenly fire won't extinguish. Ancestral Wood Domain, the divine beast can unfold its domain, summoning the ancestral wood. All enemies within the domain will be bound and attacked by the ancestral wood, while teammates will receive an amplification of wood attribute energy and healing. The only evolutionary path is towards both wood and fire. After the first evolution, it can advance to the ultimate fire, sun level. After the second evolution, it can advance to Bifong, myth level. Conditions for the third evolution. Seeing all the information about Bifong, even someone as strong-minded as Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned. It was just too powerful. Before this, Bifong focused solely on offense, excelling in attack but lacking slightly in defense. Its defense was only remarkable when dealing with enemies of wood and fire attributes. However, after this evolution, Bifong's defensive capabilities received a comprehensive boost. Firstly, the reinforcement of the Lord of the Sky made Bifong almost immune to all ground attacks. What kind of concept was this? If the enemy didn't have flying divine beasts, facing Bifong would mean passive suffering without any possibility of resistance. The strengthening of the source of wood and fire was even more insane. Not only did it make Bifong immune to wood attribute damage, but enemy wood attribute damage would also heal Bifong. If a divine beast master with wood attribute talents encountered Bifong, it would be a moment of despair. The addition of the ancestral wood domain was even more formidable. Domain-type skills were typically possessed by high-level divine beasts. These skills could either suppress opponents or enhance/heal teammates. Bifong, at the bronze level, already possessed a domain-type skill, combining both effects in one. Just imagine, if Bifong were to unleash the ancestral wood domain in battle, it would strengthen allies and weaken opponents. This effect was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If both sides were evenly matched, the enemy would be sentenced to death by Bifong. Moreover, as a legendary level skill, the ancestral wood domain was undoubtedly much more powerful than ordinary domain skills. Su Chen even doubted that the current Bifong, despite just entering the bronze level, might not be defeated by silver level divine beasts. Even if it encountered wood and fire attribute divine beasts, even those at the gold or platinum levels might not be able to defeat Bifong. The Moonlight Talent divine beast was truly terrifying. As Su Chen pondered, a cyan light halo suddenly emanated from Bifong, enveloping the entire dormitory. It had directly activated the ancestral wood domain. Just as Su Chen was puzzled, a verdant vine sprouted from under his feet. The vine gently touched Su Chen's body. He felt a cool sensation, and the foul smell instantly disappeared. Lowering his head, Su Chen saw that the black impurities on his body had vanished, and his skin even emitted a faint glow. It turned out that Bifong was helping to cleanse impurities for its master. Not only that, Su Chen felt a significant increase in his own strength, speed, and more. With a slight sensation, Su Chen's face turned horrified. The enhancement of physical qualities was doubled. What a terrifying effect! If Blood Shadow's physical qualities were also doubled, it could confront silver-level divine beasts without using skills. Such an enhancement was truly terrifying. 3 days later, Su Chen arrived at the Imperial Capital's teleportation array as scheduled. He saw Lu Anxue already waiting there. Today, she was dressed in a white long dress, revealing only a glimpse of her fair legs, shining brightly in the sunlight, sparking imagination. However, Su Chen had no mind to appreciate this rare sight. He was still regretting that the evolutionary resources for Blood Shadow were not fully collected. Otherwise, if he could evolve Blood Shadow into a Moonlight Talent divine beast, his journey to Dongying this time would have had an extra layer of certainty. Furthermore, Su Chen's breakthrough to the bronze level did not grant him a new contract qualification. Su Chen speculated that perhaps his soul strength was not strong enough. He felt that he would probably have to reach the silver 3rd to 5th rank before regaining his qualifications. Even so, it was enough to shock the world. "You're here, let's go." Seeing Su Chen's arrival, Lu Anshue's beautiful eyes lit up. This time, she accompanied Su Chen to Dongying. It was said to be taking care of each other, but in reality, she was Su Chen's bodyguard. Just in case there was any danger in Dongying. Su Chen nodded and quickly followed Lu Anxue. This time to Dongying, they did not choose to travel by boat. This way of traveling was just too slow. If Su Chen and Luan Xue were to travel by boat from the imperial capital to Dongying, it would take at least half a month round trip. Using the teleportation array, they would arrive instantly. However, it was relatively expensive. But all the expenses along the way were reimbursed by the authorities. Su Chen naturally had no psychological burden. Speaking of which, this was his first time using a teleportation array. These teleportation arrays were forcibly inscribed by a powerful figure from 100 years ago using his own spatial beast. With his own strength, he left over 100 spatial teleportation arrays around the world. Even after 100 years, these teleportation arrays could still be used normally. It could be seen how terrifying the strength of this powerful figure was during his lifetime. Changnan City, where Su Chen was born, being a small city, naturally did not have a teleportation array. While he was pondering, Luan Xue had already paid the money. Close your eyes, it will be over soon. The two stood in the teleportation array, and Luan Xue whispered softly. This time, there were a total of 5 people in the teleportation array, including Su Chen and Luan Xue, all rushing to Dongying for urgent matters. The other 4 people all closed their eyes. Seeing this, Su Chen did the same. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of Su Chen. Even though he tightly closed his eyes, the white light still pierced through his eyelids like a sharp cone. Then, Su Chen felt dizzy, as if someone was pulling him upside down and spinning wildly. Next, the white light in his eyes turned into a dazzling rainbow of colors. Just looking at it made Su Chen feel nauseous. Finally, all the discomfort vanished. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and saw that the surroundings were completely different. On the wall in front of him, the words "falling cherry blossoms" were prominently displayed. He had obviously arrived in the capital of Tokyo, the city of falling cherry blossoms. Just then, a series of vomiting sounds echoed around him. Su Chen looked around and saw the 3 people who had used the teleportation array with him were bending over and vomiting, obviously feeling extremely uncomfortable. He looked at Luan Xue and found that she was just a little pale. Luan Xue was puzzled at this moment. As soon as she landed, she looked at Su Chen and found that he was completely fine. He was even more normal than her, a diamond rank powerhouse. It was worth noting that when she first used a teleportation array, she was already at the platinum rank. Even so, her stomach was churning, almost causing her to vomit. Yet Su Chen, only at the bronze rank, was so normal. This made Luan Xue feel slightly frustrated. Welcome. I am Yamamoto Ichiro, Vice President of Sakura University. Suddenly, a group of black-clad people rushed into the hall where the teleportation array was located. They lined up in an orderly manner, seemingly welcoming the distinguished guests. An elderly man with white hair hurried forward, speaking slightly accented Huaxia language. Because for thousands of years, the Huaxia Federation had sent troops to help Dongying many times. The 2 cultures had long been integrated, and even the Dongying language had been assimilated into the Huaxia language, gradually disappearing. Huaxia language had become the official language of Dongying. However, the Dongying people had a peculiar accent, making their Huaxia language sound somewhat strange. This grand reception was clearly to welcome the arrival of Su Chen and Luan Xue. Su Chen and Luan Xue exchanged a glance and also stepped forward to greet them. After all, it's better to extend a hand than to strike a smiling face. Behind the old man, there was a young man dressed in white robes. The man's appearance was not bad, but his face was pale, with faint dark circles under his eyes, clearly a person who indulged excessively. Upon seeing the 2 approaching, the man slightly bowed, showing courtesy. "Hello, I am Watanabe Yuamoto, a Japanese SS-level talented beast tamer." As Watanabe Yuamoto uttered the last sentence, he raised his head, locking eyes with Su Chen. There was a hint of disdain in his expression, quickly concealed. However, all this did not escape Su Chen's eyes. He smirked inwardly. A bronze-tier first-order beast tamer of SS-level talent dares to be so arrogant? If Bifang had not advanced, perhaps this man still had a slight chance of defeating him. But after Bifang's advancement, facing Watanabe Yuamoto would be a complete one-sided crush. If Su Chen wished, Watanabe Yuamoto wouldn't even be able to touch his shadow. After a brief greeting, Su Chen and the others were led by Yamamoto Ichiro to a magnificent mansion. "We have arranged a banquet for our esteemed guests, please enjoy. As for the sparring, it will be set for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, explained Yamamoto Ichiro on the way. Su Chen and Luan Yue listened, curious to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Despite the seemingly warm hospitality of the Japanese on the surface, in reality, who knows what despicable schemes they have prepared in secret. Such incidents have occurred far too often in history. The Japanese are like this, appearing friendly on the surface, only to stab their allies in the back with a smile. However, even though Su Chen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene before him. Upon entering the mansion, they were greeted by an exquisite house built of red bricks. The doors were wide open, with two beautiful women standing guard outside. However, these two women were completely naked. Their bodies were shamelessly exposed in front of everyone. Yet, they showed no shame, instead casting seductive glances at Su Chen. Beneath them, there was a hint of water spreading. What was even more exaggerated was that Su Chen saw a huge round table inside the house. Instead of food, there were young women laid out on it. These women were naked, surrounded by all kinds of colorful and fragrant foods. Under the round table, there were hollowed-out spaces filled with ice blocks. The icy air overflowed to keep the food fresh. The women were frozen, their skin pale, not daring to move. "Please, our special red chamber is prepared for you. You are free to enjoy everything inside," said Yamamoto Ichiro with a smile. Then he turned to Luan Yue and said, "For you, our esteemed guest, we have also prepared the blue chamber, if you are interested." Enough! Luan Yue cut in before Yamamoto Ichiro could finish. What kind of hospitality was this? This was a blatant insult. How could they entertain foreign guests with such indecent human body banquets? If Su Chen and the others accepted, it would surely spread. They would be labeled as lecherous and shameless. Even the Huaxia Federation would be embarrassed. But if they refused, it would be disrespectful to the hosts. Yamamoto Ichiro could take advantage of this situation. Moreover, Su Chen and Luan Yue would never accept such an invitation. Are the guests not satisfied? Here we have not only Japanese men but also Huaxia. A cold smile flashed across Yamamoto Ichiro's face. He wanted to disgust Su Chen and the others. The national strength of Japan was far inferior to the Huaxia Federation, even with an SS-level genius. They could only insult Su Chen and the others in such a sneaky manner. They dared not confront them openly. But now, it seemed to have the desired effect. Yamamoto Ichiro's smile grew as he enjoyed Luan Yue's embarrassed expression. His gaze swept back and forth between her exposed fair legs and ample bosom, no longer showing the previous warmth. "I say, old man, can't you understand human language?" However, a cold male voice made his smile freeze completely. Yamamoto Ichiro looked at Su Chen in disbelief. He didn't expect this genius from Huaxia to be so arrogant. Yet, Su Chen's face was cold as he continued, "In this barbaric land, they have no manners, no shame, and yet they dare to serve guests with such things." His tone was full of sarcasm, hitting Yamamoto Ichiro's sore spot. "What did you say?" Yamamoto Ichiro's face turned red, his momentum rising as if he was about to make a move. "What do you want to do?" A graceful figure quickly stepped forward, standing in front of Su Chen. Luan Yue's face was frosty, her aura not losing to Yamamoto Ichiro at all. Both were strong individuals at the diamond tier, neither able to overpower the other. However, what no one expected was Su Chen to step past Luan Yue and stride up to Yamamoto Ichiro, saying, "What? Am I wrong?" His tone was stern, showing no fear of Yamamoto Ichiro's threatening aura. The commotion quickly attracted a group of guards. Many men in black swiftly arrived, standing behind Yamamoto Ichiro. Their muscles were tense, and the power of beast control within them was highly active. It seemed that at Yamamoto's command, they would immediately summon beasts to attack Su Chen and the others. "Mr. Yamamoto, is this representing Japan declaring war on our Huaxia?" Su Chen stared directly at Yamamoto Ichiro, his eyes carrying a mysterious meaning. Hearing this, Yamamoto trembled, not daring to bear such a huge accusation. If the two countries went to war, Japan would surely be defeated. And this was a provocation from Japan. No other country would come to their aid. His expression changed several times, finally laughing. "What are you all doing? I was just joking with my young friend. Go back. Go back." He waved his hand, dismissing the men in black. Then, with a smile on his face, Yamamoto Ichiro said, "I was being inconsiderate, forgive me. Forgive me. There is a banquet in another part of the mansion, please follow me, esteemed guests." His face was sunny, as if the unpleasantness just now was a misunderstanding. Seeing this scene, Su Chen could only sigh at the thick skin of the Japanese. "No need, I'm feeling unwell and want to rest for a bit," Su Chen casually replied. After the scene just now, he had lost his appetite. "Alright, I will arrange rooms for both of you," Yamamoto Ichiro said with a smile. Soon, he led Su Chen and the others to a hotel, preparing 2 suites. This time, Yamamoto Ichiro didn't cause any trouble. The suites were spacious, well-equipped, with many local snacks on the table. After watching the two enter their respective rooms, Yamamoto Ichiro bid farewell with a bow. However, in the instant he turned around, the smile on his face turned into a sinister expression. His gaze was dark, staring straight ahead as if wanting to tear everything apart. Yamamoto Ichiro, a strong figure at the diamond tier, was actually refuted by a young bronze tier today. Where could he put his face? Inside the suite, Su-chen was sitting on a soft tatami mat, eating. Japanese food was mostly seafood, often prepared in special ways that could be eaten raw. Su-chen found it quite flavorful. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a soft knocking sound came at the door. Su-chen frowned. He had just sat down not long ago. Nonetheless, he patiently got up to check. Through the peephole, he saw Lu Anxue, so he opened the door. Lu Anxue had changed into a black robe, covering herself from head to toe, not revealing an inch of skin and completely hiding her impressive figure. The lecherous look from Yamamoto Ichiro earlier had made her uncomfortable. Therefore, the first thing Lu Anxue did upon returning to the suite was to change her clothes. "Do you need anything, teacher?" Su-chen curiously asked, leading Lu Anxue into the room. "It's nothing, just a reminder to be extra careful. Tomorrow's sparring will definitely not be easy," Lu Anxue said solemnly. It could be seen from the blatant provocation by Yamamoto Ichiro just now. This group of people from Dongying must have ill intentions. They might even attempt to assassinate Su-chen during the competition. Hearing this, Su-chen nodded. He had full confidence in himself. As long as it wasn't those old monsters personally making a move, that kid Watanabe Yuamoto wouldn't stand a chance of harming him in the slightest. If this person wanted to take his life, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Su-chen's eyes. At that time, he would make Watanabe Yuamoto taste the wrath of the Baifeng's heavenly fire. "You did well today," Lu Anxue said after giving instructions, not leaving but continuing. She looked at Su-chen with an indescribable admiration in her eyes. After all, not everyone had the courage to confront the pressure of a strong diamond-ranked expert head-on. Su-chen had just entered the bronze rank, with 6 or 7 ranks in between. If Yamamoto Ichiro went all out, just with his momentum, he could make Su-chen bleed from all 7 orifices and die on the spot. However, even so, Su-chen still stood firm, not cowering behind her. "How dare he! How dare he!" Yamamoto Ichiro roared in the room, his beastly power bursting out, instantly shattering all the furnishings in the room. Everyone standing in front of him lowered their heads, trembling, trying to suppress their breath as much as possible. They were afraid that a slight mistake would attract Yamamoto Ichiro's attention, leading him to vent his anger on them. "Principal, why get so angry? I have a way to make Su-chen wish he were dead." A frivolous voice came from outside the room. Then, Watanabe Yuamoto walked in. Seeing Watanabe Yuamoto approaching, Yamamoto Ichiro restrained his anger, but his chest still heaved unevenly, showing the fire of anger burning within him. He then waved his hand, driving the rest of the people out. In the spacious room, only Watanabe Yuamoto and Yamamoto Ichiro remained. "What? Poisoning?" Hearing Watanabe Yuamoto's suggestion, even the cunning Yamamoto Ichiro couldn't help but growl lowly. "Do you know the consequences of doing this? If discovered, it will lead to war between the two countries, and both of us will be criminals." Seeing this, Watanabe Yuamoto still had a frivolous smile on his lips, but what if it's not discovered? No need for a deadly poison, just weaken Su-chen's strength. By then, accidents happen in sparring, right? Hearing this, Yamamoto Ichiro's face darkened, seeming to refuse. However, he remembered Su-chen's aggressive attitude towards him today, and his anger rose again. "Fine. Let's do it decisively. Su-chen must die. Not a shred of evidence can be left." The next morning, Su-chen was escorted to the arena. Lu Anxue, as his bodyguard, naturally accompanied him. Unlike the arena used in the Huaxia Federation, the Dongying Arena was a completely enclosed semicircular stage. Above it was a roughly 5-meter-high translucent blue canopy emitting a faint light. It was said to minimize the impact of battle aftermath and not affect other facilities. At the same time, the Dongying Arena was more private, with almost no stands. Only in front of the arena, there was a row of seats. Sitting on these seats were the top figures of Dongying. A casual word from them could determine the fate of countless Dongying people. Yamamoto Ichiro introduced each of these people to Su-chen. Su-chen responded absent-mindedly. In his view, no matter how high-ranking and influential these people were, they had nothing to do with him. After all, no matter how far Dongying's reach extended, it couldn't touch him in Huaxia. After the introduction, Su-chen arrived at the arena, summoning Blood Shadow and Baifeng, waiting for the enemy to arrive. About 5 minutes later, Yuben Watanabe finally arrived. He had a smile of apology on his face and leaped onto the arena. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Su," Yuben Watanabe said, bowing with a smile on his face but a hint of cunning in his eyes. Su-chen casually returned the gesture and took the opportunity to gather information about him. Name, Yuben Watanabe. Talent, Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer. When your beast kills an enemy, it can devour the enemy's soul, absorb memories, gain battle experience, and strengthen its own soul. At the same time, the soul strength of the master will also increase with the beast's enhancement. Rank, Bronze 2nd rank. contracted beasts, three-headed serpent, six-tailed spirit fox, truly deserving of an SS-level talent. Not only is it a growth-type talent, but it can also rapidly increase battle experience by absorbing enemy souls. What's even more terrifying is the ability to enhance the master's soul. For a beast tamer, the most important thing is not physical strength but soul strength. The higher the soul strength, the more beasts one can contract. And a beast tamer's strength mostly lies in their beasts. Moreover, behind Yuben Watanabe, there is the full support of the Eastern nation. Just imagine, if the top experts of the Eastern nation bring platinum-level beasts directly to feed Yuben Watanabe, how much would his soul strength improve? Of course, the more likely scenario is that Yuben Watanabe cannot withstand the immense soul energy and ends up as a fool. Even the most powerful talent cannot be achieved overnight. Baga! Seeing Suchen being so casual, Yuben Watanabe roared in anger. He tore off his disguise and sneered, "Prepare to die." Yuben Watanabe raised his hand, and the three-headed serpent and six-tailed spirit fox appeared in front of him. Hissing sounds filled the air as the serpent appeared, its body covered in colorful scales, even its heads exuding various colors. However, its constant secretion of transparent mucus made it look repulsive. On the other hand, the six-tailed spirit fox was a pure white fox. Though just a beast, its every move exuded extreme charm, like the most perfect goddess in the world. Suchen took a glance and felt dizzy, almost falling. But before he could react, the serpent had already slithered in front of him. Its three heads suddenly split, transforming into three small snakes that attacked Suchen and his two beasts. Sharp fangs gleamed with a toxic green light. Die! In front of the soft god scourge, you can't even react. Yuben Watanabe's expression was ferocious, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He and Yamamoto Ichiro had spread the soft god scourge all over the arena corners last night. This poison, colorless and tasteless, only rendered the victim powerless. Once out of the toxic environment, recovery would take half a day. But that was enough. Yes, right there, bite the neck. Look at those green veins, the blood bursting out, how wonderful. Yuben Watanabe was excited, as if reaching a climax. Suddenly, a black wolf claw accurately swiped at the serpent heading towards Suchen. The serpent had no chance under the huge wolf claw and was slammed to the ground by Blood Shadow. It struggled, but with a swipe of the claw, green liquid burst from its body. It was crushed to death by Blood Shadow. The other two serpents rushed towards Blood Shadow. Lee! A clear long howl rang out, and a terrifying heat surged from behind the serpents. Boom! Unnoticed, a huge fireball was brewing in front of Baifeng. In just an instant, the attack thundered towards the snake demon. The remaining two snake demons couldn't even scream as they turned into ashes in the blue and red flames. How could this be? Watanabe Yuamoto's face twisted in disbelief, unable to accept such an outcome. The six-tailed spirit fox's allure and the three-headed demon snake's ambush were supposed to guarantee his victory in battle. How could things turn out like this? How did Suchen wake up so quickly? Why didn't the soft body dispersal work? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Watanabe Yuamoto failed to notice a verdant vine slowly growing beneath him, extending up to his chest. Similar vines appeared on Suchen and Blood Shadow Baifeng, emitting a faint green light that dispelled all negative effects on them. Enchantment, soft body dispersal, in the presence of the ancestral wood domain, were utterly insignificant. Poisoning is truly despicable. Suchen calmly emerged from the flames. As Baifeng's master, these flames couldn't harm him in the slightest. Do you think I don't know? Suchen murmured, walking slowly towards Watanabe Yuamoto. I just don't care. He abruptly stopped and gestured with a wave of his hand. Blood Shadow dashed out like a black lightning bolt towards Suchen. Oh whoa! Seeing the giant wolf approaching, Watanabe Yuamoto instinctively threw the fox on his shoulder to delay the attack. You can't kill me. I represent Japan. Crimson blood splattered on Watanabe Yuamoto's face. It was his beast's blood. The beast, known for its mental allure, couldn't resist Blood Shadow at all. However, it stopped about half a meter away from Watanabe Yuamoto, seemingly intimidated by his words. Seeing this, a hint of joy flickered in Watanabe Yuamoto's eyes. He knew Suchen wouldn't dare to be so bold, to kill the top talent of Japan within its borders. Witnessing this scene, the Japanese big shots who were about to intervene sat back down. You scared me. China truly upholds etiquette, the child knows his limits. They laughed to cover up their embarrassment. You didn't lose anything, but I lost two beasts, right? Watanabe Yuamoto slowly retreated, trying to reason with Suchen. He could sense that Suchen had genuinely wanted to kill him just now. Oh? Suchen remained non-committal, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. I just felt that your death was too easy. He spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Watanabe Yuamoto's relaxed expression suddenly tensed up. He quickly backed away, attempting to distance himself from Blood's shadow, hoping to be safer. However, Watanabe Yuamoto failed to notice that his shadow didn't move along with him but twisted eerily. Suddenly, the shadow leaped from the ground and grabbed Watanabe Yuamoto's neck with immense force. His feet dangled in the air, and he let out painful gasps. His eyes filled with disbelief. His feet swung back and forth in the air uncontrollably, utterly powerless. Plop! A large spray of blood burst from his neck. Watanabe Yuamoto's neck was cruelly crushed by his own shadow. Silence fell over the scene. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before they could react, they saw Watanabe Yuamoto's headless body lying on the ground, blood gushing out. Even Luan Xue was shocked. She never expected Su Chen to be so audacious and domineering, to publicly kill the genius cherished by Japan. What does Japan think it is, threatening me? Su Chen stood quietly in place, softly speaking, though his voice was soft. But who among the crowd is not a top expert? Even the weakest has the strength of a platinum rank. Su Chen's words, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the ears of the people from Donying. How dare you? Yamamoto Ichiro was the first to react, leaping forward directly towards Su Chen. Countless spirit beasts appeared around him, launching an attack on Su Chen alongside their masters. His first move was naturally to silence the witness. Otherwise, once the poisoning incident in Donying was exposed, the rightful side would be Su Chen, would be Huaxia. After all, poisoning the enemy during a friendly match is disgraceful in the eyes of the world. It's normal for there to be injuries and deaths in young people's martial arts competitions. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Su Chen, blocking all attacks for him. Needless to say, it was Luan Xue. She protected Su Chen in the corner, not letting him be in any danger. He is deliberately killing. Another Donying big shot stepped onto the stage, pointing at Su Chen. Clearly, Watanabe Yu has no chance to resist, but Su Chen is still aggressive, even resorting to deadly force. I suspect that this person is a spy sent by the 10,000 Beasts sect, just to kill our country's genius. This person directly pinned a big hat on Su Chen. 10,000 Beasts sect spy. Even Luan Xue couldn't help but change her expression when she heard such dirty accusations. She wanted to argue, but a deep male voice came from the sky. Oh? Who gave you the courage to say that my student is a spy for the 10,000 Beasts sect? Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the arena, the once clear sky instantly darkened, and even the sound of thunder could be faintly heard. Then, a dragon's roar came from the sky, and all the anomalies disappeared instantly. Principal Shan Wuyan. After seeing the newcomer clearly, everyone exclaimed, "How did he come here? The so-called number one expert in Huaxia, the number one expert in the world, how could he suddenly appear in Donying?" Only Su Chen remained calm. It was he who had just summoned Shen Wuyan through the token. When he stepped onto the stage, Bifang had roared in the spirit beast space. With Bifang's reminder, Su Chen quickly discovered that he had been poisoned. At that moment, he had murderous intent. It was also at that moment that he quietly summoned Shen Wuyan through the token. It was all to be able to leave unscathed. Otherwise, even if he was angry, Su Chen would not directly kill Watanabe Yu. He was not a fool and would not joke with his own life. "Principal Shin, why did you suddenly come to Donying today? What's your purpose?" An old man spoke calmly, walking step by step towards Shen Wuyan. The rest of the people all made way for the old man, showing extreme respect. "This is the current number one expert in Donying, Suzuki Koyamachi." Luan Xue quietly introduced Su Chen. "Someone poisoned my student, shouldn't I have come?" Shen Wuyan said lightly. An invisible coercion enveloped everyone present. "What? Poisoned? How is that possible?" Suzuki Koyamachi's face darkened. He glanced at Yamamoto Ichiro, who had just acted hastily, and began to have doubts in his heart. After all, Yamamoto Ichiro was not usually so proactive. And Yamamoto Ichiro's slightly panicked expression made him even more suspicious. He believed most of what Shen Wuyan said. However, even if there was really poisoning, he absolutely could not admit it. Absurd! Suzuki Koyamachi shouted angrily, "How could we Donying people act like this?" He. Seeing Suzuki Koyamachi's appearance, Shen Wuyan did not argue with him, just sneered. Obviously, he had a deep understanding of the shameless nature of the Donying people. "There's no point in saying more, let's settle this through a martial arts trial," Shen Wuyan said lightly. Hearing this, Suzuki Koyamachi relaxed his expression and nodded in agreement. The so-called martial arts trial is a way for countries to resolve disputes. If a matter remains unresolved for a long time, it can be settled through a martial arts trial. The victor will have absolute authority to handle the matter. After all, Shen Wuyan came alone this time. Although he knew that Su Chen had been poisoned, he had no specific evidence and did not carry any poison detection equipment. By the time the professionals arrived, all traces would likely have been cleaned up by the people from Danying. Therefore, Shen Wuyan chose the simplest, most direct, and most brutal way to deal with it. Yamamoto Ichiro also had full confidence in himself. In his view, both of them were top-notch experts in martial arts, and it was difficult to determine a winner. The stage was quickly rebuilt. The ultimate battle between Huaxia and Danying was about to begin. The last time we fought was 10 years ago. Suzuki Koyama stood on the stage, facing Shen Wuyan from a distance, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. At that time, the two countries of Danying were at odds and used martial arts trials as the final judgment. At that time, Shen Wuyan, who was just in his 30s, was already at the top of the Huaxia Federation's strength, representing Huaxia in battles. Suzuki Koyama, on the other hand, was the representative of Danying. You won over me with a slight advantage back then, but it won't happen this time. Suzuki Koyama's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. At that time, he was already a top beast tamer dominating Danying. Losing to Shen Wuyan, a relatively unknown young man, shocked everyone. Suzuki Koyama was particularly ashamed of this defeat. Since that day, he had worked even harder on the path of beast taming, reaching a fanatical level. And now, Suzuki Koyama was just one step away from that insurmountable barrier. This time, I won't lose again, Suzuki Koyama said, taking a step forward, exuding a domineering aura. The top-notch aura of a diamond-ranked expert made everyone present tremble, except for Shen Wuyan, who stood calmly in front of Suzuki Koyama. A faint contemptuous smile played on his lips, a frog at the bottom of a well. How laughable your confidence is. Shen Wuyan had never taken Suzuki Koyama seriously from the beginning to the end. What? Hearing this, Suzuki Koyama was furious. He had considered Shen Wuyan his greatest opponent for a whole decade, and Shen Wuyan didn't even see him as a worthy opponent. How could he keep his composure? Suzuki Koyama waved his withered hand, and 6 differently shaped mythical beasts appeared in front of him. Although these beasts looked different, they all shared one thing in common: unparalleled power. Su Chen stood below the stage, feeling a chill run down his spine at just one glance. In his perception, any one of these mythical beasts, if they went all out, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Is this the difference between me and top experts? Su Chen clenched his fists, thinking to himself. The gap was still too wide. His desire to become stronger grew even stronger. As the 6 mythical beasts approached him, Shen Wuyan just stood there calmly, showing no reaction. He whispered, "Haven't you realized yet? We are already people from 2 different worlds." As soon as his words fell, a dragon's roar echoed from the center of the stage. Then, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared on the stage. It had rabbit eyes, deer horns, cow mouth, camel head, mirage belly, tiger paws, eagle claws, fish scales, and snake body. It had 4-toed claws and eyes like red candles. After appearing, it didn't rush to attack but instead scanned the entire arena like a king. It seemed like there was nothing worth its personal intervention. The huge sound wave made everyone tremble. Those with weaker strength even started bleeding from their 7 orifices and fell unconscious due to the impact of the sound wave. The footsteps of the 6 mythical beasts also hesitated slightly under the influence of the sound wave. Just one mythical beast? Suzuki Koyama became even angrier at the sight. It was clear that the dragon didn't even consider him a threat. Attack, tear it apart. Suzuki Koyama shouted hoarsely, commanding his mythical beasts to surround the 5-clawed golden dragon. The immense sound seemed to attract the attention of the golden dragon. Its candle-like eyes glanced lightly. At just one glance, Suzuki Koyama felt his whole body's blood freeze, leaving him standing there motionless. Then, his head slowly lowered, as if in a gesture of submission. How could this be? Suzuki Koyama roared in his heart, unable to control his own body. It felt like someone was forcibly pushing down his head. He tried to resist, but every time he had a rebellious thought, a sharp pain like needles would shoot through his entire body. It seemed to be telling him, resistance would mean certain death. Between dignity and life, Suzuki Koyama chose his own life. Humph! Just as his head completely lowered, Suzuki Koyama seemed to hear a cold snort. Then, he felt a sharp pain all over, and the scenery in his eyes quickly receded. He ended up falling directly off the stage. What's going on? How could it be? How could Lord Suzuki lose so thoroughly? Why did President Shin's beast just look at Suzuki Koyama and he fell off the stage by himself? The scene caused an uproar. Everyone was filled with doubt. In their eyes, the showdown between Shen Wuyan and Suzuki Koyama was expected to be a fierce battle before a winner was barely determined. Under such circumstances, whoever won or lost would have been acceptable. But now, Shen Wuyan clearly didn't use his full strength. No, he didn't even reveal half of his strength, yet Suzuki Koyama lost so inexplicably. A defeat without any dignity. At the moment Suzuki Koyama lowered his head, the Japanese present seemed to feel their own dignity shattered by Shen Wuyan. Today's events serve as a warning. If you dare to provoke our huaxia again, even if far away, you will be punished. Shen Wuyan stood on the stage, his voice cold. It wasn't loud, but it resounded clearly in everyone's ears. Come, let's go home. Then, Shen Wuyan looked at Su Chen and Luan Xue, speaking gently. Towards his own people, President Shen was still very gentle. He waved his hand, and the five-clawed golden dragon immediately flew down from the stage, prostrating itself at Su Chen's feet. Obviously, it was meant for him to ride on its back. Su Chen stepped onto the dragon's back. Truth be told, this was his first time riding a dragon. As soon as Su Chen's feet touched the dragon's scales, the scales immediately closed tightly around his feet, securing them in place. This way, no matter what happened during the flight, Su Chen wouldn't fall off the dragon's back. At the same time, Su Chen felt an unusually warm sensation in his feet. A continuous flow of heat emanated from the dragon's scales, healing his hidden ailments. It was clear that Shen Wuyan was concerned about any lingering effects of poisoning on Su Chen and had instructed the five-clawed golden dragon to do so. After Su Chen and Luan Xue both boarded the dragon's back, Shen Wuyan also mounted the dragon and departed. Just before leaving, he left a sentence behind: compensate Su Chen with 2 billion federal coins, to be delivered today. Shen Wuyan's tone was domineering, leaving no room for negotiation. However, none of the Japanese present dared to object. Standing on the dragon's back, Su Chen took in everyone's reactions. His heart burned with determination. This was the absolute authority brought by strength. Because Shen Wuyan dominated the scene with his strength, no one dared to question his words. And Su Chen was confident that one day, with his own strength, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shen Wuyan, even surpass him. And that time wouldn't be too far off. You did well this time. Just as Su Chen was lost in his thoughts, Shen Wuyan spoke gently. The howling wind passing through the air did not affect the clarity of his voice. The praise fell clearly into Su Chen's ears. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Shen Wuyan continued, as an S-level talent beast tamer from Japan, if you grow stronger, you will pose a significant threat to our huaxia. You were able to kill him, very good. This is something only you can do, not me. As the top fighter of huaxia, his every move represented the official stance of huaxia. This time, the challenge with Suzuki Koyama was well known. If Shen Wuyan directly assassinated Watanabe Yuben, it would definitely provoke an international war. But with Su Chen taking action, there was no such worry. After all, when young people spar, occasionally drawing blood or even risking their lives is not unheard of. No one could say anything about it. Moreover, the poisoning originated from Japan. Su Chen also held the moral high ground, naturally not needing to bear any responsibility. 2 billion federal coins are compensation from Japan. Our country will also give you a corresponding reward. You can follow me to the office later to collect it. Saying this, Shen Wuyan looked at Luan Xue. Of course, Teacher Lu has also worked hard. Your reward will be arranged by someone. Hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected any special rewards from the huaxia side. Although he didn't know what it was, judging by huaxia's official attitude, the reward was bound to be generous. This also made Su Chen slightly excited. The journey was silent. The five-clawed golden dragon was extremely fast, taking just an hour. The three of them arrived in huaxia from Japan. Then I will take my leave. Luan Xue bowed to Shen Wuyan and left on her own. Shen Wuyan nodded at her, then gestured for Su Chen to follow him. Inside the principal's office, Shen Wuyan brewed a cup of tea for Su Chen. The elegant fragrance of tea filled the room. The two sat in silence, sipping their tea quietly. Shen Wuyan gazed at the young man before him. When he was as young as Su Chen, he was just as confident, arrogant, and looked down on everyone. However, he lowered his gaze, then refocused on Su Chen. After a moment, Shen Wuyan sighed as if making a decision. You have 2 billion federal coins from Japan as compensation, so you shouldn't lack in financial resources. I see that your soul is stronger than others. You should be close to forming a contract with a beast, right? Shen Wuyan said. As a strong individual with such power and experience, he naturally saw through Su Chen's potential as a rising star. In that case, how about a high-quality beast egg? With that, a human-sized, entirely red beast egg appeared on the table as a faint light shimmered from Shen Wuyan's spatial ring. Upon closer inspection, one could see scenes of day and night changes, seasonal cycles, and storms appearing on the egg. Even an ordinary person could tell from its appearance that this beast egg was extraordinary. Su Chen immediately activated his Eye of the World to gather information about the beast egg. Race, Night Dragon, Dark Attribute, Aptitude, Fragmented Star, Low Grade, Rank, Black Iron, First Tier, Innate Skills, Nightfall, Epic, Time Slowdown, Epic, Night Dragon True Form, Epic, Unique Dual Evolution Route of Light and Darkness. After the first evolution, it can advance to Sun Dragon, Moonlight level. After the second evolution, it can advance to Sun and Moon Dragon King, Radiant Day level. After the third evolution, it can advance to Candle Dragon, Mythical level. Hatching condition, immerse the beast egg in the host's fresh blood. First evolution condition. Note, this beast egg contains the bloodline of the Candle Dragon, extremely proud by nature. If not acknowledged by it, there is a high chance of hatching failure. It was a beast egg with a fragmented star, low-grade aptitude. Su Chen's pupils constricted, as this was the first time he had encountered a beast with an initial stage talent as fragmented star. It was known that the higher the initial talent, the greater the improvement after being baptized in the mythical blood pool. They could absorb the mythical bloodline from the blood pool to the maximum extent. Moreover, this beast already had 3 epic level skills at the initial stage. If it underwent a bloodline baptism, there was a high chance of awakening a legendary level skill. Su Chen was well aware of the strength of such skills, whether it was the ferocious dominance of the fire of the Southern Dipper or the mysterious and elusive blood shadow devouring. Both were extremely powerful existences. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Shen Wuyan smiled, knowing that he was very satisfied with the Imperial Beast Egg. Shen Wuyan asked, "It seems like you are very pleased?" Of course, Su Chen nodded repeatedly. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would have the chance to obtain such a high-level Imperial Beast Egg again. Take good care of it, it's very precious. Very precious. Shen Wuyan handed the Imperial Beast Egg to Su Chen, offering blessings continuously. A hint of heartache flashed in his eyes. Even he had rarely seen this level of Imperial Beast Egg. Now rewarding it to Su Chen naturally caused him great pain. It was produced by his Imperial Beast, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, mating with other Imperial Beasts. Originally, Shen Wuyan intended for it to become his new Imperial Beast, but now, it was undoubtedly more suitable to give it to Su Chen. "Thank you, Principal." Su Chen bowed. The value of this Imperial Beast Egg far exceeded the reward he deserved. If he were to auction it on the market, it would definitely fetch a price beyond Su Chen's imagination. At this point, he knew very well that this was a reward given to him by Principal Shen at his own expense. Therefore, Su Chen was extremely grateful to him. "Alright, grow well, only then will you not disappoint my intentions." Shen Wuyan waved his hand. The two of them continued their conversation. Su Chen even asked Shen Wuyan about unclear aspects of his Imperial Beast process. After all, when it came to Imperial Beasts, Shen Wuyan was second to none in the Huaxia Federation. Once Su Chen had all his doubts cleared, he bid farewell and left the principal's office, heading straight to the treasure pavilion. He was going to get the 2 materials needed for Blood Shadow's evolution. The one receiving him was naturally Zhou Xiaoling. At this moment, although Zhou Xiaoling was already an assistant manager, she did not exude any arrogance and still warmly welcomed Su Chen, fetching the materials for him. Especially the way she looked at Su Chen was filled with tenderness. In her eyes, Su Chen was the only light in her dim life, a divine being who saved her from a desperate situation. Su Chen, who was eager to evolve Blood Shadow, naturally paid no attention to such matters between men and women. After obtaining the materials, he hurried back home. Blood Shadow was Su Chen's first Imperial Beast. Its performance in battles was slightly inferior to Baifeng, and today was the time for its evolution. Su Chen believed that after Blood Shadow evolved again, its combat power would surely be on par with Baifeng, or even slightly surpass it. Su Chen placed the 2 materials on the table. One was a half-meter-long ivory emitting a moon-white fluorescence, almost occupying the entire table. This was the ivory of the moon-worshipping divine elephant. The moon-worshipping divine elephant was an extinct platinum-tier species that relied entirely on absorbing the essence of the moon at night for its strength. Due to the rich and gentle moon energy contained in the ivory of the moon-worshipping divine elephant, it was widely used for healing soul injuries and making various potions. This also led to the frantic hunting of this powerful Imperial Beast. Until the last 7 moon-worshipping divine elephants were captured by humans and then domesticated in the hope of breeding this species again. However, the platinum-tier Imperial Beasts already had a rudimentary intelligence. The proud nature of the divine elephant only worshipped the moon and could not accept human captivity, choosing to commit suicide one after another. From then on, the moon-worshipping divine elephant species was completely extinct. This also caused the price of its ivory to skyrocket in the market. This ivory alone cost Su Chen a whopping 35 million Federation coins, even after a discount. The other material was a plant entirely red, with only a silver-white flower at the center of its stigma. This was the blaze sunflower. This flower bloomed at the birth of the scorching sun and withered as the sun set, absorbing all the solar energy of the day into its body. However, extremes beget reversals, and the peak of the sun must have its decline. After the flower withered, through special processing, the majestic solar energy contained within the blaze sunflower was completely converted into moon energy. The energy of the moon transformed in this way is more violent and difficult to absorb. Therefore, the price is slightly lower compared to the moon worship ivory. What Su Chen requested this time is a special state where half of the energy in the fiery sunflower is transformed and half remains untransformed. Looking at the rare materials in front of him, Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. With a wave of his hand, a majestic dark-haired divine wolf appeared in front of him. As soon as Su Chen appeared, Blood Shadow couldn't help but nuzzle his chest with its head. The soft fur, even through a layer of clothing, brought him great pleasure. "Go, become stronger," Su Chen said after a moment. Hearing this, Blood Shadow swallowed the two materials. Suddenly, scorching sunlight and cold moonlight erupted on Blood Shadow's body. The two completely opposite energies began to tear and wear each other down in Blood Shadow's body. The sunlight was fierce and overbearing, scorching black blood holes behind Blood Shadow. However, before the blood could flow out, the high heat burned the wounds into black charcoal. The moonlight was equally ungentle, acting like a sharp scalpel rampaging inside Blood Shadow's body. Bloodlines overflowed from Blood Shadow's body, and then quickly evaporated by the scorching heat. The room was filled with the smell of blood. About 10 minutes later, the two energies wore each other down almost equally. Blood Shadow's body was riddled with holes in this situation. At least in Su Chen's eyes, there was no good flesh on Blood Shadow's body. The once soft fur had already been burned sparsely by the sunlight, and the divine gaze dimmed at this moment, showing a hint of weakness. This sight made Su Chen feel a pang of heartache. However, just then, a bright white light slowly spread out from within Blood Shadow. The moon worship ivory was working. The gentle energy of the moon spread from Blood Shadow's abdomen to the rest of his body. Wherever the moonlight touched, numerous scabs and charred areas fell off. Even the burnt fur grew back. However, this time, the newly grown fur was no longer the thick black as before, but a soft white like moonlight. In no time, under the gentle moonlight, Blood Shadow was completely renewed. Even his eyes had regained their former brilliance. It is worth mentioning that although Blood Shadow's entire body hair turned from black to white, his eyes, still blood red, remained unchanged, sending shivers down one's spine. Advanced successfully. At the same time, the majestic power of the beast surged within Su Chen's body. His body trembled, and his strength increased by one level. The shackles in his mind loosened slightly. Su Chen had a feeling that as long as he advanced one more level, he could form a contract with the third beast. And with the speed of advancement of Blood Shadow and Baifeng, his next promotion would definitely not exceed 5 days. Su Chen shook his head, no longer thinking about anything else, but focusing his gaze on Blood Shadow. He wanted to see where the evolved Blood Shadow excelled. Race, Moon-Eating Wolf King, Dark Attribute, Aptitude, High Moon, Level, Bronze 3rd Level, Talent Skills, Deathmatch, Epic, Shadow Transformation, Epic, Soul-Eating Shadow, Epic, Shadow Devourer, Epic, Blood Pact, Legendary, Moon Wolf True Form, Legendary, Deathmatch. The more the beast's physical strength is lost, the higher its combat power, and it will not weaken due to loss of physical strength or injury. Shadow Transformation, the beast can shadow itself and all teammates, immune to most attacks, and during Shadow Transformation, physical energy consumption is reduced. Soul-Eating Shadow, the beast can directly attack the enemy's soul, causing huge damage and soul damage. Blood Pact, when the beast master or other beasts suffer fatal damage, they will be immune to that damage. Can be activated twice in a short period of time. Shadow Devourer, the beast briefly controls the enemy's shadow and manipulates it to attack the enemy. The attack also comes with the Shadow Devouring Soul effect. Moon Wolf True Form, when the moon is present, the beast can enter the Moon Wolf True Form. In this state, the beast's speed is tripled, and its strength and constitution are doubled. Note, the beast can forcibly summon the moon, and the moon summon forcibly can only be maintained for up to half an hour. The only evolutionary path, the direction of the Dark Knight, after one evolution, it can advance to the sun-swallowing Divine Wolf, Sun level. After 2 evolutions, it can advance to the Black Knight King, Myth level. Blood Shadow has made great progress, reaching directly to the 3rd tier of Bronze. It has already surpassed Baifeng in terms of tier. And Blood Shadow possesses a total of 6 skills, reaching a terrifying level. It's worth noting that Baifeng, also a moon-level talented beast, only has 4 skills. Although Blood Shadow's individual skill intensity is slightly inferior to Baifeng's, the sheer number of skills makes up for it. 4 epics, 2 legends. With Blood Shadow's array of skills, it is an extremely formidable presence at any tier. After evolving, Blood Shadow has undergone a qualitative breakthrough. Originally, Blood Shadow could only transform itself and Su Chen, but now it can transform all companions together. This means that regardless of how many beasts Su Chen contracts with in the future, they can all enjoy the transformation effect, thereby immunizing against most attacks. What a terrifying effect! The Blood Pact has also seen a significant improvement. The number of uses has increased from 1 to 2 times. The effect has changed from transferring damage to complete immunity to damage. Moreover, the Blood Pact is no longer limited to immunizing Su Chen from damage but extends to immunizing all beasts contracted by Su Chen. What a concept! With Blood Shadow's presence, it's as if Su Chen and his beasts each have 2 pieces of armor. The newly emerged legendary skill, Moon Wolf True Form, greatly enhances Blood Shadow's overall combat capabilities. This is the first time Su Chen has seen an ability that can triple his own physical attributes. Although it's only a 3-fold increase in speed, it's terrifying enough. After all, in martial arts, speed is paramount. However, such a terrifying effect comes with a price. Blood Shadow can only enter the Moon Wolf True Form when there is a moon present. Fortunately, as the successfully evolved Moon Eater Wolf King, it can forcibly summon the moon. Although this moon can only exist for half an hour, it is sufficient to handle most situations. Excellent! Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to stroke Blood Shadow's now cold white fur. The icy sensation spread in his palm. After evolution, Blood Shadow's entire body is in a state of low temperature. It's summer now, but having it by his side feels exceptionally cool. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound was heard at the door. Su Chen looked through the peephole and saw that it was Li Anxue, who had just left not long ago. Here, compensation from the East Japan side. Opening the door, Li Anxue handed a spatial ring to Su Chen. He glanced inside and saw 2,000 spirit stones neatly arranged in the spatial ring. 2,000? Su Chen looked at Li Anxue, puzzled. 2,000 spirit stones were only worth 2 million federal coins, not even enough for the consumption of Blood Shadow and Bifong for half a month. Take a closer look. These are high-grade spirit stones, Li Anxue said, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. It turns out there were things that Su Chen didn't understand. She had thought that geniuses like Su Chen were omnipotent and all-knowing. To be honest, Li Anxue had considered herself a genius before. In her 30s, she had already reached the diamond tier, a height that many people could not reach in their lifetime. However, it wasn't until she met Su Chen that she realized how laughable her pride in her talent was. Now, finally seeing Su Chen slightly at a loss, she naturally felt a sense of relief. High-grade spirit stones? Su Chen exclaimed. The spirit beast stones are divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high, based on the amount of energy they contain. The value of a high-level spirit beast stone is approximately equal to 100 low-level spirit beast stones. However, due to their high-quality energy content and rare production, they often have value but no market. Therefore, a high-level spirit beast stone can often be exchanged for 110 or even more low-level spirit beast stones. This means that the value of the spirit beast stones in the spatial ring has reached at least 210 million federal coins. It seems that the East Nation is still afraid of President Shen's power. Su Chen thought to himself, if it weren't for the fear of Shen Wuyan's strength, the East Nation would never have handed over compensation so obediently, let alone given an additional 10 million federal coins. His heart surged with desire to become stronger. The exclusive special realm for sophomores at the school is about to open. The school will select 10 students to explore together. But your performance this time was outstanding, and according to the assessment, your true strength is about to reach the silver rank. Therefore, you are granted permission to explore the realm with the senior students. Seeing Su Chen put away the spatial ring, Li Anxue continued, what makes this special realm special? Su Chen asked upon hearing this. He had a great passion for exploring realms. After all, during his first exploration, Su Chen had gained a substantial reward. This is an ancient realm where ancient spirit plants and many fierce beasts grow, some of which have long been extinct in reality. Of course, it's also very dangerous. Li Anxue explained, then added, if you are unwilling to participate in this exploration, you can apply to opt out, and the school will not force you. Su Chen shook his head, he would not miss such an opportunity. Perhaps he could find the resources needed for the evolution of Bifong and Blood Shadow in the special realm. After all, in reality, these resources were either extinct or too expensive for him to afford. This exploration was definitely an opportunity. Alright, I won't disturb your rest then. Seeing Su Chen readily agree, Li Anxue was not surprised at all. After all, he dared to confront a diamond rank powerhouse and even killed the most powerful genius in front of the East Nation officials. How could he give up the chance for self-improvement just because of some danger? Su Chen escorted Lu Anxue to the door. Then, he took out a conch shell and lightly tapped it 3 times. A buzzing sound continuously emanated from it before abruptly stopping. This was the conch shell that Zhou Shaoling had given him when he went to the treasure pavilion earlier. It was a communication conch shell only held by positions above the deputy manager at the treasure pavilion. Zhou Shaoling, as a deputy manager, had a pair of parent-child conch shells. By lightly tapping one conch shell, the other would respond. Different tapping sequences represented different meanings. Such a precious item was originally given to the most esteemed guests of the treasure pavilion. However, Zhou Shaoling had given it to Su Chen without hesitation, showing his importance in her eyes. Shortly after tapping the conch shell, a knock on the door sounded again. Su Chen informed Zhou Shaoling of the materials needed for the evolution of Blood Shadow and Baifeng, receiving the expected response of no stock available. "Keep an eye out for me, this is a deposit," Su Chen said, handing over the spatial ring he had just obtained. 200 million federal coins sounded like a lot, but it was far from enough to fully evolve Blood Shadow and Baifeng. Definitely not enough to spend. Su Chen sighed after seeing Zhou Shaoling off. The rapid advancement of his strength depended on the support of various rare resources. Without resources, his progress would be significantly delayed. Therefore, he was increasingly looking forward to the next exploration of the realm. If this still doesn't work, then there's only that method left. Su Chen shook his head, no longer dwelling on it, and turned to immerse himself in the cultivation of the beast taming power. The enhancement of the beast taming power not only came from the feedback after taming a stronger beast but also from the arduous cultivation of the beast tamer themselves. Su Chen naturally had to seize every opportunity to become stronger to prepare for future explorations in the mysterious realm. After all, the students of the Imperial Capital University were all geniuses in the true sense of the word, and the students in their second year had awakened their talents a full 2 years earlier than Su Chen. A 2-year gap was not something easily bridged. 5 days later, Su Chen slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, a glint of determination flashing in them. He had broken through. Blood Shadow and Baifeng also broke through, reaching the 4th and 3rd bronze ranks respectively. And under the feedback of the beast taming power, Su Chen also reached the 3rd bronze rank. However, the most important thing was that Su Chen felt the shackles in his mind had been broken. His soul strength was now able to bear a 3rd beast. It's time to form a contract with the Night Dragon, Su Chen thought to himself. As he pondered, his consciousness had already arrived in the beast taming space. The crimson beast egg was placed next to the mythical bloodline pool by him. After 5 days, the beast egg had grown larger, and the anomalies on it had become more pronounced. Su Chen just watched from afar, as if he could see the alternating days and nights, the flourishing and withering of the seasons. He stepped forward and made a cut on his wrist. Fresh blood dripped onto the beast egg, which was soon completely absorbed. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed in Su Chen's mind. He seemed to see a fierce candle dragon with a human head and a snake body, staring at him intently. The candle dragon was enormous, lying in front of Su Chen like a mountain range. Looking into the candle dragon's eyes, Su Chen couldn't see where its tail was. The eyes of the candle dragon were the most extraordinary. The left eye was filled with lightning and thunder, various natural phenomena constantly appearing in it, mysterious and infinite. The right eye displayed the changing seasons, brightening and dimming, as if demonstrating the transition of day and night, with each change marking the shift of a season. However, these eyes were irresistibly captivating. Su Chen could only firmly hold onto his own sanity and not lose himself in those eyes. Roar! And so, man and beast faced each other, neither willing to yield an inch. After an unknown amount of time, a voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. It was just a simple word, as if containing some profound truth, leaving Su Chen standing there for a long time, unable to extricate himself. After a while, Su Chen finally snapped out of this state. To his surprise, he found that he had inexplicably advanced 2 ranks and had reached the 5th bronze rank. Is this the complete form of a mythical grade fierce beast? Su Chen was shocked. Just a virtual entity of thought, an image existing in the bloodline of his descendants, had allowed him to advance 2 ranks. It was simply unbelievable. Roar, roar! Suddenly, a childish and milky dragon's roar interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. He saw a small black dragon, about half a meter long and 2 to 3 centimeters tall, nuzzling his leg affectionately. Su Chen lifted the small black dragon with one hand and looked into its eyes. He couldn't find any resemblance to the candle dragon. If it weren't for the information displayed by the eye of the world clearly appearing in his eyes, he wouldn't have been able to connect his own beast with the candle dragon. Well, you shall be called Candle Dragon. I hope you can be as powerful as your ancestor. Su Chen named the dragon Candle Dragon and threw it into the mythical bloodline pool. He was terrible at naming things, and for him, Giving a good name was even harder than killing him. Therefore, Suchen decided that for all the beasts born with a mythical bloodline, he would directly name them after their ancestors. It was convenient and easy to remember. Roar! About half an hour later, a deep dragon's roar emanated from the mythical bloodline pool. Then a crimson golden giant dragon soared into the sky, circling for a long time at the edge of the heavens, seemingly reveling in its own might. It wasn't until Suchen beckoned that the candle dragon descended from the sky and arrived in front of Suchen. Such a huge transformation! Suchen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the appearance of the candle dragon after undergoing the baptism of bloodline. Its entire body color changed from pure black to dazzling crimson gold. Its overall aura shifted from dark and mysterious to fierce and powerful. Its size also underwent a significant change, transforming from a small dragon into a colossal dragon that could blot out the sky. It simply stood in front of Suchen, enveloping Suchen and Blood Shadow by Fong in its shadow. Even in terms of size, it exuded the demeanor of Shen Wuyan's five-clawed golden dragon. Remember, that was a beast with the strength of a fragmented star rank. At the same time, information about the candle dragon also appeared in Suchen's eyes. Race, Sun Dragon, Light and Dark Dual Attributes, Talent, High Moon, Rank, Black Iron 9th Rank, Innate Skills, Nightfall, Epic, Sunlight, Epic, Time Control, Legendary, Candle Dragon True Form, Invincible, Unique Evolution Path, Light and Dark Dual Directions. After one evolution, can advance to Sun Moon Dragon King, Sunlight level. After 2 evolutions, can advance to Candle Dragon, Mythical level. Nightfall, temporarily deprives enemies of their 5 senses, plunging them into pure darkness. Sunlight, summons a small sun, causing continuous burning and significant energy consumption to enemies under its rays. Time Control, the beast possesses the ability to control time. When using this skill, a radius of 500 meters around it will experience a 3-second time freeze. During this time, only the master and the beast can move freely. Note, after this skill ends, it will consume a significant amount of the beast's energy. Candle Dragon True Form forces the activation of Bloodline, temporarily entering the Candle Dragon state, increasing time control duration to 1 minute. Simultaneously awakens the skills for Seasons of Suffering and Day-Night Cycle. For Seasons of Suffering, forces enemies to endure extreme seasonal climates in a short period, causing irreparable damage to their essence. Day-Night Cycle forces enemies to experience 365 day-night cycles in a short period, causing irreparable soul damage and deducting 1 year of lifespan from the enemy. Note, after each use of Candle Dragon True Form, the Candle Dragon will enter a weakened state and regress by 1 rank. Conditions for the second evolution. When Suchen saw the information about the Candle Dragon, he was completely stunned. An invincible level skill. What kind of concept was that? If legendary level skills were something ordinary people could hear about in legends and have a basic understanding of, then invincible level skills were truly unheard of, unseen, and even beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And now, Suchen's third beast undeniably possessed this level of skill. The intensity of this skill truly shocked Suchen. He could even imagine how desperate enemies would be when facing a Candle Dragon that activated the Candle Dragon True Form. The time control of the Candle Dragon was already an extremely powerful ability, capable of directly freezing everything within a 500-meter radius. Although for high-ranking experts, this time freeze could only slow down their movements. But for enemies at the same rank as Suchen, or even 1 or 2 ranks higher, this was simply a lethal move. You see, 3 seconds of time was already enough to kill these beasts, which had inherently robust physical qualities, a dozen times over. The Candle Dragon True Form extended this time to a terrifying 1 minute. What's more, after using the Candle Dragon True Form, it would awaken 2 new and domineering abilities, one directly causing irreparable damage to the enemy's essence. In this world, damage to the essence was a terrifying injury. The power and innate strength of the origin are closely related to the soul and other aspects. If the origin is severely damaged, it is equivalent to directly disabling a beast tamer. It might even end up worse than an ordinary person. The dominance and terror of the 4 seasons of suffering can be seen. Similarly terrifying is the cycle of day and night, forcing enemies to endure 365 days in complete solitude, either over an extended period or in a very short time. It's like being in solitary confinement where only one's own sensations exist. Imagine someone being imprisoned in their own consciousness for 365 days. No one to talk to, nothing to pass the time. They endure these 365 days until the concept of time fades away, eroding their soul and consciousness over the long years. And when they are finally released, it feels like it was just a moment. The impact on the soul would be immense. If someone were to bear both of these skills simultaneously, even a diamond-ranked expert would likely struggle to endure. As for the so-called side effects, in Su Chen's view, they are to be expected. If such powerful skills had no negative effects, that would be truly strange. Of course, the other two skills of Candle Dragon, Entering Night and Lingering Sun, are also quite powerful. Unlike the aforementioned skills, they have no side effects and can be used for daily attacks and support. Excellent! Su Chen touched the scales of the Candle Dragon's red gold, feeling the heat spreading from his palm. With the Candle Dragon by his side, his overall strength soared once again. Especially when facing past unbeatable enemies, as long as the Candle Dragon used true form of the Candle Dragon, Su Chen would have the power to fight back even against the strongest foes. He wouldn't fall into a state where he couldn't resist anymore. At this point, a hint of gloom flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He hadn't forgotten the assassination attempt by the Gu Corporation in Changnan City. Although the assassination had failed, Su Chen had gained many benefits from it, but he remembered this grudge. Gu Tiansheng, the next time we meet will be the day of your death. Your proud Gu Corporation will be crushed under my feet, completely disintegrated. Killing intent surged in Su Chen's eyes. The reason he was cultivating so diligently now was largely due to the existence of Gu Tiansheng. He couldn't rest easy with such a powerful and cunning enemy still alive. After coming out of the beast taming space, Su Chen took out the communication conch and summoned Zhou Xiaoling to the room. Once again, he arranged the necessary resources for the Candle Dragon's evolution. When everything was ready, he immersed himself in cultivation once more. 1 month later, inside the beast taming space, Su Chen looked at the 3 powerful beasts in front of him with great satisfaction. During this month, he had been training with the helmet, constantly sparring with Luan Xue in the virtual space. As a result, Su Chen and his beasts not only gained a lot of combat experience but also rapidly improved their own strength through such rigorous training. The Candle Dragon successfully broke through the Black Iron rank and reached the Bronze 4th rank. The Blood Shadow had even reached the pinnacle of Bronze, the Bronze 9th rank. The Earth element was slightly behind, reaching the Bronze 8th rank in terms of realm. And under the feedback of the immense power of the beasts, Su Chen's own realm also reached the Bronze 9th rank, just 1 step away from breaking through to Silver. It could be said that he was now much stronger than he was a month ago. What was even more crucial was that through repeated actual combat, Su Chen understood the effects of the Candle Dragon's time control on enemies of different ranks. Beasts of the golden rank and below would be completely controlled for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the controlled beasts not only couldn't move but also had no conscious thoughts of their own. It was as if, for those 3 seconds, their lives disappeared for no reason. Of course, the injuries sustained during these 3 seconds would all manifest on their bodies once the Candle Dragon's skill ended. As for the control over the Platinum Tier Spirit Beasts, it only lasts for 1 second. As for the Diamond Tier, they are not completely controlled, but their thoughts freeze, as if they were dizzy. At the same time, their movement speed and reaction ability are greatly reduced. Of course, the debuff time for Diamond Tier Spirit Beasts is also less than a second. Even so, it's terrifying enough. You should know that Candle Dragon is only at the Bronze Tier now, yet it can already influence Diamond Tier Spirit Beasts. That's a huge gap of 4 tiers. If this were to spread, others would surely think Su Chen is joking. Even Luan Xue, who has been training with him all along, was greatly shocked and exclaimed at his monstrous talent. At the same time, she felt a bit more reassured about Su Chen's exploration journey in the secret realm. However, the skill time control can only be used once in half a day before entering a rest state. If forced to use it, Candle Dragon will fall into a brief state of unconsciousness. But even so, this skill can be considered extremely heaven-defying. After all, once Candle Dragon uses time control, it means that enemies at the gold tier and below will be directly killed by Su Chen. If Su Chen were to encounter those who tried to assassinate him before now, he wouldn't need to flee in embarrassment or seek help from Principal Wang Ping. With his own strength alone, he could kill both the assassins and the members of the 10,000 Beasts sect in an instant. This is the immense sense of security brought by strength. Today, I'll take you to a good place, Su Chen said as he patted the spirit beasts in front of him. Today is the day when the special secret realm officially opens. It's also the day to truly test his own strength after many days of hard training. And whether his spirit beasts can evolve again depends entirely on the gains from this exploration of the secret realm. After a brief moment of intimacy with his spirit beasts, Su Chen withdrew his consciousness from the spirit beast space. He looked up at the clock hanging on the wall, then strode out of the dormitory. Sharpen a sword for 10 years, the frost blade has never been tested. Su Chen had been practicing diligently for a whole month, and today was the time for his treasured sword to show its edge. He headed towards the secret realm area in the southwest corner of the Imperial Capital University. Soon, Su Chen noticed Luan Xue waiting for him there. Take this with you. Press it if things go wrong to exit the secret realm. Lu Anxue handed a bracelet to Su Chen. The Imperial Capital University had mastered a method to quickly and safely exit the secret realm after many years of exploration. Even in the midst of battle, a light touch on the bracelet would immediately teleport the student out of the secret realm. However, this method of teleportation was somewhat rough, akin to being kicked out forcefully. But compared to one's life, these slight discomforts were naturally insignificant. Su Chen took the bracelet, gave Lu Anxue a reassuring look, and then walked into the teleportation array. "Hello, junior brother." Seeing him approach, a group of senior students greeted him warmly. They had heard a lot about this young junior brother. In regular matches, he defeated students of the same year. In international exchanges, he vanquished geniuses from rival countries. Just these two incidents alone had spread Su Chen's fierce reputation far and wide. However, he himself was still unaware of it. Faced with such a warm welcome, Su Chen was also somewhat surprised and smiled back one by one. But at that moment, a discordant cold snort came from a corner, immediately shattering the harmonious atmosphere. Su Chen followed the sound and saw a tall and thin young man glaring at him with a dark expression. Looking at his face, Su Chen felt a strange sense of familiarity. "Gu Sikhang, don't meddle in other people's business. This guy crippled my brother, I must make him pay." Hearing the name, Su Chen suddenly realized. This was none other than the eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Tianran's older brother, Gu Sikhang. No wonder he was hostile towards him from the start. However, Gu Sikhang completely disregarded the face of the classmate and growled lowly. He and his younger brother, Gu Siyuan, grew up together and had a deep bond. Originally, Gu Sikhang had planned to wait for his brother to enter university and take care of him. However, news came that Gu Siyuan had been disabled. And the one who disabled his brother turned out to be the currently popular Su Chen. How could Gu Sikhang not hate this? Wei Dongqing was publicly rebuked by Gu Sikhang, his face pale, but he didn't say anything. He just looked apologetically at Su Chen and then slowly retreated. Among these 10 people, Gu Sikhang was the strongest, with his strength reaching the 7th level of the golden tier, while Wei Dongqing had just entered the golden tier and was no match for him. "Oh, I'd like to see what strength you have." Su Chen stepped forward, fearless. "Oh, by the way, your brother spoke to me in the same way. He's still lying in bed, like a useless person." Su Chen's tone was disdainful, as if he didn't care about Gu Sikhang at all. Damn, the notorious big brother indeed dares to confront Gu Sikhang head-on. Exactly, everyone knows Gu Sikhang has a bad temper, quick to resort to violence. This junior is unexpectedly brave. If Gu Sikhang wasn't much stronger than me, I would have taken him down long ago. Su Chen is impressive. The crowd discussed fervently, all shocked by Su Chen's courage. They never expected a newly awakened junior to challenge the second-year senior, who was the strongest in terms of strength. Su Chen's words directly hit Gu Sichang's sore spot. "How dare you bring him up?" Gu Sikhang almost exploded in anger, the power of the beast surging in him, as if he was about to summon the beast to tear Su Chen apart. The teleportation array will start soon, students, be prepared. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the secret realm. Any violation will result in punishment and expulsion. The teacher in charge of the teleportation array spoke in time. He had noticed the situation here long ago but hadn't paid much attention. Now, seeing that things were getting out of control, he spoke up to stop it. Hearing this, the blood-red color in Gu Sichang's eyes slightly receded. He reached out his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture towards Su Chen. The threat was clear. As for the prohibition against fighting mentioned by the teacher, if he were to kill Su Chen completely, who would know that it was Gu Sikhang who did it? Without evidence, even if there were suspicions, the school authorities couldn't do anything to him. Faced with his threat, Su Chen simply ignored it. However, a hint of killing intent quietly rose in his heart. The interest of the Gu family would start with Gu Sichang's life. Suddenly, a flash of white light passed, causing Su Chen to tightly close his eyes. When he opened them again, the bright day had turned into night. A round moon was hanging high in the sky, emitting a shimmering light. Seeing this, Su Chen directly summoned all 3 of his beast companions. Under the moonlight, Blood Shadow's muscles rapidly expanded. In just a few seconds, its body had swelled to several times its original size. However, the huge size did not affect Blood Shadow's speed but provided it with a tremendous explosive force. Su Chen gazed at Blood Shadow's powerful and beautiful body. This was the Moon Wolf true form. It was Blood Shadow's strongest state. Su Chen looked around. In front of him was a lush forest, behind was an endless plain, to the left was a foul-smelling swamp, and to the right was a scorching desert. Standing in the middle, there was no grass under his feet, like barren land, with no possibility of any spiritual treasures existing. Quite mysterious. Su Chen was amazed by the scene. for completely different environments appearing simultaneously in this place was truly extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly chose the direction to move forward. It was to the right, towards the scorching desert. The evolution direction of his three beast companions would all be related to the light and fire attributes. Therefore, choosing the desert for exploration is most likely to yield suitable resources. This time's expedition into the unknown will only be open for 3 days. Once the time is up, all students will be automatically ejected from the mystery realm. There won't be any material summary rankings or rewards. The exploration of the special mystery realm itself is a great reward. Moreover, Su Chen had long known through the eye of the world that Gu Sikhang had a fire attribute talent. Choosing the desert increases the likelihood of encountering Gu Sikhang. With this thought in mind, Su Chen did not hesitate and commanded the team to march towards the desert. Bai Fong led the way at the forefront of the team. Blood Shadow guarded the rear to prevent ambushes. Su Chen sat on the back of the candle dragon, letting it carry him as they circled in the middle of the team. Of course, he was not idle, activating the eye of the world at any time, not missing any resources that appeared in his sight. Swish! As the team entered the desert, a jade-green spike suddenly struck. The spike was incredibly fast, deeply piercing into Bai Fong's flesh in the blink of an eye. However, despite being pierced, not a drop of blood flowed from Bai Fong. Instead, it let out a comfortable chirp. This wood attribute attack not only did no harm to Bai Fong but allowed it to absorb the wood attribute energy within the attack, thereby enhancing itself. Roar! Of course, Bai Fong would not let the attacker go unpunished just because it was unharmed. It quickly condensed a green and red fireball in its mouth. The fireball carried immense energy as it struck a cactus. Boom! The cactus's body exploded along with the surrounding sand and gravel. In an instant, this despicable attacker was purified by Bai Fong's heavenly fire, probably of high silver tier strength. Su Chen recalled the speed at which the spike had come and quickly assessed the strength of the attacker. Such a beastly strength posed no threat to him now. Just as he was contemplating, scorpions suddenly emerged from the sand layer. There were a large number of them, probably around 100. Each needle-like tail emitted a dim light and swiftly stabbed towards the only blood shadow standing on the ground. The light on these tails was clearly poisonous. Clang! However, when the needles pierced Blood Shadow's skin, a sound like that of clashing gold and iron rang out. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw that these sharp needles were firmly held in place by the muscles swelling on Blood Shadow, unable to move an inch. Under the Moon Wolf true form, Blood Shadow's defense had reached such a formidable level. With a roar, Blood Shadow's wolf claws swiped, turning the scorpions into corpses. The remaining scorpions fled in panic, burrowing back underground, no longer daring to show themselves. They were the overlords of the desert's outer layer, numerous and highly toxic. However, today, they encountered a creature they couldn't penetrate at all. If they couldn't even harm the opponent, how could their toxins take effect? Watching the shifting sand beneath his feet, Su Chen's eyes lit up. He recognized these scorpions. They were called Spirit Treasure Scorpions biologically. The name Spirit Treasure was due to the fact that where these scorpions gathered, precious resources were bound to exist. Due to their rare nature, they had long been hunted to near extinction by humans in reality. Unexpectedly, in the special mystery realm of the Imperial University, there were still such creatures. Chase them, follow their movements. Su Chen commanded. Today, he must find the lair of these scorpions and see what treasures lay inside. The Spirit Treasure Scorpions moved swiftly beneath the sand layer. Their speed was considered good even among silver-tier beasts. However, they could not escape the pursuit of Bai Fong, Candle Dragon, and other beastly mounts. After all, the talent of the Haoyue level endowed Su Chen's beast with such innate qualities that, even though it was at the bronze rank, its physical attributes were no less inferior to a silver-ranked fierce beast. They might even surpass them. Su Chen soared through the air on the back of the Candle Dragon, while Bai Fong glided high above with Blood Shadow. With the vision of the Spirit Treasure Poison Scorpion, it was impossible to detect being tracked, as it hurriedly made its way back to its lair. About half an hour later, the movements beneath the sand gradually ceased. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he commanded the Candle Dragon and Bai Fong to swiftly descend. Roar! The Candle Dragon let out a mighty roar, and then a small sun suddenly appeared above the nest of the Spirit Treasure Poison Scorpion. Activate Sunrise! This summoned sun was extremely close to the nest, emitting infinite light and heat. This heat was unbearable even for the scorpions living in the desert. Soon, the scorpions hidden beneath the sand began to emerge, emitting white smoke from their bodies. It seemed as if these scorpions hiding in the nest were about to self-combust. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The scorpions looked in panic at the sudden appearance of the sun. With their limited intelligence, they could not comprehend this power, mistaking the sun summoned by the Candle Dragon as a divine punishment. Some scorpions even tried to escape, stopping directly under the sun, their upper bodies repeatedly rising and falling. It was as if they were bowing to a deity. Hiss! Thick white smoke emanated from their bodies. Soon, under the sun's rays, those scorpions that did not escape were quickly reduced to ashes. The remaining scorpions quickly fled, abandoning the long-established nest. The skills of the candle dragon were a significant blow to these low-intelligence scorpions. Alright, that's enough. Su-Chen lightly patted the scales on the back of the candle dragon, signaling it to retract the small sun. The candle dragon complied and then, following Su-Chen's instructions, slowly descended to the ground. So hot! Even though the sun had disappeared, when Su-Chen reached the ground, he still felt an unbearable heat. In just a few seconds, beads of sweat the size of soybeans had formed on his forehead. It was easy to imagine the torment the scorpions directly exposed to the sun had endured. Roar! Bai Feng's master emitted heat all over his body, spitting out 2 clusters of green and red flames that quickly enveloped Su-Chen and Blood Shadow. The intense heat instantly disappeared, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Perfect, perfect. Su-Chen praised Bai Feng repeatedly as he patted its head. It truly lived up to being a beast with dual attributes of wood and fire, reaching the pinnacle of control over flames and temperature. Su-Chen recalled the place where the scorpions had crawled out in droves earlier. Soon, the nest of the spirit treasure poison scorpion was excavated from beneath the sand. This nest was located 3 meters below the surface of the desert, entirely constructed from gray-black stones. There were gaps between each stone, just enough to accommodate a single scorpion passing through. A red light was now shining through one of these gaps, catching Su-Chen's eye. In an instant, Su-Chen seemed to see a completely red sphere hanging high in the sky. The sphere was adorned with leaping flames and violent rays of light, which were freely spreading from the sky, causing immense damage to the earth. Seas evaporated, rivers dried up, revealing pale riverbeds. Fields cracked open, people were left destitute, some even resorted to cannibalism. Scenes of devastation flashed before Su-Chen's eyes. Then, all these scenes were replaced by a single long arrow. The arrow shot up into the sky, carrying boundless hatred and resentment, heading straight for the sun. Boom! Su-Chen seemed to hear a deafening sound. Then, blinding light and heat that could scorch his eyes flashed before him. A sensation of burning and swelling filled Su-Chen's eyes, and tears involuntarily streamed down his face. After a while, Su-Chen reopened his eyes, and all the illusions had vanished without a trace. Only a small piece of fiery red fragment lay quietly in his palm. The texture of this fragment was neither stone nor wood, slightly warm to the touch, and appeared extremely ordinary. However, Su-Chen knew that this was a sun shard. It was a carrier of a portion of the sun's energy. A single sun could sustain billions of lives with its energy. Even this small fragment before him contained unimaginable power. If this energy were to be released, even a diamond-ranked beast tamer would be incinerated in an instant. The sun shard was the main material for Blood Shadow to evolve into a sun talent beast tamer. This also showed how terrifying the sun talent beasts were. Just one evolution required such a huge amount of energy. Roar! Seeing this fiery red fragment, Blood Shadow's crimson eyes gleamed with extreme desire. If the sun shard were not held by Su-Chen, it might have lost control and tried to snatch it and swallow it directly. Don't be hasty, if you consume this now, you will only explode and die. Su-Chen placed the sun shard into a spatial ring. The massive and violent energy of the sun shard could not be directly absorbed by Blood Shadow at the moment. It needed to be combined with other rare resources for neutralization before it could be absorbed properly. Even so, there were still great risks during its evolution. What a great harvest! Su-Chen thought to himself. He had only been in this special realm for a short time and already made such a huge gain. Just the value of this small sun shard alone was higher than the compensation of 2 billion federal coins from Donying. If things go smoothly, perhaps after exploring this special realm, both Bai Feng Blood Shadow and Candle Dragon could evolve again. Su-Chen was excited at the thought and unwilling to waste any time, continuing his exploration into the depths of the desert. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was harsh. Such precious and rare resources were not easy to find. A day and a half passed, and Su-Chen had not found the resources needed for the beast tamer's evolution. Instead, he found various miscellaneous treasures, adding up to a total value of 100 million federal coins. He was not disappointed, as just one sun shard was enough to make Su-Chen ecstatic. Moreover, the Huaxia Federation had more than 10 special realms. If one special realm could discover a useful material, it would be enough for Bai Feng and the others to evolve. It would just take a bit more time. After all, throughout history, there had been only a few sun talent beasts, and Su-Chen could elevate all the beast tamers' talents to the sun level, or even to the legendary god level, with just time and effort. This was a terrifying prospect. Imagine if enemies were surrounded by those legendary mythical creatures, there would be no will to resist. Kneeling and surrendering on the spot would be the best option. In the sky, Su Chen stood on the back of the candle dragon. His eyes scanned the ground nonstop, hoping to find high-value treasures. Suddenly, his gaze froze, a hint of coldness in his eyes. He saw Gu Sikhang. However, Su Chen did not rush to descend because in front of Gu Sikhang, there was another person, Wei Dongqing. Wei Dongqing was sitting on the desert floor, pale-faced. His left arm, wearing a communication bracelet, had already disappeared. Blood gushed from his left shoulder, staining the sand beneath him red. Gu Sikhang looked down at Wei Dongqing from a high vantage point, a smirk on his face. Blame your good luck for finding that level of resource. By the way, if you hadn't spoken up for that mongrel, I might have just taken your resources, not your life. Wei Dongqing covered the blood spurting from his left shoulder with his right hand, a hint of regret in his eyes. He wasn't regretting speaking up for Su Chen but regretted being too young and too kind. Seeing his classmates unexpectedly suggesting to explore together, he had no guard up. Otherwise, his hand wouldn't have been so easily chopped off by Gu Sichang's beast, with no time to react. Bullying the weak. No wonder your brother was beaten into trash. I doubt you'll live much longer. Su Chen will kill you sooner or later. Wei Dongqing knew Gu Sikhang would never let him go, so he cursed loudly. Moreover, his beast was also killed in Gu Sichang's ambush. Without his beast, Wei Dongqing's strength was almost completely crippled. There was no chance of turning the tables. Hearing this, Gu Sichang's face darkened instantly, and he said slowly, "Don't worry, after I send you away, I will personally get rid of that scum Su Chen as well." With that, a bright red mantis behind Gu Sikhang walked up to Wei Dongqing. The mantis's right arm was still stained with fresh blood. It was the one that had severed Wei Dongqing's left arm with one strike, leaving him with no hope of escape. Torture him, don't let him die so easily. Gu Sikhang sneered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Anyone who blocked his path, who blocked the way of the Gu family, he would make them suffer. As the mantis's blade drew closer to Wei Dongqing's pale face, Gu Sichang's face gradually showed a twisted grin. Suddenly, everything went black before him, all the surroundings vanished, leaving only a thick darkness. Not only that, Gu Sikhang couldn't feel the desert's heat wave, couldn't smell the eternal sulfuric scent in the desert. He couldn't even feel his own existence. Perhaps it was a long time, perhaps just a moment, but when Gu Sikhang regained his senses, he found himself still standing in the desert. However, the mantis that was about to attack Wei Dongqing had turned into black charcoal, and next to Wei Dongqing stood his archenemy, Su Chen. What a great day it is today, to encounter both of you at the same time. Gu Sikhang laughed heartily upon seeing Su Chen. At the same time, a hint of mockery flashed through his mind. If that idiot Su Chen had taken the opportunity to kill me when I lost my senses earlier, wouldn't everything be over? Yet he went to save Wei Dongqing. How foolish. He didn't believe Su Chen's beast could release such consecutive skills. If so, it would be too terrifying. Even he, a golden high-level beast tamer, couldn't do it. Hearing Gu Sichang's laughter and his inexplicable confidence in his words, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Nightfall, activate again. The moonlight-level talented beast was so unreasonable. Gu Sikhang, who was laughing wildly, suddenly fell silent as if choked. Fear appeared on his face. He waved his hands in front of him frantically, as if trying to block something. Seeing their master in such a state, the beasts around Gu Sikhang immediately attacked Su Chen. However, no one noticed that Gu Sichang's shadow, which had been lying quietly on the ground, began to wriggle frantically. Then the shadow suddenly rose up, and his right hand plunged directly into Gu Sichang's heart. Bang! With a teeth-gritting loud noise, Gu Sichang's heart was pulled out by his own shadow. A large amount of fresh blood gushed out from the wound, staining Gu Sichang's once clean clothes blood red. Perhaps the pain was too much. Gu Sikhang regained his senses and saw a fist-sized hole in his chest, screaming in agony. The massive blood loss made it difficult for him to remain standing. Gu Sikhang collapsed weakly on the sand, the powerful vitality of a beast tamer preventing him from dying immediately. His wide eyes stared fixedly at Su Chen. His own beast was about to attack him immediately. With the strength of his top-tier golden beast control, he was sure to instantly kill Su Chen. Excitement and pain intertwined on his face. Gu Sikhang stared ahead without blinking, eagerly anticipating Su Chen's death. However, Su Chen did not dodge or evade, standing quietly in place with a mocking smile on his face. Even his beast showed no reaction, just quietly guarding Su Chen. Poochie, a claw pierced through Su Chen's chest, but no blood splattered out. Ripples spread from Su Chen's body as he directly turned into a state of virtualization, perfectly evading the attack. Seeing this scene, Gu Sichang's eyes widened, unable to catch his breath, and froze to death in the desert. With their master's death, his beasts also virtualized one after another, disappearing into the air. Thus, Gu Sikhang, the genius of the Gu family, met his end. Seeing the once arrogant Gu Sikhang die like this, Wei Dongqing, who was hiding behind Su Chun, was full of disbelief. Gu Sikhang was the strongest sophomore at the Imperial University, even able to compete with many senior students. It's worth noting that this was the Imperial University, one of the top universities in the Huaxia Federation. This meant that within the entire Huaxia Federation, Gu Sikhang was considered one of the strongest sophomores. However, in just a few seconds, he was easily killed by Su Chen, without even a chance to beg for mercy. Wei Dongqing recalled Gu Sichang's behavior before his death, feeling a deep chill in his heart. The eerie wriggling shadow and Gu Sichang's inexplicable reaction made Wei Dongqing dare not imagine how long he could last under Su Chen's hands. Su Chen was naturally unaware of the complex psychological activities of the senior behind him. After this battle, he had a deeper understanding of his own strength. It seems that I have underestimated myself, Su Chen thought to himself. He originally thought that only by relying on the Candle Dragon's time control could he be close to invincible at the golden rank. Unexpectedly, the Candle Dragon's Nightfall combined with the Blood Shadow's Shadow Devourer had such a powerful effect. Originally, Nightfall's sensory deprivation could only last a few seconds, and this skill could only affect one target at a time within a short period. If the enemy's beast protected the master, even if the enemy's senses were deprived, Su Chen could not kill them quickly. However, when combined with Shadow Devourer, Su Chen's killing ability against the enemy was greatly enhanced. After all, the Blood Shadow skill manipulated the enemy's own shadow. Imagine, who would be on guard against their own shadow? Which beast would be familiar with its master's shadow changes? And the activation of Shadow Devourer was completed in an instant. Once used, it was a deadly attack. If the enemy was not deprived of their senses, they might have a slight reaction. But once their senses were deprived, in the midst of confusion, the enemy's shadow became the most deadly killer. At this thought, Su Chen was very satisfied. Growing at this speed, it wouldn't be long before Gu Tiansheng, who was previously unbeatable, would no longer be his opponent. The Gu family. Just a frog at the bottom of a well. Su, classmate, can I have my severed hand back? Wei Dongqing's weak voice came from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Su Chen turned around to see Wei Dongqing looking down, full of hesitation. He didn't even dare to look Su Chen in the eye. Even to retrieve his severed hand, he had to ask Su Chen first. Afraid that if Su Chen was unhappy, he would crush him like an ant. Oh, of course, senior. After you receive your arm, hurry and leave the secret realm, Su Chen said. He still had a good impression of the senior who had dared to speak up for him before. And Wei Dongqing's hand was cut off by a mantis blade, the Woundsmooth. With the world's healing abilities, it was very simple to reattach the severed hand. Thank you, Junior. Hearing this, Wei Dongqing's face showed a hint of joy. Just now, he didn't even dare to call Su Chen a junior, afraid that he would think he was being too old-fashioned and then kill himself. If Su Chen knew his true thoughts, he would definitely be puzzled. Am I such a bloodthirsty person? By the way, senior, it's better not to spread today's events. In the end, Su Chen reminded again. Absolutely, Wei Dongqing responded. He was not a fool and naturally would not spread this matter. Moreover, it was Gu Sikhang who first laid hands on him. Gu Sikhang was the first to violate the school rules. Speaking of which, Su Chen should be commended for rectifying school discipline and helping classmates. However, this would inevitably lead to various questions and inquiries about the details of the battle. This was something Su Chen did not want to face. By the way, Junior, there is a very precious resource in Gu Sichang's spatial ring, don't forget to take it. Before leaving, Wei Dongqing kindly reminded. By now, he had forcibly fixed his severed left hand on the wound with a bandage. It was because the two of them discovered this treasure that Gu Sikhang chose to take drastic measures. Because the value of this treasure was so high that even Gu Sikhang would be heartbroken to split it evenly. Su Chen naturally knew about this. Just now, he heard everything clearly in the sky. Seeing Su Chen nod, Wei Dongqing finally felt relieved and pressed the bracelet on his left hand. A strong spatial fluctuation emanated from the bracelet. Then a white light flashed, and Wei Dongqing disappeared in front of Su Chen. Someone's out. Someone's out. So early, it's only been a day and a half, really. If it were my brother Gu, he would definitely persist until the end and return with a full load. And that kid surnamed Su, better not let brother Gu meet him, or he'll definitely kill him. Does brother Gu even need to bother? A little guy at the bronze tier, afraid he can be taken down by any fierce beast in the secret realm. True, maybe he won't even have a chance to return to the secret realm, his body might have already rotted. As soon as Wei Dongqing came out, he saw a group of people looking at him with mocking smiles. Wei Dongqing knew them. They were a small group that followed Gu Sikhang. They usually relied on Gu Sichan's strength to act arrogantly. Maliciously fighting for resources, belittling and even beating up classmates were common occurrences. It was estimated that they were also waiting for Gu Sikhang to return at this moment. Hearing the words from their mouths, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Wei Dongqing's mouth. Brother Gu? The brother Gu you usually rely on? Let me tell you, he died miserably, even his heart was dug out by his own shadow. Blood flew 3 feet high. However, Wei Dongqing naturally would not tell these people about this. After all, this was something he and Su Chen had agreed upon. In Wei Dongqing's view, that seemingly harmless junior was far more terrifying than Gu Sikhang. Moreover, he had more important things to do, repairing his severed limb. These people saw him leaving dejectedly, and their words were even more unrestrained. Listening to the unbearable words behind him, Wei Dongqing felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. If those students who had been bullied by Gu Sikhang and others learned that Gu Sikhang had already died, I wonder what kind of anger they would vent on these people now. Just thinking about this, an unparalleled sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. At the same time, Su Chen, who was in the secret realm, held Gu Sicheng's spatial ring in his hand. He sent a trace of consciousness into the spatial ring. This is. Seeing a flash of red light inside the ring, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Fire core?" The fire core is a special product of the desert, containing immense heat buried in the depths of the earth for millions of years. Even the lowest grade fire core is a rare resource of diamond rank, valued at no less than 1 billion federal coins. Most importantly, the main material needed for Baifeng's evolution is the fire core. Baifeng needs to absorb countless fire attribute energies to evolve into the source of fire. Only treasures like the fire core can fully satisfy the energy requirements of the evolution process. If Baifeng's energy is insufficient during evolution and forcibly interrupted, it won't just be a simple evolution failure but a terrifying disaster. At that time, the potential bloodline and all energies within Baifeng will erupt together, forming an unparalleled flame that cannot be extinguished, burning everything to ashes. Su Chen looked at the fire core in the ring, filled with excitement. Now that the main materials needed for Baifeng and Blood Shadow's evolution have been collected, although the remaining auxiliary materials are hard to come by, with the strength of the Wanbao Pavilion, they can still be obtained with time. In other words, the evolution of Baifeng and Blood Shadow into the talented beasts of the sun is almost a certainty, just needing a little more time. It's up to you now. Su Chen turned around, patting the candle dragon following behind him. Then he leaped onto the dragon's back, saying, "Continue exploring, plunder all the treasures in this desert." It would be perfect if he could find the candle dragon's evolution material in the remaining day and a half. However, luck doesn't last forever. After a day and a half of searching, with the time to leave the secret realm approaching, Su Chen still hadn't found the final evolution material. Of course, he found plenty of other scattered resources. He already had several space rings, more than enough to hold the gains from this trip to the secret realm. What a pity, Su Chen said, watching the sun rising higher. When the sun reached its zenith in the sky, it would be time for him to be ejected from the secret realm. He then smiled, "It's greedy, finding one material would have been good enough. Now with two, I'm still not satisfied." Suddenly, Su Chen's ears twitched. There seemed to be a sound of fighting to the east. The sound was very faint, indicating that the fighting was far from where Su Chen currently was. If his body hadn't been thoroughly baptized by the power of the beasts, enhancing his hearing, he might not have heard the fighting at all. "Let's go!" Su Chen called out, wanting to see who or what was fighting in this mysterious desert and whether he could benefit from it. Two flying beasts, one carrying Su Chen and the other Blood Shadow, swiftly flew eastward. Soon, the sounds of fighting became clearer. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. A towering giant python, with its upper body stretched straight, was firmly biting a strange bird soaring in the sky. From a distance, it looked like a huge iron rod piercing a hole in the blue sky. The bird's body emitted a black iron-like halo, its feathers shining like steel tempered countless times, giving off a chilling light. The bird was firmly held by the python, feathers falling off and turning into sharp blades that pierced the python's mouth, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone. Blood flowed from the python's mouth. Despite the severe injuries, the python did not release the iron-feathered bird. In its human-sized emerald eyes, a stunning rage was brewing. The intense pain did not diminish the python's fighting spirit, instead, it bit down harder. Its body spun rapidly like a top. With the help of its powerful momentum, its fangs left a series of scars on the iron-feathered bird. These wounds did not bleed but oozed a dark hue. At a glance, Su Chen knew the iron-feathered bird was deeply poisoned. What a pity! If not for being bitten, there would be no clear winner between the two, Su Chen sighed inwardly. He had just used the eye of the world to examine the specific information of the two fierce beasts. The bird was at the platinum 8th rank, while the python was at the platinum 9th rank. There was a gap between them, but not a significant one. Besides, flying beasts naturally had an advantage over ground-based ones. Roar! Suddenly, as if noticing Su Chen's presence, the bird let out a roar. It spat out a white sticky substance towards Su Chen. However, Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he clearly discerned the nature of the white liquid. Without dodging, he caught the white sticky substance in his hand. Within the disgusting liquid, there was a fist-sized beast egg, the offspring of the towering python. No wonder the python is so frantic. You've eaten its child. Su Chen's puzzlement slightly cleared. He then saw the python tear into the bird fiercely, causing feathers to scatter across the desert. However, being a top-tier platinum beast, the bird's injuries were not fatal. Despite the deep poisoning, the bird managed to stabilize itself in the air and then unsteadily flew away. The python, preoccupied with the vile bird that stole its egg, crawled towards Su Chen with crimson venom dripping from its mouth. Its massive body, tens of meters long, caused the desert to tremble slightly as it moved swiftly. Even Su Chen, faced with this terrifying presence, felt a bit shaken. After all, this was a top-tier platinum beast. Even the current Su Chen was no match for it. Nevertheless, Su Chen remained calm. He pressed his hand against the school-issued bracelet on his wrist. A powerful spatial fluctuation enveloped him and the beast beneath him. In a flash of white light, Su Chen disappeared from the spot. The python abruptly halted its advance, gazing at the spot where Su Chen vanished, standing still for a long time. Then, it let out a long howl filled with sorrow and desolation. It turned its head towards the direction where the iron-feathered bird had flown off. Since it couldn't find its child, it was determined to tear apart that cursed feathered creature. After the white light faded, Su Chen opened his eyes. His beast had returned to the beast space during the teleportation process. The beast egg had been stashed into the space before the teleportation. Su Chen now stood alone in the teleportation array, empty-handed. Around him, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. It was the final day of exploring the secret realm, and many curious individuals were waiting there. Too bad they didn't hold out until the last moment. Yeah, 5 students are still missing. I knew it, Gu must be the last one. The crowd buzzed with discussions, surprised that even the recently famous genius couldn't endure until the end. After all, in such a time's secret realm, lasting until the final moment was a display of strength. Su Chen naturally chose to ignore the chatter of the masses. They were all mediocre. His gains were beyond their imagination. Changsheng, over here. Seeing Su Chen emerge, Luan Xue, who had been waiting for a long time, called out. As Su Chen's homeroom teacher, she had the responsibility to ensure the students' safety. Upon hearing Luan Xue's call, Su Chen walked over. How much longer until the secret realm exploration is completely over? Su Chen asked softly. He had originally planned to leave directly, but hearing those people calling out Brother Gu incessantly, he suddenly felt a perverse interest. He wanted to see how these people would look when the secret realm was completely closed. If Brother Gu of these people still hadn't come out, how ugly would their faces be? 37 minutes left. Have you obtained a lot of good things? Luan Xue responded, smiling with her eyes. She had known Su Chen for some time and had some understanding of him. Luan Xue knew that Su Chen, in his current leisurely appearance, must have gained a lot in the secret realm. Not bad, Su Chen responded with a smile. At the same time, the specific information of the beast egg appeared in his mind. Race, sky-reaching python, poison attribute, aptitude, diamond low grade, rank, black iron first rank, innate skills, rapid, rare, corrosive poison, outstanding, gigantification, epic, evolution direction 1, poison attribute direction. After 1 evolution, it can advance to the fragmented star level beast poisonous demon flood dragon. After 2 evolutions, it can advance to the moonlight level beast corrosive demon dragon. Evolution direction 2, physical attribute direction. After 1 evolution, it can advance to the fragmented star level beast devouring spirit python. After 2 evolutions, it can advance to the moonlight level beast devouring god python. After 3 evolutions, it can advance to the sun level beast rainbow devouring sky python. First evolution condition. Hatching condition, mix 9 different poisons into a large amount of one's own blood, forming a special liquid. Then soak the beast egg in the special liquid and wait quietly for 10 minutes. This beast egg turned out to be a rare diamond aptitude beast. Moreover, it had 2 completely different evolution directions, with the physical attribute evolution direction even able to reach the sun level. Don't look down on Su Chen's beasts, each of them having moonlight level talent and aptitude, thinking that a diamond aptitude beast egg was not valuable. On the contrary, This was a beast egg that could match the total value of the previously obtained Earth Fire Core and Sun Fragment. It should be noted that in this era, the Diamond rank was almost the top power in the world, enough to serve as the top combat force of any country. There, they would be respected by all. In other words, whoever possessed such a beast egg would signify that 1 foot had already stepped into the threshold of top combat power. Becoming a Diamond rank beast tamer was just a matter of time. And Xin Wuyan, as an extremely rare, possibly the only fragmented star rank beast tamer in the world. With just him alone, he could make a whole country of Donying struggle to breathe. Even under Xin Wuyan's pressure, Donying's compensation had to be handled with extra care to please him. However, even such a strong individual, most of the beasts under his command were only of Diamond rank strength. Only 1 or 2 beasts, as the main combat force, could reach the fragmented star rank. This showed the rarity and preciousness of Diamond rank beasts. However, Su Chen had no intention of making the sky-reaching python his 4th beast. For him, the aptitude of this beast was simply too poor. Even with all the resources piled up, it was impossible to elevate it to the strength of a mythical level beast. Su Chen simply looked down on such a beast. He had no patience to cultivate such a beast, let alone leave his precious contract qualification to such a beast. If others knew Su Chen's thoughts, they would probably not be able to help but curse. That's a rare beast with a Diamond aptitude from the start. It can even develop into the sun level, and he actually looks down on it. After checking the beast egg, Su Chen stood next to Luan Xue, patiently waiting for the other students to come out of the secret realm. Fan Limei, Wang Yinxue, Fan Jiawei. One by one, classmates flickered out of the teleportation array. Although they all looked a bit disheveled, they couldn't contain their joy on their faces. Obviously, these people had gained a lot from the secret realm. Where's Gu Gu? Why hasn't he come out yet? Why are you in such a hurry? None of these people are in trouble. Can Gu Gu be in trouble? Exactly, don't you understand that the protagonist always appears last? Seeing that Gu Sikhang had not appeared yet, a small group closest to the teleportation array began to get restless. However, they quickly quieted down. But their conversation was heard loud and clear by the students inside the teleportation array. Their faces turned pale. What do you mean by none of these people are in trouble? This is a blatant insult. Those who can enter the special realm for exploration are the most outstanding talents of a year group at the Imperial University. They are also geniuses among their peers in the Huaxia Federation. They have been accustomed to praise and admiration since childhood. How could they tolerate this? What are you whispering about? A bunch of opportunistic cowards. A burly man strode out of the teleportation array and stood in front of the small group. They were not afraid and retorted stubbornly, Fan Jiawei, do you remember your miserable defeat in the arena last time? This remark caused others to burst into laughter. Fan Jiawei was known for his explosive temper. Last time, he spoke out against Gu Sikhang and others bullying their classmates, and as a result, Gu Sikhang beat him up in the arena, leaving him bedridden for a week. After that incident, Gu Sichan's behavior at school became even more arrogant. Even the strong students of the same year were no match for him, so what did the others have to fear? A bunch of mongrels. Just wait until the day Gu Sikhang dies, then you'll see, Fan Jiawei said with a grim expression. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. Although he had a hot temper, Fan Jiawei was not a masochist and did not want to be beaten up again. There was a rule at the Imperial University that if challenged by peers of the same age, one could not refuse without special reasons. This was to encourage students to engage in real combat, improve their combat experience, and prevent them from becoming a group of softies. Of course, the same challenger could only challenge once a month. No need to wait, I think Gu Sikhang is already dead. Su Chen stood among the crowd, speaking calmly. Seeing someone helping him out, Fan Jiawei gave a grateful look. However, even he did not believe that Gu Sikhang, who was so powerful, would die in a secret realm exploration. After all, as long as he was not killed instantly or ambushed, Gu Sikhang could easily return to school using his bracelet. With Gu Sichan's strength, ordinary beasts couldn't kill him. Fan Jiawei, his archenemy, didn't believe that Gu Sikhang was dead, let alone Gu Sichan's followers. When they heard Su Chen's words, they were first stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha, I declare this the funniest joke I've heard this year. Are you so afraid of death, afraid that Gu Sikhang will take your dog's life, that you imagine such a scenario? Young people are so imaginative. However, just as they were mocking, the blue light on the teleportation array flashed, signaling the complete closure of the array. This also meant that the exploration of the secret realm this time was over. Ha! Seeing this blue light, someone among Gu Sichan's followers exclaimed in surprise. Then, the laughter gradually faded away, replaced by a deathly silence. After a long time, someone hoarsely spoke up, The secret realm is closed, Gu. Gugu hasn't come out yet. What's going on? His voice was sharp and hoarse, as if the words were being squeezed out of his throat, but no one around him answered his question. When the secret realm closed and the explorers did not come out, there was usually only one result: death. Even if they didn't die, they would have to live alone in the secret realm for up to a year, with almost no chance of survival. The man who spoke looked around and saw his former good buddies who used to have his back now avoiding eye contact with him. They turned away as if he were a plague. This man's name was Lu Sicheng, one of the most loyal followers of Gu Sikhang, and also the most hated by his classmates. With Gu Sikhang dead, he lost his protection and naturally became the target of resentment from those he had bullied before. Therefore, no one wanted any contact with him, not even a glance. Lu Sicheng's eyes darkened, losing their last glimmer of light. He understood everything but chose not to acknowledge it, let alone face it. Lu Sicheng stumbled, as if about to fall into the crowd. However, a large hand firmly caught him, pulling his head back forcefully. Fan Jiawei slowly grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth, saying, "It's time to settle old scores." Behind Fan Jiawei, a group of students approached, all glaring at Lu Sicheng with hostility, their eyes fierce as if they wanted to tear him apart. Gu Sicheng's other followers tried to slip away in the chaos but were blocked by the incoming students, unable to move. Seeing this, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and walked away. He could imagine the days ahead for Lu Sicheng and his companions. It would be the wrath of the entire sophomore class. Su Chen hoped that when he next saw them, they would still maintain their rebellious demeanor. Just as Su Chen entered the dormitory and barely settled down, there was a knock on the door. Curious, he opened it to find Shen Wuyan standing there. Yangtze City has been breached by the beast tide, and surrounding cities are also affected. We need some students to handle post-disaster reconstruction matters, Shen Wuyan said heavily. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was surprised. Yangtze City was adjacent to his hometown, Changnan City. If Yangtze City had fallen to the beast tide, Changnan City would undoubtedly suffer as well. Has Changnan City been affected? Su Chen inquired. Shen Wuyan nodded. Changnan City recently experienced a beast tide, and the city defenses have not been fully restored, causing some losses. Fortunately, the city defenders reacted swiftly and managed to hold the city. But casualties. Su Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart upon hearing this. After all, he had lived in Changnan City for 18 years and still had some attachment to the small town. This time, the school has arranged for you to handle the post-war reconstruction in Changnan City. Remember, you have full authority over all matters related to combat reconstruction, even the power to act first and report later. The situation there is very complex. I will personally visit soon. With that, Shen Wuyan handed Su Chen a token similar to the one before. A genius of Su Chen's caliber, even as a strong individual, was still precious, and Shen Wuyan naturally worried about his safety. A genius who stayed within the confines of the school could only be a fledgling eagle, unable to face real storms. Therefore, he chose to send Su Chen to Changnan City personally. The school has arranged for a student to accompany you. Pack your things and depart immediately. After Shen Wuyan's instructions, he left directly. Su Chen quickly packed his valuables and headed to the school's main gate, where he was to meet the other student. Junior, hope all is well. The companion was none other than Wei Dongqing, whose severed hand had already been reattached and his complexion had improved. How is your recovery, senior? Su Chen asked casually, summoning Bai Feng at the same time. It's almost back to normal, and my strength has mostly recovered, Wei Dongqing replied promptly. Once a beast tamer reached the golden rank, they would undergo a qualitative change. If their beast was killed, it wouldn't die permanently but return to the beast space to slowly heal its injuries. If willing to spare the resources, it would even be possible to restore all the spirit beasts to their original state within a day. Where is your flying spirit beast? Seeing Wei Dongqing hesitating to summon his flying spirit beast, Su Chen couldn't help but ask. For long-distance travel like this, one generally uses a flying spirit beast. They are fast and unaffected by terrain. Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Wei Dongqing's eyes. Junior, I don't have a flying spirit beast yet. Sorry, I forgot. Senior, come up. Hearing this, Su Chen invited. Flying spirit beasts are rare and precious, usually only considered for a contract by platinum spirit masters. Lower-ranked spirit masters simply cannot afford the consumption of a flying spirit beast. It's rare to see someone like Su Chen, with 2 out of 3 spirit beasts being flying ones. It's simply extravagant. After a while, the two stood on the back of Bai Feng, heading towards Changnan City. Bai Feng's speed in the air was extremely fast, not much slower than Principal Wang Ping's Divine Eagle at the time. Su Chen set off at noon. By the time they arrived in Changnan City, it was only early morning the next day. Who goes there? The soldiers guarding Changnan City, seeing a strange and divine flying spirit beast approaching rapidly like a fireball, quickly raised their guard. Countless giant crossbows slowly moved, all pointing towards Baifeng. Changnan City had suffered 2 consecutive beast tides in just a few months, making the guards' alertness at its peak. They didn't miss any slightest movement. Seeing this formation, Su Chen was not angry but rather very pleased. This is how warriors should be. He quickly presented the token given to him by Shen Wuyan. The dark green token emitted a faint fluorescence in the night, and the large character Shen even exuded a strange light. A leader-like soldier stood on the city wall, carefully examining the token. Then he waved his hand. "Stand down. Welcome the special envoy from the imperial capital." Su Chen and Wei Dongqing leaped down from Baifeng's back, landing steadily on the city wall. Then he retracted Baifeng into the spirit beast space. After half a day of rapid flight, even with Baifeng's current physique, it was very tiring. It was time to rest. "I am Chen Ying, captain of the Western Guard of Changnan City." The leader who spoke earlier approached Su Chen and introduced himself. Having been through society for more than 10 years, he naturally could tell that Su Chen was the one in charge between the two. Chen Ying reached out his hand, as if wanting to shake hands with Su Chen. His hand was rough, covered with calluses, bloodstains, and gravel in the crevices. At a glance, one could tell that this captain was a practical worker on the front lines of post-disaster reconstruction. "Oh, sorry." Chen Ying just noticed the dirt on his hand, pulled it back, and rubbed it vigorously on his clothes. However, at this moment, Su Chen extended his hand, smiling. "Hello, I am Su Chen, the special envoy sent by the imperial capital, in charge of post-disaster reconstruction." Chen Ying was stunned, not expecting such a high-ranking official from the imperial capital to be so friendly. The hand hanging on his clothes reached out again, firmly shaking hands with Su Chen. "Mr. Su is truly young and promising." Chen Ying looked at Su Chen's young face in amazement. This special envoy from the imperial capital seemed to be of similar age to his younger brother who was currently preparing for the college entrance examination at home. Maybe Mr. Su is a powerful spirit beast master with the art of preserving youth. Chen Ying thought to himself. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck in his mind. Su Chen. Su Chen. Su Chen. Wasn't this the genius his brother had been talking about from school? Could it be? "What are you thinking?" Chen Ying shook his head. How could someone achieve such success at 18? It must be a joke. "Captain Chen, there's no need to be so polite. After all, I grew up in Changnan, so you are my elder," Su Chen said. He had great respect for these diligent and responsible city guard warriors. Without the dedication of these people, he would not have had a safe upbringing in the first 18 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Ying's body trembled, and his suspicions seemed to be getting closer to reality. Finally, unable to contain himself, he asked in a trembling voice, "Was Mr. Su a student at Changnan No. 1 high school before?" "Exactly," Su Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen Ying felt a myriad of emotions brewing within him. Others had become imperial envoys at the age of 18, while he, nearing 40, was still just a small guard captain. Why was the gap between people so vast? After the basic information exchange, Su Chen solemnly asked, "I wonder what impact the recent beast tide has had on our city. Please tell me about it, Captain Chen." Hearing about the main issue, Chen Ying also became serious. The beast tide originated in Yangtze City and had a wide-ranging impact on our city. The west side of the city suffered the most damage. There were 1,842 city defenders, with 677 of them dying in the beast tide resistance, nearly 800 injured, including 400 severely. At this point, the tough guy's body seemed to hunch over a bit. Then a glint appeared in his eyes. It's precisely because of the desperate defense of these warriors that the residents inside the city suffered minimal casualties, and the city's construction losses were relatively small. His voice was strong and resolute, seemingly proud of his and others' contributions. Su Chen nodded and said, "The brothers have worked hard. What about the compensation? Has it been distributed as usual?" These warriors were often the mainstay of a family. After their death or loss of labor ability, compensation became an important source for their families. There must be no mistakes. However, upon hearing Su Chen's question, Chen Ying's eyes lowered and he said, "Not yet. Not yet." Hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow. The beast tide had occurred 2 days ago. How could the official authorities of Changnan City not have distributed compensation in 2 days? What were they doing? Which department is responsible for this matter? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. If compensation was not distributed promptly, the warriors would inevitably harbor dissatisfaction. Even the surviving warriors might feel disheartened and slack off. Gu's group, Chen Ying said, then explained, after the last beast tide, Gu's group reached an agreement with the authorities to bear the compensation for the next 10 years. In return, the authorities would provide various preferential measures for the development of Gu's group. Not long ago, the east side of the city specially allocated a piece of land for Gu's use. But now, Gu Tiancheng is making all sorts of excuses. As he spoke, a hint of resentment flashed in Chen Ying's eyes, which then turned into deep helplessness. Gu's group was a giant, something he as a mere captain could not handle. However, watching his former comrades in arms, who had fought to protect the city even at the cost of their lives, receive no compensation, his heart ached like a needle prick. It's Gu's group again. Su Chen's face darkened completely. This time, he was determined to uproot them from Changnan City. Just then, an eagle's cry came from above. Soon, a majestic white eagle landed in front of Su Chen, followed by several flying mythical beasts. Changsheng, long time no see. Wang Ping descended from the white eagle and gave Su Chen a big hug. Then, with astonishment in his eyes, he looked at Su Chen. He had just learned that the imperial envoy had arrived in Changnan and had come to greet him immediately. Unexpectedly, the first person he saw was his own student. Not long ago, Su Chen was just a green and inexperienced youth. Now, he had become a figure that even Wang Ping had to treat as an equal, even slightly flattering. How could he not be surprised by this transformation? Upon seeing Principal Wang Ping, Su Chen's eyes also lit up with a hint of a smile. This principal had shown great favor to him before. Not only did he save his life, but he also recommended him to the Imperial University. It could be said that without Wang Ping, Su Chen would never have reached such a level in such a short time. Just as he was about to exchange pleasantries with Wang Ping, his gaze caught someone standing behind Wang Ping. The smile in his eyes instantly turned cold. That person was none other than Gu Tiancheng. And at this moment, Gu Tiancheng was looking at Su Chen with a dark expression. He never expected this young man, with whom he had a deep-seated grudge, to grow to such a level in such a short time. This intensified the murderous intent towards Su Chen in his heart to an unbearable level. Su Chen couldn't care less about exchanging pleasantries and directly challenged, Gu Tiancheng, who gave you the courage? How dare you withhold the soldiers' compensation money? With a stern reprimand, he gave Gu Tiancheng no face at all. Even Wang Ping and Lin Hongjian's expressions changed slightly, not expecting Su Chen to be so direct. On the other hand, Chen Ying, standing aside, had a look of astonishment in her eyes. This adult seemed different from the others. Perhaps there was really hope for the soldiers' compensation money. For a moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Gu Tiancheng. However, faced with Su Chen's accusation, Gu Tiancheng's face turned red. He looked indignant, as if he was greatly wronged. How dare the envoy falsely accuse my Gu family? During the last beast tide, my Gu family bore all the soldiers' compensation money without a single complaint. Yet, just 2 months later, another beast tide arrived. Seeing the casualties of the soldiers, I was also saddened. I was also helpless. But, I am powerless. I am powerless. My Gu family no longer has the financial means. At this point, 2 tears even squeezed out of Gu Tiancheng's eyes. Even Su Chen, seeing his performance, couldn't help but admire his acting skills. Chen Ying's eyes seemed to be on fire. What a joke. The Gu family has no money? Just the expenses of developing new land in the east of Gu Family City are enough to cover the compensation money. Now, Gu Tiancheng is pretending to be poor. Lin Hongjiang snorted coldly. For the sake of this compensation money, he had also talked to Gu Tiancheng many times. However, Gu Tiancheng still stuck to this argument. I wonder how your son, Gu Siyuan, is doing recently? Unexpectedly, Su Chen asked a completely unrelated question. Hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Gu Tiancheng's eyes. In his view, Su Chen was deceived by his performance and thus changed the subject. He's fine, he's almost regained his mobility. In a few days, he can recontract with the beast. Gu Tiancheng said. Su Chen nodded. Even if Gu Siyuan resumed his cultivation, his talent would inevitably be damaged, and his development potential would not be as great as before. Then Su Chen said softly, by the way, your eldest son is studying at the Imperial University, right? At these words, Gu Tiancheng had a bad premonition. He forced out a smile and said, why is the envoy saying these things? Su Chen also smiled and said, it's nothing, just passing on a message to you. Gu Sikhang has already died. He died in the secret realm. The imperial city and Changnan were thousands of miles apart. The spread of news was extremely slow. However, the news of Gu Tiancheng's death spread to everyone in just half a day. Gu Tiancheng had no way of knowing. In his heart, Gu Sikhang was still his most proud son, an existence whose talent far surpassed his own. Therefore, Gu Tiancheng had high hopes for Gu Sikhang. He believed that under Gu Sichan's leadership, the Gu family would surely make further progress. However, now, Su Chen told him, Gu Sikhang was dead. Dead. Envoy, please don't joke. Gu Tiancheng said reluctantly, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. Do I look like someone who likes to joke? Su Chen said in a deep voice. Wei Dongqing, what I said, is it true? Su Chen and Gu Tiancheng looked at Wei Dongqing together. There was a glimmer of hope in Gu Tiancheng's eyes, expecting a denial. Wei Dongqing nodded. With a simple word, he shattered all of Gu Tiancheng's illusions. How could? Gu Tiancheng staggered, almost falling. A powerhouse of platinum rank almost stumbled on flat ground. The impact of this news on Gu Tiancheng was immense. TSK, the two sons of the Gu family, one dead and one disabled. What kind of sin has been committed? Su Chen sighed lightly, his eyes cold, looking at Gu Tiancheng. After the son dies, perhaps the next one will be the father. A naked threat. This was Su Chen's naked threat to Gu Tiancheng. If he didn't make up for the compensation soon, the next one to die would be Gu Tiancheng. And when Gu Tiancheng heard this, he immediately knew Gu Xichang's death was definitely related to Su Chen. At this thought, blood vessels filled Gu Tiancheng's eyes, and he began to breathe heavily. Both of his sons had fallen into Su Chen's hands. What meaning did his great achievements have if, in the end, they were just a shroud for others? Seeing Gu Tiancheng starting to lose control, Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping immediately stood in front of Su Chen, protecting him. Don't panic, Su Chen said calmly, walking slowly towards Gu Tiancheng, not afraid of his sudden attack. With Su Chen's current strength, Gu Tiancheng, only a third-rank platinum, was really not worth much. If Zhulong used the Zhulong true body to unleash time control, Gu Tiancheng would be like fish on a chopping board. Let him be slaughtered. Are you really going to force me to this point? Is the life of my Gu family not considered a life? Gu Tiancheng said each word slowly, as if squeezing them out from between his teeth. He raised his head, his eyes almost filled with blood. In my eyes, the lives of all your Gu family members combined are not as precious as a warrior's life. Su Chen said lightly, taking out a dark green token. This is? The token of that great person. Lin Hongjiang exclaimed at the golden Qin character on the token. That was the top powerhouse of the Huaxia Federation. There were even rumors that this person had already broken through the shackles of diamonds, stepping into the realm of the broken star that had not been seen in 100 years, invincible in the world. Su Chen actually had the token of that person. Do you have any objections? Su Chen said condescendingly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Gu Tiancheng. This old man who had once been unrivaled, even sending people to assassinate him, was finally being firmly stepped on by him. However, this was not enough. Gu Tiancheng looked at the dark green token, trembling all over. Then he seemed to realize something and calmed down. It will all be arranged by the envoy. The compensation will be provided today. I want it before sunrise today. Su Chen spoke. His tone was domineering, not to be questioned. Gu Tiancheng trembled, his lips moved slightly, but he still replied, okay, I will follow the envoy's arrangements. Seeing Gu Tiancheng obediently complying, Su Chen felt a sudden realization. Was this still the Gu Tiancheng he knew? However, Su Chen did not completely relax, but became more vigilant. Unusual things must have a reason. But now that he was powerful, he was not afraid of any conspiracies Gu Tiancheng might come up with. In short, strength was the foundation. After some instructions, Lin Hongjiang and the others hurriedly left. Su Chen and Wei Dongqing, led by Qining, went to a room near the city gate to stay. Thud. When only Su Chen was left in the room, Qining suddenly knelt down, his knees hitting the ground heavily, making a loud noise. Su Chen quickly helped him up, only to see this iron-blooded tough guy standing at a height of nearly 6 feet, tears in his eyes, constantly saying, "Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador. My brothers." As the team leader, every time he saw the wives and children of his fallen comrades these past 2 days, he felt a pang in his heart. What's even more distressing is that he can't do anything for these people, not even get them the compensation they deserve. Self-blame gnawed at him like a venomous snake, tearing at his heart every moment. With a light sigh, Su Chen comforted him and personally escorted him out of the room. Afterwards, his mood couldn't calm down for a long time. After seeing off Qining, Su Chen tidied up and lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. He had been exhausted for several days and could finally rest well now. He suddenly opened his eyes. Something was wrong with the surroundings. You see, this room is adjacent to the city wall, often with the sound of patrolling footsteps. Occasionally, there were even sounds of fighting. But now, it was eerily silent. Not even the buzzing of mosquitoes could be heard. Su Chen also felt a strange energy fluctuation, as if it blocked his senses. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he quickly summoned his beast. Clang! Suddenly, a sharp sound came from outside the room. Then an iron spike gleaming with a dark light pierced through the window, heading straight for Su Chen's forehead. Seeing this, Blood's shadow immediately transformed Su Chen's body into a shadow. The spike pierced through Su Chen's forehead and fiercely plunged into the wall. The 10-centimeter long iron spike was completely embedded in the wall, showing the immense force and momentum. The pale wall dust scattered on Su Chen. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly got up from the bed. Bang! Just then, the door was violently pushed open by a hedgehog-like beast. Not only the door, but even the surrounding walls were smashed into a big hole. Behind this hedgehog beast, two figures slowly appeared. And behind these two figures, there were several beasts of various forms. Obviously, they came prepared. Su Chen took a closer look. One of them turned out to be Gu Tiansheng. As for the other person, after seeing the specific information of that person, Su Chen's pupils contracted. This person turned out to be a spy from the Beastmaster sect, and he was also a master who had undergone the blood baptism of beasts. Name, Gong Zixing. Talent, Soul Enhancement. This talent has been forcibly changed to Beast Blood Baptism. Beast Blood Baptism greatly enhances physique, increases lifespan. Personality will become increasingly brutal under the influence of beast blood, until completely losing humanity. At the same time, your affinity with beasts will greatly increase, and the advancement speed of beasts will be accelerated. Rank, Platinum 7th rank. Contracted beasts, Dark Hellhound, Flame Lizard, Iron Needle Hedgehog, Spirit Sky Egret, Immortal Divine Turtle. This was the first time Su Chen had encountered someone who had undergone the blood baptism of beasts. This baptism not only enhanced the strength of the master, but could also elevate the master's physical qualities to the level of beasts, eliminating the master's vulnerabilities. It could also accelerate the advancement speed of the master's beasts. It was incredibly powerful. However, the blood baptism of beasts would have a great impact on the recipient's personality, even leading to a complete loss of humanity. Without humanity, are they still human? Just based on this, Su Chen kept his distance from this eerie ritual. This blood baptism of beasts was even more terrifying than a single hair from the mythical blood pool. Su Chen, did you ever think you would end up like this? Gu Tiansheng roared. His previous endurance and humiliation were all to make Su Chen lower his guard and be completely killed tonight. For this, he even colluded with people from the Beastmaster sect. It should be noted that colluding with the Beastmaster sect, once discovered, regardless of any identity, immediate execution. Even their family's property would be implicated. Lightly confiscate the family property, completely nationalize it, or exile the entire family to the extreme cold, never to return to the city. Even so, Gu Tiansheng still wanted to kill Su Chen. No more nonsense, the barrier can only be maintained for 10 minutes, the palace of 10,000 beasts reminded on its own. His voice was extremely hoarse, as chilling as the growl of a wild beast. It's okay, 10 minutes is enough for me to play him to death. I must make this little bastard wish he were dead, Gu Tiansheng said with bloodshot eyes. Today, he had staked his entire family fortune and even his own life just to take Su Chen's life. Naturally, he wouldn't let him die so easily. You, keep an eye on the time. Palace of 10,000 beasts frowned. But considering that Gu Tiansheng had given him all the valuable possessions of the Gu family and was even willing to join the Palace of 10,000 beasts after this matter was completed, offering a platinum-level combat power was not something to be ignored. He just followed Gu Tiansheng's wishes. After all, the decades of accumulation in the Gu family were a huge sum of money. Moreover, what could a student at the bronze level achieve under his command? Watching the two of them talk to themselves, completely disregarding him, Su Chen chuckled softly. I really didn't expect this. Hearing this, a cruel smile appeared on Gu Tiansheng's lips. He even felt his legs trembling with excitement at Su Chen's submission. However, Su Chen's next words ignited his anger. I didn't expect you to be so eager to die. With that, the candle dragon in front of Su Chen roared angrily. Then, his body rapidly transformed. His already towering body now appeared even larger, exuding an endless sense of oppression just by being there. At the same time, his golden scales were quickly dyed red. In his lantern-sized eyes, the changing seasons and day-night transitions shimmered. Just by looking into those eyes, Gu Tiansheng felt like he had lost all sense of time. Clang! An iron rod pierced Gu Tiansheng's thigh, the intense pain instantly bringing him back to reality. It was the palace of 10,000 beasts pulling him back from that state. Gu Tiansheng tried to step back, but found that he couldn't control his body. Even when he tried to lift his foot, his legs felt as heavy as lead, moving slowly. He glanced at the palace of 10,000 beasts, hoping for the help of a master from the palace of 10,000 beasts. However, he despairingly realized that this so-called master was not in a much better situation than himself. Both were struggling to move, let alone help each other out of the situation. Where do you think my confidence comes from? Do you think I'm just leveraging power, relying on the forces behind me? Let me tell you, in this world, true strength comes from within. With each word Su Chen spoke, he took a step forward, his aura growing stronger. He stood in front of Gu Tiansheng, looking into his terrified eyes, and raised his hand. Smack! A hard slap landed on Gu Tiansheng's left cheek. This slap is for the thousands of soldiers who died. Despite the humiliation, Gu Tiansheng felt no anger, only deep regret. In just a short time, the once insignificant young man had grown to this extent. Even in front of Su Chen, he had no strength to resist and could only endure the insults. If only I had known. His thoughts flashed through his mind. Then, a wolf claw shimmering with snow easily brushed across Gu Tiansheng's vulnerable neck. In an instant, a gush of hot blood shot up into the sky, propelling Gu Tiansheng's head straight up before rapidly falling back down. The head rolled a few times on the dirty ground before falling silent. Yet Gu Tiansheng's eyes remained open, filled with regret and confusion. Regretfully, I shouldn't have provoked Su Chen back then, let alone sent someone to assassinate him. What's puzzling is how could he, an A-level talented beast tamer, grow so rapidly? Seeing Gu Tiansheng completely dead, Su Chen finally vented out the long-buried resentment in his heart. The Gu family is nothing but ants. All of this happened in just half a minute. Su Chen turned to look at Gong Zixing. The master of the 10,000 Beasts sect had veins popping on his face at the moment. Dark hairs even sprouted from exposed parts of his body. However, even so, he only moved slowly within the domain formed by time control. To Su Chen, this speed was no different from a snail's pace. It seems that the intensity of time control has increased significantly after using the Candle Dragon True Body, Su Chen thought to himself. Originally, during the sparring with Luan Xue, time control only slowed down the speed of a platinum-ranked beast tamer. It couldn't achieve the current effect at all. It seems that my instant explosive combat power now definitely makes me the number one below the diamond rank. Su Chen gained a new understanding of his overall combat strength. However, he didn't directly kill Gong Zixing. After all, the Candle Dragon had finally used the Candle Dragon True Body once. How could he not try out the two new skills in this state? Under Su Chen's command, the giant lantern-like eyes of the Candle Dragon stared down at the half-beast Gong Zixing below. Two beams of light shot out from its pupils, hitting Gong Zixing, who was still struggling. Gong Zixing's body suddenly stiffened, his previous expression of pain also froze on his face. It was as if he had lost his soul. In just an instant, Gong Zixing's body fell straight back, drooling profusely from his mouth. He rambled incoherently like a fool. If Su Chen hadn't checked his specific information before, he would never have connected the man lying on the ground twitching uncontrollably, with saliva staining his hair, to a strong individual of the platinum rank. So strong. Su Chen was amazed. Simultaneous damage to the origin and soul. Even a person with a will as strong as iron would find it hard to bear for a while. Even though Gong Zixing looked foolish now, for safety's sake, Su Chen personally crushed Gong Zixing's limbs, rendering him completely powerless to resist. At the same time, Blood Shadow and Bai Fong joined forces to kill all of Gong Zixing's beast companions. Thus, 1 minute had passed completely. The Candle Dragon's body quickly shrank, the red color fading away from its body like receding tide. The once brilliant golden color now appeared somewhat dim. A hint of weakness could be seen in the Candle Dragon's eyes. This was the aftermath of forcibly overdrawing the mythical bloodline within its body. Without the baptism of the mythical bloodline pool, with the Candle Dragon's current strength and rank, it would be impossible to master the formidable skill of the Candle Dragon True Body. You've worked hard. Su Chen patted the Candle Dragon's head and withdrew it into the beast space to rest. Bai Fong and Blood Shadow were left by his side, just in case. Then Su Chen searched Gu Tianxing's body and found several spatial rings. As for Gong Zixing, he naturally didn't let him off either, and also found a spatial ring on him. He briefly examined the items inside the spatial ring and was shocked by the various rare resources it contained. Especially the spatial rings on Gu Tianxing's body. All kinds of resources, from the silver rank to the platinum rank, were all there. Even treasures that were said to have long been extinct outside could be found in these spatial rings. Su Chen roughly estimated that the value of just these few spatial rings was not inferior to all his gains in the special realm. And this was just the movable resources that Gu Tianxing had temporarily packed up. The bulk of the Gu family's assets lay in various industries within the city of Changnan. Truly worthy of the Gu family that has been plundering the people for many years. Su Chen sighed inwardly. Inside Gong Zixing's ring, there were only a few items, several barrels of thick black liquid and a mysterious blueprint. The black liquid had a strong fishy smell, reminiscent of blood left out for days. And on the mysterious blueprint, it seemed to depict some kind of mysterious ritual. As for the purpose of this ritual, Su Chen had no idea. I'll hand over this Gong Zixing's ring to Principal Shen. Maybe I can get some rewards out of it, Su Chen thought to himself. After all, Shen Wuyan was always generous. Soon, 10 minutes passed quietly. The barrier set up by Gong Zixing before also disappeared with the passage of time. The area where Su Chen was located had become a ruin due to the previous fight. Even the surrounding houses were slightly affected. Fortunately, he was the only one staying in this area tonight. Other warriors, due to manpower shortage, were mostly holding their positions. The patrol team quickly noticed the anomaly here. Chening rushed over and his expression froze when he saw the lifeless head of Gu Tianqing on the ground. And when he saw Gong Zixing's black fur all over his body, his face changed drastically. He knew that this was the natural change on the body of a disciple of the beast blood baptism after erupting with all their strength. And now, the special envoy of the imperial capital was assassinated right under his nose by the disciples of the beast blood baptism. How could he not be shocked? However, what surprised him even more was that these disciples of the beast blood baptism, after going all out, definitely had the top-notch strength of platinum rank. And Su Chen, only 18 years old, could survive under the siege of 2 platinum rank experts. No, not just survive. Chening looked respectfully at the 2 bodies lying on the ground. It was a counter-kill. And it was a crushing victory without any suspense. Inform Governor Lin Hongjiang and Principal Wang Ping of Changnan City about this, Su Chen ordered without paying attention to Chen Ying's astonishment. Then he looked at Chen Ying meaningfully. Captain Chen, what crime is it to collude with the beast blood baptism? Chen Ying's mind raced, then he respectfully replied, confiscation of assets, exile of family members. For the most serious cases, the entire family will be executed. Su Chen nodded and said, then go and do it. Remember, be quick. These assets are enough to provide compensation to the warriors. By the way, the welfare in the military should also be increased. Hearing this, Chen Ying's face showed a touch of excitement, and he nodded heavily at Su Chen. Then he commanded his subordinates to split into 2 groups. One group reported the attack on Su Chen to the high-level officials of Changnan City. The other group went to handle the assets of the Gu family. Overnight, Changnan City underwent earth-shattering changes. And after the sun rose the next day, there was no more Gu family in Changnan City. You must be careful in the imperial capital. Staying alive is the most important thing, Wang Ping advised Su Chen from the high wall in the west of Changnan City. Su Chen was his proudest student in his lifelong teaching career. This child who had just turned 18 had brought him countless shocks. Su Chen nodded, standing on the wall, a howling wind making his clothes rustle. Looking at the prosperous and peaceful scene of Changnan City in front of him, he felt particularly satisfied. This was the result of his hard work for the past half-month. Since Su Chen killed Gu Tianqing and Gong Zixing, half a month had passed. During this half-month, due to the confiscation of the Gu family's assets, the financial pressure on Changnan City had been greatly relieved. It was not just about solving the issue of compensation for the warriors. Even the speed of repairing the infrastructure had been greatly accelerated by the power of money. Now, Changnan City was completely different from the ruins it was half a month ago when Su Chen arrived. Almost impossible to tell that it had been eroded by the beast tide. Moreover, due to the capture of the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect, Gong Zixing, and under severe interrogation, Su Chen led the group to destroy several dens of the 10,000 Beast sect. The surroundings of Changnan City were cleansed. It can be said that in the dozen or so days Su Chen spent in Changnan City, he almost completely eradicated the long-standing problems of the city. Lin Hongjiang looked at the spirited young man before him and couldn't help but feel emotional. He was indeed getting old, lacking the vigor of youth, and being overly cautious in his actions. If not for this, the Gu family would not have been so rampant. In the end, this world belongs to you young people. Lin Hongjiang sighed, looking at Su Chen with hopeful eyes. He looked forward to the young man bringing him more surprises in the future. Of course, Envoy Wei has also worked hard, Lin Hongjiang said to Wei Dongqing. Although major decisions in the city had been made by Su Chen in recent days, Wei Dongqing personally took care of all the minor matters without any ambiguity, contributing a great deal. As a golden-tier beast tamer, he was also a considerable force in Changnan. It's all thanks to Changsheng, Wei Dongqing scratched his head, declining. He knew his own level, and if it weren't for Su Chen, Changnan City would never have been able to recover to its current state with just his efforts alone. Well, it's time to leave, Su Chen spoke up. Changnan City was now on the right track, and it was time for him to return to the imperial capital. There were more resources and opportunities there, more suitable for his cultivation. Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping nodded. They were seeing Su Chen off this time. Uncle Lin, Uncle Wang, this is for you. Su Chen summoned by Fong and handed a space ring to Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping. Each space ring contained resources worth about 25 million federal coins. It was Su Chen's way of showing gratitude for their care in the past. No, it's not right for a teacher to accept such valuable gifts from students. Wang Ping glanced at it briefly and quickly declined. Lin Hongjiang also nodded beside him. Yes, Chang Shang, you should keep these resources for your own cultivation. Su Chen jumped onto Bai Fang's back, smiling. Both of you have taken care of me before. These are just a small token of my appreciation. Don't refuse, these things are dispensable to me. Besides, you wouldn't want me to bear the reputation of ingratitude, would you? Su Chen joked lightly. Hearing this, Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping also smiled and accepted the space rings. Well, for someone of Su Chen's caliber, these resources were nothing significant. They might as well accept them. I'm leaving, Su Chen shouted. Then, Bai Fang flapped its wings beneath him, soaring into the sky. It turned into a green stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Changsheng seems to have gotten stronger again. Watching the astonishing speed, Wang Ping and Lin Hongjiang exchanged glances, both expressing a hint of amazement in their eyes. In just half a month, Su Chen's strength had improved once again. As expected, during this half month, Su Chen had successfully advanced from Bronze Tier 9 to Silver Tier 2. At the same time, he had also gained new qualifications for beast taming contracts. However, Changnan City was relatively lacking in resources compared to the imperial capital. Su Chen couldn't find a beast egg better than the sky-soaring python. Therefore, he had to give up. Both Bai Fang and Blood Shadow had also significantly improved their strength. At this point, they had reached Silver Tier 2 as well. However, the Candle Dragon had been in recovery almost all the time due to activating the Candle Dragon True Body. In this half-month, its strength had only slightly improved by one tier, reaching Bronze Tier 5. The side effects of the Candle Dragon True Body were stronger than Su Chen had imagined. But according to the feedback from the Candle Dragon, it seemed to have developed some resistance to this weakened state. After the next activation of the Candle Dragon True Body, perhaps it will only weaken for 10 days, or even less. In just half a day, Bai Fangbian brought Su Chen and Wei Donqing to the Imperial University. Su Chen had Shen Wuyan's token on him, allowing them to use flying beasts within the Imperial City. Otherwise, it would have been more troublesome for the two to reach the Imperial University. Senior brother, you've worked hard, go rest now, Su Chen said to Wei Donqing. Over the past dozen days, Su Chen had observed Wei Donqing's performance. As a genius of the Imperial University, Wei Donqing was diligent, not afraid of hardship, and always took matters into his own hands. This also lightened Su Chen's burden. Therefore, Su Chen's fondness for him increased even more. Junior brother has also worked hard, Wei Donqing replied with a nod before leaving on his own. After parting ways, Su Chen headed towards the principal's office. The mysterious drawings in black liquid inside the spatial ring, he had to hand over to Shen Wuyan. Knock, knock, knock. Su Chen lightly tapped on the principal's office door. Upon receiving a confirmation, he pushed the door open. Principal, a few days ago, I captured a remnant of the 10,000 Beast sect, and there were some strange things in his spatial ring. Su Chen got straight to the point. I've heard about this matter, Shen Wuyan said with a smile. I was planning to personally clear out the 10,000 Beast sect stronghold in your area, but I didn't expect you to perform so well. While praising him, Shen Wuyan examined the items inside the ring. You must have seen the transformation of the advanced disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect, right? Shen Wuyan placed the ring on the table and revealed a bucket of black sticky liquid. The stench filled the principal's office instantly, like burnt plastic. This is what they call beast blood. After the disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect undergo the baptism of beast blood, they need to rub it all over their bodies at regular intervals, he explained, his eyes gleaming with a hint of coldness. Otherwise, these disciples will turn into mindless monsters driven only by slaughter. Su Chen was shocked to hear this. Did this mean that the advanced disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect would be completely controlled by the sect for the rest of their lives, with no chance of turning back? It was known that only the 10,000 Beast sect possessed this beast blood. Then, Shen Wuyan took out the mysterious drawing and pointed to the unknown ritual depicted on it. This is the city slaughter ritual. Its purpose is to use the vitality of a city to strengthen the beast god of the 10,000 Beast sect. The so-called beast god of the 10,000 Beast sect has never truly appeared. It is said to be sealed in the crevice between the secret realm and reality, only occasionally descending with miracles, such as the beast blood. And this ritual is one of its miracles. Not only will the power of the beast god be enhanced, but the one hosting the ritual will also receive a tremendous boost. And the one who initiates the ritual will have the ability to briefly control ferocious beasts and open a passage between the secret realm and reality. Shen Wuyan continued to explain. These were secrets that were not supposed to be disclosed, but with Su Chen's current strength and potential, he had the qualifications to understand. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's various doubts were finally explained. Where did the countless ferocious beasts in the beast tide come from? Why was the 10,000 Beasts sect so obsessed with slaughtering cities? Why were the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect so fanatical? All of this, the culprit turned out to be the elusive beast god. And Xin Wuyan's next words struck Su Chen like thunder. According to records, the beast god is at least a mythical level top-tier power. A mythical level top-tier combat power. Su Chen remembered the colossal figure almost obscuring the sky when hatching the candle dragon, the kind of imposing presence that made people want to submit like mountains. Could humanity really contend with such power? Moreover, the current highest combat power of humanity was only at the fragmented star level. It was still far from the mythical level. It is no exaggeration to say that if the mythical beast of the godly rank reappeared in the world, even 10,000 beast masters of the fragmented star rank might not be able to withstand its casual strike. Mythology represents the supreme power of heaven and earth, a force that humanity cannot resist. Only mythology can confront mythology. The seal is gradually loosening. It is not just the seal of the beast god, but the seal of the entire world is also loosening. Xin Wuyan looked at Su Chen and continued, otherwise, I would never have been able to break through the diamond rank and reach the fragmented star rank. The ritual to seal the beast god requires the absorption of the advanced power of this world to maintain the integrity of the seal. If a strong individual above the fragmented star rank appears in this world, it means that the seal is gradually weakening, and it may even struggle to continue absorbing the power of this world. Looking at Su Chen's serious expression, Xin Wuyan smiled and said, no need to be so nervous. According to records, the seal will not completely collapse. As long as a sun-level strong individual appears within 10 years, the seal can continue to be stable. And if no one appears? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Then we're all doomed. Xin Wuyan winked at Su Chen. This was the first time Su Chen had seen Xin Wuyan with such an expression. In the past, Xin Wuyan had always appeared strong, serious, and generous to him. It seemed that even someone as powerful as Xin Wuyan felt immense pressure regarding the loosening of the beast god seal. According to him, the most hopeful person in the current world to successfully reach the sun rank was Xin Wuyan himself. The lives and hopes of an entire world rested on his shoulders, naturally making him extremely nervous. Alright, just get familiar with this stuff. Even if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Xin Wuyan waved his hand and changed the subject. By the way, the imperial capital will host a grand competition soon, with participants under the age of 22. The Imperial University has 5 spots. Are you interested? Of course, the rewards will be substantial. Xin Wuyan looked at Su Chen, pondered for a moment, and said, forget it, I'll advance the rewards for this competition along with the reward for rebuilding Changnan to you. With that, he flickered his spatial ring, and a small blue seed the size of a fingernail flew towards Su Chen. It's about time for you to form a new contract with a beast. How about this beast egg? Su Chen held the seed in his palm. Just by holding it, he felt a tremendous life force emanating from his palm, spreading to every part of his body. This life force swept through his body like a warm stream, even quietly healing some hidden injuries from battles. In an instant, Su Chen felt all the fatigue of the past half-month vanish. Even his physical condition had slightly improved. And all this effect was brought by an unhatched beast egg. Su Chen opened his palm, gazing at the seed, and its information appeared before his eyes. Species, Spirit Sky Divine Wood, Attribute, Talent, Fragmented Star High, Rank, Black Iron First Rank, Innate Skills, Divine Healing, Legendary, Divine Wood Blessing, Legendary, Unique Evolution Path, Attribute Direction, after the first evolution, can advance to the Moonlight Level Beast, Soul Divine Tree. After the second evolution, can advance to the Sun Level Beast, Sky Opening Divine Tree. After the third evolution, can advance to the Mythical Level Beast, Ascending Divine Wood. First evolution condition. Note, this beast egg is the root vein of the Mythical Level Beast, Ascending Divine Wood, possessing extremely high potential. Su Chen's pupils constricted. This was the beast derived from the root vein of the Ascending Divine Wood, the mother of all living beings and legends, the ancestor of all trees. It was said that the Ascending Divine Wood was a magnificent tree that supported heaven and earth. Its existence gave rise to the concepts of heaven and earth, and the proliferation of various life forms. It was also the common ancestor of all tree beasts, indicating its formidable nature. In legends, the main ability of the Fuyao Divine Tree is healing and vitality. With the blessing of the Fuyao Divine Tree, even if one is dead, it can forcibly resurrect you. What a terrifying ability! The living dead, flesh and bones. At the same time, the powerful vitality provided by the Fuyao Divine Tree can completely allow the master to achieve true immortality, eternal youth. It is enough to see the immense vitality it possesses. And the Spirit Heaven Divine Tree, as the lifeblood of the Fuyao Divine Tree, inherits its powerful and unreasonable healing ability. Although it only has 2 skills, at the initial stage, it has already reached legendary status. Su Chen can even imagine that after the baptism of the mythical bloodline pool, after the advancement of the Spirit Heaven Divine Tree, how powerful its effects will be. It might even produce an invincible skill. The dominance of the invincible skill is already fully demonstrated in Julong. That is a true qualitative change. How is it? Not bad, right? Xin Wuyan spoke. This level of beast egg, even in our Huaxia Federation, there are only a few. Is it enough to entice you? Su Chen nodded heavily. He must obtain this thing. Seeing Su Chen nod, Xin Wuyan's smile deepened on his face. As long as you achieve a top 3 ranking in the grand competition, this beast egg will belong to you completely. For now, I'll give it to you to enhance your strength. If you fail to get a top 3 ranking, then you will need to provide resources equivalent to 2 billion Federation coins to the school. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Not because he was worried about compensating too much, but too little. 2 billion Federation coins may sound like a lot, but in reality, it is just the total value of the resources Su Chen obtained from exploring special secret realms last time. Even a beast egg like the sky-reaching python at the diamond rank would not have a market value lower than 1 billion Federation coins. Not to mention the Spirit Heaven Divine Tree, a rare fragmented star rank beast egg in the world. If it were to be auctioned openly, it would fetch at least tens of billions in a high price. And now, Xin Wuyan only asked for a compensation of 2 billion Federation coins from Su Chen. It seems like a huge favor he's giving to Su Chen. I will never let the principal down, Su Chen said solemnly. Since others trust him so much, he will give it his all too. Xin Wuyan waved his hand. It's not about letting me down or not, you have to live up to yourself. This beast egg is just a reward from the school. If you can achieve a ranking in the grand competition, the organizers will also have substantial rewards. Then, as if he remembered something, he said, "Oh, I remember you have been searching for rare resources, right? Huaxia Theoretical University will soon open a special secret realm. I happen to have a spot, if you are interested." Before Xin Wuyan could finish his words, Su Chen immediately agreed. Convenient, of course. Last time he explored a special secret realm, Su Chen obtained the main materials for the evolution of Blood Shadow and Baifeng. Now that he has another opportunity, why would he refuse? Listen to me first. Xin Wuyan waved his hand. The Imperial Capital Theoretical University is different from us, focusing on theory and weaker in practical combat. And this secret realm only allows those under 20 to enter. Therefore, every time the secret realm opens, the Imperial Capital Theoretical University will recruit young talents from various schools to protect their personnel. So during the exploration, you must follow others to the destination. At critical moments, you need to step in to protect other students. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned and asked, "Explore together? How will the resources be distributed?" He didn't want the resources he worked hard to find to be taken away by others for various reasons. The special secret realm is open for 7 days. You only need a maximum of 2 days to escort 5 people to the destination, then you can explore freely. All the gains from the past 2 days belong to the Imperial Capital Theoretical University. The gains from the next 5 days of free exploration belong to the individual. Hearing this, Su Chen's furrowed brow relaxed. 5 days of free exploration time were enough. Alright, thank you for your concern, Principal. Su Chen nodded, stored the grass seeds in the beast space, and agreed readily. After that, Xin Wuyan told Su Chen many secrets about the School of 10,000 Beasts. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Chen bid farewell with a bow of his hand. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Xin Wuyan sighed softly, his eyes flashing with indescribable emotions. 10 years. To become a Sun-level master, his success rate was at most 50%. And Su Chen was the trump card left by Xin Wuyan. This child, in talent and temperament, surpasses me when I was young. Perhaps he can. Xin Wuyan pondered silently in his heart, his thoughts varied. This was also the reason why he invested so many resources and attention in Su Chen. Saving the world, such a heavy burden of words, to bear it alone was too much of a strain. After leaving the principal's office, Su Changsheng headed straight to the treasure pavilion. A few days ago, Zhou Shaoling had used the communication conch to inform him that she had found the resources Su Chen needed. At this moment, he had the time to go and get them. Maybe I can completely gather the evolutionary materials for a beast. Su Chen thought to himself, quickening his pace, and soon arrived at the gates of the imperial capital's treasure pavilion. However, this time, Zhou Shaoling's enthusiastic figure was missing from the gates of the treasure pavilion. Only a few ordinary employees were busy in the lobby. When these people saw Su Chen coming in, they hurriedly bowed and said, "Master Su, hello." After the incident last time, Su Chen's reputation and prestige had spread throughout the treasure pavilion, earning the awe of many. Where is your deputy manager? Su Chen waved his hand and looked directly at one of the women to ask. The woman's tone was slow, her face showing hesitation, as if she was unsure whether to answer Su Chen's question. Speak! Su Chen frowned slightly, his tone cold. Seeing Su Chen frown, the woman trembled and no longer dared to hide anything. After all, the previous deputy manager had lost his position because he had displeased the handsome man in front of her. How could she, a mere employee, afford to provoke such a figure? Manager Zhou is in the reception room, the woman said tremblingly. Thank you. After thanking her, Su Chen hurriedly left. He had felt something was off just now. In the past, Zhou Xiaoling would personally deliver the resources to his dormitory, so there was no need for Su Chen to come and collect them himself, let alone not receive any assistance from Zhou Xiaoling. The behavior of the woman just now only confirmed his suspicions. Knock, knock, knock. Su Chen knocked on the closed door of the reception room with a moderate force. Who is it? Get lost. A male voice came from inside the reception room, sounding particularly impatient and arrogant. Su Chen's knocking paused for a moment, a hint of anger rising in his heart. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like that, yet the faint sound continued to come from inside the reception room. It's the last day, are you coming or not? You, a mere manager of the treasure pavilion, being my lover, Duanjie, is me giving you face. Don't give me face. Bang! Before the man could finish his words, a loud bang from outside interrupted him. The tightly closed door was kicked open with great force, and the one who kicked it was Su Chen. Master Su! Zhou Xiaoling saw Su Chen and couldn't help but exclaim softly. Her originally tense face instantly softened, and a hint of tears shimmered in her almond eyes. Oh, you're the surname Su that Zhou Xiaoling has been thinking about? Kid, show some respect, just scram obediently. In the Du family, even Shen Wuyan would have to give way. Duanjie, seeing Su Chen's imposing manner, not only was not afraid but instead shouted arrogantly. It seemed he was deeply confident in his background. Looking at his appearance, it was certain that he had not refrained from his usual despicable behavior of bullying others. Master Su, don't act impulsively. The Du family has several low-ranking diamond experts. Seeing Su Chen's unfavorable expression, Zhou Xiaoling hurriedly advised. It was precisely because of the Du family's power that she had not sought help from Su Chen. Zhou Xiaoling was afraid that Su Chen would provoke a powerful force and get himself into trouble because of her. Hearing these words, Su Chen remained unchanged, calmly walking towards Duanjie. Bang! Suddenly, Su Chen kicked Duanjie, sending him crashing into the wall. A gush of fresh blood sprayed from Duanjie's mouth, and he collapsed weakly on the ground. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Su Chen in disbelief, unable to understand why this person dared to be so rude even after he had revealed his identity. After all, when others heard of the Du family's reputation, no matter how arrogant they were before, they all fled like dogs with their tails between their legs. And yet Su Chen dared to. After kicking him, Su Chen's anger subsided a bit. He first glanced reassuringly at Zhou Xiaoling. Then he walked up to Duanjie, looking down at him and said, even if it's your father, you wouldn't dare speak to me like that. The Du family? Just a few middle-tier families with diamond ranks. Not to mention Shen Wuyan, even Su Chen might not look highly upon the Du family. If you have any grievances, go find your father. I'll be waiting here. Just for today. Su Chen squatted down, patting Duanjie's dusty face. Then he stood up and lightly kicked him again, saying, get up, stop pretending to be dead. That kick just now couldn't kill you. Acting within the imperial city, Su Chen naturally wouldn't directly take someone's life. Although the kick just now was powerful, at most it would break a few ribs and cause some internal injuries. Duanjie, also a beast tamer, was not in mortal danger. If his willpower was stronger, he might have been able to stand up by now. Obviously, Duanjie was not one with strong willpower. He wriggled on the ground like a maggot, trying to get up but failing. Where are my things? Seeing his pitiful state, Su Chen felt bored and turned to Zhou Xiaoling, asking, well? Zhou Xiaoling, still dazed from the previous fight, hesitated. Just moments ago, she was being pressured by Duanjie and now, Su Chen had appeared like a godsend, kicking Duanjie to the ground. What are you waiting for? Go get them, Su Chen urged. Zhou Xiaoling looked at Su Chen with concern, her lips slightly parted. But in the end, she said nothing and quickly brought the two materials she had just obtained. Sunfire Essence. Sky-devouring stomach. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the two materials brought by Zhou Xiaoling. These two materials were two of the three auxiliary materials needed for Blood Shadow's evolution to the Sun-level Talent Beast Tamer. Well done. Su Chen rarely praised Zhou Xiaoling, even finding Duanjie lying on the ground a bit more pleasing to the eye. He then sat comfortably in the reception room, waiting for the Du family to come and argue. With his current full power, Su Chen had at least the strength of a top-tier platinum expert. Faced with a low-ranking diamond beast tamer, he was definitely not without the ability to fight. Moreover, would the Du family really offend Su Chen, and even Shen Wuyan behind him, for the sake of Duanjie, a mere second-generation descendant? Duanjie had no idea of Shen Wuyan's terrifying strength. Did the strong members of the Du family not know? Su Chen didn't wait long before a middle-aged man with a pale face hurriedly entered the meeting room. "Father!" Seeing this middle-aged man, Duanjie's eyes lit up, calling out. The man who arrived was none other than Duanjie's father, Du Chun. Du Chun just glanced at Su Chen sitting on the chair, smiled and nodded at him. Then he looked at Duanjie, who was slumped on the ground, and angrily shouted, "You unfilial son! You constantly cause trouble under the name of the Du family." Upon hearing this, the light that had just lit up in Duanjie's eyes suddenly disappeared. He looked at his father in disbelief, seemingly not expecting Du Chun to say such words. However, Du Chun paid no attention to his son's emotions and instead turned apologetically to Zhou Shaoling, who was with Su Chen, saying, "Miss Shou, I'm truly sorry. Could you step aside for a moment? The compensation for today's losses and for you will be sent by someone from the Du family later." Zhou Shaoling looked at Su Chen, who nodded, and then she slowly left. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, wondering what this middle-aged man was up to. "I am Du Chun, the son of the head of the Du family." Du Chun introduced himself, and continued, "Young Master Su was indeed a heroic young man, reminiscent of President Shen's demeanor back in the days. Your deeds in Changnan are highly admired even by my father." Du Chun completely ignored his son lying on the ground and started chatting with Su Chen. Su Chen frowned and straightforwardly said, "Let's get to the point." Seeing his attitude, Du Chun was not offended at all. "My father and President Shen are old acquaintances. My son's collision with young Master Su is just a minor incident. Therefore, the Du family has prepared a small compensation for you. Just a token of appreciation." Du Chun said, taking out a black brocade box and opening it. A completely red stone appeared before Su Chen's eyes. "Meteorite stone?" Su Chen exclaimed inwardly. This was the final material needed for the Blood Shadow's evolution. It seemed that the Du family had collected quite a few materials for this compensation, putting in a lot of effort. With this in mind, Su Chen's expression softened as he took the box. "Thank you for your kind gesture, Uncle Du. However, Duanjie's temperament indeed needs some tempering." Seeing Su Chen relent, Du Chun also visibly relaxed and followed Su Chen's lead. "You're right, we should thank you for helping me discipline my son." Then Du Chun turned to Duanjie, 1 year of confinement, no access to the golden tier, and not a step out of the family's boundaries. Upon hearing this, Duanjie trembled, but seeing his father's unprecedented stern expression, he remained silent. "All right, let's put this matter behind us." Su Chen waved his hand, preparing to leave. All the evolution materials for Blood Shadow had been gathered, and he was eager to proceed with the advancement ceremony. Besides, there was the Spirit Heaven Divine Wood waiting for him to hatch. "I won't disturb you any longer, young master." Du Chun carried Duanjie, who seemed lifeless, and bid farewell slowly. "Father, why?" After leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, Duanjie finally couldn't help but ask. The Du family was a prestigious family in the imperial capital. When had they ever been so humiliated? "Shut up!" Du Chun snapped, his face dark. There was no trace of the amiable demeanor he had shown when facing Su Chen earlier. Duanjie shrank his neck, not daring to ask further. Seeing his only son's timid appearance, Du Chun sighed lightly and explained, "There is reliable information that Shen Wuyan has broken through to the diamond tier and reached the fragmented star. That's a level we simply can't resist. Moreover, there's the legendary beast god. And Su Chen is Shen Wuyan's only acknowledged successor, equivalent in status to him." At the same time, Fu Yao's body rapidly shrank. It was even smaller than before, now only as tall as Su Chen's thigh. However, it exuded a compelling green aura throughout its body, as if just a glance could extend life and vitality. The life force contained within it is more than doubled compared to before. Gugu gugu, Su Chen gazed at the Fu Yao swaying near his thigh. The specific information instantly caught his eye. Race, Soul Divine Tree, Wood Attribute, Aptitude, High Moon, Rank, Black Iron 5th Rank, Innate Skills, Divine Healing, Legendary, Divine Tree Blessing, Legendary, Soul Injury Immunity, Taught, Life Death Link, Legendary, Divine Healing. The beast can consume its own life force to rapidly heal all injuries of the master in friendly units. Divine Tree Blessing greatly accelerates the master's advancement speed, enhances the master's soul and physical strength, and speeds up the master's understanding of all things in the world. Soul Injury Immunity. The beast possesses a soul injury immunity field within a range of 300 meters, immune to any soul damage not exceeding 3 ranks. This effect also applies to the master and friendly units. Life Death Link. The beast links the life force of all friendly units. When any unit is damaged, the damage will be shared among the other friendly units. The damage suffered by the master will also be shared among other beasts. Unique evolution route. What attribute direction? After one evolution, it can advance to the Daybreak Divine Tree at the celestial level. After 2 evolutions, it can advance to the mythical Divine Beast Fuyao Divine Tree. Conditions for the second evolution. Note, this beast egg is the root vein of the mythical Divine Beast Fuyao Divine Tree, with extremely high potential. After being baptized in the mythical blood pool, Fuyao not only broke through from Black Iron 1st rank to Black Iron 5th rank but also broke through 4 ranks in one go. It even gained 2 legendary level skills directly. The current Fuyao has a total of 4 legendary level skills, each of which is extremely powerful. The effect of divine healing is straightforward, healing all injuries. Whether it's stubborn soul damage or direct attacks on the source, injuries that are considered extremely difficult to heal, or even believed to be impossible to heal by many, can be easily healed by Fuyao. It can be said that no matter how insidious the attack or how domineering the damage, with Fuyao around, it's all in vain. Su Chen had long felt the effect of Divine Tree Blessing, so there was no need to elaborate on its extreme power. As for the 2 new skills that appeared, each one is worthy of its legendary rank. Soul Injury Immunity is an extremely rare domain-type skill, specifically immune to damage over a large area. Although it can only immunize against soul damage, its rank judgment is terrifyingly high, enough to immunize against soul damage within 3 ranks. If Fuyao reaches the silver rank, even attacks on the soul from diamond rank enemies cannot harm Su Chen and his beasts in the slightest. If an enemy specializing in soul attacks encounters Fuyao, it would be a pitiful sight. The once all-powerful soul attacks, which could do anything, are now inferior to ordinary attacks in Fuyao's presence. As for the effect of Life-Death Link, it is so terrifying that it's hair-raising. This skill is the source of the virtual lines in Su Chen's body. Its effect, in simple terms, gives Su Chen and all beasts 4 times their previous vitality. With this immense vitality, hardly anyone can kill Su Chen's beasts with a single blow. And if they can't kill the beasts quickly, Fuyao's divine healing can rapidly heal the injuries of friendly units. It can be said that the perfect combination of these 2 skills has brought Su Chen and his beast team to a state of near immortality. Perhaps Su Chen will encounter enemies he cannot match in strength, but killing him is by no means an easy task for the enemy. Under prolonged consumption, the enemy may even face the possibility of being killed by Su Chen in return. Very good. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the 4 beasts in front of him. This is the foundation on which he established himself in this world. The hatching of the Fuyao is complete. At present, the most urgent matter is the evolution of the Blood Shadow. Su Chen is also about to welcome his first sun-level beast. With this thought, Su Changsheng no longer hesitated. He simply summoned all the beasts into the real space. The originally spacious dormitory suddenly felt cramped, for beasts of different sizes squeezed every inch of space in Su Chen's dormitory. He furrowed his brows. Perhaps it was time to apply for a larger dormitory from the school. But for now, such trivial matters were clearly not the key. Su Chen's spatial ring on his hand flashed. 4 types of materials instantly appeared on the table. Roar! The Blood Shadow excitedly cried out. The blood in its veins urged it to devour these resources. Don't be hasty, Su Chen reassured. Following the guidance of the World Eye, he first fed the meteorite stone and the essence of the sun's fire into the Blood Shadow's mouth. These 2 materials contained enough fire attribute energy to allow the Blood Shadow to adapt to this violent energy without causing too much harm to its body. Indeed, as soon as the 2 resources slid into its belly, a violent energy surged on the Blood Shadow. Red flames burst out from its body, quickly spreading all over. In the blink of an eye, the originally silver-white Blood Shadow was now engulfed in flames. The violent fire attribute energy raged inside and outside the Blood Shadow, gradually destroying its muscles and skin inch by inch. And the mythical bloodline hidden within the Blood Shadow was completely activated in this extremely dangerous situation. Countless charred pieces fell from its body, then new flesh and blood rapidly grew. The newly grown muscles were covered with mysterious patterns. Just by looking at it, Su Chen felt dizzy. Seeing the Blood Shadow's muscles completely replaced and the flames gradually disappearing, Su Chen quickly approached and directly inserted the sun fragment into its mouth. Boom! The flames expanded once again. This time, the flames were no longer red but twisted into a cold white color. Within the pale flames, there was a terrifying heat that even Su Chen couldn't imagine. The newly grown muscles were burned to ashes again. The new flesh buds slowly wriggled in the depths of the ashes, but before they could grow, they were devoured by the pale flames. The Blood Shadow's own vitality was simply unable to resist this level of flames. From a distance, the Blood Shadow seemed like a skeleton emitting pale ghostly flames. Seeing this situation, Su Chen's heart tightened to the extreme. This was the most dangerous part of this evolution. If it failed, the blood shadow would have only one way to go, with no possibility of survival. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A majestic vitality surged from Fu Yao. At the same time, Bai Feng and Zhu Long also exuded immense vitality from within. This vitality did not linger but directly poured into the blood shadow. The life-death link took effect. The massive vitality converged into a half-meter thick green solid line, pierced through the scorching pale flames, and merged into the blood shadow. The originally rampant pale flames were fiercely impacted by this green solid line, trembling in mid-air, almost extinguishing. However, in just a blink of an eye, the flames began to burn fiercely again, but the ferocity within them had lessened compared to before. After receiving the vitality, the flesh buds on the pale skeleton of the blood shadow rapidly grew in a frantic manner. In an instant, the charred pieces fell from the skeleton, replaced by sturdy and strong muscles. Strange red patterns grew among the muscle textures of the blood shadow. After a moment, the patterns were fully formed, forming a sun that was burning fiercely. Su Chen squinted. It seemed like the patterns were truly releasing flames. No, they were not releasing, they were absorbing. The pale flames that were originally entwined around the blood shadow's body were rapidly absorbed by the newly formed patterns. In an instant, the world-destroying flames were completely absorbed. Only the extreme heat remained, telling of the danger just faced. Soon, the silver-white fur rapidly grew back on the blood shadow, concealing the mysterious patterns on its body. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of joy as he swiftly moved forward. He fed the final resource into the blood shadow's mouth, the swallowing heaven stomach. This was the last step of evolution, and also the safest. It only altered the stomach feature of the blood shadow. Compared to the pain caused by the previous burning flames, it was like a light drizzle. Now all Su Chen had to do was wait patiently. As the swallowing heaven stomach slid into the blood shadow's abdomen, a sour sound echoed from its stomach. Clang clang gurgle gurgle, the sound seemed as if someone was using an electric drill to forcibly change the structure of the blood shadow's stomach. Then, the blood shadow's abdomen suddenly swelled, the surrounding muscles moving rapidly like flowing water, as if something terrifying was gestating inside. Roar! 15 minutes later, the strange sound disappeared, and the blood shadow let out a long roar, exhaling a green, murky gas. The gas fell on the table, instantly corroding the hard surface into debris. Evolution complete. With the end of the blood shadow's evolution ceremony, Su Chen felt a majestic power of beastly control feedback from the blood shadow. His body trembled, breaking through another rank. Within a short time, he consecutively broke through 3 ranks. Su Chen had now reached the silver 5th rank. If this news got out, countless people would envy him to death. However, Su Chen currently had no time to pay attention to his own realm advancement, his eyes fixed on the blood shadow, examining its specific information after evolution. Race, Sun-swallowing divine wolf, dark attribute, aptitude, Sun high grade, rank, silver 5th rank, innate skills, deathmatch, epic, shadow transformation, epic, soul-devouring shadow, epic, shadow devour, epic, blood covenant, legendary, dark night king, invincible, sun-swallowing sky devourer, invincible, deathmatch. The greater the beast's physical strength loss, the higher its combat power, and it will not weaken due to physical loss or injury. Shadow transformation, the beast can shadow itself and all teammates, immune to most attacks, with reduced physical consumption during shadow transformation. Soul-devouring shadow, the beast can directly attack the enemy's soul, causing massive damage and soul injury. Blood covenant, when the beast tamer or other beasts suffer fatal damage, they will be immune to that damage. Can be activated twice in a short period. Shadow devour, the beast briefly controls the enemy's shadow and manipulates it to attack the enemy. This attack also has the effect of soul-devouring shadow. Dark Night King, under normal circumstances, the beast's physical qualities are tripled. In Dark Night King state, the beast's physical qualities are quintupled. In this state, each of the beast's attacks will deprive the enemy of one of their senses. This state can last up to 15 minutes at most. Note, after the state ends, the beast will temporarily enter a weakened state. Note, the duration of the Dark Night King state and the time of depriving the enemy of senses are determined by the beast's strength and bloodline concentration. Sun-swallowing sky devourer, devour all things to nourish oneself. The beast can devour all fierce beasts and beasts, extract their bloodline essence, enhance its mythical bloodline concentration, and raise its own realm. Note, the degree of bloodline concentration and realm advancement depends on the bloodline of the devoured. Note, the beast can forcibly summon the moon. The moon's summon forcibly can last for a maximum of half an hour. The only evolution path, Dark Knight direction, after evolving again, it can advance to Dark Knight King, mythical level, final evolution requirement, Dark Knight King bloodline concentration purified to over 50% and, after evolution, the Blood Shadows realm increased by 2 ranks. However, this was just the smallest change. What Suchen cared most about were the 2 new skills that had appeared. 2 invincible level skills. King of the Night and Candle Dragon True Body were similar but not entirely the same. Without actively using them, they could still triple Blood Shadow's overall physical qualities. That's tripled. It's worth noting that due to the blessing of mythical bloodlines, Blood Shadow's physical strength was already several levels higher than beasts of the same rank. Now with a 3-fold leap, Blood Shadow could contend with a silver body against platinum. When King of the Night was fully activated, the enhancement effect on physical qualities reached a terrifying 5-fold increase. With this level of enhancement, Blood Shadow's physical body could probably go head-to-head with a diamond-ranked beast without falling behind. Moreover, in the state of King of the Night, every strike from Blood Shadow would deprive the enemy of one of their 5 senses. If the enemy was attacked continuously 5 times, they would truly become useless. Sight, touch, hearing, taste, sensation, all these senses would be lost. Suchen couldn't imagine how the enemy would cope with Blood Shadow's next attacks. Furthermore, the duration of King of the Night lasted a full 15 minutes, much longer than the less than 5 minutes of Candle Dragon True Body. Most crucially, after the King of the Night state ended, Blood Shadow would only experience a brief period of weakness, unlike the prolonged despondency and potential regression in realm like the Candle Dragon. According to the Eye of the World, the duration and effects of King of the Night would increase with the concentration of bloodlines. The other invincible level skill, Devouring Sun and Devouring Heaven, although not directly enhancing Blood Shadow's combat power, greatly accelerated its advancement speed and helped increase its mythical bloodline concentration. For Blood Shadow to become a mythical level beast, the prerequisite was that the concentration of the King of the Night bloodline had to exceed 50%. In other words, for most beasts to become mythical level, they not only needed various rare materials but also required a high concentration of mythical bloodlines. Otherwise, they would remain stuck at the sun level for their entire lives without progress. Devouring Sun and Devouring Heaven could help Blood Shadow meet the requirements for advancement in an extremely short time. Its strength was self-evident. Moreover, the increase in bloodline concentration also extended the duration of King of the Night, indirectly enhancing Blood Shadow's overall strength. 3 days later, Suchen left the Imperial University and successfully arrived at the Imperial Theoretical University. Today was the day when the special secret realm of the Imperial Theoretical University began. During these 3 days, Suchen focused on intensive cultivation. Bai Fong broke through 1 rank and reached the 3rd level of silver. Candle Dragon broke through 3 ranks and had already reached the 8th level of bronze. As for Fu Yao, the progress was even more exaggerated. In 3 days, he ascended 4 ranks and his strength reached the peak of the Black Iron level. The total life force within his body also increased, enhancing the healing effects. Not only did the cultivation of beasts have a feedback effect on beast masters, but the strong strength of beast masters also benefited the cultivation of contracted beasts. With Suchen's realm at the 5th level of silver, coupled with their inherently extraordinary talents, the cultivation of these beasts was extremely rapid. In just a few minutes, Suchen, guided by a specialist from the Imperial Theoretical University, arrived at the teleportation array of the special secret realm. With a quick glance, he saw 8 students already standing inside the teleportation array. These 8 students were vaguely divided into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right. The group on the left was led by a short-haired woman, exuding a scholarly aura. When they saw Suchen's arrival, they greeted him with friendly or shy smiles. Evidently, they were students who had been studying theories at the Imperial Theoretical University for years. On the other hand, the group on the right appeared more disciplined, standing with their arms crossed. Their postures seemed casual, but in reality, their muscles were tense, maintaining a vigilant stance. It seems that these are the foreign aides invited by the Imperial Capital Theory University. Suchen pondered briefly and then walked to the right. After all, he was also one of the foreign aides, and the group on the right seemed more suitable for him. Seeing Suchen approaching, the 3 individuals showed no special expression, each with a cold and indifferent look, as if they hadn't seen Suchen at all. Seeing this situation, Suchen was actually quite happy to be left alone, so he found a spot, crossed his arms, and waited for the arrival of the last person. Before long, a man with medium-length hair and a slightly gloomy look, guided by the support staff, walked slowly towards them. He glanced at the teleportation array, then his eyes lit up, and he rushed over eagerly, saying, "Ling Ling, long time no see." The person he was talking to was none other than the short-haired woman leading the Imperial Capital Theory University. Duanmuqing, we just met yesterday. Ling Ling, the woman, said, completely ignoring the embarrassed look on Duanmuqing's face. However, Duanmuqing had a thick skin, and the embarrassed look disappeared from his face in half a second. He then leaned in next to Ling Ling, chatting casually. Ling Ling, on the other hand, clearly didn't want to talk to Duanmuqing, just responding with casual hums. Even so, it was difficult to dampen Duanmuqing's enthusiasm. Bah! What I can't stand the most is this kind of bootlicker. A burly man standing next to Su Chen spat and whispered. Seeing everyone had gathered, a middle-aged man who looked like a teacher entered the teleportation array, calling for everyone to introduce themselves and distributing teleportation bracelets. After all, Su Chen and the other 9 people would have to spend at least 10 days together. It would be too awkward if they didn't even know each other's names. I am Lu Ling, specializing in the evolution research of wood-fired dual system beast control. I am. After the 10 people had a rough idea about each other, the teacher nodded in satisfaction. He then walked out of the teleportation array and whispered something to the operator. Soon, a white light flashed before Su Chen's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a lush forest. Beside him were the 9 people who had stood with him at the teleportation array. Everyone, this time the team exploration is heading west, and we should reach our destination in at most 2 days. At that time, everyone can act freely. And during this process, we hope everyone can assist each other. Lu Ling, the leader of the Imperial Capital Theory University, and Duanmuqing's goddess, spoke up. Of course. Before anyone else could speak, Duanmuqing shouted loudly. However, the others had no objections either. After all, this had been agreed upon beforehand. Everyone summoned their beast companions. Soon, dozens of beasts of various shapes surrounded the 10 people, making them look quite safe. Among these beasts, the Bifong blood shadow was the most eye-catching. Bifong was entirely emerald green, flying in the sky at a low altitude, exuding an aura of nobility like a celestial being in the mortal world. Compared to the other flying beasts, Bifong was like a phoenix among crows, standing out. The blood shadow was even more extraordinary. After its evolution, its silver-white fur made it look like a divine being. Just standing there, it emitted an indescribable aura of power. The other beasts didn't dare to approach the blood shadow at all. The blood in their veins seemed to warn them frantically. If they got too close, they would be devoured by the blood shadow, leaving nothing behind. This naturally drew the attention of the others. Lu Ling, who had been cold and aloof, couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes when she saw Bifong. She even disregarded her image and walked directly in front of Su Chen, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Can I touch your flying beast? She was a researcher specializing in the evolution of wood-fired dual system beast control. Seeing such a rare high-level talent like Bifong, she couldn't take her eyes off it. No. Su Chen refused decisively. What a joke. How could he let a nearly stranger colleague touch his own main spirit beast? Although Lu Ling looks good, Su Chen is not a bootlicker. He would never accept such an unreasonable request. Ha! Okay, I was abrupt. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Ling's pretty face. This was the first time she had been so decisively rejected by a man. The spirit beast is the closest family member to a spirit beast master. It's okay to touch it yourself, but not others. In Su Chen's eyes, Lu Ling's request was almost offensive. He didn't slap Lu Ling, all for the sake of the Imperial Capital Theoretical University's reputation. Seeing Lu Ling leave disappointed, Duanmuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Why? Why could the goddess he couldn't lick be so enthusiastic towards someone else? Most importantly, that person even rejected the goddess. This huge gap almost made him lose his sanity. However, his lips trembled, but he didn't say anything, just quickly caught up with Lu Ling. He wasn't stupid, he could see Su Chen's extraordinary nature. He wouldn't be angered by such a trivial matter. And so, dozens of spirit beasts, along with 10 people, swiftly headed west. The massive group naturally caused a great commotion as they moved forward. This led to almost every minute being interrupted by fierce beasts. However, Duanmuqing and the others were strong enough, and almost didn't need Su Chen to intervene along the way to kill these fierce beasts. Su Chen only manipulated the blood shadow to extract their bloodlines and strengthen himself after the fierce beasts died. However, due to the low strength and poor bloodlines of these fierce beasts, the strengthening effect was not satisfactory. But Su Chen didn't mind. A mosquito was still meat no matter how small. He would take what he could get without much effort. Moreover, even if the strengthening effect was poor, accumulating more could still help the blood shadow improve. It would be faster than the blood shadow cultivating on its own. And so, the whole day was spent on the road. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Su Chen was awakened by a movement beneath him in his sleep. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the ground beneath him was trembling slightly. A rumbling sound came from the side. Su Chen's pupils contracted, this commotion seemed like countless fierce beasts were rapidly approaching them. The others were also awakened by this sound. Each of them got up with a serious expression and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw trees in the distance falling like dominoes, almost obscuring the faint light at the horizon with countless dust. Then, a huge figure slowly emerged from the dust. A towering lizard man, 20 meters tall, appeared before them. Its body was covered in dark gray scales, shimmering with a cold light in the dust. At this moment, its human-sized amber eyes scanned the people below, devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, its gaze focused on a silver-white giant wolf. In the lizardman's eyes that were originally devoid of emotions, a burst of brilliance suddenly erupted, as if it had discovered a treasure. Heavens, it's actually the devouring sky giant lizard. Lu Ling, upon seeing the lizardman, groaned in pain. According to the records of the Imperial Capital Theoretical University, the strength of the devouring sky giant lizard ranked at the top tier in this special realm. Especially its defense, which almost reached the pinnacle that a platinum-ranked fierce beast could achieve. They, facing the devouring sky giant lizard, had no chance of resistance at all. However, the nest of the devouring sky giant lizard was originally located in the far western desert, completely unrelated to the direction Su Chen and the others were heading. Why would it specifically come looking for them? But now was not the time to ponder over these questions. Lu Ling quickly informed everyone of the information about the devouring sky giant lizard. What, platinum high tier, how is this possible? It's over, it's over. Shut up. A desperate fight might not be without hope. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of imminent danger. After all, beasts of platinum high-tier strength couldn't be matched just by numbers. Except for Su Chen, these people, even the strongest among them, had only just entered the platinum tier and were absolutely incapable of facing the devouring sky lizard head-on. They couldn't even break through its defense. Despair spread among the crowd for a moment. At the same time, Su Chen took in the information about this lizard person. Race, devouring sky lizard, physical attribute, talent, platinum high tier, platinum 7th tier, innate skills, black scale hardening, rare, supergiantization, outstanding, bloodline sensing, outstanding, black scale hardening. The beast will harden its scales in a short time, greatly enhancing its defense. Giantization, the beast will enter a supergiant form in a short time. Strength and physique double, while speed and agility slightly decrease. Bloodline sensing, when encountering other beasts or spirit beasts with compatible bloodlines, the beast will respond accordingly. If successfully killed and devoured, it will slightly enhance its own bloodline. When Su Chen saw the last skill of the devouring sky lizard, he understood. No wonder this lizard person chased from east to west, sensing the mythical bloodline within the blood shadow. For these beasts, bloodline meant strength, bloodline meant everything. A powerful and noble bloodline represented the limit of one's own strength. Now that the devouring sky lizard had found an opportunity to enhance its bloodline, it would naturally risk everything to kill the blood shadow. The rest, however, suffered unjustly. Of course, this was just a platinum 7th tier beast, completely unable to pose any threat to Su Chen now. Boom! 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 The devouring sky lizard stared at the blood shadow for a moment before slowly walking towards it. Its movements seemed slow, but each step covered dozens of meters. The imposing momentum created by just walking made Lu Ling and the others lose their composure, unsure of what to do for a moment. After all, they were geniuses in school, never having experienced real hardships. Once faced with an unbeatable enemy, they lost their own judgment. Roar! Suddenly, a clear and bright long howl came from the sky. Then a ball of blue and red fire carrying violent energy rushed towards the slowly advancing lizard person. The flames exploded on its head, dispersing into countless flames that scattered all over the body of the devouring sky lizard. For a moment, the blue and red flames corroded the lizard person's body like maggots on bones. Countless gray-black scales cracked and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Roar! The devouring sky lizard roared in pain, a hint of blood red appearing in its amber eyes. The originally gray-black scales flashed and turned pure black. Unidentified liquid flowed out from the tiny gaps in the scales, stopping the flames from raging further. Seeing Bai Fong take action, the others also gradually recovered from their terror. They controlled their spirit beasts to launch various attacks. However, as expected, all attacks were as ineffective as scratching an itch. The moment they touched the scales of the devouring sky lizard, they were quickly repelled, unable to cause any harm. What's the point of fighting? We can't break through its defense, let's just run. Yeah, let's just run, maybe we can survive. Seeing this situation, the morale that had just been ignited in the crowd instantly deflated. Some even began to slowly retreat, clearly preparing to escape. Just at that moment, the blood shadow moved. The blood shadow's silver-white divine mane turned into a deep black color like ink in the blink of an eye. Then, like a black lightning bolt, it leaped into the air from the ground. Its sharp wolf claws fiercely struck at the lizard person's neck, breaking through the hard black scales instantly. A gush of blood sprayed out from the wound like a spring. Roar! The lizard man was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Its massive body, like a mountain, kept retreating until it barely stabilized itself. The intense pain in its neck almost drove it to madness. Just as the lizard man was about to counterattack, it suddenly stood still in place. Unbeknownst to it, its ears could no longer hear any sound. Seizing the moment of confusion, Blood Shadow struck with several claws, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone on its body. However, the lizard man had no desire to fight back at all. It found that its vision had suddenly been deprived. Not only that, its sense of touch, hearing, and feeling disappeared with Blood Shadow's attacks. In an instant, the top predator in this mysterious realm, the devouring sky lizard, had been completely reduced to a waste under Blood Shadow's influence. Now, it was impossible for it to even retaliate, let alone perceive its enemies. In the eyes of others, this devouring sky lizard seemed like a wooden puppet. It allowed Blood Shadow to attack without fighting back, even as its scales and flesh were torn to shreds, revealing a slowly beating heart without any sign of resistance. What's going on? My goodness, what's happening? Why isn't it fighting back? It must be the skill effect of Su Chen's beast taming. What level of skill is this, to render a high-ranking platinum beast powerless to fight back? This skill is too incredible. Those who had lost their fighting spirit and even harbored thoughts of death suddenly became active again. The students who had quietly retreated to the back of the crowd had unknowingly returned to the front, engaging in lively discussions with the others. However, regardless of their original identities, these students now looked at Su Chen with eyes filled with awe. Blood Shadow effortlessly slaughtered the devouring sky lizard. Killing them would be no more troublesome than crushing an ant. How could they not admire such a powerful being? Puff! A black wolf claw emerged from the lizardman's chest. The heart that was beating in the lizardman's chest was crushed by the wolf claw. Countless blood rained down from the sky, almost dyeing the entire forest red. Boom! The massive body of the devouring sky lizard collapsed like a mountain. The top predator of the special realm, under the influence of Blood Shadow in its Night King state, couldn't even fight back. After the lizard man fell, a strange fluctuation shimmered from its body. Then, a blood-red light sphere appeared above the lizardman's corpse. As soon as the light sphere appeared, it swiftly entered Blood Shadow's body. The immense life force and strange life energy flowed through every part of Blood Shadow's body, subtly transforming its flesh. With a shudder, under the influence of this immense energy, Blood Shadow directly achieved a breakthrough. At the same time, in Su Chen's perception, the mythical bloodline concentration of Blood Shadow had also increased, at least by 1 percentage point. This increase was greater than absorbing various low-level beasts for an entire day. Moreover, the life energy within the lizardman's body was purer and of higher quality. The burden on Blood Shadow to absorb it was also smaller. It seems that I still need to absorb the bloodline of high-ranking beasts. Su Chen pondered, stroking his chin. After all, if the life energy was too scattered, Blood Shadow would need extra time to digest it, which seemed somewhat not worth it. Of course, only Su Chen and Blood Shadow could observe these phenomena. The others could not see anything at all. Seeing Su Chen standing still without speaking, these people dared not utter a word, fearing to provoke this divine figure. Blood Shadow, after killing the lizard man. The ink-like black aura on the body faded away swiftly like receding tides, and the silver-white fur returned, resembling a celestial being. However, a hint of weakness appeared in its crimson eyes. You've worked hard. Su Chen approached and gently stroked the fur of the Blood Shadow, paying no attention to the bloodstains all over its body. The Blood Shadow lowered its body, nuzzling affectionately against Su Chen's chest, emitting a gentle sound. No one could have imagined that this beast, so gentle in front of Su Chen like a golden retriever, had independently slain a top-tier platinum-ranked fierce beast just moments ago. Rest for a while, Su Chen softly said, retracting the Blood Shadow into the beast space. There, Fengyue resided. Its divine healing also had a good effect on the weakened Blood Shadow. After storing the Blood Shadow in the beast space, Su Chen summoned the Candle Dragon. The dragon's golden red body covered the sky, exuding an oppressive aura comparable to the sky-swallowing giant lizard from before, if not surpassing it. As for Fengyue, with its low cultivation level, it could cultivate in the beast space. Let's gather some things and go. Su Chen stood on the Candle Dragon's back, speaking to Lu Ling. The body of the platinum high-rank fierce beast was also a rare resource, not to be wasted. Since Su Chen had already agreed with the Imperial Capital Theoretical University, the resources from the past 2 days belonged to the university. So, even though he had independently killed the sky-swallowing giant lizard, Su Chen would not keep it for himself. After all, losing one's integrity for tens of millions of federal coins would be a disadvantage. Watching Suchen standing on the dragon's back, his proud figure resembling a celestial being, Lu Ling was momentarily lost in thought. Just by looking at his back, she felt a tremendous sense of security filling her body and mind, a feeling she had never experienced in the past 20 years. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" Seeing her dazed in place, Suchen lightly scolded. This woman always had a proud expression, as if she didn't care about others. Now, being hesitant, Suchen naturally wouldn't show her a good face. Lu Ling was scolded by Suchen in public. Instead of being angry, a blush appeared on her face. Seeing Lu Ling's shy appearance, Duan Yuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. It was too painful. As a seasoned follower, how could he not know that this was a sign of someone falling in love? After all, when he looked at Lu Ling, he felt the same way. However, Duan Yuqing didn't say anything. After all, with the strength Suchen had just shown, he could easily defeat 10 of him. Moreover, he had a more important task for this exploration. At this thought, the pain in Duan Yuqing's eyes suddenly disappeared. Like a changed person, he exuded a mysterious and stern aura. However, most people's attention was on Suchen, so they naturally didn't notice his change. In terms of collecting resources, everyone was experienced. In a very short time, they had stripped the sky-swallowing giant lizard of all its valuable parts. The team set off westward again, seemingly no different from before. The only difference was the person at the center of the team. At some point, Lu Ling had quietly transformed into Suchen. Perhaps Suchen and the others had absorbed the scent of the sky-swallowing giant lizard's blood. Surprisingly, there were very few fierce beasts hindering the team's progress along the way. After all, although the sky-swallowing giant lizard was no match for the blood shadow, its strength was definitely top-notch in this realm. Its aura was also feared by other fierce beasts. Therefore, the group of people who had absorbed the sky-swallowing giant lizard's aura seemed untouchable in this realm, and almost no one dared to provoke them. This also led to the originally estimated 2-day journey. Suchen and the others arrived at their destination in just a day and a half. The ultimate goal of this trip for the Imperial Capital Theoretical University was a peculiar giant tree. The color of its trunk is not the usual gray-brown of ordinary trees, but a strange blood red. What's even more peculiar is that all over the trunk there are cysts the size of human heads growing. Suchen stood at the base of the tree and observed as these cysts seemed to pulsate as if breathing. Filled with yellow and red intermingled viscous fluid, they were particularly terrifying. Looking up, countless forked branches shot towards the sky like sharp arrows. There wasn't a single leaf on the branches, yet they were eerily adorned with numerous fruits of various colors. The fruits were densely packed, almost completely blocking out the sunlight from the sky. Suchen squinted, and a few thin rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the fruits, landing on the corner of his eye. He had a constant feeling that something extremely terrifying was gestating within the giant tree. Put! Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. A fruit directly above Suchen burst open, and the putrid juice splattered down on his head. Whoosh! A long whistle followed, and a fireball accurately hit the foul-smelling juice, evaporating it into liquid mid-air. What's going on here? The situation startled the others. The onlookers, who were initially curious, quickly left the eerie tree's vicinity. "I'm sorry, our previous data didn't indicate that these fruits would explode and harm people." LV Ling looked at Suchen's calm face, explaining anxiously, "When our predecessors explored here, these fruits hadn't matured to this extent." Hearing this, Suchen waved his hand, indicating that he understood. In fact, with the speed at which the putrid juice fell, even without Bai Feng's intervention, Suchen could easily dodge it with his reflexes, posing no threat to him at all. Such a speed could be evaded by any ordinary silver-ranked beast tamer. Therefore, Suchen also believed that LV Ling wouldn't use this to harm him and the others. After all, the weakest among them present was a mid-gold ranked beast tamer. "Senior Sister LV, what are these giant trees and fruits? They look quite frightening." Seeing Suchen relax a bit, someone in the group finally gathered the courage to ask. Others also looked curiously at LV Ling, wondering about the origin of these eerie things. However, just as LV Ling, who had been smiling apologetically a moment ago, suddenly turned cold and said firmly, "This is a school secret, and it must not be leaked." Seeing her resolute attitude, the questioner felt embarrassed and uninterested, deciding not to ask further. LV Ling then scanned the surroundings, clasped her hands, and said, "Thank you all for escorting us. Now everyone can act on their own and search for the resources they need." Upon hearing this, Suchen turned and left without hesitation. The exploration of this special secret realm was extremely precious, and he didn't want to waste any time. Seeing Suchen leave, the others dispersed as well. Only Duan Muqing approached LV Ling, said something, and then unexpectedly joined the group from the Imperial Capital Theoretical University towards the giant tree. Boom! A ball of green fire carrying immense energy smashed into the deep pool. The water in the pool evaporated into countless steam under the high temperature. For a moment, the surrounding environment was filled with white mist, resembling a fairyland. The fierce beast hidden at the bottom of the water was also blasted onto the land by the green and red fireball. Put! Before the fierce beast could even stand up, a silver light flashed at its neck. The blood shadow Wolfclaw effortlessly broke through the defense of this low-level platinum-ranked beast. The scorching blood carried the beast's head high into the air. With the coordination of Blood Shadow and Baifeng, this fierce beast had no chance to resist and died on the spot. Su Chen looked at the beast's head rolling at his feet, feeling extremely satisfied. Indeed, he was more suited for solo action. Acting with others would only hinder his process of searching for resources. Just 2 days after leaving the team, Su Chen had already found 2 of the resources needed for the evolution of the Baifeng. Now, only one more was missing to evolve it into a peerless divine beast of the day-level talent. At the same time, Blood Shadow had regained its combat ability under Fu Yao's healing. In the 2 days of crazy fighting, both its bloodline and realm had been elevated once again, along with Su Chen's rank, which also broke through. This speed could be considered invincible. As his thoughts turned, Su Chen had already finished dealing with the corpse of the fierce beast beneath him. Everything valuable was stored in his spatial ring. After multiple replacements, his spatial ring had already reached a capacity of 200 cubic meters, making it effortless to store things. Continue exploring. Su Chen waved his hand and then leaped onto the back of the candle dragon, searching for all high-value resources and high-level fierce beasts in the air. About a quarter of an hour later, Su Chen's eyes lit up. There is actually an active volcano in this secret realm. He controlled the candle dragon to descend rapidly. Soon, Su Chen and his divine beast landed steadily in front of an active volcano. The volcano, standing upside down in a trapezoidal shape, was about 100 meters high, with steam rising from the top from time to time. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, making one feel nauseous. If an ordinary person stayed in such an environment for too long, there would even be a risk of poisoning. Of course, for Su Chen and his divine beast, this environment was nothing at all. An active volcano. There might be magma condensate. Su Chen was excited. This magma condensate was the last material needed for the evolution of the Baifeng. It only existed inside an erupting volcano, containing the essence of a volcano's energy. In this world, active volcanoes were already rare. The probability of a volcano giving birth to magma condensate did not exceed 30%. Moreover, due to the extremely high temperature of the magma inside the volcano, ordinary miners could not withstand the temperature, let alone collect resources. With multiple factors combined, the rarity of magma condensate reached a terrifying level. Even though Su Chen had tried to purchase it many times in the real world, he had not received any news. Unexpectedly, today, he encountered an active volcano in the special secret realm of the Imperial Capital Theoretical University. And judging by the size of this volcano, the probability of it containing magma condensate was high. As for the difficulty of mining, don't forget, the Baifeng was completely immune to fire damage. For it, even the hottest magma was nothing more than bathwater. However, Su Chen did not rashly let the Baifeng enter the interior of the active volcano alone. After all, in the vicinity of such a level of spiritual treasure, there must be powerful fierce beasts guarding it. If the Baifeng were to fight alone in the enemy's territory, it might not gain any advantage. Su Chen's mind quickly came up with an idea. Baifeng, release the heavenly fire above at least 20 times. Su Chen instructed the Baifeng. Roar! The Baifeng let out a long roar, flapping its wings to fly directly above the volcano. The steaming hot air surrounded it like celestial mist, making the Baifeng appear as noble as a god. Red and blue flames brewed in the Baifeng's mouth, with terrifying fluctuations dancing within the fireball. Then, the Baifeng opened its mouth and spat out countless fireballs like hail, attacking the volcano. Boom! 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 A loud noise came from above. The terrifying magma hidden inside the volcano was shaken and flew out due to the immense impact, falling to the ground. Hissing sounds could be heard as the terrifying heat directly melted the surrounding rocks, which quickly solidified and turned into black, unknown solids. Su Chen and Blood Shadow jumped onto the back of the candle dragon, overlooking the changes on the ground. The dark red magma flowed slowly on the ground, turning everything it touched into a charred mess. Although these magma and the Baifeng's heavenly fire belong to the same category of fire attacks, but in essence, it has a difference as vast as heaven and earth. Or rather, the flames of Baifeng are almost at the pinnacle of this world. Nothing cannot be burned. Even flames will be incinerated by the celestial fire of Bifang. Boom! Bifang in midair continued tirelessly condensing the celestial fire. The green and red fireball, like a divine punishment, forcefully collapsed half of the volcano's peak. Countless magma poured out from within. The steaming heat almost completely obscured Shuchen's line of sight. Just then, a crimson serpent suddenly emerged from the magma, raising its upper body and glaring venomously at the blue bird in the sky. Then a red beam shot out from the serpent's eyes. The speed of this attack was so fast that not even Shuchen could react in time, let alone Bifang, who was focused on the assault. However, just as the beam touched Bifang for a split second, countless green and red flames appeared out of thin air around Bifang, forming an unbreakable barrier. The red beam fiercely struck the barrier but failed to cause any harm. Bifang's skill, Lord of the Sky, activated. Lord of the Sky, King of the Void. When this beast is in the air, its physical qualities double, and its speed greatly increases. While in the air, you are immune to ranged attacks from ground enemies. When Bifang is in the air, it can be immune to all ranged attacks from ground enemies. This sudden attack by the serpent naturally couldn't harm Bifang in the slightest. Even without this skill, the serpent's attack belonged to the fire attribute category, unable to cause any harm to Bifang. It can be said that fundamentally, Bifang crushed this platinum-ranked serpent. Seeing this scene, the serpent's excited and malicious eyes suddenly froze, its mouth unconsciously opening, emitting a low mournful sound. Then its previously upright body shook abruptly, hiding back into the magma. The dark red magma and its crimson body almost seamlessly merged. Without careful observation, one could hardly detect the current location of the serpent. However, all this couldn't escape the eyes of Bifang, the Lord of the Sky. Suddenly, a green vine sprouted from the ground, swiftly binding the serpent, rendering it immobile. Then, green and red flames brewed around Bifang. In just a moment, a fireball with a radius of about 1 meter had formed. Without hesitation, the fireball smashed fiercely into the serpent. The terrifying heat instantly consumed it completely. As fellow fire attribute beasts, the serpent had absolutely no resistance to the celestial fire. This is the dominance of Bifang's flames. It is the crushing of lower-ranked bloodline beasts by higher-ranked bloodline beasts. Seeing the battle concluded, Blood Shadow leaped down from midair. A blood-red light sphere slowly emerged from the charred body of the serpent, merging into Blood Shadow's body. Although Blood Shadow did not exert itself in this battle, it wouldn't let go of what it needed to devour. Seeing the crisis completely resolved, Bifang directly rushed into the volcano's interior. The dark red magma, even before touching Bifang, voluntarily made way for it to enter. It was as if a servant was making way for a noble master. Roar! Excited cries echoed from the volcano's interior after a moment. Then, a blue figure shot out like a sharp blade. The one who appeared was Bifang. And in its mouth, there was a particularly conspicuous stone. The stone was entirely dark red, with some cracks on its surface, from which magma seeped out from time to time. This was the condensed magma. Seeing this treasure, Shuchen's eyes also flashed with excitement. All the evolution materials for Bifang had been gathered, coupled with Fu Yao's terrifying healing ability. This meant that in a few days, Shuchen would have an additional sun-grade beast, a foregone conclusion. As for letting Bifang evolve in the secret realm now, Shuchen naturally wouldn't make such a foolish move. The fierce beasts in this mysterious realm may only reach the peak strength of Platinum Tier 9, making it difficult to pose a life-threatening danger to him. However, it is crucial to note that the evolution of the Bifang is its most perilous moment. It cannot tolerate the slightest external disturbance. Moreover, if the evolution of the Bifang is not smooth, it may even need to rely on the vitality of the other 3 mythical beasts to help itself complete the evolution. This will also result in varying degrees of weakness in the other mythical beasts. It can be said that during the evolution of the mythical beasts, Shuchen is at his weakest. He must undergo this process in an absolutely safe environment. Shuchen took the condensed magma from the Bifang's mouth and placed it into the spatial ring. Just as he was preparing to search for resources again, a loud noise came from behind him. The sound seemed distant but was extremely deafening. Even Shuchen, who was far away, felt a tearing pain in his ears. One can only imagine the excruciating pain the person at the center of the sound must be enduring. Shuchen followed the sound and saw a thick, ink-like black smoke spreading from the source of the sound, even dyeing the blue sky in that area black. Frowning, he realized that the direction was where the group from the Imperial University had been staying before. Could it be that something went wrong with Lu Ling and the others' research? Shuchen shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. What concern was it of his if Lu Ling and the others met their demise? Shuchen's task was simply to escort them to the mysterious realm. Once the task was completed, these people would have no further connection with him. At that moment, Su Chen felt a sudden pain in his left wrist. Looking at his left hand, his pupils constricted. His wristband had inexplicably shattered into pieces. What the hell? Su Chen cursed under his breath. He fiercely flicked his wrist, letting the shattered pieces fall to the ground. The impact between the fragments and the ground reduced them to debris. It's worth noting that the wristband was a necessity for everyone to leave the mysterious realm. If the wristband was lost or damaged accidentally, even Su Chen would be stranded in the special realm until the next opening. After all, he did not possess a mythical beast with spatial abilities. Among the 4 mythical beasts currently under Su Chen's control, the Baifeng was a divine beast of both wood and fire elements, countering all beasts of these 2 attributes. Blood Shadow was the ruler of the night, each strike dragging enemies deeper into darkness. Candle Dragon interfered with time, controlling and delving into the mysterious domain of time. Fuyao focused on vitality and healing, providing great assistance to teammates. However, not a single mythical beast possessed spatial abilities. Let's go! After pondering for a moment, Su Chen walked to the back of the Candle Dragon and raised his arm. The trio immediately headed towards the dispersing black smoke. Perhaps at the site of the incident, Su Chen could find a way to leave the mysterious realm. For now, this was the only option. Passively waiting for the outcome was not Su Chen's style. Even in dire situations, he would strive to find a glimmer of hope. Time passed swiftly. The coverage of the black smoke in Su Chen's eyes grew larger. His expression became increasingly solemn. Su Chen caught a familiar scent of burnt plastic, the blood of the beast god. This scent was identical to the beast god blood Su Chen had obtained from the palace's spatial ring before. The stench was even more intense. With Su Chen's current physique, the desire to vomit still lingered upon smelling it. His pores all over his body involuntarily contracted, trying to prevent this odor from invading his body. Suddenly, the Candle Dragon's swiftly flying body came to an abrupt halt. Su Chen looked ahead in disbelief. Above the originally eerie giant tree, countless twisted and horrifying blood-red tentacles danced in the sky. These tentacles were intangible, composed of dense to almost solidified blood vapor. On the surface of the tentacles were numerous black voids resembling eyeballs of various sizes. The black smoke that obscured the sky was continuously emanating from these voids. It was as if they sensed someone approaching. The twisting and turning tentacles in the air suddenly stopped and collectively flew towards Su Chen's direction. Swish, swish, swish. There were a large number of these tentacles, and they were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the fierce attacks almost sealed off all the escape spaces around Su Chen. Moreover, it seemed like there were endless tentacles continuing to assault Su Chen. Watching the tentacles rapidly expanding in his eyes, Su Chen's pupils contracted. He could sense an extremely terrifying malice emanating from these tentacles. A voice in his mind told Su Chen he must not be hit by them, or there would be extremely terrifying consequences. Without time to think, Su Chen and his summoned beasts quickly dissipated their bodies. The attacks of those ferocious tentacles suddenly hit nothing. They seemed to be relentless, continuing to assault Su Chen. However, no matter how frantic they were, they could not harm Su Chen and his companions in the slightest. Fortunately, Blood Shadow's dissipation is just right for dealing with this kind of group attack, Su Chen thought to himself. After multiple evolutions, the physical consumption of using dissipation by Blood Shadow had also decreased. Now, even when attacked by a large number of enemies simultaneously, Blood Shadow could at least keep Su Chen and his summoned beasts in a dissipated state for an hour. With this in mind, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He did not command the Candle Dragon and Baifeng to retreat and leave the range of the tentacles' attacks. Instead, he urged the Candle Dragon and Baifeng to accelerate forward. Su Chen wanted to see what exactly had happened on the side of the eerie giant tree to cause such a terrifying anomaly. Only by understanding all the circumstances could Su Chen find a way to solve the problem. As for fleeing, that would only lead to a slow death. The 2 flying summoned beasts, Candle Dragon and Baifeng, swiftly carried Su Chen and Blood Shadow forward. In just a few minutes, Su Chen had completely arrived in front of the eerie giant tree. He saw that the originally 2-meter-wide trunk of the giant tree had a huge blue light ring that had appeared at some point. Terrifying spatial fluctuations spread from within the light ring. At the same time, a red tentacle, so red that it was almost slightly black, was slowly protruding from the light ring. This tentacle had only exposed its front end and was already 10 meters long. Su Chen could hardly imagine. A ferocious beast with tentacles of this size, how terrifying must its true form be? On the red-black tentacle, there were also numerous black holes distributed, and those blood-red tentacles floating in mid-air were rapidly emerging from the black holes. The tentacles that had just attacked Su Chen had all differentiated from this black-red tentacle in front of him. Just a few clones of a tentacle could pose a life-threatening threat to Su Chen. If this ferocious beast were to completely escape from the light ring, Su Chen would definitely not be able to handle it. He even suspected that this ferocious beast had the strength to break through the secret realm, pass through spatial rifts, and directly arrive in the real world. By then, it would definitely be a scene of carnage. Countless students and civilians would lose their lives because of it. Help! Help! Me! Suddenly, a faint cry for help came from below the black-red tentacle. It was the voice of Lu Ling. Su Chen's eyes lit up. As the leader of the Imperial Capital Theoretical University on this trip, this woman might know something. He was about to step forward to check the situation when suddenly, the black-red tentacle wriggled. Then, a humanoid creature directly differentiated from the tentacle. The humanoid creature was almost naked all over, with only the vital parts of its body growing strange keratin, resembling armor. Ah, what a wonderful feeling! The strange creature slowly walked towards Su Chen, emitting a satisfied moan from its mouth. This voice belonged to Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing turned his neck, and a sour bone-grinding sound emanated from his limbs and joints. Then he fixed his gaze on Su Chen with a dark look and said, "I was planning to deal with you after the Beast God Envoy completely broke free from the seal. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own." Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a sudden clarity in his heart. Duan Muqing turned out to be an undercover agent for the 10,000 Beasts sect. So, the strange transformation of this eerie giant tree must have been his doing. In other words, if he killed this kid, then the deadlock could be broken. With this thought, Su Chen's gaze towards Duan Muqing became instantly dangerous. "Hey hey hey! How dare you ignore me!" Duan Muqing shouted madly as he saw Su Chen ignoring him. Countless tentacles emerged from his body. Duan Muqing's skin was ruthlessly pierced by the tentacles, dripping dark green blood. But he seemed to have no sense of pain, with a crazy expression on his face, mumbling unclearly, "How dare you now?" Before he could finish his sentence, Duan Muqing lunged towards Su Chen like a cannonball. This speed was no less than that of the top-tier platinum-rank savage beasts. It even surpassed them. Duan Muqing rushed towards Su Chen. Utilizing kinetic energy, he swung his arm and then punched Su Chen in the face. Whoosh! The speed of this punch was so fast that it even created a sonic boom. Not only that, during the process of swinging his fist in the air, countless black substances surged out from his body, forming sharp spikes resembling tiger claws on his fist. If someone were hit by this blow, they would lose at least half their life. However, Su Chen just stood there, his expression calm, not even bothering to move a step. Seeing this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Duan Muqing's eyes. The genius youth once admired by everyone, today couldn't even catch his punch, let alone react. This was the limit of a human. Boom! The powerful and precise strike hit Su Chen's face. However, the expected scene of blood spraying out did not occur, not even the familiar sensation of impact. Only a full-force attack that, when missed, led to the body involuntarily moving forward due to inertia. How is this possible? A hint of surprise flashed in Duan Muqing's eyes. He was about to forcibly adjust his posture when a tearing pain came from his waist. Ah! Duan Muqing roared in pain, stumbling and falling to the ground. He looked incredulously at Su Chen, who remained indifferent, unable to understand why his attack had failed. From the wound on Duan Muqing's waist, a tentacle slowly emerged, wriggling back and forth on the wound. In just a moment, the gruesome wound that exposed bone was completely healed. Su Chen looked down at Duan Muqing on the ground, understanding, this kid's mind is somewhat clouded right now. He didn't even consider how he could break through the encirclement of thousands of tentacles and come to this place. How could he be afraid of Duan Muqing alone? Thinking back to Duan Muqing's strange behavior before attacking, Su Chen had a guess in his mind. This behavior was similar to those disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect who had been baptized in beast blood. Their strength increased dramatically, but their minds were clouded, even devoid of reason. Just the way of manifestation was slightly different. One grew black fur on their body, the other grew tentacles inside. However, a sudden increase in strength inevitably came with a corresponding price. Duan Muqing had leaped from a former golden rank 9 student to a powerful individual approaching the diamond rank strength. He must bear a huge price. Rationality was just one of them. As Su Chen contemplated this, Duan Muqing, having recovered from his injuries, leaped up again. He seemed to be relentless, attacking Su Chen frantically. However, he couldn't harm Su Chen at all. He was only depleting his own energy in vain. Su Chen was not in a hurry, carefully observing the changes in Duan Muqing's body. His speed and recovery power were extremely strong, not inferior to the savage beasts of the diamond rank. Physical strength is lacking, but it possesses the power of an ordinary high-ranking platinum beast. However, Su Chen did not discover any talent or ability similar to that of Du Muqing. Therefore, overall, Du Muqing was just a human with a powerful physique. Had enough? After obtaining the information he wanted, Su Chen's face turned cold. The blood shadow's silver-white fur quickly took on an ink-like color, and its size increased several times. Then, it leaped forward, directly knocking Du Muqing, who was entangled with Su Chen, to the ground. Activating the Night King state, the blood shadow's physique was no less than that of any diamond-ranked beast. Suppressing Du Muqing was a piece of cake. Roar! Roar! Hee. Pinned down by the blood shadow, Du Muqing roared unwillingly. This sound, unlike that of a human, seemed more like that of a beast with undeveloped intelligence. Seeing the madness flickering in Du Muqing's eyes, Su Chen felt a hint of sadness. Was it worth joining the beast sect for the sake of power? Not only becoming an enemy of humanity but also risking losing sanity and turning into a beast, was it really worth it? The feeling of sadness passed quickly, and Su Chen's heart soon calmed down. Blood Shadow, help him calm down. At the command, the Blood Shadow's wolf claws ruthlessly pierced Du Muqing's wrist. Swish! A hand instantly separated from Du Muqing's body. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound. Countless tentacles wriggled inside the wound, trying to repair their master's injury. Hiss! With a long howl, Bai Feng's blue and red flames accurately attacked the wound. The wriggling tentacles were instantly turned into charcoal, losing their vitality. The once bloody wound no longer bled under the high temperature. Bai Feng's flame actually helped stop Du Muqing's bleeding. Seeing his hand detached, Du Muqing let out a ghostly roar of anger, struggling more fiercely under the blood shadow. Continue. Watching this scene, Su Chen said indifferently. Soon, another hand was torn off by the blood shadow. Du Muqing's struggling body paused, seeming to calm down. His bloodshot eyes filled with hatred stared at Su Chen, seemingly regaining clarity for a moment. Don't expect to get any information from me. Since birth, he had been a disciple of the beast sect. After a few memories, he was sent to the Imperial Orphanage, becoming an orphan with a clean identity, all for the sake of entering the secret realm at this moment, to completely release the beast god apostle from its seal. As for his admiration for Lu Ling, it was just a disguise. In this situation, Du Muqing naturally would not betray the beast sect. Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head and said, "Continue." In an instant, both feet were also torn off by the blood shadow. Just as the blood shadow was about to strike at the crucial area between Du Muqing's legs, he spoke up, "Lu Ling is not dead yet. I know almost everything she knows." With that, Du Muqing's head tilted, leaving 2 lines of bloody tears in his tightly closed eyes. If he didn't say it, it wouldn't count as betraying the organization. Oh, is Lu Ling also a member of the beast sect? Su Chen inquired. No, she just knows a lot of secrets, such as how to leave the secret realm, how to reseal the beast god apostle. After obtaining the information he wanted, Su Chen waved his hand, and a group of blue and red flames surrounded Du Muqing. In an instant, the high temperature melted Du Muqing's external skin, revealing a pale skeleton. On his skeleton, blood-red tentacles scattered as if they had life, trying to escape. However, they could not escape the purification of the heavenly fire. Seeing everything turn to ashes, Su Chen hurried towards the black and red tentacles. He wanted to ask Lu Ling what these things were all about. About 10 meters away from the huge blood-red tentacles, Su Chen stopped. He signaled for the blood shadow to go forward and find Lu Ling. Blood Shadow moved briskly, and in a moment, he brought the limp LV Ling under the tentacles. During this time, the huge tentacles showed no reaction, as if they had no sensation, only the black holes on their surface continued to emit blood. Blood Shadow placed LV Ling in front of Su Chen. Her once beautiful face had been corroded by mucus, revealing a yellowed skull. Her eye sockets, without eyelids and muscle support, hung weakly on her face, as if they would fall off completely with the slightest movement. Her skin and muscles had no intact areas left. There was no trace of her former grace and beauty. LV Ling was now completely unconscious. If it weren't for the strong physical condition and excellent recovery ability of a beast tamer, Su Chen would have thought she was dead. Such injuries could have easily taken LV Ling's life. Seeing her pitiful state, Su Chen summoned Fu Yao, who had been cultivating in the beast space. Heal her, Su Chen pointed at LV Ling. Ribbit, Fu Yao happily exclaimed, enjoying the outside world. Then a green light appeared around him. A refreshing breath filled the air. The foul smell of burnt plastic that had been lingering around Su Chen's nose disappeared instantly, and even his body felt much lighter. The green light gradually solidified and flew into LV Ling's body. Various flesh buds quickly grew on her pale skeleton. The flesh buds enlarged rapidly, forming solid muscles. Skin rapidly grew over the muscles. The new skin was a healthy, shimmering pink color. In an instant, LV Ling, who was on the brink of death, recovered significantly, although she still felt weak. Fu Yao's recovery ability was truly terrifying. LV Ling suddenly opened her eyes, sat up abruptly from the ground, and let out a piercing scream. She looked around, her gaze fixed on Su Chen, and with a bitter smile, she said, "Have you died too?" Hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed like this woman was delusional, thinking she was in the afterlife. "You're not dead. Tell me, what happened here?" he asked, directly. The virtual tentacles in the sky were increasing, and with each passing minute, the danger grew. I'm not dead? Ha ha ha. LV Ling was first stunned by Su Chen's question, then burst into maniacal laughter. Her loud laughter even caught the attention of the virtual tentacles in the sky. Smack. Su Chen stepped forward and slapped LV Ling to the ground. What was she doing, acting crazy at a time like this? Su Chen had saved LV Ling not to hear her ungraceful laughter. Knocked down by Su Chen, LV Ling showed no anger, but instead calmed down. She looked at Su Chen and quickly said, "The seal here is one of the 4 apostles of the beast god of the 10,000 beast sect, the evil-thought octopus, rumored to be at its peak strength, at least to some level fierce beast. The bizarre giant tree earlier was its seal. The bizarre giant tree can absorb the life energy of the evil-thought octopus, weakening its strength while strengthening itself, eventually bearing fruit. These fruits mature once every 100 years. Consuming them greatly enhances physical qualities, but the consumer will become violent and ferocious in the short term. Duan Muqing secretly buried a mysterious stone under the tree when we weren't paying attention, and 2 days later, the seal unexpectedly began to loosen." LV Ling's eyes burst with an intense hatred, a gaze filled with extreme resentment. She paused for a moment before continuing. "At the same time, the 5 of us were ambushed by Duan Muqing, completely losing our combat abilities, and one of the tentacles of the evil-thought octopus absorbed us as nutrients. I was the last one to be absorbed. At the moment, all we need to do is dig out that stone and reseal the seal. The position of the stone is beneath the tentacles of the malevolent octopus of evil intentions. By the way, Su Chen, be careful. Du Muqing seems to have been strengthened by the malevolent octopus of evil intentions, and his strength is formidable, comparable to a beast at the diamond rank." Lu Ling shared all the information she knew with Su Chen. She knew that in the current situation, only someone as powerful as Su Chen had a glimmer of hope to resolve it. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Since there is a solution, things will be easier. As for the danger of Du Muqing, Su Chen pointed to a pile of ashes behind him and said softly, "This is Du Muqing." Lu Ling followed Su Chen's finger and saw a blackened pile of debris lying quietly on the ground behind Su Chen. "This is Du Muqing?" She couldn't help but repeat, as if she didn't understand Su Chen's meaning. Then a flash of realization crossed her mind. Could it be that Du Muqing has already been slain by Su Chen? With this thought, she looked at Su Chen's tall and proud figure. Although she had already sufficiently estimated this man's strength before. But every time, he would bring her new surprises. This man is unexpectedly reliable. Ignoring Lu Ling's surprise, Su Chen pondered in his mind how to dig out that mysterious stone and end this crisis. Su Chen looked back at the blue light barrier. With just one glance, his pupils suddenly contracted. When did this happen? Su Chen was shocked. He saw that at some point, the volume of the blue light barrier had expanded several times. The single tentacle that was originally extended had instantly turned into 4. Su Chen could even vaguely see the massive body behind the tentacles. Unlike the black and red color of the tentacles, the body of the malevolent octopus of evil intentions was a stunning blue, as deep as the sea. It emitted terrifying spatial fluctuations. Just one look made Su Chen feel dizzy and nauseous. He quickly turned his head, no longer looking at the body of the malevolent octopus of evil intentions. However, the blue light barrier was still rapidly expanding at a visible speed. It wouldn't be long before the malevolent octopus of evil intentions completely broke the seal. A beast of the daybreak level strength is not something Su Chen can currently handle. There's no time. Su Chen felt increasingly urgent and ordered all his beast companions to attack the exposed part of the malevolent octopus of evil intentions. Roar! Blood Shadow was still in the state of the Black Knight King. He was the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, his wolf claws fiercely pierced one of the tentacles of the malevolent octopus of evil intentions. Clang! A sound of metal clashing came from Blood Shadow's claws. It seemed like Blood Shadow's attack was not on the physical body of this daybreak-level beast, but on a highly dense metal. Blood Shadow was shaken back repeatedly by the tremendous recoil force. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw only a faint white mark where Blood Shadow had attacked. Even in the state of the Black Knight King, Blood Shadow couldn't break through the defense of the malevolent octopus of evil intentions. At that moment, a deafening dragon roar came from behind Su Chen. The body of the candle dragon rapidly expanded, like a continuous mountain range, giving off a tremendous sense of shock. In terms of size alone, it even surpassed the malevolent octopus of evil intentions. A strange fluctuation emanated from the candled dragon's body. In an instant, the illusory tentacles writhing in the sky froze in place. The expansion of the blue light barrier also ceased. The previously noisy environment suddenly fell silent, as if the entire world had been paused. Only the tentacles of the malevolent octopus of evil intentions seemed to still be moving forward at an extremely slow pace. Even a beast of the daybreak level like the candle dragon in its true form could not completely exempt itself from the effects of the time control. In the lantern-like eyes of the candle dragon, the scenes of the changing seasons in day and night alternated. Then two beams of light shot out from its eyes, swiftly landing on the tentacles of the evil-thought octopus. In an instant, the octopus, which was still struggling to move forward, quickly became immobilized. At the same time, the huge fireball that Bai Feng had been gathering fiercely slammed onto the body of this fierce beast. Flames spread densely across the body of the evil-thought octopus. The green and red flames burned fiercely, slowly but effectively eroding the defenses of this sun-grade fierce beast. Blood Shadow also seized the moment, but instead of attacking the octopus, he quickly ran towards its tentacles. He was going to dig out the mysterious stone buried under the octopus's tentacles. Only by finding the stone could they truly seal this sun-grade fierce beast, and only with Blood Shadow's speed could this task be perfectly accomplished. For a moment, the three mythical beasts all displayed their full abilities. Will they succeed? Su Chen and Lu Ling watched nervously as Blood Shadow was intensely focused. Candle Dragon and Bai Feng were only buying time after all. The real decider of the battle was Blood Shadow. As long as he could quickly find that stone within this short time, all problems would be solved. Blood Shadow moved like a black lightning, shuttling back and forth between the four tentacles. His sharp wolf claws were like excavators, ruthlessly digging into the ground as he passed by, revealing what was underneath. Nothing. Nothing. Still nothing. The land under the three tentacles was quickly dug up by Blood Shadow. However, there was no mysterious stone inside, only more moist soil. Without any pause, Blood Shadow pounced towards the last tentacle. His claws wildly swung, digging up the soil. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light emerged from the ground. It was the crucial stone emitting the light. At that moment, a loud noise once again filled Su Chen's ears. Time control had actually ended. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. It had only been 40 seconds, how could it suddenly end? But now was clearly not the time to ponder such questions. The octopus, which had been quiet and under attack by several mythical beasts, was now going crazy. The four tentacles all attacked Blood Shadow, trying to prevent him from taking out the mysterious stone, the previously stable blue light barrier. Under this frenzied attack, it began to shake violently, showing signs of shrinking. Seeing the huge black and red tentacles almost filling all the space around Blood Shadow, he had no room to dodge at all. Su Chen watched everything with anxiety. This level of attack was something his virtual state couldn't withstand. The pincer attack of the four tentacles was enough to take Blood Shadow's life. However, Blood Shadow did not evade, he just bent down, and his wolf head quickly approached the mysterious stone. It didn't care about the terrifying attacks. Blood Shadow only knew, whatever his master entrusted him to do, he must accomplish it, even if the cost was his life. At the critical moment, Blood Shadow successfully took the colorful glowing mysterious stone into his mouth. At the same time, the pincer attack of the four tentacles arrived as expected. Each tentacle alone was 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. With such a size, coupled with the terrifying speed of impact, for Blood Shadow, it was like being crushed. Bang! Under the pressure of the tentacle attack, Blood Shadow's virtual state lasted less than half a second. The four tentacles fiercely collided, emitting a deafening sound. Blood Shadow was at the center of the compression, enduring immense pressure. This kind of power, even for Blood Shadow, who was just a silver-ranked mythical beast. Even those diamond-ranked mythical beasts wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ah! Lu Ling exclaimed, closing her eyes involuntarily, unable to bear witnessing such a cruel scene. In her eyes, the Blood Shadow was attacked by such a terrifying beast. The only outcome awaiting it was death. No other possibility. Boom boom, the tentacles continued to squeeze wildly in midair, as if wanting to crush the Blood Shadow into mincemeat before being satisfied. At the same time, as the mysterious stone left the underground, the already unstable blue halo began to rapidly shrink at an astonishing speed. Hiss! The tentacles of the malevolent octopus had no choice but to retract into the blue halo. Its main body let out an angry roar. Centuries of sealing. Now, seeing a glimmer of hope for its release, it was disrupted by a few insignificant beast tamers. How could it accept this? Swish! A strange sound rang out, the blue halo closed completely, then disappeared without a trace. the malevolent octopus also returned to its seal. With its disappearance, those ethereal tentacles that were originally floating in the air also turned into rootless trees and sourceless water for a moment. Before long, they dissipated on their own in the air. Only the stench of burnt plastic lingered in the air, refusing to disperse, as if proclaiming the terrifying scene just now. You. Lu Ling looked at Su Chen, as if wanting to say some comforting words. In her view, although Su Chen had completely sealed the malevolent beast of the solar level, he had still lost a beast tamer. Moreover, it was such a high-quality beast tamer. Unexpectedly, Su Chen didn't even spare her a glance, heading directly to where the blood shadow had been ambushed earlier. Lu Ling sighed lightly and quickly caught up with Su Chen. She could also understand, beast tamers were like family to beast tamers, and now the family was. Lu Ling's thoughts suddenly froze. The blood shadow, which she had thought was doomed, was now squatting quietly in front of Su Chen, enjoying his caress. The blood shadow, far from being dead, didn't even have a scratch on its body. What's going on? Lu Ling was completely stunned. Even if it didn't die, it shouldn't be completely unharmed, right? The situation before her clearly exceeded her cognitive range. Su Chen affectionately stroked the blood shadow's head, smoothing its fur. With the existence of the blood contract, the blood shadow was impossible to die. Even so, the pain endured by the blood shadow would not be alleviated in the slightest. The feeling of being squeezed by immense force, to the point of almost bursting its organs, was even more unbearable than death. If it weren't for the malevolent octopus being sealed for hundreds of years, its strength would have been non-existent. And due to the instability of the blue halo, the solar-level malevolent beast didn't dare to attack recklessly. It could only passively endure the attacks of the candle dragon by Fong. This also brought great convenience to the blood shadow's actions. Only when the malevolent octopus was completely provoked did it unleash its full power. In just a second, the blood shadow was almost killed. If it weren't for the existence of the blood contract, the blood shadow would probably have turned into a pool of blood under the immense pressure by now. Su Chen looked around. Without the obstruction of countless ethereal tentacles, the eerie giant tree reappeared in his sight. However, the giant tree that had once covered the sky was now broken in half. The upper part, with branches and numerous fruits, had been turned into nutrients for the malevolent octopus to regain its strength by its tentacles. The part connected to the soil at the bottom was now only a little over 2 meters high. At the top of the broken tree, there was a huge gap, from which strange black smoke kept billowing out. It seemed that the malevolent octopus was about to break the seal and be completely freed at any moment. It seems that Duan Muqing's actions have caused irreparable damage to the seal. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The sealing strength of the giant tree on the malevolent octopus was now incomparable to before. He even doubted whether, even if no one came to disturb the seal, as time passed, this solar-level malevolent beast would be able to break the seal on its own. At that moment, the first person it wanted to kill would undoubtedly be Su Chen, the one who had resealed it. Just as Su Chen was contemplating, a sudden strong spatial fluctuation came from the sky. Suddenly, a black halo appeared on the horizon. The size of this halo was just enough for one person to pass through. What's going on? Su Chen was puzzled. Could it be that another seal had been released? With this thought, Su Chen quickly summoned his beast companion in front of him, preparing for battle. The black halo flickered rapidly, causing ripples in the surrounding space, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Then, a white figure walked out of the halo. This person was dressed in loose white clothes, with long white hair casually draped over his shoulders, exuding a carefree and elegant aura. Standing at the edge of the sky, the newcomer surveyed the chaos on the ground. Finally, his gaze settled on the half-cut giant tree, leaving him speechless for a moment. However, shortly after, the white-clad figure slowly descended in front of Su Chen. This action astonished Su Chen. What kind of expert was this, able to fly with a human body? Even experts like Shen Wuyan would rely on flying beasts to move freely in the sky. Yet the white-clad figure, from the moment of appearance, did not summon any beast. With his own abilities, he smoothly landed in front of Su Chen from the air. Suppressing his surprise, Su Chen quickly used that eye of the world to clearly see the information about the white-clad person. Name, by Dao Ling, talent, beast blood baptism, special, note, this type of beast blood baptism is conducted in a special way, enhancing the physical qualities of the baptized to be similar to the fierce beasts of the same realm, without affecting their rationality and emotions. Note, those who undergo special baptism will awaken various abilities, advancing rapidly but limited to the realm of fragmented star. Side effects, significant reduction in lifespan, maximum lifespan of 50 years. Unable to contract any beast companions. Abilities, wind control, soul devouring, fire, indestructible body, spatial travel, storm domain. Realm, Diamond Ninth Stage, a special beast blood baptism. This baptism not only does not affect the rationality of the recipient but also awakens various skills possessed by beast tamers. It can be considered terrifying. Of course, the side effects are equally dreadful. Firstly, there is a significant reduction in lifespan, with a maximum of only 50 years. It is known that an ordinary diamond stage beast tamer, if their origin is not harmed, can live to at least 250 years. This is a fivefold difference. Even among ordinary people, Bai Daoling's lifespan is considered short. Moreover, he cannot contract various beast companions, which means he lacks many attack methods. Nevertheless, even so, it was enough to shock Su Chen. This white-clad individual was undoubtedly the second strongest person Su Chen had encountered since becoming a beast tamer, second only to Shen Wuyan. What happened? Bai Daoling looked at Su Chen and spoke gently. It was only then that Su Chen noticed his eyes, which were a translucent pink color. Under the sun's rays, they exuded an indescribable beauty. His features were so beautiful and enchanting that, if he did not speak, Su Chen might have mistaken him for a peerless beauty. Changsheng, this is a member of the Bai family, one of the four major hidden clans, the guardian family of the Huaxia Federation, fighting for the safety of Huaxia for generations, LV Ling explained quietly behind Su Chen. The four major hidden clans were legendary entities for ordinary people. Most commoners even regarded them as mere folklore, not believing in their existence. However, as the most outstanding researcher at the Imperial Capital Theoretical University, LV Ling had personally seen these people. Bai Daoling, standing before them, was precisely the leader of the younger generation of the Bai family, holding a prestigious position and possessing formidable strength. Su Chen had not been in the imperial capital for long, so he was not as familiar with the division of power as Lu Ling. He nodded to indicate his understanding. However, Su Chen was also somewhat puzzled. He had originally thought that those who underwent the baptism of beast blood were all remnants of the 10,000 Beast sect. He did not expect such individuals to exist among the high ranks of the Huaxia Federation. Suppressing his doubts, Su Chen proceeded to recount to Bai Daoling the series of events that had occurred in the secret realm. As Su Chen spoke, a ripple gradually appeared on Bai Daoling's originally calm face. Unable to contain himself, Bai Daoling exclaimed, "Are you saying that you alone managed to seal the sun-level ferocious beast?" Disbelief filled Bai Daoling's eyes. Even a long-sealed sun-level ferocious beast possessed strength equivalent to at least the fragmented star rank. The fact that a young man before him, with only the strength of the silver rank, could achieve such a feat was astonishing. And the reliable information provided by Lu Ling, Su Chen added. Without Lu Ling's information about the function and location of the mysterious stone, he would not have been able to prevent the evil intentions of the octopus from breaking free of its seal based solely on his strength. No. It was entirely Su Chen's merit. I was merely a spectator, Lu Ling quickly interjected. She knew her own capabilities and the role she played in this battle. In terms of contribution, she had at most a 1% share. In this sealing battle, Su Chen alone contributed 99%. Bai Daoling glanced at the two of them, still filled with disbelief. Despite being a formidable 9th-ranked diamond expert, he had brought his family's treasure to reinforce the seal. Yet now, before he could even act, a young man of the silver rank informed him that the situation had been completely resolved. This realization left Bai Daoling feeling deeply frustrated. The Bai family was renowned for their cultivation speed. As the leader of the younger generation of the Bai family, he found himself inferior to this obviously younger man before him. After a brief awkward moment, Bai Daoling cleared his throat and said, "Very well, you have saved me some trouble." As the next generation leader of a secluded family, Bai Daoling naturally would not argue with Su Chen and the others. He had that much restraint. Bai Daoling continued, "Very well, I will now send you back to the real world, where someone will bring you the reward for resolving this crisis." Upon hearing this, Su Chen was overjoyed. He had not expected such good fortune. He had been worrying about how to leave this mysterious realm. Now, not only had Bai Daoling solved this problem, but there would also be a reward. He believed that with the Bai family's influence, this reward would be generous. "Wait a moment, I will check if there are any other survivors in the secret realm," Bai Daoling said. With a flash, he disappeared before Su Chen's eyes. With his current strength, Su Chen did not even notice how Bai Daoling had left. In the spot where he had stood, a faint ripple in space slowly dissipated. Su Chen glanced at Lu Ling and asked, "What's the deal with these four major families? Tell me about them." Lu Ling, seizing every opportunity to talk to Su Chen, enthusiastically explained, "All members of the four major families undergo a special beast blood baptism at the age of 15. This baptism does not affect the personality of the baptized, but it is extremely dangerous. Failure means certain death. The survival rate each year does not exceed 10%. Moreover, only members of secluded families can undergo this special baptism. Ordinary people who attempt it will face certain death. They possess extremely strong bodies, rapid cultivation speed, and numerous incredible abilities. Their combat power is formidable, making them the top fighting force of the Huaxia Federation. Every member of the reclusive family, on average, dies naturally in their 40s, very short-lived. Moreover, they rely solely on their own battles and have never formed any contracts with any spirit beasts. Lu Ling blurted out everything he knew. Most of the information he shared was almost identical to what Su Chen had learned through his talents. Su Chen nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. In his view, no matter how one gains strength, as long as their stance is the same, they are considered partners and teammates. Besides, people like Bai Daoling also face the threat of short lives. Despite this, these people still contribute to the security of the Huaxia Federation, which made Su Chen admire them to some extent. The two didn't wait long before Bai Daoling appeared in front of them again. He was holding a pale-faced student, whose hands and feet were trembling uncontrollably. "This is the only survivor," Bai Daoling said with regret. Then he let go of the student and pulled his hands forcefully in the air. In an instant, a black light ring appeared before everyone's eyes. "Let's go." Bai Daoling glanced at Su Chen, then walked into the black light ring first. Su Chen didn't hesitate and followed Bai Daoling into the ring. Lu Ling followed behind Su Chen. The only remaining student trembled in place for a long time. It wasn't until the light ring became somewhat unstable that he reluctantly stepped into the black light ring. The familiar dizziness set in. When Su Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the teleportation array of the Imperial Capital Theoretical University. The first person he saw was the worried face of Lu Anxue. Seeing Su Chen coming out, Lu Anxue finally breathed a sigh of relief and waved at him. After experiencing life and death struggles and seeing a familiar face, Su Chen felt particularly close and walked towards Lu Anxue. This incident has caused quite a stir. The upper echelons of the imperial capital are furious that a spy from the Beastmaster sect managed to infiltrate such an important secret realm. It is said that even the big shots from the Bai family personally intervened. "Luckily, you are safe, thanks to that person who arrived just in time," Lu Anxue said excitedly as Su Chen approached. God knows how she had spent the past half day. Learning that her student was involved in a conspiracy with a sun-level ferocious beast, her heart sank. Now seeing Su Chen unharmed, her complexion improved, and her demeanor was no longer as cold as before. "Actually, I solved the problem." Su Chen stroked his chin and spoke. Anyway, the reward would soon be in his hands, and this kind of thing would quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. It couldn't be hidden. Moreover, there was no need to hide it. "What? You? Don't joke around. That was a sun-level ferocious beast." Lu Anxue laughed. She couldn't believe that Su Chen could personally resolve such a matter. After all, even the young leaders of the diamond-tier reclusive families didn't have full confidence. How could Su Chen do it? Her understanding of Su Chen was still stuck in the past. She thought Su Chen was joking with her. Seeing Lu Anxue's expression, Su Chen shook his head helplessly and decided not to explain further. Nowadays, no one believes the truth. Just then, a striking woman with white hair and pink pupils walked through the crowd straight towards Su Chen. "Are you Master Su?" the woman asked, handing him a black silk box. With such distinctive features, Su Chen didn't need the world eye to know that the woman in front of him was a member of the Bai family. "Indeed," Su Chen replied, casually glancing at the woman's face. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire. How could the Bai family members all grow up to be so beautiful? Bai Daoling before and the stunning woman now were both examples of this. "I am Bai Daoling's younger sister, Bai Daoha. My clan brother specifically instructed me to hand over this brocade box to you," Bai Dai continued, his voice clear and gentle, soothing to the ears. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a hint of surprise. Initially, he thought Bai Daoling would arrange for a servant to deliver the reward. He never expected his own sister to take on this task. This favor was not to be taken lightly. After all, the younger sister of the next generation head of the Bai family was someone that even many important figures in the imperial capital might not have the chance to meet. And now, this person was personally sending something to Su Chen. It was evident how much Bai Daoling valued Su Chen. "Please thank Brother Bai on my behalf." Su Chen accepted the brocade box, momentarily unsure of how to address Bai Daoling. However, considering their similar ages, he simply referred to him as Brother Bai. Bai Dai bowed, gracefully departed, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. They then turned their gaze back to Su Chen, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. What did this kid have that was so special? He could actually converse with top-tier individuals like Bai Dai. As for Lu Anxue, her face was filled with shock. Her mouth hung open in surprise, revealing her pink tongue. She was filled with disbelief. Could what Su Chen said really be true? Remembering her previous confident words, Lu Anshua's face flushed with embarrassment. A blush crept onto her snow-white cheeks. However, amidst the embarrassment, what Lu Anshua felt most was profound shock. She had witnessed Su Chen's weakness firsthand before. Back then, even with all his might, he could barely break through the defenses of the weakest spirit beast under her command. And now, how much time had passed? He could now stand shoulder to shoulder with her in terms of overall strength, even surpassing her. What terrifying talent he possessed. Why are you staring at me? Let's go, Su Chen said as he noticed Lu Anshua's unwavering gaze on him. As for the brocade box brought by day, Su Chen stored it in his spatial ring. What treasures lay inside the box, Su Chen planned to find out once he returned to his dormitory. Let's go, Lu Anshua hastily responded, her shock still lingering from Su Chen's immense improvement in strength. By the way, is there anything good to eat in the imperial capital? Su Chen rubbed his stomach, asking as they walked. During the days in the secret realm, he hardly had a proper meal. All he ate were high-nutrient frozen foods, leaving a bland taste in his mouth. And taking this opportunity to have a meal with Lu Anshua, Su Chen could also bring up the matter of switching to a larger dormitory. Oh, Lu Anshua looked at Su Chen with confusion. Every time this guy came out of the secret realm before, he hurried back to his own dormitory. What was happening today that he was starting to enjoy life? Seeing Lu Anshua's gaze, Su Chen innocently smiled. Just by looking at his clean and handsome face, no one could associate him with the legendary campus killer. Alright, let's go. I know a nice little shop near the university, Lu Anshua waved her hand. Their relationship was that of both teacher and friend, so having a meal together was quite normal. The two quickly arrived at a shop near the imperial capital university. Although it wasn't mealtime yet, the place was already packed with people. The shop was small, but it exuded a lively and bustling atmosphere. This was an ambience that Su Chen had rarely experienced. Since becoming a spirit beast tamer, he had been either training or fighting, hardly ever enjoying life in such a quiet and comfortable manner. They found a relatively clean table in the crowd, ordered their food, and as Su Chen displayed a rare gentle smile, a hint of pity flashed through Lu Anshua's heart. Everyone at the Imperial Capital University believed that Su Chen was a rare and exceptional genius in the world. Few people knew about the efforts he put in behind the scenes. He rarely even went out to eat. Soon, the food was served, and the two of them chatted while eating. Sister Lu, I need to change my dormitory urgently, Su Chen mumbled with a mouthful of fried noodles. No problem. I'll submit the application to the school leaders right away. It should be approved within 2 days at most. Lu Anshua naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request. After all, Su Chen was a genius. No matter which university he was in, he would be treated like a treasure. Su Chen smiled, then suddenly frowned, forcibly swallowing the fried noodles in his mouth, and said somewhat speechlessly, how can there be chicken essence in this fried noodles? Fried noodles shouldn't have chicken essence. In Changnan City, putting chicken essence in fried noodles was practically a crime. The cook would be in trouble. Is there such a custom? Lu Anshua was surprised, looking at Su Chen. It was the first time she had heard that fried noodles shouldn't have chicken essence. Seeing Su Chen's struggling expression, she pushed her own food towards him, saying, here, have mine, it doesn't have chicken essence. Then Lu Anshua took the fried noodles in front of Su Chen and started eating heartily, without any hint of disgust. After the meal, Su Chen and Lu Anshua parted ways and returned to their respective dormitories. He patted his stomach. Apart from the fried noodles with chicken essence, the other dishes were surprisingly delicious. But now was clearly not the time to reminisce about the taste of the food. Su Chen took out the black silk box that Bai Daoha had just sent from his spatial ring. The box was predominantly black with dark green patterns engraved on it. The pure black and dark green complemented each other, giving the box a unique charm. Su Chen gently opened it. Inside, the box was divided into 2 layers. The top layer held an ancient piece of jade emitting a vast aura. The bottom layer contained a white flower slightly glowing with fluorescence, pure and bright like moonlight. The Bai family is quite thoughtful. Seeing these 2 items, a hint of joy flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The ancient jade, named the Jade of Time, was said to be produced only in the brains of beasts above the broken star rank. It contained the profound insights of high-ranking beasts over thousands of years, extremely precious. Especially for some time-based beast tamers, it was truly a treasure among treasures. However, nowadays, there were very few strong individuals at the broken star rank among humans, let alone hunting beasts of that rank. Therefore, the Jade of Time that followed was mostly passed down from previous generations. It could be said that each piece was precious. In Su Chen's generation, if an ordinary person didn't have connections, it would be extremely difficult to find one even with billions of federal coins. Yet, the Bai family rewarded Su Chen in this way, showing their wealth and generosity. Moreover, the Jade of Time was the main material necessary for the Candle Dragon to evolve into a sun-level beast. This reward went straight to Su Chen's heart. As for the flower shimmering with moonlight, it was one of the auxiliary materials needed for the Candle Dragon's next evolution. In other words, the Candle Dragon only lacked 2 types of auxiliary materials to evolve again. Currently, the Candle Dragon with a moon-level talent already played an outstanding role in battles. Once it evolved into a sun-level talent, its strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. By then, Su Chen's overall strength would experience a leap. The 2 resources sent by the Bai family were exactly what Su Chen needed. He even suspected that the Bai family had gathered information about his recent movements in such a short time, knowing that he had been searching for these materials all along. That's why they were sent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence. With this, Su Chen gained a clearer understanding of the Bai family's power. From the moment he came out of the secret realm to Bai Daohua sending the gift, it wouldn't have taken more than 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, the Bai family had completed the intelligence collection work and delivered the reward to Su Chen. This level of execution, this speed, was truly terrifying. Su Chen nodded, keeping the Bai family's friendship and goodwill in his heart. Then, with a wave of his hand, the space ring on his finger shimmered, and several materials appeared on the table. It was the Earth Fire Core, Magma Essence, Spirit of Heavenly Fire, and Spring of Divine Water, the 4 materials needed for the evolution of Bai Fong. Su Chen then summoned Bai Fong and the other spirit beasts. The once spacious dormitory suddenly felt cramped. Su Chen looked at Bai Fong and said, "Today is the day you evolve into a sun-grade spirit beast." Bai Fong raised its head high, its blue feathers standing upright, exuding a sense of solemn killing intent. It let out a loud roar, filled with absolute self-confidence. Then, it flapped its wings slightly and directly swallowed the Earth Fire Core. The evolution ceremony began. As the Earth Fire Core entered Bai Fong's body, scorching heat immediately rose. Even the air around Bai Fong began to distort under the high temperature. Then, strands of flame slowly emerged from Bai Fong's body, gradually expanding until they enveloped its entire body. This flame was not the previous blue-red color but a complete crimson. Purely aggressive and violent intent emanated from the flames. Su Chen took a step back. Even as a bystander, he found the temperature unbearable. Not to mention Bai Fong in the center of the flames. Su Chen even saw Bai Fong's noble blue feathers gradually turning into charcoal under the flames burning. A smell of burnt flesh and skin even wafted in the air. Then, under the flame's influence, the muscles on Bai Fong's body began to disintegrate inch by inch. Its pale skeleton was exposed naked in the air and flames. Su Chen even worried that Bai Fong's bones would turn to ashes in the flames. However, time passed bit by bit. The skeleton stood firm in the center of the flames, gradually transitioning from pale white to crimson. A layer of tough red armor even grew above the bones. Just by looking at it, Su Chen knew its defensive power must be astonishing. Mysterious and ancient patterns gradually formed on the armor, seemingly containing dreadful power. At the same time, the initially raging flames seemed to weaken. The flame's energy appeared to be gradually absorbed by Bai Fong's skeleton. 10 minutes passed, and the crimson flames had almost disappeared, leaving only a few sparks scattered around the skeleton. Li! Suddenly, an inexplicable long howl came from the skeleton. The howl was clear, elegant, and carried an indescribable sense of pride and reverence. After this howl, the almost extinguished flames suddenly rose again, once more enveloping Bai Fong's skeleton. The flame's momentum was even fiercer than at the beginning. The red armor quickly turned into an unidentifiable liquid under the high temperature, then evaporated into steam. Without the protection of the armor, Bai Fong's skeleton could no longer withstand the frenzied attack of the crimson flames and turned into a pile of red powder. The shocking change happened almost instantaneously. In just a moment, Bai Fong, who seemed on the verge of completing the evolution ceremony, was directly melted into ashes by the flames. Had it failed? Su Chen stared intently at the still raging flames. His intuition told him that Bai Fong would not die so easily. Even with such fierce flames, they could not cross the Fuyao's life and death link to kill Bai Fong directly. As expected, the fine powder that had been lying quietly on the ground suddenly condensed, forming a transparent egg the size of a palm. Su Chen squinted and clearly saw a spirit beast resembling Bai Fong peacefully nestled inside the egg, enjoying the flame's erosion. Yes, that's right, enjoying it. Su Chen could feel the joy and excitement in Bai Fong's heart. Puff! The faint sound of the egg cracking came from the flames. The already raging flames became even more violent upon hearing this sound. the surging flames almost filled the entire dormitory. If it weren't for the candle dragon and other mythical beasts protecting Su Chen, the flames would have even burned him. Roar! Suddenly, another long howl. The sound still carried the ancient and unchanging arrogance, as if nothing in the world could escape the notice of the owner of the voice. Crack crack, the sound of the egg cracking became clearer. Finally, Bifong broke free completely from that transparent mythical beast egg. The originally huge Bifong was now only the size of a palm, standing quietly in the center of the flames. Yet, just standing there exuded a sense of nobility. The flames, which were originally raging and violent, now behaved like obedient babies upon seeing Bifong being reborn, not daring to misbehave. The flames gathered around Bifong. The flames at this moment no longer had their previous wild posture. Instead, they bowed their proud heads as if in the presence of a monarch. Bifong was surrounded by flames as it walked towards Su Chen. With each step, a large amount of flames were absorbed into its body. Its body expanded rapidly like a balloon being inflated. When the flames were completely absorbed, its body size was no less than before, even slightly larger. Evolution ceremony complete. Bifong, now a solar-grade mythical beast, had all its fur changed from blue to a dazzling red like a ruby. It seemed as if it wasn't fur, but countless burning flames, emitting an endless aura of tyranny. Bifong walked up to Su Chen, its huge wings almost enveloping him in shadow. Very good. Seeing Bifong's evolution complete, Su Chen couldn't hide his joy. He quickly activated the Eye of the World, and Bifong's specific information appeared before his eyes. Race, Ultimate Fire, Wood Fire Dual Attribute, Aptitude, Solar High, Rank, Silver 6th Rank, Innate Skills, Lord of the Sky, Legendary, Source of Wood and Fire, Legendary, Purification of Heavenly Fire, Legendary, Ancestral Wood Domain, Legendary, Wrath of the Pure World Fire, Invincible, Lord of the Sky, King of the Sky. When this mythical beast is in the air, its physical qualities increase threefold, and its speed greatly improves. While in the air, you are immune to all attacks from ground enemies. Source of Wood and Fire, Origin of Wood and Fire Attributes. Your mythical beast is immune to wood and fire attacks of Fragment Star rank and below. This skill will strengthen as the mythical beast's rank increases. When you are damaged by Wood-Fire dual attribute attacks, not only is the damage nullified, but it also heals your injuries. Purification of Heavenly Fire, Fire of the Heavens, purifying everything. The mythical beast will spew heavenly fire, causing primordial damage to enemies. Enemies do not die until the heavenly fire is extinguished. Ancestral Wood Domain. The mythical beast can deploy a domain, summoning Ancestral Wood. All enemies within the domain will be bound and attacked by the Ancestral Wood, while allies will receive amplification of Wood attribute energy and healing. Wrath of the Pure World Fire. The mythical beast forcibly activates the bloodline of Bifong, releasing all the energy within its body to cause undefendable primordial fire damage to enemies in front. Note, enemies below Fragment Star rank will be instantly killed. Enemies of Fragment Star rank and above will suffer significant damage and continuous burning damage. Note, after using this skill, the mythical beast will enter an extremely weakened state. Unique evolution path. After one evolution, can advance to Bifong, mythical grade. Final evolution condition, Bifong's bloodline concentration reaches 50% and, after seeing Bifong's specific information, a hint of undisguised shock flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Too powerful. Each of his solar-grade talented mythical beasts brought him immense shock. It seems that between the day of the week and the shattered stars, there is not just a difference in rank but a gap as vast as the heavens. After this evolution, Bifong's abilities have been greatly enhanced. First is the strengthening of the Lord of the Sky skill. This skill has boosted Bifong's physical qualities from double to triple the original level. With the advancement in the Beast Tamer rank, their physical strength also increases. With such a strong physical foundation, even a slight improvement in physical qualities results in a significant boost in combat effectiveness. Moreover, it has tripled directly. But that's not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying aspect is the last sentence of this skill, changing from immunity to long-range attacks from ground enemies to immunity to all ground enemy attacks. Although only 2 words have changed, the meaning is completely different. After all, some beasts have extremely powerful physical qualities, with astonishing jumping abilities. With a strong leap, they can even soar tens to hundreds of meters into the air. In this scenario, even if Bifong is in the sky, enemies can still attack. However, the current Bifong can now be immune to all enemy attacks. This means that even if a beast jumps to attack Bifong, it will be bounced back by the barrier that appears around Bifong, truly terrifying. In other words, the current Bifong is practically invincible against ground enemies, with no possibility of losing. Truly deserving of the title Lord of the Sky. The source of wood and fire has also seen a significant improvement after Baifeng's evolution. Now, Baifeng is completely immune to wood and fire dual attribute attacks from enemies below the Shattered Star rank. The immunity range has expanded to include the Shattered Star rank. In this world, how many beast tamers or fierce beasts are at the Shattered Star rank? You can count them on one hand. This means that when beast tamers or fierce beasts of the wood and fire dual attributes encounter Baifeng, all their strength and pride on which they rely for survival will be completely wiped out. The current Baifeng is almost like a natural enemy to all wood and fire dual attribute abilities, and there's no countermeasure, showing its terror. And the grand finale is the newly emerged invincible skill, World Cleansing Fire Fury. It instantly kills all enemies below the Shattered Star rank. It severely injures enemies above the Shattered Star rank, and the subsequent heavenly fire will continue to burn the enemies' lives until their end. What does this mean? In front of Su Chen now, all beings below the Shattered Star rank are equal. No one can escape Baifeng's fury. And for those above the Shattered Star rank, if they provoke Su Chen, he will unleash the World Cleansing Fury at any cost, causing irreparable damage to the enemies. What was Su Chen's most lacking ability before? It wasn't defense. Su Chen has the Blood Covenant of the Blood Shadow, which is almost equivalent to having 2 chances of immortality. Nor was it control ability. The time control of the Candle Dragon is considered the most unbeatable ability in the control category. Even the weak Shattered Star level fierce beasts cannot be completely extinguished. And the 2 skills after entering the true form of the Candle Dragon state also have remarkable control effects. It wasn't healing ability either. All of Fu Yao's skills are designed for healing. Its incubation has greatly improved Su Chen's vitality and endurance. What Su Chen lacked before was a powerful attacking skill like the World Cleansing Fire Fury. This flaw wasn't severe when facing ordinary enemies, but when encountering enemies with extremely strong defenses, the lack of attack power becomes fatal. For example, when facing the evil-fought octopus just now. Despite Su Chen's beasts using all their abilities, they only managed to slightly injure it, unable to cause enough damage to change the situation. If the evil-fought octopus hadn't been sealed and bound, even with 10 Su Chens, the outcome would still be death. However, things are different now. The immense killing power of the World Cleansing Fire Fury. When Su Chen faced enemies above the Broken Star rank, he also had room to fight back. It could be said that Su Chen now stood at the pinnacle of power in this world. Even if this peak could only be maintained with one strike, it was not something that other insignificant people could provoke. Su Chen was very satisfied with his greatly increased overall strength. At the same time, he was more confident about the upcoming World Grand Competition. The so-called geniuses from other countries? In Su Chen's eyes, they were no different from children. Under his command, there was no room for any counterattack. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Su Chen sat in his spacious suite, slowly opening his eyes. A sharp light flashed like lightning from his eyes. Finally broke through to this realm. Su Chen exhaled a breath. In this short half-month, he had advanced from silver rank 5 to gold rank, an average of 1 rank every 2.5 days. If this speed were to spread, who knows how many people would envy and be jealous. Those world-renowned geniuses were far behind Su Chen in terms of cultivation speed. Of course, this was closely related to his diligent cultivation and the rapid advancement of the beasts under his command. After all, each advancement of the beasts would feed back their power to Su Chen. With both factors combined, Su Chen's realm soared like a rocket. The gold rank of a beast tamer was a qualitative change, stepping from a low-rank beast tamer into a mid-rank beast tamer. At this rank, the contracted beasts of a beast tamer would not completely die after death but would undergo a miraculous repair in the beast space. At the same time, the volume of the beast space of a gold rank beast tamer would also expand significantly. Just like Su Chen, his beast space was originally a small island of over 10 square kilometers. After completely stepping into the gold rank, the beast space underwent earth-shaking changes. The island module rapidly expanded and then split, forming a group of interconnected islands. In terms of scale alone, it was not even smaller than the entire territory of Donying. The small animals living in it also underwent qualitative changes, and even some beasts with black iron or even bronze aptitudes appeared. The environment inside was more suitable for the beast's growth. In short, everything was developing in a positive direction. By the time he reached the diamond rank, the beast space of a beast tamer even had storage capabilities. At that time, the evolution of beasts could be carried out within the beast space. After all, before this, all external items could not be stored in the beast space, not even the resources needed for beast evolution. However, almost no one would use their beast space as a storage space. Space rings were still essential. After thoroughly examining the changes in his body, Su Chen quickly got up and walked out of the extremely spacious room. The house he now lived in was specially approved by the school, covering an area of 500 square meters, complete with a swimming pool and a small garden. All of this belonged to Su Chen alone, which could be considered extremely luxurious. But compared to the contributions Su Chen had made to the school and the Huaxia Federation, all of this was well deserved. The World Grand Competition is tomorrow, Su Chen said softly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. And now, he was going out at the invitation of Lu Anxue to have dinner. Long periods of arduous cultivation would keep Su Chen's nerves in a tense state, so it was necessary to relax properly. Pushing the door open, fresh air rushed into Su Chen's nostrils. Following the route in his memory, he walked towards the agreed restaurant. Along the way, there were many foreigners with different appearances, noticeably more than before. Most of these foreigners were here to join in the excitement of the World Grand Competition, seeking benefits, or were participants. However, the latter were relatively rare. After all, a country can only have a few spots at most. Some smaller countries only have a pitiful single spot. The arrival of these people made the streets of the imperial capital livelier than usual. With Su Chen's current physical condition, he arrived at the agreed restaurant in just a few minutes. With a quick glance, he saw Lu Anxue, whose skin was fair as snow, waving at him with a smile. Oh my god. John, really don't understand why these Huaxia people like to eat noodles that look like maggots. Such a lowly species. Suddenly, a harsh, extremely non-standard Huaxia language came from behind him. The tone was extremely disdainful towards Huaxia food and even the Huaxia people. Su Chen furrowed his brow, about to turn around, when a very strong man forcibly squeezed past him from behind. This man's entire body was as black as charcoal, emitting a strange foul odor. He walked like an uncivilized gorilla, swaying from side to side, bumping into things, with great force. If it were an ordinary person, being pushed by him would at least result in a fall. If one fell awkwardly and hit their forehead on a table corner, it would undoubtedly lead to a serious injury. But Su Chen's physical strength was incredibly powerful now. The black gorilla seemed to hit a huge mountain, not only failing to push past Su Chen but almost stumbling himself due to the reaction force. This incident almost drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. For a moment, all eyes were on him with a gaze like that of monkeys, making him extremely embarrassed. You! Embarrassment quickly turned into anger as he raised his middle finger towards Su Chen, shouting excitedly, spitting and greatly affecting the appetite. Judging by the voice, it was undoubtedly the man who had just insulted the Huaxia people. Oh, what about me? Su Chen said coldly, his jade-like palm gripping the black finger, the contrast in their skin colors stark. Crack. Su Chen suddenly squeezed his palm, a teeth-gritting sound of bones cracking instantly came from his hand. Ouch. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The gorilla-like man immediately cried out in pain. John's strong body bent down like a steamed shrimp, sweat beads the size of beans appearing on his forehead. Oh, tell me, where were you wrong? Su Chen continued, pressing down on his finger, causing John to slowly bend down due to the intense pain. In the end, he completely knelt in front of Su Chen, like a black dog he had tamed. I shouldn't have bumped into you, John weakly admitted. Endless pain emanated from his middle finger. The pain was so intense that he even thought his finger had completely detached from his palm. Oh, Su Chen remained indifferent, releasing the black finger from his grip. John's raised middle finger had already been twisted into an irregular spiral by Su Chen's immense strength. This sight caused everyone present to gasp in surprise. They had not expected this seemingly harmless young man to be so ruthless. Just as John let out a sigh of relief, preparing to get up and leave, suddenly, a cold voice rang out. I see, you still don't know where you went wrong. Accompanying the voice was a large foot, landing squarely on the hand that John had just injured. Adding insult to injury, the pain became unbearable for John, who lay on the ground wailing. He kept trying to pull his hand out from under Su Chen's foot. However, he simply couldn't. Instead, his struggles only intensified the pain. I suggest you think about it again carefully. Su Chen's eyes were lowered, looking at John on the ground like a dead dog. His left foot crushed down on John's hand as if grinding trash, slowly exerting pressure to bring extreme pain to every inch of his skin. How dare such a despicable creature come and act arrogantly in our Huaxia? John groaned in pain, unable to figure out where he had offended Su Chen to deserve such torture. As a foreigner in Huaxia, wherever he went, no matter how arrogant he was, everyone treated him with great respect, afraid of causing any diplomatic trouble. But the man in front of him seemed to have no fear at all. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed John's mind, and he immediately cried out, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have insulted the delicacies of Huaxia, nor should I have insulted the people of Huaxia. I am a lowly creature, usually unable to appreciate the beauty of fine cuisine. I am despicable. I am lowly. I am not worthy. Please, spare me. John crawled at Su Chen's feet, wailing like a bereaved dog. This pitiful sight made everyone present secretly cheer and praise Su Chen in their hearts. Some even cheered, "Well done. These scumbags deserve to be beaten." The tone was filled with satisfaction. This cheer immediately drew countless echoes, indicating that they had also been mistreated by these foreigners before. Now that Su Chen stood up for them and for Huaxia, how could they not be excited? Bark 3 times, crawl out, and today's matter will be considered settled, Su Chen said coldly, moving his left foot away from John's hand. At these words, John trembled, his lips quivering as he said, "Woof." Before he could finish, a loud voice came from the doorway. "Who dares to bully the people of my country, Ganya?" Then, a tall black figure quickly walked up to Su Chen. When he saw John's miserable state, his eyes emitted almost tangible anger. Ganya? Su Chen searched for this name in his mind. What a trashy little country. He didn't even have an impression of it. Ganya is a small country that has just gained independence in the Phi province. The strongest among them is a Diamond Tier 5, and they have a total of 9 Diamond Tier experts. Seeing the situation escalate, Lu Anxue walked up behind Su Chen and explained quietly. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. No wonder he had no impression. The strongest beast tamer in Ganya was only a Diamond Tier 5. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Su Chen unleashed his full power and waged war against Ganya, even alone, he could completely destroy the country. So, where did these people get the courage to provoke him? Seeing Su Chen remain silent, the black-faced old man thought he had scared him off with his momentum and became even more arrogant. He looked at Lu Anxue behind Su Chen, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Lu Anxue, as a top teacher at the Imperial Capital University, exuded a strong aura of a powerful individual and a unique scholarly air that was incomparable to the usual flattery of those who fawned over him. At this thought, the black-faced old man arrogantly said, "Kid, be smart, cut off one of your hands, and then offer the woman behind you to me to play with for a few days. Maybe I'll spare you." Hearing this, Su Chen looked at him with a strange expression in his eyes. Where did this confidence and arrogance come from? Was he a fool? He activated the world eye, and all the information about the old man in front of him was captured in his eyes. Name, Alex Carter. Talent, Beast Rage. Beast Rage, you can forcibly make the beast enter a state of rage, during which the beast will attack everyone except the master indiscriminately, while its physical qualities increase by 80%. After this state ends, the beast will experience a brief period of weakness. Rank, Diamond Tier Contracted Beast. Diamond Tier. Seeing Alex's rank, Su Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. Is this where his confidence lies? One of the 9 masters of Gangya country? In front of him, still not worth a blow. Seeing Su Chen's contemptuous smile, a sense of evil fire rose in Alex's heart, and he stepped forward. His strong figure almost filled Su Chen's entire field of vision as he roared, "Bastard! Did you hear what I said?" The splattering saliva mixed with a foul smell landed in front of Su Chen. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but restrain themselves, wanting to help Su Chen. However, they were stopped by their own companions. These foreigners were either powerful or had strong backgrounds, not something they, as commoners, could afford to offend. But Lu Anxue wouldn't care about that. Seeing her student oppressed by outsiders, she immediately walked up to Su Chen, the power of the beast surging within her, as if she was about to make a move. Seeing this, the mockery in Alex's eyes deepened. Coward. Only hiding behind a woman. You. Lu Anxue was about to make a move in anger but was stopped by Su Chen. Let me handle this, don't let these scum dirty your hands. Su Chen smiled and protected Lu Anxue behind him. As for Alex's mockery, who would care about the cries of a mere ant? However, if he became too noisy, Su Chen wouldn't mind crushing him underfoot. Seeing Su Chen's actions, a sneer crossed Alex's lips. Fool! He was actually provoked by his taunts and faced him alone, truly foolish. Alex looked at Lu Anxue behind Su Chen. Her flawless beauty, well-proportioned figure, and gentle yet sharp demeanor sent a wave of desire through him. He decided he must humiliate this ignorant boy in front of Lu Anxue. Let her know how despicable the man she admires truly is. With this thought, Alex's lips moved slightly, about to say something mocking. Suddenly, panic and shock appeared in his eyes. A flying beast with feathers as red as agates suddenly appeared next to Su Chen. Its eyes stared directly at him, exuding an incredibly violent aura. What's more, violent energy was rapidly brewing in its mouth. Alex was about to summon his beast to protect himself. A fiery red fireball almost instantly struck him at lightning speed. Boom! The violent energy all fell on Alex without leaking out, covering his body in red flames. Strangely, no matter how fierce the flames were, they only burned on Alex's body, seemingly not affecting anyone or anything around him. This was the terrifying control of fire by the Baifeng. Ah! It hurt so much. Alex in the flames let out a painful, inhuman scream. The flames melted his skin. His blood, like glue under high temperature, firmly stuck to his bones, causing even greater agony. He endured the pain and barely summoned his beast. However, as soon as the beast was summoned, the flames on Alex quickly spread to it. The beast didn't even have time to let out a cry before being turned to ashes by the Baifeng's flames. Su Chen stood in place, admiring Alex's contorted figure in the flames. The flames on him, deliberately weakened by Baifeng, had reduced damage, but the pain remained intense. Only this way could this foul-mouthed arrogant foreigner truly understand what real pain is. For a moment, the restaurant fell into a deafening silence, with only the piercing screams of Alex echoing. John, crouched on the ground, was nearly scared out of his wits, a pale yellow liquid seeping beneath him. In his eyes, his uncle Alex was almost invincible, no one could possibly challenge him. It was under his uncle's protection and tacit approval that John dared to be so bold in the Huaxia Federation. And now, the strongest in his eyes. Was he really just killed with a single blow by Su Chen? No, even more terrifying than being killed in an instant. Even a rookie like John could see that Su Chen wasn't incapable of killing Alex in an instant, but rather, he was intentionally torturing him. This realization made him even more chilled and regretful. What kind of devil did he provoke? After what seemed like an eternity, Alex's screams finally ceased. A twisted blood-red figure stood motionless in the center of the restaurant. His entire body was enveloped in gelatinous blood, resembling a wax figure from a horror museum, only much more terrifying. Alex, a powerhouse of diamond rank, was utterly defenseless against the ordinary flames of Baifeng. Excellent! Su Chen clapped his hands, breaking the deathly silence in the restaurant. Dogs that don't bark are much more pleasing to the eye. Su Chen kicked the blood-red figure in the center of the restaurant. As soon as it touched the ground, it immediately shattered into pieces, revealing charred powder inside. The interior of the figure had been completely melted by the flames, with only the gel-like blood on the outside barely maintaining its human form. Su Chen then found the owner and handed him a compensation of 100,000 Federation coins. After all, the owner's business would surely be affected by what had happened. Since it was because of him, he had to compensate the owner in any case. Seeing Su Chen offering him money, the restaurant owner's eyes flashed with uncontrollable astonishment. He never expected that a powerhouse of this level would actually think of compensating him. No, I can't accept it. You are eliminating harm for Huaxia, you are a national hero, how can I take money from a hero? The owner quickly reacted and repeatedly declined. As for whether this incident would affect his business? Ridiculous. Huaxia's powerhouse killing foreign scum. Once this news spread, countless curious onlookers would visit the site of the incident. Then, wouldn't his restaurant still make money? Just take it. It will put my mind at ease too. Su Chen insisted on giving the money to the owner. He wasn't unreasonable, just slightly cruel to his enemies. After all, being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, reached the peak of their admiration for Su Chen. Young, handsome, powerful, helping the country, and caring for the common people. Who wouldn't love such a man? Even some single girls in the restaurant started to spark with interest in Su Chen's eyes. If it weren't for the dazzling presence of Lu Anxue standing beside him, they would definitely not be able to contain their feelings and would approach Su Chen to strike up a conversation. After completing all this, Su Chen did not leave. Instead, he found a clean seat and patiently waited for the arrival of the law enforcement team. After all, within the Huaxia territory, in any city, the use of spirit beasts was not allowed without authorization. Moreover, Su Chen had directly killed Alex, and Alex was a foreigner. This was undoubtedly compounding his crimes. But since Su Chen dared to act, he must have his reasons. The efficiency of the Imperial Capital law enforcement team was very high. Su Chen had not been sitting for long before a group of people in uniforms arrived at the restaurant. Their uniforms were almost entirely black, with only a different colored enforcement sword embroidered on their chests. The color of the sword represented their position within the enforcement team. Ordinary members had white long swords, totaling 3,000 people. The squad leaders had red long swords, totaling 300 people, each with 10 subordinates. The captain of the brigade is a purple long sword, with a total of 10 people, each in charge of a district in the imperial capital. The chief of the law enforcement team, on the other hand, is only one person, overseeing public security within the imperial capital. The squad leader with a red long sword embroidered on his chest hurriedly walked up to Su Chen, with his 10 team members following closely behind their captain. These people moved swiftly, heading straight towards Su Chen as if they wanted to question him. Everyone looked tense, watching Su Chen with concern. However, to everyone's surprise, when the squad leader reached Su Chen, instead of accusing him, he respectfully bowed and said, "Sir, what has happened here that requires your personal intervention?" His gaze subtly swept over the dark green token hanging from Su Chen's waist. Especially when he saw the engraved character Shin on it, his expression became even more respectful. All the squad members behind the squad leader also bowed respectfully to Su Chen. Their demeanor made it seem as though Su Chen was not a criminal, but rather some important figure. "It's nothing," Su Chen waved his hand, indicating that these people need not be overly polite, and then said, "Someone insulted Huaxia just now, which is a serious offense. I killed one on the spot and spared another." Su Chen pointed at John, who was lying on the ground, his eyes sharp as he asked, "Isn't that so?" Hearing Su Chen's words and seeing John, who looked nothing like a Huaxia person, the squad leader gestured for his men to take him away. Two of his team members quickly approached and roughly lifted John from the ground. "Oh, these two are from the country of Ganya, you can deal with them yourselves," Su Chen added. Upon hearing this, the squad leader appeared even more relaxed. Dealing with a major power would have been more troublesome for them. How could a small country like this dare to question the actions of their law enforcement team in the imperial capital, relying on those 9 diamond-ranked powerhouses? Oh, wait, now they were 8. Even if these people were given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to meddle in the affairs of the imperial capital. "Alright, you may leave now," Su Chen said as he saw the situation was resolved. "Yes." The squad leader bowed again before leaving with his men. "Captain, is that really the token of the chief of law enforcement?" One of the team members couldn't help but ask as they left the restaurant. For them, the chief of law enforcement was a figure only heard of in rumors. "Absolutely." The squad leader nodded solemnly and said, "Who would dare to forge Mr. Shen's token within Huaxia's borders? And that person, so young yet possessing Mr. Shen's token, must be the rising star, Mr. Su Chen." Upon hearing this, the other team members couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it the Su Chen who is rumored to have a close relationship with the Bai family?" "Careful what you say," the squad leader warned in a low voice. Such important figures often disliked others discussing them. As for John, who was being held by them, hearing these words only deepened his regret to an unbearable level. Xin Wuyan, the legendary fragmented star-ranked powerhouse. The Bai family, a hidden clan with diamond-ranked powerhouses, even more than the entire country. What kind of trouble had he gotten himself into to provoke such a person? Su Chen was unaware of what was happening on the other side. He and Luan Xue walked out of the restaurant amidst the admiring and awestruck gazes of the crowd. Su Chen dared to act against Alex not only because of his greatly enhanced strength but also because Xin Wuyan had personally entrusted him with the token. With the token in hand, it was as if Xin Wuyan himself was present, granting immense authority. As the top powerhouse in Huaxia, Xin Wuyan was not just the president of the Imperial Capital University. He held titles and power as the chief of the enforcement team, vice premier of the Huaxia Federation, commander of the Beast Extermination Operation. Having Xin Wuyan's token meant possessing immense power. This was why the young team leader had shown such respect to Su Chen just now. Xin Wuyan handing over this token to Su Chen also represented complete trust and high regard for him. After leaving the restaurant, the two found another place to eat. As for the incident that just happened, it was just a minor episode for them, not worth worrying about. This was the confidence that strength brought to Su Chen. While eating, Luan Xue also briefed Su Chen on the realms and strengths of geniuses from various other countries. Most of them couldn't even compare to Su Chen now. Only a few geniuses had strength equivalent to the diamond tier. After all, this World School Talent Competition was open to geniuses from all over the world. With such a large pool, it was inevitable to encounter some exceptional talents. Moreover, their cultivation time far exceeded Su Chen's. Therefore, possessing such strength was not surprising. However, no matter how talented or exceptional these people were, they could never surpass Su Chen in the world competition. Leaving aside everything else, just the invincible skill that Bai Fengxin had acquired. Not to mention that peers had no resistance, even in the whole world, those who could survive the damage from purifying world fury were probably less than a handful. He had secured the first prize in the world competition. At this thought, a hint of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Now, he had been promoted to a golden beast tamer and had obtained new contract qualifications. He just couldn't find a suitable and powerful beast egg for a contract. He remembered what Xin Wuyan had said before, that beast eggs with qualifications like Fuyao's were rare in the Huaxia Federation. Rare meant there were still a few. The reward for winning the world competition was the privilege to freely select resources from the Huaxia Federation's treasury. Being the first in the competition also granted the right to choose 4 treasures. That was the most valuable storage of a superpower, and the value of those treasures was unimaginable. Su Chen believed that he would definitely find a suitable beast egg for himself there. This meal didn't stir up any waves. After finishing their meal, they chatted for a while, and Lu Anxue, as Su Chen's homeroom teacher, naturally couldn't help but show concern and give advice to the student who would participate in the competition the next day. After the conversation, they each returned to their own residence. Back in the spacious villa, Su Chen unusually didn't practice. He went to the beast space and played with Bai Feng and the other 4 beasts, completely relaxing his body and mind. During these days, not only had Su Chen's realm improved, but the beasts under his command had also made significant progress. Bai Feng and Blood Shadow had both reached the golden tier, while Candle Dragon had advanced from bronze tier 8 to silver tier 6. Fu Yao's growth rate was terrifying, directly crossing a major realm from black iron tier 9 to bronze tier 9. The next day, Su Chen woke up early from his sleep. After a night of rest and adjustment, his whole being had reached its peak state of vitality. Su Chen stepped out and headed towards the center of the imperial capital. Today, the streets of the imperial capital were noticeably more crowded than before. Even in the early morning, it was almost packed with people. Walking among the crowd, Su Chen could occasionally hear passers-by discussing, "Did you hear? Our Huaxia seed player, Su Chen, beat up 2 ignorant foreigners yesterday, and one of them even had strength reaching the diamond tier." "I know. Moreover, it is rumored that Su Chen seems to have just turned 18 not long ago, and to have such strength at this age, it's truly enviable." "Hey, don't even get me started. My daughter was in the audience, and she came back wishing she could engrave 'I love Su Chen' on my face." Even this old father of mine felt a pang of jealousy. Even without deliberately listening, these discussions would still find their way to Su Chen's ears. Hearing the conversations of passers-by, a hint of surprise flashed through Su Chen's mind. He never expected that what happened yesterday would spread so quickly in the imperial capital. He also never imagined that he would be held in such high regard among the crowd. Fortunately, in this world, there is no internet or photographs. Most people only know Su Chen by name and his deeds. What he actually looks like is not very clear. Therefore, Su Chen blended in with the crowd. Apart from being somewhat eye-catching, he was no different from an ordinary passerby. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the largest open-air arena in the imperial capital. This was the largest open-air arena in the Huaxia Federation, and even in the whole world, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The center of the arena was neatly divided into 20 competition platforms. Each platform was 500 square meters in size, allowing even the largest mythical beasts to unleash their true power within. At the same time, there were defensive formations inscribed on the platforms to minimize damage caused by the fluctuations of battle. The stands surrounding the platforms could accommodate up to 100,000 people. What a terrifying number! Just imagine, when you control your mythical beast and engage in battle with your opponent. Every attack is accompanied by the cheers of 100,000 people. This is such a huge morale boost for the combatants. At this moment, the entrance of the arena was divided into 2 distinct lines. The line on the right had already formed a long queue, extending even hundreds of meters away. These were the spectators who came to watch the international grand competition. The size of this line alone indicated the level of importance the public placed on this event. To a greater extent, the ranking of a country in the international grand competition represented the country's ability to cultivate talents. And talents are the fundamental basis for a country's sustained strength. Therefore, the international grand competition was always a grand event on a global scale. On the left side, only a few people occasionally appeared. Compared to the bustling line on the right, it was much quieter and solemn. These were the participants' line. Most of them had been waiting inside the arena for a while. Naturally, Su Chen headed towards the left side. This action undoubtedly attracted the attention of everyone on the right side. "Look, this participant is so young. He looks like he just came of age." Someone whispered to their companion. "What are you thinking? Almost all the participants are 3rd or 4th year college students, they must be in their 20s. The companion responded. "What? Don't we have a Su Chen in Huaxia, who is 18 years old?" The person continued. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she cast an incredulous glance at Su Chen's back and then looked at her companion. She noticed that her companion's eyes were also filled with shock. After a moment, she finally spoke. "Could it really be him?" Her voice was no longer as clear and pleasant as before, but instead carried a hint of hoarseness and trembling. What had she missed out on? He was currently the most famous, popular, and youngest genius in Huaxia, and he was also very handsome. Such a person had just walked past her, and she hadn't even realized it. She felt like she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Su-chen naturally had no idea about the commotion caused by his actions. At this moment, he had already walked towards the exclusive area for participants from the Imperial Capital University, waiting for the official start of the competition. The World Grand Competition is said to be a competition of all nations, but in reality, there are only a little over 100 countries and 600 participants. This competition follows an elimination system, where the victors advance and the losers are directly eliminated. The top 75 will all receive rewards. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. The top 3 can even choose any resources they desire from the treasury of the Huaxia Federation. This format not only tests strength but also luck. If you have the strength to be in the top 10 but happen to encounter Su-chen in the first round, you might not even get the most basic reward. Of course, for Su-chen, no matter the format, he is always the absolute first. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is meaningless. Roar! Once all participants have gathered, a dragon's roar suddenly echoes from above. The terrifying momentum causes the previously noisy arena to tremble. All eyes are fixed on the man on the dragon's back, Shen Wuyan. He is the strongest in Huaxia and even the world. Shen Wuyan smiles faintly, without much ceremony or lengthy speech, and declares, "The World Grand Competition officially begins." With a wave of his hand, the 5-clawed golden dragon soars into the sky and roars once more. The thunderous roar completely opens the curtain on this World Grand Competition. 20 judges instantly take their positions. Each of these judges possesses at least mid-tier diamond strength to prevent any accidents during battles. These judges also showcase the strength of the Huaxia Federation as a world power. Blue fluorescent light quickly envelopes all the arenas. Following the judges' instructions, each participant heads towards their designated battlefield. Soon, it's Su-chen's turn to enter the stage. He strides confidently onto the arena, eyeing his opponent. It's a woman with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in cool shorts, her long white legs exposed, quite eye-catching. As the most famous and popular participant from Huaxia, Su-chen naturally attracts countless gazes as he steps onto the stage. "Wow, what is that woman wearing? Is she trying to seduce my brother?" someone exclaims upon seeing Su-chen's opponent's revealing outfit. Some lecherous individuals can't take their eyes off her legs, seemingly seeing through her clothes. A few recognize this participant from the United States, Fiona. At 22 years old, she is a 9th-tier platinum player, rumored to have withstood a diamond-tier beast for half an hour without much harm. Her strength is truly terrifying. Among the 10 participants from the United States, she ranks 3rd. This battle is bound to be extremely challenging. The spectators in the stands all share this thought. "Hey, I'm Fiona from the United States. You're quite handsome." Fiona looks at Su-chen's handsome face and awkwardly speaks in broken Huaxia. Su-chen remains silent, unsure why this woman is saying this to him. However, Fiona's next words leave Su-chen momentarily speechless. "After the match, would you be interested in sleeping with me? Are all Americans this forward?" Su-chen looks at the woman in front of him, feeling somewhat speechless. She is indeed attractive, but her casual attitude disgusts him. Even the nearby judge can't bear it and coughs lightly to announce the start of the battle. As they enter combat mode, Fiona's previously casual and flirtatious expression disappears, replaced by seriousness and focus. Her muscles tense, and her beast-controlling power is on the verge of erupting. In the blink of an eye, several beasts are summoned by her from different directions, launching attacks towards Su-chen, almost sealing off all his retreat paths. At the same time, Su-chen had already summoned his beast companion. The massive candle dragon's body shielded Su-chen from behind. The fierce vertical pupils of the candle dragon, gleaming with a cold color, stared at the approaching enemies. For a moment, it seemed like everything had come to a standstill. The solemn expression on Fiona's face froze. Her beast companion also fell into a state of stiffness, standing motionless. Time control. With the candle dragon's rank increasing, the domineering control ability had significantly improved, with reduced energy consumption. Bai Fang and Blood Shadow naturally wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity for attack. Blood Shadow on the arena turned into a silver-white lightning bolt. Every strike it made took the life of an enemy beast companion. Blood blossomed like a fierce flower at its neck. Lives were effortlessly harvested by the deathlike Blood Shadow. Bai Fang soared low in the sky, overlooking the entire arena. Violent energy brewed in its mouth. In less than a second, a fiery red fireball rapidly condensed, carrying unmatched power, rushing towards the remaining beast companions. The explosion of flames instantly sent these beasts flying. The weaker ones couldn't withstand the impact and high temperature of the intense fireball, dying on the spot. The powerful beast companions couldn't resist the subsequent burning damage either. In just 3 seconds, the 3 beast companions summoned by Fiona were all dead. At the same time, time control ended. Fiona felt a moment of dizziness, her vision refocused as she looked ahead. However, what she saw was a horrifying scene she would never forget. The beast companion she had just released, the one she had been with day and night, like family, was either lying in a pool of blood or turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? A hysterical scream escaped her mouth. The seriousness on her face was replaced by panic and disbelief. Her eyes were now filled with blood, and Fiona couldn't understand. Why did she freeze in such an important match? Why did a moment of distraction lead to the slaughter of her beast companion? Watching Fiona, who was almost losing her mind, the referee standing on the economic platform glanced deeply at Su Chen. A huge chill rose in his heart. Although time control couldn't fully control the referee, it greatly diminished his thinking and action capabilities. The referee had a premonition that if he remained in that state for a long time, he wouldn't stand a chance against Su Chen either. Fortunately, with his insight and experience, he could see that such an extremely abnormal control ability couldn't be sustained for long. Talented individuals emerge in every generation. The referee sighed deeply in his heart and declared Su Chen the winner. In a battle between beast masters, when the opponent's beast companions were all dead, Su Chen had every reason to win. Unlike Fiona's hysterical roar on the arena, the audience in the stands fell into silence at this moment. They incredulously watched the blood slowly flowing in front of Su Chen and the ashes drifting in the wind. What had happened? How did Fiona lose so completely in the blink of an eye? Where was the fierce battle they were promised? This was simply a one-sided crushing. Even the spectators in the stands couldn't react in time before Fiona's beast companions fell like straw cut by a sickle. Time control controlled the time within a certain area. People outside this area could only see Fiona's imposing beast companions suddenly standing still, then being ruthlessly slaughtered by Su Chen's summoned beast. This sudden change left everyone speechless for a moment. After the judge announced Su Chen's victory, the crowd in the stands finally recovered from the shock. Thunderous cheers erupted from their mouths, causing the ground of the entire arena to tremble slightly. Their faces were filled with immense excitement. This is our extraordinary genius of the Huaxia. They were all proud to be part of Huaxia along with Su Chen. Above the arena, the five-clawed golden dragon and the black dragon walked side by side, exuding immense power. Shen Wuyan stood on the back of the five-clawed golden dragon, nodding slightly. He had witnessed Su Chen's performance just now. Indeed, he is the talent I have valued and nurtured, he boasted in his mind, though his expression remained calm. Yes, Huaxia has indeed produced a good seedling. A tall figure on the black dragon spoke in a deep voice. The howling wind in the high sky did not affect the transmission of his voice. Alan, how about my genius from Huaxia? Shen Wuyan turned to look at the man on the black dragon. Alan, the strongest in the United States, had once been hailed alongside Shen Wuyan as the world's two heroes. They had always maintained a relationship of both enemies and friends. After all, in this world, there were not many who could converse with the two on equal terms. He has great talent, but he is too young and may not surpass Alger, Alan said lightly. Alger was the top young talent in the United States today, in his early 20s, already reaching the Diamond Tier 3 in strength. Since awakening his talent, he had been invincible among his peers, never experiencing defeat. Both his strength and talent were terrifying to the extreme. And because of Alger's presence, the United States had always overshadowed Huaxia in various international competitions. As for the young people of the hidden clans, due to their different cultivation systems from the public, they never participated in various competitions. They silently guarded Huaxia with their own strength. Then let's wait and see, Shen Wuyan said, looking at Alan with a slight smile. From this old friend, he felt a familiar aura. It was the unique aura of the fragmented star tier. Following Shen Wuyan, another fragmented star tier powerhouse had finally appeared in this world. Su Chen's battle ended too quickly, so he waited for a long time in the audience before getting his second chance on stage. His second opponent turned out to be He Jin, also a participant from the Imperial Capital University. However, the two were not familiar with each other, their relationship limited to knowing each other's names. A bit unlucky to meet you, a junior, He Jin said with a hint of helplessness in his eyes upon seeing Su Chen. He and Fiona were equally matched in realm strength, both being top-notch in the platinum tier, capable of dealing with ordinary diamond tier beasts. This level of strength was enough to rank in the top 50 in the international grand competition and receive official rewards. But facing Su Chen, it was clear that it was not enough. But since we're here, let me see what a true genius is like. He Jin adjusted his mindset, transforming the helplessness in his eyes into fierce determination. As the top genius of the Imperial Capital University, how could he give up just because the enemy was strong? Even if he died in battle, it was better than living in cowardice. Su Chen clasped his hands towards He Jin as a response. The great battle was about to begin. the vigorous beast power surged from both of them. Their respective beast companions appeared beside them in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds later, several beast companions summoned by Hijin lay on the ground with injuries, completely losing their ability to move. Hijin looked dazed, almost unconsciously staring at the injuries on his beast companions. Some had wounds deep enough to reveal bones, while others were charred by flames, with not a single good spot on their bodies. He felt like he had just had a long and short dream. Upon waking up from the dream, he realized he had lost. Now he understood how vast the gap was between himself and a true genius. I also understood why Fiona let out such a hysterical roar after losing the match. It was a cry of helplessness and unwillingness. Hijin lowered his head and silently stored his beast in his beast space. After a while, he spoke, "Thank you for sparing my beasts, junior brother." His beasts looked severely injured, but there was no life-threatening crisis at all. They would recover easily, not even affecting tomorrow's training. Hijin naturally knew that Su Chen had the ability to kill the beasts but chose to spare them. Therefore, he was very grateful. Although he lost, his outcome was much better than Fiona's. Su Chen nodded. Both of them were students of the Imperial Capital University, with no grudges between them. Su Chen was not a bloodthirsty person and naturally wouldn't go for the kill. Leave a way out for others, so they can meet again in the future. After expressing his gratitude, Hijin walked down the arena on his own. His departing figure was different from his usual calm and confident self, instead appearing somewhat desolate. Another genius struck down by demons, the referee sighed as he watched Hijin leave. There was a time when he was as confident as Hijin, until he met Shen Wuyan. The referee shook his head, no longer dwelling on his past, and announced Su Chen's victory. The audience on the arena watched in shock as Hijin, just like Fiona before him, couldn't last more than a few seconds against Su Chen. Unlike Fiona from the United States, Hijin was a genius from their own country, well known for his strength. Some even believed he had the potential to reach the top 20. Yet now, he was swiftly defeated by Su Chen, without even a chance to resist. This left them greatly astonished. Time passed by slowly. Su Chen descended from the arena once again. This third opponent was just a genius from a small country, with strength at the intermediate level of the platinum rank. Such an opponent didn't even require Zhu Lon to use time control to defeat. Relying solely on his formidable physical abilities, Blood Shadow could easily kill his beasts. Thus, the battle ended within seconds of starting. Su Chen had now successfully entered the top 75, reaching a position eligible for initial rewards. However, this was just the beginning. The fourth opponent, the fifth opponent, the sixth opponent. Su Chen defeated 3 consecutive opponents with overwhelming force. The audience in the stands no longer cheered for Su Chen's victories. To them, Su Chen's triumph was a matter of course, not worth celebrating. It wasn't until the appearance of the 7th opponent that the audience in the stands stirred once more. Even Su Chen, upon learning the opponent's name, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, his expression turning serious. Alger. Su Chen looked at the tall American man before him, recalling Yuan Shui's words from yesterday. The world's #1 young powerhouse. Son of God. Pride of America. Titles explosive enough to dazzle anyone, all bestowed upon this tall young man before him. And not a single person questioned it, because he was worthy of them. Didn't expect to meet you so soon, Su Chen, Alger spoke, his Mandarin exceptionally fluent and standard unlike ordinary foreigners. Your talent is indeed remarkable, even stronger than me at 18. Alger continued, his eyes showing admiration, openly admitting that his 18-year-old self was inferior to Su Chen. Unfortunately, you are still far from being my match now. Alger went on, the treasury of the Huaxia Federation, I have set my eyes on it. His tone was calm and natural, as if stating a predetermined fact. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He could see that the man before him was extremely confident and arrogant. Such a person, once he set his mind on something, hardly anyone could change his mind. The only way was to fight until he submitted. Therefore, Su Chen didn't waste any words with him, but activated the Eye of the World to examine all the information thoroughly. Name, Alge Jones, talent, origin penetrating wound, enhances the power of the contracted beast's original source and inflicts original damage when attacking. Additionally, you can contract one more beast. Rank, Diamond 3rd rank, contracted beasts. Diamond 3rd rank, qualification for one more beast. Moreover, all of Alge's beasts' attacks can directly hit the origin. Seeing such a terrifying personal panel, Su Chen couldn't help but lick his lips. A vigorous fighting spirit rose in his eyes. After awakening his talent for nearly half a year, this was the first challenging opponent he encountered. Without any unnecessary words, Su Chen signaled the start of the battle with his eyes to the referee. The showdown between the world's top geniuses began. The audience in the stands was also tense to the extreme at this moment. As enthusiasts of various competitions, they naturally knew how terrifying the strength of the American man in front of Su Chen was. Before Su Chen, countless geniuses wanted to challenge Alge's position, but their fate was only one: failure. It seemed like victory belonged only to the man with brilliant golden hair. In the United States, some even called Alge the embodiment of God, a messenger sent by God to save the world. The stands were silent at this moment, with everyone focusing intently on the battle between Su Chen and Alge, not willing to miss any details. At the same time, Su Chen and Alge had already summoned their respective beasts. In terms of quantity alone, Su Chen was completely outmatched by Alge. Su Chen only had 4 beasts. Alge, on the other hand, had a whopping 7 beasts, nearly twice the difference. Moreover, each of Alge's beasts exuded extremely terrifying power. These 7 beasts had all reached the diamond rank, and one of them emitted a familiar fluctuation to Su Chen, a unique fluctuation found on time attribute beasts. This meant that the time control of the candle dragon might not have much effect on Alge. It's a pity. If we were the same age, this might have been an exciting battle, Alge, surrounded by 7 beasts, said lightly. A confident smile graced his face. In his eyes, Su Chen's biggest asset on his path to victory was the mysterious time ability of that giant dragon, and his beasts were perfectly capable of countering that control. He was inherently unbeatable, so how could he lose? Therefore, Alge didn't rush to attack. He wanted to see if this rising star from Huaxia could bring him more surprises. After all, he had been invincible for too long and needed a worthy opponent. Suddenly, Su Chen spoke up. Alge, has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? At his words, Alge was stunned. From childhood to adulthood, he had been regarded as a genius and idolized by countless people. He had grown accustomed to praise and admiration, but sarcasm like Su Chen's was a first. However, he wasn't offended. A faint smile curved his lips. Yet, as soon as this smile appeared, it froze on Alge's face, as beautiful as a god's. The muscles on his face trembled continuously with fear. His beasts tightly protected him at the center, showing no gaps. A fiery red flame quickly condensed and compressed in front of Baifeng. Terrifying energy brewed within it, emitting a violent aura from Baifeng's body. The temperature of the entire arena rose sharply due to the gathering of this fireball. Everyone sensed this anomaly and was shocked. It should be noted that this arena covered a vast area and was open air. How terrifying must the energy within this fireball be to affect the entire arena? The speed at which the flames condensed was fast, but the compression was even faster. In the midst of the spiritual shock, countless crimson flames were compressed into a palm-sized fireball. Upon closer inspection, the innermost flame even appeared black. It was a sign of space unable to withstand such immense energy, beginning to rupture. Purifying world fury, ready. Su Chen unleashed his most powerful attack right away. The palm-sized crimson flames suddenly spewed forth, aiming at Alge enveloped by his beast. The flames left a trail of brilliant sparks in the air, igniting even the air along the way with the intense heat of purifying world fury. Around Alge, a sandy-colored lizard dragon spread its wings, standing at the forefront. The scales on the lizard dragon's body stood up like blades, with countless silver fluids flowing between them. At the same time, a huge water sphere emerged from behind the lizard dragon. Although it was a water sphere, its internal temperature dropped to extreme lows, emitting a chilling coldness. It seemed capable of freezing one's soul. However, this water sphere harbored no intention of attack. Instead, it enveloped the lizard dragon, adding another layer of defense. Double defense. This was almost Alge's strongest defensive state. But could it withstand Su Chen's purifying world fury? No one had an answer in their hearts. Alge cowered behind his beast. A tremendous sense of crisis made his skin prickle painfully. I'm going to die. Alge roared in his mind. Unlike the audience in the stands, he was the target of purifying world fury. He could clearly sense the terror within this mass of flames, filled with deathly silence and brutality. Alge's once proud absolute defense seemed as fragile as paper before this mass of flames. However, under the suppression of this fierce flame, Alge didn't even have a chance to surrender. In an instant, purifying world fury carried an unmatched might and bombarded the lizard dragon. The cold liquid on its body surface was instantly evaporated into steam by the fierce fireball. In a flash, the misty vapor completely enveloped the arena. Alge's first layer of defense couldn't even hold on for half a second under Baifeng's full-force strike. The palm-sized fireballs might remained undiminished, heading straight for the lizard dragon's body. Clang! 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 A clear sound of blades clashing came from the lizard dragon. Its sandy-colored scales actively thrust towards the ferocious flame like blades.
However, these scales couldn't even get close to the flame before melting into sticky liquid due to the intense heat.
The liquid dripped onto the ground, creating fist-sized craters.
Boom! Finally, the flame broke through all barriers and landed heavily on the lizard dragon's chest, dispersing into tiny sparks. The sparks seeped through various small crevices, landing on Alger and his other beasts like maggots on bones.
Suddenly, countless tiny sparks burst open, sending waves of fire soaring into the sky.
These flames intertwined, merged, and rapidly spread. In a moment, they engulfed the entire arena where Su Chun stood.
The rising flames danced in the air like legendary dragons, exuding violent and deadly energy centered around Su Chen, resonating in all directions. This scene not only terrified the already tense audience but also caused countless people to flee in panic, losing all composure.
Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from above. Then, a golden figure rapidly enlarged, and the five-clawed golden dragon descended upon the arena with a regal aura.
Its entire body formed a protective barrier in front of the numerous spectators. The fierce flames encountered its golden body, causing a momentary pause.
However, some observant individuals noticed.
The scales of the five-clawed golden dragon, shimmering with dazzling golden light, were peeling off under the erosion of the terrifying flames.
Their pupils contracted, filled with incredulity. Xu Chen actually managed to injure Shen Wuyan's beast. And the injury was not light.
It's worth noting that these flames were just the aftermath of Xu Chen's terrifying strike. Just the aftermath was enough to harm a beast at the fragmented star rank. At this moment, they had no doubts about the outcome of this battle. After all, in front of Shen Wuyan, any young generation's top expert was no different from an ant. And Xu Chen, who could injure Shen Wuyan's beast, had quietly gained the qualification to converse with Shen Wuyan on equal terms.
The disparity between the two was evident. As they watched the five-clawed golden dragon protect everyone, the commotion in the audience finally subsided.
At this moment, the attention of countless people returned to Xu Chen. They stared fixedly at the rising white mist in the arena, eager to know the final outcome. After some time passed, the white mist gradually dissipated, revealing the scene inside.
"What? This is..."
Suddenly, someone exclaimed, as if witnessing something unbelievable. This exclamation was like a spark that instantly ignited the emotions of everyone present.
"The world's two heroes, Alan?" Everyone simultaneously uttered this name.
On one side of the arena, a fierce black dragon lowered its mountain-like body, protecting Alge and his beast underneath. However, at this moment, it no longer exuded its previous majesty and pride. The red flames ravaged the black dragon, causing its once dark and eerie scales to fall off, revealing charred flesh underneath.
But that was not all. The red flames condensed by Bifon seemed endless, desperately trying to penetrate the black dragon's skin. Roar roar! The black dragon occasionally let out ferocious roars, its massive body twisting back and forth. Extreme anger flickered in its lantern-like vertical pupils. If it weren't for its owner, Alan's control, it would have torn Xu Chen, the instigator, to shreds long ago. Xu Chen frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him. With the blessing of his Eye of the World, this middle-aged man had appeared before Xu Chen, and all his information was crystal clear to him. A fragmented star-rank beast tamer? Xu Chen marveled inwardly.
This was the first time he had encountered a fragmented star-rank beast tamer other than Shen Wuyan.
"I'm sorry for the abruptness."
The middle-aged man slightly bowed to Xu Chen, then pointed behind him, saying, "I'm Alan. Alge is a descendant of my old friend. I can't stand by and watch him die like this."
Hearing Alan's explanation, Xu Chen's frown remained. How could a foreigner suddenly intervene in the grand national event he, Xu Chen, had organized? Did he really think there was no one in Huaxia? Xu Chen was the first to disagree.
Seeing Xu Chen's expression, Alan sighed softly in his heart. "I will negotiate with your country later, ceding the newly discovered secret realm in the East Sea for the next 3 years as compensation for your country's abruptness. At the same time, you have the right to freely choose 3 resources from my country's treasury, with no time limit." With each word, Alan felt as if his heart was bleeding. The East Sea was the region in this world with the most advanced secret realms, containing countless precious resources. It could be said that the annual output of all secret realms in the East Sea amounted to billions of Huaxia Federation currency. And all the secret realms in the East Sea were dominated by the 2 world-class superpowers, Huaxia and the United States. Other small countries didn't even have the qualifications to share a piece of the pie. Yet, with just one sentence, he had given up 3 years. It was easy to imagine what a huge loss this was. Moreover, as the world hegemon, the preciousness of the resources in the American treasury goes without saying. Even for someone like Alan, a ruler of his status, the resources he can use in a year never exceed 5 items. This time, he gave up 3 items. It can be said that it was to save Alge's life.
The losses on the American side almost reached billions of Huaxia currency. Shen Wuyan had already arrived by Su Chen's side at this moment, and he naturally heard Alan's compensation proposal. As a ruler, just the concession of the East Sea secret realm for 3 years made him extremely tempted. However, Shen Wuyan did not agree rashly but looked at Su Chen and asked, "What do you think?" This was the battle between Su Chen and Alji. Even as an elder, he could not interfere at will but had to respect Su Chen's opinion. As soon as Shen Wuyan spoke, Su Chen knew that he was definitely tempted, not to mention Su Chen himself was very tempted. There was no other reason than Alan's conditions being too generous. The qualification to choose any 3 items from the American Treasury resources, plus the 4 Huaxia Treasury selection qualifications awarded for winning first place in the international grand competition this time. This adds up to a total of 7 super high-level resources. What does this mean? If Su Chen only chooses the Royal Beast Egg, he would have gathered all the Royal Beast Eggs needed from the Golden rank to the Legendary Myth rank. Of course, Su Chen would not do that. He still needed to find various materials required for the evolution of the Royal Beasts, especially the main materials. They were harder and rarer to find one after another. It was completely impossible for him to find them all on his own. He had to rely on the power of the country. Moreover, with such generous conditions, coupled with Alan's almost faultless attitude, it was almost difficult for people not to agree to his request. Besides, Su Chen and Alji had no grievances or enmity. There was no need to kill them. With this thought, Su Chen did not hesitate and directly nodded, "I have no objection." Seeing Su Chen nod, both Alan and Shen Wuyan relaxed. Then, as if they remembered something, they were slightly embarrassed and said, "Chang Sheng, can you extinguish the fire?" While talking to Su Chen, they ordered their royal beasts to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, to their surprise, no matter what method they used, the flames continued to burn endlessly and could not be extinguished. If this continued for a long time, even the 5-clawed golden dragon and the black dragon, both at the fragmented star rank, would have their lives consumed by this seemingly endless flame. It was for this reason that they treated Su Chen as an equal in their conversation. After all, being able to harm him meant being able to kill him. What was even more terrifying was that Su Chen was only 18 years old now. They could hardly imagine how far he would grow in another 2 years. It is only right. Su Chen nodded and turned to look at Bifang. At this moment, Bifang, no longer the majestic figure of the past, had its proud head slightly lowered. Its whole body was weak, as if it would faint in the next second. If it weren't for Fuyao continuously using the majestic life force to heal Bifang, it would be extremely difficult for Bifang to stand up now. After all, this was the first time it had used such a power, almost like a forbidden curse, causing extreme consumption on itself, and it was even difficult to control the range of the flames. There was almost an accidental injury. Seeing this scene, Su Chen hurriedly walked to Bifang's side. He squatted down and gently stroked Bifang's lowered head, saying softly, "You've worked hard. Come, extinguish these fires and then go rest." Hearing the voice of its master, Bifang's lowered head was reluctantly lifted, and a glint of light flashed in its eyes. Then, its wings trembled, and a mysterious wave emanated from its body. In an instant, all the flames in the arena, as well as the invisible tiny flames, were extinguished. Even the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. "Well done, you've worked hard." Su Chen patted Bifang's head and retracted it into the beast controlling space. Then he glanced at Fuyao and said, "You go with it too." Fuyao's ability had a miraculous effect on Bifang's recovery. Or rather, his ability had a great effect on all negative states. The people around were astonished by this miraculous scene. This young man had brought them too many surprises today. Someone numbly said, "If I'm not mistaken, Shen Wuyan and Alan, the 2 big shots, are discussing with Su Chen?" Another person numbly replied, "Yes, indeed they are discussing. The 3 of them are in a completely equal position." Finally, someone came to his senses and seemed to groan. But Su Chen is only 18. Just 18 years old. Su Chen was only 18 this year, but he was already famous all over the world. In less than half a day, the entire beast-controlling world knew the name Su Chen. His deeds would spread to every corner of the world. Even newborn babies would see him as an idol and role model in life. As for Alger, he was carried away by people after Su Chen stepped down, although Alan had timely intervened to protect Alger. However, as the direct target of the purifying world fire anger, he still suffered unimaginable injuries. If it weren't for his talent enhancing his own origin, Alger was not just seriously injured now, he would probably have died long ago. This scene also made everyone sigh. The birth of a new god often meant the fall of an old one. Alan left the arena along with Alger's departure. This time, he spent a lot of money to save Alger, not only because he was the descendant of his old friend, but also because Alger had now become a spiritual symbol of the young people in the United States.
If he were killed by his peers in Huaxia, the impact would be almost unimaginable. Moreover, Alan felt a hint of anticipation. Alger had been too smooth sailing before. After this battle, he might break through and establish himself, surpassing his current self.
I haven't lost in the United States,
Alan told himself in his heart.
However, he also knew deep down, the decline of the United States was irreversible.
The world in the next 100 years would belong to Huaxia.
With the talent and strength Su Chen displayed now, even if Alger broke through and established himself, he could not surpass him. Top powerhouses like Su Chen were the fundamental strength of a country's greatness.
The upcoming World Grand Competition had almost no variables. Even without the help of Bai Feng and Fu Yao, Su Chen was already overwhelming towards other enemies. Just the physical quality of the Blood Shadow Invincible and the abnormal control ability of the Candle Dragon were enough to suppress others. Therefore, he easily won the first place in this World Grand Competition, once again demonstrating his absolute invincible strength to everyone.
Just as Su Chen stood on the stage and received the medal,
the voice of the achievement system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly sounded in his mind.
Hearing this voice, Su Chen's hand holding the medal almost trembled, almost throwing away the medal representing the highest honor.
Fortunately, his powerful control ability now allowed him to firmly grasp the medal. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the system became clearer. Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement, famous all over the world. Famous all over the world, your achievements and reputation are known to all, no one is unaware.
Reward, the lowest rank of the beast you contracted will not be lower than a major realm of your own strength.
For example, if the host's current strength is at the first level of gold, the next beastborn will be at the first level of silver. The mechanical voice of the system resounded in Su Chen's mind after a long absence.
Su Chen's pupils contracted, revealing an uncontrollable excitement on his face.
With this reward from the system, this means that when Su Chen contracts with a new beast again, the new beast of the contract does not need to start training from the lowest first tier of black iron. Its rank starts at least from the first tier of silver.
Moreover, this advancement will increase along with Su Chen's own realm improvement.
How much training time can this save for the new beast? It's worth noting that Su Chen's contract with Fu Yao was close to a month, but he only trained up to the 9th tier of bronze. In the future, when contracting with beasts, there is almost no need to wait, they can help me in battle right away. At this thought, Su Chen's heart was even more excited. This is a direct increase in strength. The excitement on his face was also understood by everyone as the excitement of winning first place in the grand competition of 10,000 nations.
Amidst everyone's cheers, Su Chen stepped down from the podium.
The eyes of the people in the stands followed Su Chen's footsteps like the most fervent believers.
Hello, please follow me. Just as Su Chen stepped down from the award podium, a dedicated staff member guided him.
This staff member was specifically responsible for selecting national treasury resources for Su Chen.
Su Chen followed the staff to a teleportation array. White light flashed.
When Su Chen opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in a strange room. It was called a room, but there were no walls, not even a ceiling. Su Chen looked around and saw that at the end of his line of sight and above his head, there was a vast background shimmering with black electric arcs. He was shocked to find that the treasury of Huaxia was actually hidden within spatial rifts.
What a grand scheme!
Tearing open a space forcibly and then stabilizing it to create a huge space that could contain treasures.
Outside the treasury were fierce and brutal spatial lightning bolts. Even enemies of the fragmented star rank or higher would be torn to shreds if they tried to forcibly enter the treasury. The power of space is no joke. How about it, not bad, right?
The dedicated staff member saw Su Chen's amazed expression and said with a smile. His pale eyebrows and beard revealed a proud look.
This was the foundation of Huaxia. Even the treasury was not something ordinary people could enter and leave at will. It's so impressive. Su Chen responded, then turned to the countless resources and treasures in the treasury.
Each of these items emitted powerful energy fluctuations. Any one of them would cause a sensation outside.
Now, Su Chen was free to choose.
The rare beast eggs are in the far east, and the fire resources are in the northeast. The elderly staff member guiding Su Chen explained bit by bit, then added, "Take your time, no need to rush, there is no time limit."
Su Chen thanked him and then asked strangely, "What about the second and third places? Don't they have 2 and 1 chance to choose resources respectively?" Su Chen looked around.
In the vast space, there were only him and the old man, no one else.
"Of course, you choose first, and then they can choose,"
the old man said as a matter of course. The treasury of Huaxia naturally allowed the Chinese people to choose first.
Moreover, Su Chen was the first in this competition, so he chose first, and no one else could say anything. Su Chen nodded and walked straight to the front.
Now that he was a golden tier beast tamer, choosing a new beast egg was of utmost importance. Species, indestructible golden-winged bird, physical attribute, aptitude, fragmented star high, tier, black iron first tier, innate skill. Note, this beast egg contains the mythical bloodline of the reborn bird. Species, fate-spying beast, fate attribute, aptitude, fragmented star high, tier, black iron first tier, innate skill. Note, this beast egg contains the mythical bloodline of the white marsh. Species, skybreaking bird, spatial attribute, aptitude, fragmented star high, tier, black iron first tier, innate skill. Note, this imperial beast egg contains the mythical bloodline of the imperial beast Emperor Jiang. Race, devouring evil demon, physical attribute, talent, high-level fragmented star rank, first rank of black iron talent skills. Note, this imperial beast egg contains the mythical bloodline of the imperial beast Xiong Qi. Race, sunflame divine bird, fire attribute, talent, high-level fragmented star rank, first rank of black iron talent skills. Note, this imperial beast egg contains the mythical bloodline of the imperial beast three-legged golden crow. Countless pieces of information about imperial beast eggs caught Su Chen's eye, making it hard for him to keep up. Just the high-level fragmented star imperial beasts alone had a total of 4 different kinds, and there were dozens of lower-level fragmented star ones. As for the diamond-ranked imperial beast eggs, those kinds didn't even deserve a place in the Huaxia National Treasury. Su Chen looked at the numerous imperial beast eggs in front of him, wishing he could gather all these things into his bag. However, he only had 4 chances to choose. Su Chen's face was conflicted, not knowing where to start. He couldn't use all his chances on selecting imperial beasts. At least 2 chances had to be safe to search for the main materials needed for the evolution of Fu Yao and the 5th imperial beast. After a long time, Su Chen reached out for a palm-sized imperial beast egg that was completely black. This imperial beast egg had black electric arcs flickering on it, faintly reflecting the space outside the national treasury. Bird of the ruptured sky, a rare spatial divine beast. After being trapped in a special secret realm last time, Su Chen increasingly desired to have his own spatial imperial beast. In that case, even without the return bracelet, he could still leave the secret realm by his own abilities, even though the process would be much more dangerous. Therefore, the bird of the ruptured sky was his first choice. Once he made up his mind, Su Chen no longer hesitated and reached for another imperial beast egg that was pure white all over. Besides being excessively white, this imperial beast egg showed no other abnormalities, just like an ordinary silver or gold talent imperial beast egg. However, as soon as he touched it, Su Chen felt an inexplicable wave enveloping his soul. In a daze, he seemed to sense countless fine threads connecting to his soul. The threads extended in all directions from him. Following these threads, Su Chen vaguely saw Shen Wuyan, Wang Ping, Lin Hongjiang, and a series of people related to him, especially Shen Wuyan. He seemed to have a slight awareness and glanced in Su Chen's direction. It was this glance that brought Su Chen back from this mysterious state. Is this the power of fate? Su Chen looked at this seemingly ordinary imperial beast egg with a complex gaze. It was the fate-peaking beast, a fate-related imperial beast. The word fate was the most mysterious and unpredictable. A master of this field could even kill enemies invisibly. The killed person might not even know how they died. And this kind of imperial beast with such an attribute was extremely rare. Even rarer than imperial beasts of the Time and Space series. Moreover, the resources needed for its evolution were extremely bizarre, something ordinary people couldn't obtain. Looking back at the thousands of years of imperial beast history, there was only one imperial beast master specializing in fate. When he reached the pinnacle of the diamond rank, the Grand Master, Vice Grand Master, and even the 12 guardians of the 10,000 Beasts sect all died mysteriously on the same day. Since then, the 10,000 Beasts sect declined. It wasn't until after the death of this strong individual that the sect rose again. If it weren't for the limitations of the world at that time, this Fate Imperial Beast Master could only have stopped at diamond rank. Perhaps the 10,000 Beasts sect would have been uprooted by him, never again disturbing the world and causing suffering to living beings. Such achievements clearly demonstrated the formidable power of the Fate series. Therefore, Su Chen chose the Fate-peaking beast as his 6th Imperial Beast. It would hatch once he reached the Platinum rank. As for the remaining 3 high-level fragmented star talent Imperial Beasts, Blood Shadow and Candle Dragon can barely be used as physical attribute spirit beasts, although they are significantly inferior in physical strength. However, they are sufficient to deal with ordinary enemies. Therefore, Su Chen doesn't really need spirit beasts with physical attributes. As for fire attribute spirit beasts, that's even more out of the question. Su Chen already has Bai Fong, so he naturally won't waste this precious opportunity on fire attribute spirit beasts. After selecting the spirit beasts, Su Chen felt a lightness in his body and quickly walked towards the wood attribute resource area.
This time, his goal was clear. He needed the main material for the evolution of Fuyao, the Fuyao spirit leaf. Su Chen quickly scanned the resource area. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed a piece of emerald green leaf. Although it was called a leaf, its size was even larger than Su Chen's head. He had to use both hands to firmly grasp it. The emerald green spirit leaf was covered with dark green patterns on its surface, exuding a majestic vitality from within. The treasury of Huaxia did not disappoint him. This Fuyao spirit leaf was a rare treasure formed from the accumulation of the Fuyao divine tree over thousands of years. Not only did it contain a large amount of vitality, but it also contained many great principles. It was rumored that if a spirit beast master consumed the Fuyao spirit leaf for 99 days before awakening their talent, they could awaken at least an S-level talent. Such a thing, if found outside, would surely cause a bloody storm. If such a treasure was discovered in a small country, there might be strong individuals with evil intentions who would forcefully destroy the country just to seize it. But now, it was easily stored in his spatial ring. Currently, he only had one more chance to select resources. However, Su Chen remained firm and ignored all kinds of rare resources on the way, heading straight to the spatial attribute resource area. He needed to find the necessary treasures for the evolution of the bird of breaking sky to its sun-level spirit beast. Although it was currently just a broken star-rank spirit beast egg, with the blessing of the SSS-level talent Eye of the World, Su Chen could easily sense the resources needed for its evolution from the bright moon to the sun. Therefore, he could make preparations in advance. As for the evolution resources of the life-peaking beast, that could be dealt with later. After all, Su Chen still had 3 more chances to select from the treasury of the United States. The spatial attribute resource area was different from elsewhere. All spatial treasures were stored in a separate room. The entire room was built with a peculiar stone known as the Forbidden Space Stone. It served no other purpose than to isolate all spatial fluctuations. The treasury of Huaxiao itself was located within a spatial crack. Higher-level spatial attribute resources were prone to resonate with the spatial fissures outside the treasury, thereby affecting the security of the entire treasury. Therefore, all spatial attribute resources were placed in this room. Su Chen remembered the various reminders from the staff before. He took off all his spatial rings and placed them at the door before entering. Instantly, a powerful spatial fluctuation rushed towards Su Chen's face. A severe dizziness came from the depths of his soul. It felt as if he had used teleportation arrays hundreds of times in a short period, and a strong sense of nausea came from his stomach. The scalding stomach acid even made Su Chen's throat ache. Damn it! Even though he was mentally prepared, Su Chen couldn't help but curse. This feeling was too intense. It took about 3 minutes for Su Chen to recover from the dizziness and nausea. He surveyed the room filled with treasures piled up like mountains, and spatial fluctuations of various sizes emanated from his body. Then, these fluctuations interconnected with each other, intensifying greatly. Even Su Chen, in his current state, found it difficult to endure staying in this room. If he had brought his spatial rings into this room, the ring would probably be damaged by the intense spatial impact within a second, and the treasures stored inside would be lost in another dimension, disappearing completely. Su Chen shook his head, trying to shake off the dizziness from his mind. Then he quickly scanned the entire room, his gaze focusing on a tube of thick white liquid. Without any hesitation, Su Chen picked up the test tube and swiftly left the room. Phew! Coming out, Su Chen let out a long breath, then picked up the spatial ring from the doorway. After confirming that nothing was missing, Su Chen headed back to where he came from. So soon? The old man's eyes lit up when he saw Su Chen return. Thank you. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The old man in front of him may not look extraordinary, but he possessed the strength of a Diamond Tier 8. Even in the imperial capital, he was a top-notch figure. Now he was specifically assigned to handle Su Chen's resource selection, indicating the official attention Su Chen received in Huaxia. The old man didn't say anything, waving his hand. Suddenly, a set of seeking AO formation rose beneath them. In a flash of white light, Su Chen had returned to the real world. He scanned around and found himself near the Imperial University. His villa was just 100 meters away. To prevent you from being surrounded by zealous fans, the old man explained. With Su Chen's current popularity in Huaxia, if he appeared on the streets, he would undoubtedly be surrounded by fans wanting autographs. Thank you. Su Chen expressed his gratitude, a situation he preferred to avoid. The old man, specializing in spatial manipulation as a beast tamer, had this ability. After bidding farewell, Su Chen returned to his villa. It's time to elevate myself. His eyes gleamed as numerous rare resources filled the entire living room like pearls. Each item was worth at least billions of federal coins. As these resources appeared, a refreshing fragrance filled the villa. Su Chen looked at the array of wood resources before him.
With his exceptional talent and high bloodline, the evolution resources needed for his flying ability were straightforward. Besides the essential flying spirit leaves, a large quantity of wood resources was required. Even the lowest grade black iron resources would suffice, as long as the quantity was enough. Unlike the Blood Shadow Bifong, which required specific high-tier resources. Of course, if only black iron resources were used, the villa would be filled to the brim, unable to allow flying to evolve into a sun-level beast. Therefore, most of these resources were of the gold tier, with a small portion of rare resources at the platinum and diamond tiers. Even so, Su Chen had spent a considerable amount of money and effort on them. Without the full assistance of Zhou Xiaoling, he might not have been able to gather such a vast amount of wood resources within half a month. After all, others would not be as concerned about Su Chen's affairs. Su Chen took a deep breath, his mind filled with visions. Then he waved his hand, summoning all his beasts. Bifong had rested for half a day and had already recovered significantly, ready for battle in another half day. However, the current focus was on flying. Eat up! Su Chen tore the flying spirit leaves into strips and slowly fed them to Flying. As soon as the leaves touched Flying's mouth, they instantly turned into a bright green liquid, flowing into its abdomen. Then, a tremendous and awe-inspiring vitality emanated from Flying. Most of this almost substantial vitality was absorbed by Flying itself, with a small portion being drawn into Su Chen in front of it. Su Chen felt every part of his body immersed in a soothing warmth. Suddenly, his body shook, breaking through a tear directly. It should be noted that the vitality Su Chen absorbed was only a fraction of the total vitality, less than 1%, yet it had such an effect. So, as the main absorber, what kind of miraculous changes would Flying undergo? Suddenly, blood-red exotic flowers bloomed all over Flying's humanoid body. These flowers swayed in mid-air without wind, exuding the fragrance of life. If you look closely, at the center of the flowers, it seems like shadows are flickering, as if new life is being nurtured within. The blood-red flowers grow at an astonishing speed. In a moment, the flowers completely cover the original body of Fuyao. Fuyao has transformed into a sea of blood-red flowers. Just then, the various wooden resources piled up in the hall seemed to be inspired and began to crack one after another. The pure vitality and wood energy within them, as if enchanted, surged towards Fuyao. The infusion of abundant vitality made the already enchanting flowers even more vibrant. Each petal was the size of an adult's fist. Puff! Puff puff! Puff puff puff! Suddenly, a blood-red flower burst directly from being unable to withstand the immense energy. Like a fuse, this flower triggered a chain reaction, causing the remaining blood-red flowers to explode one after another. For a moment, faint explosions echoed in Su Chen's ears. With the bursting of the flowers, an extremely pure vitality spread throughout the villa. Unlike before, this vitality absorbed and purified by the blood-red flowers after the explosion underwent a qualitative change. Drip-drop, the pure vitality condensed directly into raindrops. Inside Su Chen's villa, a downpour made entirely of condensed vitality began to fall. Su Chen and the Bifong Blood Shadow Candle Dragon bathed in the rain. In a daze, he seemed to sense a profound leap in his own life level. When the rain stopped, Su Chen opened his eyes. A rich green light flashed in his eyes. This feeling. Su Chen clenched his fist, excitement rising on his face. In his perception, his strength had at least doubled. However, the most significant improvement was not in strength, but in physique and recovery speed. Su Chen was confident that his golden tier second stage physical quality was definitely not inferior to that of any diamond tier beast tamer. In fact, his recovery ability far exceeded them. Moreover, Su Chen had a premonition. His lifespan had definitely been astonishingly extended. The vigorous and restless vitality within him seemed to be telling him, "Kid, you can live another 1,000 years and still be full of life." It should be noted that even diamond tier experts had a maximum lifespan of only 500 years. Even the likes of Shen Wuyan, a fragmented star expert, had a lifespan of at most 800 years. And now, Su Chen, only at the golden tier level, had a lifespan of over 1,000 years. He could outlast his enemies through sheer endurance. Not only him, but the Bifong Blood Shadow Candle Dragon and other beast tamers also experienced this enhancement. However, most of the rainwater naturally fell towards Su Chen. The three of them only absorbed a small portion, their enhancements nowhere near as significant as Su Chen's. But even the smallest improvement was a step forward in strength. Every powerful beast tamer improved bit by bit in this way. Even mythical level beast tamers were no exception. At the same time, Fuyao's evolution ceremony was also completed. It seemed unchanged from before, except for its more lively gaze. However, a strange red flower was slowly swaying on Fuyao's chest, exuding a deadly allure. Su Chen focused and saw Bifong's current information appearing in his eyes.
race, sky opening divine tree, would attribute, aptitude, high day, tier, silver 4th stage, innate skills, divine healing, legendary, divine wood blessing, legendary, soul injury immunity, legendary, life death link, legendary, sky opening, invincible, divine healing. Beasts can consume their internal vitality to rapidly heal all injuries of the master and allied units. Divine Wood Blessing greatly accelerates the master's advancement speed, enhances the master's soul and physical strength, and speeds up the master's understanding of all things in the world. Soul Injury Immunity. The divine beast possesses the soul injury immunity domain, within a range of 300 meters around it, immune to any soul damage not exceeding 3 ranks below its own. This effect applies to the master and friendly units as well. Lifelink. The divine beast links the vitality of all friendly units. When any unit is damaged, the damage will be shared among the other friendly units. The damage suffered by the master will also be shared among the other divine beasts. Heaven's Opening, Power of the Heavens. The divine beast will open up a space. Within this space, the physical qualities of the divine beast and all friendly units will double. The physical qualities of all enemy units will be reduced by 50%. Note, this ability will consume all the energy of the Flower of Life. It can only be used again after its energy is fully replenished. Note, the Flower of Life can absorb what attribute resources to replenish its own energy. Note, unless all enemies are dead, the space will exist permanently. The only evolutionary path would attribute direction. After one evolution, it can advance to the mythical divine beast, the Fuyao divine tree. The power of Heaven's Opening is terrifying. Fuyao's evolution this time not only increased by 4 ranks in a row, jumping directly from bronze rank 9 to silver rank 4, but also introduced a new skill. Just this one skill alone is enough to demonstrate the strength of a sun-level divine beast. Heaven's Opening. Unreasonably pulling enemies into a different space. Within this space, not only does Shuchen and his divine beast's physical qualities double, but enemies also suffer a 50% reduction. This addition and subtraction result in a 4-fold difference. Coupled with skills like Blood Shadow that originally enhance physical qualities of divine beasts, a huge gap is immediately created between Shuchen and the enemies. What's most crucial is that unlike other invincible skills, Fuyao's Heaven's Opening has almost no negative effects. It neither weakens Fuyao nor regresses its state. It only requires replenishing the energy of the Flower of Life on its chest. It might be a bit costly, but for Shuchen now, what does money matter? Combat power is the most crucial. After Fuyao uses Heaven's Opening, it doesn't hinder its ability to continue supporting Shuchen and other divine beasts in battle. This is extremely precious. Moreover, the uses of Heaven's Opening are extremely diverse. For example, when Shuchen is surrounded by powerful beasts and finds it hard to resist, he can simply choose a few of the beasts and drag them into a different space, dividing the hostile forces. The difficulty of the battle is significantly reduced. Furthermore, the last note of Heaven's Opening is quite interesting. Unless the enemies are completely dead, the space will exist permanently. What concept is this? If Shuchen faces enemies too powerful, so much so that even with all his means he can't resist, then after his death, the enemies who killed him will also be unable to escape the different space. The feeling of being imprisoned alone in a different space is even more unbearable than death. Even in death, Shuchen can drag his enemies down with him. Looking at Fuyao's powerful information panel, Shuchen nods in satisfaction. Seeing Shuchen like this, Fuyao approaches, rubbing against Shuchen's chest. And with its flower on the chest, as it moves, it brings a refreshing sensation as it rubs back and forth on Shuchen's right arm. Fuyao is just seeking affection from Shuchen. Naturally, Shuchen wouldn't refuse, gently stroking its head with his big hand. For him, the divine beasts are the closest family in this world. Seeing this scene, Bifang, Blood Shadow, and Candle Dragon also come over, their eyes revealing an undisguised desire. After comforting all the divine beasts, Shuchen brings them all into the divine beast space. Then his consciousness also enters the divine beast space. It's time to hatch new divine beasts. Shuchen's gaze shifts to the divine bloodline pool, where the divine beast egg flickers with black electric arcs. Now, here comes the question. Why did Su Chun choose to let Fuyao evolve first before hatching the new mythical beast? It's because the rewards from Su Chen's achievement system result in the newly hatched mythical beast being born at the silver rank immediately. Meanwhile, Fuyao, who has not evolved yet, despite a month of hard cultivation, remains at the bronze rank. Su Chen is worried that Fuyao might develop feelings of inferiority or imbalance because of this. Don't be fooled by the fact that mythical beasts don't usually speak. They are actually very intelligent, with extremely delicate thoughts. Especially mythical beasts like Fuyao, who possess mythical bloodlines, are not lacking in intelligence compared to normal humans. they have the same emotions as humans. Therefore, Su Chen chose to let Fuyao evolve. It is well known that the evolution of mythical beasts will promote their realm advancement. And now, Fuyao is already at the strength of the silver 4th rank, not high but not lower than the newly hatched mythical beast. It's enough. Just the order of hatching and evolving mythical beasts involves so many intricacies. It's not easy to be a powerful and kind mythical beast master. Su Chen thought to himself, skillfully cutting his wrist. The bright red blood immediately enveloped the black mythical beast egg. After about 3 minutes, a fierce black electric arc burst out from around the mythical beast egg, creating a large hole. Strangely, nothing came out of the hole. Su Chen curiously looked into the mythical beast egg, but inside, it was hazy and chaotic, not resembling any form of life. At that moment, a clear spatial fluctuation shook in front of Su Chen. Rings of spatial ripples spread out like water. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a tremor in his chest. It seemed like something had entered his embrace. He looked down and saw a strange creature with a black-red body, 4 wings on its back, and 2 legs, already in his embrace. Such speed right after birth, Su Chen was amazed. Although he had no physical presence in the mythical beast space, his physical qualities and reactions were not as strong and swift as in reality, and his vigilance was greatly reduced. But he was indeed a genuine second-rank golden tier expert. In terms of physical qualities alone, he could rival a platinum tier expert. Yet, he allowed a newly born little creature to easily come into his embrace. Of course, this was closely related to the fact that the newborn mythical beast showed no malice. Otherwise, beasts like Blood Shadow would have torn it apart long ago. The abilities of the spatial element are truly extraordinary. Su Chen sighed lightly, and decided to name this mythical beast Emperor Jiang. Then, he carried Emperor Jiang to the pool of mythical bloodlines. Go, little one. Emperor Jiang seemed to understand Su Chen's words. With a flutter of its wings, it ghosted out of Su Chen's embrace. If not for the strong spatial fluctuations during its movement, Su Chen would have had a hard time tracking its trace. The surface of the pool of mythical bloodlines remained calm, the blood-red water showing no ripples, as if there were no living creatures inside. However, Su Chen knew that Emperor Jiang was undergoing the baptism of bloodlines within. Now, all he could do was wait. Just like he had waited for the 4 mythical beasts to evolve before. Time passed slowly. This time, the waiting period was longer than ever before. Suddenly, a terrifying spatial fluctuation emanated from the bottom of the pool. Then, a fierce spatial wormhole rapidly expanded on the pool of mythical bloodlines. Inside the wormhole, numerous spatial crevices moved around, emitting a dangerous aura. However, a crimson mythical beast slowly walked out of the wormhole. The originally extremely dangerous spatial crevices danced around it like gentle babies, unable to cause any harm. Emperor Jiang emerged slowly from the spatial wormhole. Then, the ferocious and terrifying wormhole closed instantly, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Emperor Jiang evolved from its original 2 legs and 4 wings to 6 legs and 4 wings. On its massive body, its 6 limbs and 4 wings were eerily distributed, giving a twisted yet harmonious feeling. And the Emperor Jiang's body color changed from the original black-red to crimson. This crimson, unlike the pure and bright red of the Baifeng. In the crimson body of Emperor Jiang, black patterns flashed from time to time, only to disappear quickly. This change brought about a bizarre feeling, as if it could also suddenly disappear like the black patterns on its body. Su Chen's eyes were fixed on the front. Clearly, Emperor Jiang was right there, he could see it too. But in his perception, there was nothing ahead. This kind of hiding ability. Su Chen marveled in his heart, using the eye of the world to check the specific information of Emperor Jiang. Race, spatial user, spatial attribute, aptitude, high moon advanced, rank, silver 2nd rank, talent skills, instant teleportation, legendary, spatial leap, legendary, spatial shatter, legendary, spatial prohibition, legendary, instant teleportation, master the power of space, able to teleport instantly, with a range of up to 1 kilometer. Using this skill will slightly consume one's own stamina. Spatial leap, the beast can mark up to 3 locations. After 1 minute of guidance, the beast can teleport itself and all friendly units to the marked locations. Note, this skill ignores distance. Note, when the 4th marked location is created, the 1st mark will disappear, and so on. Spatial shatter, the beast can shatter the space in front of it, creating a powerful gravitational force. If enemies are sucked into the shattered space, they will be exiled to a spatial crack. Spatial prohibition, with the bloodline of Emperor Jiang, the beast can temporarily restrict all spatial fluctuations around it. When this skill is used, enemies with spatial abilities not exceeding 3 ranks of the beast will lose their effects. Note, all teleportation arrays cannot be used within the range of spatial prohibition. Note, this skill can only be used once every half day.
the unique evolutionary path, spatial direction. After one evolution, it can advance to Space Controller, day level.
After 2 evolutions, it can advance to Emperor Jiang, myth level.
Seeing the specific attributes of Emperor Jiang, a hint of uncontrollable joy flashed in Su Chen's eyes. These 4 abilities were exactly what Su Chen needed most at the moment, especially the spatial leap. For Su Chen, and indeed for everyone, this was definitely a divine skill. As long as he marked his home, then no matter where Su Chen was, whether in a foreign land or even in a different space, he could return to his warm and comfortable home after 1 minute. Never again would he find himself in the embarrassing situation of being trapped in a special realm. Moreover, this skill could affect all friendly units. If Emperor Jiang marked the enemy's stronghold, then, 1 minute later, all high-ranking beast tamers of Huaxia could instantly arrive at the enemy's stronghold and deliver a fatal blow. And after everything was done, Emperor Jiang could teleport them back in 1 minute. This back and forth time did not even exceed 5 minutes. The enemy had no time to react at all. And instant teleportation was also a divine skill in battle. The existence of this skill made Emperor Jiang elusive in battle, making it impossible for the enemy to track Emperor Jiang's whereabouts. Coupled with the skill of spatial shatter, it could completely inflict unimaginable damage on the enemy. It should be noted that after space was shattered, the gravitational force inside was extremely terrifying. Without preparation, the enemy would absolutely not be able to break free from this attraction. Moreover, in battle, there was also the interference of the Candle Dragon by Feng Blood Shadow. This was equivalent to Emperor Jiang causing the death of one or even several enemies every time he used spatial shatter. As for spatial prohibition, it was also a divine skill. It's just that the scarcity of enemies in space makes this ability less effective when it comes into play. However, it can disrupt the normal use of all teleportation arrays. Just this point alone is worthy of a legendary ability. Perhaps, Emperor Jiang can interfere with other beast god apostles, even the seals of the beast gods. Su Chen's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of a certain possibility. He remembered the scene when the evil-minded octopus broke free from its seal. If Emperor Jiang had been there at the time, Su Chen would have resealed the evil-minded octopus without such danger. Just as spatial prohibition alone could completely shut down that blue light ring, perhaps Emperor Jiang now cannot yet affect the seals of the beast gods. But what if it becomes a beast under the Monday Moon or even a mythical rank? By then, it would surely be as easy as pie to reseal the beast gods. The prophecy of the beast gods breaking free from their seals had always been a heavy burden on Su Chen's mind. Unlike others, Su Chen had truly witnessed the power of mythical-level ferocious beasts. When he hatched the Candle Dragon, he had seen the shadow of the Candle Dragon's true form. At that time, just a casual glance from the Candle Dragon's true form had left Su Chen standing still, unable to move. Even after breaking free from that state, Su Chen's rank had been elevated. What's even more terrifying is that Su Chen had only encountered the shadow of the Candle Dragon at that time. How earth-shattering would the actual power of that mythical-level ferocious beast be? And the beast gods in legends were such beings. Now, the burden on Su Chen's mind had finally eased slightly. Roar! A dragon's roar awakened Su Chen from his excitement. He looked at the Candle Dragon and found a sense of unfairness in its lantern-sized vertical pupils. Don't worry, your revolution is coming soon. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen realized where the Candle Dragon felt unfair. The blood shadow of the Baifeng that hatched first had become a sun-level talented beast. Even the phoenix that hatched after it had also become a sun-level talented beast. Now, the newly hatched Emperor Jiang. Its talent and aptitude had also reached the high moon level, equivalent to the Candle Dragon. Dragons were inherently proud. The current Candle Dragon was almost at the bottom of Su Chen's talented beasts. How could it not feel unfair? Su Chen approached to soothe the Candle Dragon's emotions. Feeling helpless himself, he had never stopped searching for resources for the Candle Dragon's evolution. But high-level resources over time were just too difficult to find. And Su Chen was unwilling to waste the opportunity to select resources from the National Treasury on evolutionary auxiliary materials. Therefore, the resources for the Candle Dragon's evolution had never been fully gathered. 3 days later, Su Chen accepted Shen Wuyan's invitation and went to Shen Wuyan's office. During these 3 days, besides contacting Zhou Xiaoling and asking her to help intensify the search for resources, he had been diligently practicing. In just 3 days, his realm had once again been elevated. And the contracted beasts of Su Chen had also been elevated to varying degrees. This speed could scare a group of people if spoken out loud. It should be noted that Su Chen had already stepped into the threshold of a mid-level beast tamer. For beast tamers of his realm, the amount of beast power required for each advancement was extremely huge. For most people, advancing once a month was already considered good. Even geniuses often needed 1 or 2 weeks to advance. Yet Su Chen's promotion speed was 10 times that of theirs. Over the years, Su Chen had already created such a huge gap between him and them. Thud thud thud. Before reaching the office, Su Chen raised his hand to knock on the door, filled with anticipation.
Shen Wuyan rarely sought him out, but every time they met, Shen Wuyan almost always brought good news to Su Chen,
such as beast eggs, various resources, and even tickets to special secret realms.
Come in. Shen Wuyan's steady voice pierced through the solid wooden door and into Su Chen's ears.
Tisk. Hearing this sound, Su Chen clicked his tongue lightly.
Why did Lao Shen seem a bit more dignified today?
Even his voice sounded different. Without much thought, he pushed the door open and entered. In the corner of the room, there was an incense burner with precious spices burning inside, turning into a wisp of blue smoke, exceptionally elegant in the sunlight. Just by smelling it, Su Chen felt refreshed. However, his thoughts were not on the fragrance at this moment.
Su Chen scanned the office with his eyes.
What used to be a spacious and empty room was now filled with people. Even the places where flowers and plants were originally placed had been cleared out. In the empty spaces, rows of chairs were placed, each chair occupied by its own person. These people's eyes were fixed on Su Chen as he entered without blinking. "You're here, Chang Shang." Shen Wuyan stood up to greet him.
Su Chen waved his hands, indicating that there was no need for such formality.
His status was not high enough for Shen Wuyan to stand up to welcome him. "Su Chen, President Shen is not welcoming you, he is preparing to introduce us to you." A slightly familiar cold male voice sounded from the side.
Su Chen looked over and saw the familiar white-haired and pink-eyed figure. It was Bai Dowling, the leader of the younger generation of the secretive Bai family.
His rose-pink eyes contained a smile as he explained to Su Chen. Upon hearing this, the others smiled kindly. Shen Wuyan walked over to Su Chen and began introducing him one by one. "This is Yan Hua, the ruling official of our Huaxia Federation." An elderly man dressed in a black robe with golden embroidery on the cuffs stood up and reached out his hand to Su Chen. "Heroic young man.
A young talent. May heaven bless our Huaxia."
Su Chen also reached out his hand and shook hands with Yan Hua. At the same time, he curiously observed this legendary ruling official. Yan Hua's appearance was no different from an ordinary old man, except for the deep wrinkles between his eyebrows forming a faint character. It was evident that he often furrowed his brows, likely burdened by various affairs, causing mental strain. However, Yan Hua was currently smiling like a chrysanthemum, his wrinkles gradually smoothing out. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Su Chen.
"This is the designated next head of the Bai family, Bai Dowling. And this is..." Shen Wuyan continued to introduce Su Chen one by one.
The more Su Chen listened, the more shocked he became.
"The ruling official of the Huaxia Federation, the heads of various secretive families, the absolute big shots controlling the economic lifeline of Huaxia."
Every person in this room, outside, was an absolute top authority figure. A stomp of their foot could shake the entire imperial capital. Yet now, they all looked at Su Chen like elders watching him grow up, with gentle smiles on their faces. Some even joked, "Chang Shang, I have a granddaughter around your age, not to mention her beauty, she is as stunning as a flower.
If you have time, you should get to know each other more. Young people, shared interests lead to shared topics, so get moving around more."
Such conversations were everywhere, making Su Chen feel embarrassed. Just introducing these people and the banter between them took a full hour. In his mind, Su Chen formed a preliminary impression of these people.
Ahem.
Seeing that the time was right, Shen Wuyan cleared his throat lightly. The room fell silent.
Su Chen also looked at Shen Wuyan, knowing that the serious matter was about to begin.
Indeed, Shen Wuyan's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Chang Shang, your parents died defending the border, with a righteous lineage. Just after coming of age, you broke the beast tide organized by the 10,000 Beast sect, saving the people of a city. Then you led the post-disaster reconstruction in Changnan, eliminating the dark forces. You even personally reinforced the seal of the Beast God's apostle, saving the world. 3 days ago, he proved his talent and strength to the whole world. Once he enters, the seal of the Beast God will be broken. It is the moment of danger for Huaxia and even the world.
After unanimous consultation, I appoint you as the light of Huaxia. Your status will be equal to mine.
Every year, you will have 5 chances to select resources from the national treasury. As for ordinary resources, as long as you ask, we will do our utmost to provide." Shen Wuyan spoke slowly, his eyes fixed on Su Chen. In his eyes, there was anticipation and satisfaction. This young man he once had high hopes for had grown rapidly at a speed he never expected. Now, he had entered everyone's sight in a dazzling manner.
Then, Shen Wuyan said, "Su Chen, are you willing to become the light of Huaxia? To fight for yourself, for Huaxia, for humanity?" For a moment, everyone's expectant gaze fell on Su Chen. Su Chen felt an endless pressure on his shoulders, the heavy sense of responsibility almost suffocating him. To be honest, the conditions offered by Huaxia were indeed generous. Just the opportunity to select resources from the national treasury 5 times a year was enough to excite Su Chen. Not to mention the provision of other ordinary resources and almost infinite power and immense status. Su Chen was born in Huaxia, grew up in Huaxia, and had long been filled with emotions for this country. Officials like Wang Ping, Lin Hongjiang, Shen Wuyan had assisted him multiple times in his growth. It could be said that without them, there would be no Su Chen today. Or rather, without the help of these people, Su Chen might have died long ago. And now, the moment had finally come for Su Chen to light his own path. With this thought in mind, Su Chen no longer hesitated and solemnly said, "I am willing." As Su Chen's resolute words fell, the previously solemn atmosphere eased. Kind smiles appeared on everyone's faces again. Although they had offered these generous conditions and privileges, logically speaking, no normal person would refuse. But it was well known that geniuses often had eccentric personalities, especially outstanding geniuses like Su Chen. They were truly afraid that if Su Chen acted out of character, he might directly refuse. "Good boy. Just like my granddaughter, both good kids. To be honest, I think you two would get along well." The old man who had spoken with Su Chen before spoke again. It was evident that he truly wanted Su Chen to meet his beautiful granddaughter. This was understandable. After all, in this world, the offspring of powerful talents often possessed extraordinary gifts. Many prestigious families ensured the strength of their descendants by marrying geniuses to guarantee their talents. Old son, as the saying goes, a Sun family is half of Huaxia. With your family's wealth, your granddaughter can surely find a suitable husband. Why hold on to this idea of immortality? Someone joked upon hearing this. The old man who spoke earlier was named Sun Bangxia, the current head of the Sun family. The Sun family was renowned for its economic and commercial prowess, with industries under Sun Bangxia's control spread across every corner of Huaxia. Even in major cities of foreign lands, the Sun family's presence was common. The Wanbao Pavilion, spread throughout Huaxia, was part of the Sun family's business. It could be said that the financial power of the Sun family surpassed that of 10 small countries combined. And yet, such a figure was eagerly proposing a marriage alliance with Su Chen, showing an extremely enthusiastic attitude. Oh, come on. Can anyone else compare to Changsheng? Can a firefly compete with the bright moon? Sun Bangxia waved his hand, his cloudy eyes now shining with anticipation as he looked at Su Chen. Seeing Sun Bangxia's attitude, Su Chen couldn't continue to evade and straightforwardly said, "I currently have no such intentions." Seeing that Sun Bangxia was still persistent, he added, "Without becoming a Sun-level beast tamer, I have no plans for settling down and starting a family." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. A Daystar-level beast tamer. What kind of concept was this? In the vast world of beast tamers, spanning tens of thousands of years and hundreds of eras, only a few Daystar-level beast tamers had appeared. Yet here was Su Chen, only 18 years old, already setting such lofty goals. How could this group of elders not be astonished? Seeing Su Chen speak to this extent, Sun Banshao had nothing more to say. The conversation then shifted towards various issues in Su Chen's cultivation and life. Su Chen was not secretive at this point. He directly pointed out all the resources he urgently needed, including a large amount of wood resources for Fu Yao and the auxiliary materials needed for Candle Dragon's evolution. These requests naturally received the approval of the big shots present. The former would be sent to Su Chen's villa by tonight. As for the latter, extreme cold time stone? Shen Woyan repeated unconsciously upon hearing Su Chen's request. "We don't have such a thing in the treasury of our Huaxia," he said. The climate in Huaxia was relatively mild. Even in the coldest times, it was only a few degrees below zero. It simply did not have the conditions for the existence of extreme cold time stones. Only after enduring extreme cold for thousands of years could such treasures be born. Hearing this, Su Chen felt somewhat disappointed. He knew this item was precious, but he didn't expect it to be so rare, to the extent that even Huaxia did not have it. However, there is one in a country in the north. "Don't worry, I will personally go and ask for it in these 2 days," Shen Wuyan said immediately upon seeing Su Chen's disappointment. Seeing Su Chen's expression change from disappointment to surprise, he added, "Consider this not as a selection from your national treasury resources, but as a gift I'm giving to the younger generation." Upon hearing this, a warm feeling flowed through Su Chen's heart. His current achievements were definitely inseparable from Shen Wuyan's appreciation and cultivation. He was not good at expressing himself, so he could only bow to Shen Wuyan to express his gratitude. At the same time, he made up his mind, he must solve the seal of the beast god himself, so that old Shen wouldn't have to risk his life again.
With his SSS-level talent and the help of the achievement system, coupled with the strong support of Huaxia's officialdom, under such conditions, if Su Chen couldn't achieve the level of a Daystar-level beast tamer within 10 years, he might as well find a tofu to kill himself. Later, upon learning that the villa Su Chen currently lived in was only 500 square meters, a big shot waved his hand and directly gave Su Chen a manor he owned for free. Su Chen was dazzled by all these operations. He also gained a deeper understanding of the background of the forces behind these people. One day later, Su Chen walked out of the several acres of estate he owned. Countless servants bowed and saluted behind him. What the big shot gave him was not just an empty manor, but also a series of personnel such as housekeepers, servants, and security guards. The expenses of these personnel were not something Su Chen needed to bear. He only needed to live there, and everything else was arranged by others. The vast amount of wood resources had been placed inside the estate when he took over. The amount of resources was so large, even several times more than what Fu Yao needed for evolution before. Additionally, the officialdom had thoughtfully prepared a space ring with a huge space for him to carry all the resources with him. It could be said that Huaxia's officials had gone to great lengths to fulfill all of Su Chen's requests. According to Su Chen's estimation, these wood resources could fully charge the energy of the life blossom several times. Su Chen's purpose in coming out of the estate this time was to carry out a task arranged by the Huaxia officials, to counterattack the stronghold of the 10,000 Beast sect within Huaxia's borders. Naturally, Su Chen had no complaints about this. It was a simple principle: you had to give as much as you received. Compared to the resources he had obtained, this task was simply not worth mentioning. Of course, before assigning the task, the relevant leaders specifically inquired about Su Chen's strength to ensure he would not be in mortal danger. Su Chen's response was, "Under the shattered stars, I am invincible." This statement directly stunned the leader. He knew Su Chen was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. However, this was also good, as the leader could be more casual in arranging tasks. After all, with Su Chen's current invincibility under the shattered stars, how many people in this world could harm him? You could count them on one hand. As thoughts swirled, Bai Feng had already carried Su Chen for thousands of miles. Soon, they arrived at the destination of this task, the outskirts of Qingfeng City. According to the Special Intelligence Agency of the Imperial Capital, today a mysterious blood sacrifice would be held here to please the beast god. Bai Feng flapped its wings, soaring rapidly in the sky. Su Chen's eyes scanned below like an eagle. Suddenly, in the lush forest, he caught a glimpse of a flicker of fire. "Go!" Su Chen commanded, directing Bai Feng to descend rapidly. At the same time, he quickly summoned other spirit beasts to surround him. As the altitude decreased, the situation in the forest became clearer. The lush forest had been artificially cleared of a large area of trees, leaving hundreds of square meters of open space. On the open ground, a dense crowd of people crowded together like ants. Their heads were bowed, staring at their own feet, their eyes revealing confusion and helplessness. At the forefront of the open space, a crude platform was erected. On the platform, a wizard dressed in a blood robe raised his staff high, murmuring indistinct incantations. The wizard's murmurs were like ghosts whispering in your ear, making it difficult to hear clearly but exuding extreme terror. Suddenly, flames erupted among the crowd out of nowhere, and a fierce wind rose. The wind fueled the flames. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious flames, like venomous snakes, began to bite everyone present. The previously quiet crowd erupted into a deafening cry. Faced with the uncontrollable flames, the most primal fear in everyone's hearts erupted instantly. For a moment, everyone desperately ran out of the open space. However, there were simply too many people. In their panic, who cared about reason and courtesy? As long as there was someone in front of them, they pushed them down and ran over their bodies. On the platform, the wizard listened to the terrifying screams around him, a smile playing on his lips, and his murmurs quickened. "Come, use your blood, use your pain, to please the beast god." After commanding Bai Feng to descend, Su Chen saw this scene resembling a hellish painting. His eyes were filled with rage as he shouted, "Bai Feng, extinguish this fire." Roar! A long howl came from below. Then, countless vines rapidly sprouted from the ground. The vines, seemingly intelligent, automatically entwined the chaotic crowd like headless flies. In the blink of an eye, the crowded and trampled scene disappeared. Everyone was tightly bound by these suddenly emerging vines. "Let go of me! There's fire!" Countless people panicked and shouted, watching the raging flames approaching them, with many closing their eyes, awaiting death. Suddenly, a bright green light rose from the vines and spread outward. The originally fierce and violent flames, upon encountering this green light, recoiled as if they had seen a ghost. However, the speed at which the flames retreated could not match the expansion of the green light, and as soon as the flames touched the green light, they instantly extinguished.
In just a few seconds, the previously raging flames disappeared completely. If it weren't for the charred ground and the lingering smell of smoke in the air, no one would have known that a fire had erupted here just a few seconds ago. Baifeng is the source of both wood and fire elements. The vines extending from its abilities naturally have a great expulsion effect on ordinary fire. At the same time, these vines also have a certain healing effect, capable of healing various injuries inflicted on people just now. Who is it? Seeing his ritual being disrupted, the wizard in blood robes suddenly raised his head and roared in anger. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, as if his throat had been scorched by flames. Then, the wizard's gaze fixed on Baifeng. Its pure red color, like a ruby, was too dazzling. The towering body of the candle dragon made it even harder to ignore. You have angered the great beast god. As his faithful servant, I am obligated to tear you apart. The blood-robed wizard exclaimed, spitting as he spoke, even swinging his staff with blurred afterimages. Upon hearing his words, the people who had just caught their breath once again showed a hint of panic in their eyes. In their eyes, Su Chen, who looked so young, was simply no match for the old wizard before them. Ha ha! Provoking the gods. The blood-robed wizard was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. The power of the beast surged madly within him, and his neck was covered with black fur. This was actually a senior disciple of the Wan Beast sect who had been baptized in beast blood. However, with only the strength of a platinum tier 9, where did Su Chen get the courage to challenge him so boldly? Suddenly, everything slowed down. The fear on the faces of the people below, the unconscious swallowing sounds when they panicked, the wizard's saliva splattering, the black fur on his neck moving as if alive. Everything came to a complete standstill. No, not slow, but completely frozen. Everyone on this open space, even all existence, was in a strange state of suspension. In just an instant, the entire open space completed the transition from noisy to silent. A silver-white claw flashed like lightning at the wizard's neck. Swish! Then, the world returned to its original state. Noise and commotion flooded back into Su Chen's ears. At the same time, fresh blood sprayed from the wizard's neck. Thud! His staff fell weakly from his hand, hitting the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. The blood-robed wizard looked incredulous, desperately trying to cover his neck to slow the blood flow. However, the crimson blood mixed with fragments of blood vessels continued to flow uncontrollably from between his fingers. A sense of powerlessness and lack of oxygen quickly spread throughout the blood-robed wizard's body. He could no longer maintain a standing posture and fell straight down from the high platform, making a loud noise. Seeing this scene, a hint of doubt appeared in everyone's eyes. They hadn't even reacted yet. Such a powerful disciple of the Wan Beast sect had actually died like this? After a while, someone spoke in a suppressed voice, "He's dead. He's dead. We're saved." In an instant, weak voices rang in Su Chen's ears. Everyone unconsciously looked at the young man on Baifeng's back. Their gazes were like those paying homage to a deity. "Why are you all gathered here?" Su Chen spoke, his voice authoritative, silencing all other voices. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, but no one answered Su Chen's question. The relieved expressions of surviving a disaster disappeared from their faces, replaced by deep fear. It wasn't until Su Chen furrowed his brows that someone said, "Sir, we have no food to eat. Someone told us that there would be food given here." Su Chen frowned. No food to eat? How is that possible? Aren't all the people in Huaxia who have lost their ability to work enjoying the most basic food subsidies? Could it be that someone is withholding them? Just then, a tender voice interrupted his thoughts. "Big brother, do you think my legs are better now? They don't hurt at all." Su Chen followed the voice and saw a little girl looking at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. The little girl's legs had long been destroyed by fire. Muscles and skin were gone, leaving only bones, with nerves burned clean by the flames. This kind of injury was beyond what the healing vines of Baifeng could cure. The little girl had a tender face, around 6 or 7 years old. At this age, she should have been cherished by her family, even treated like a princess. But she was ragged, covered in dirt, with bruises and footprints all over her skin. Her muscles were swollen from malnutrition, forming craters at the slightest touch. Only her eyes retained the innocence of her age, blinking at Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze fell on the girl's bony legs, his lips trembling slightly. A child of this age. In an instant, boundless killing intent filled his mind. A flash of cruelty passed through his eyes. Then, his emotions quickly turned gentle. Su Chen jumped down from Baifeng's back and hurried to squat in front of the little girl, with Fu Yao following closely behind him. "Very clever. You noticed that, but you have to wait a bit before you can move. By the way, what's your name?" Su Chen smiled, patting the girl's head and gently wiping the dirt off her face. "I'm Tao Tao, big brother." The little girl replied obediently, her voice betraying unmistakable weakness.
As they spoke, a dazzling green light shimmered from Fu Yao. A fresh scent replaced the burnt smell of fire. A majestic vitality surged towards Cao Cao, gently enveloping her. Under Fu Yao's control, this vitality gradually improved the girl's condition. Her coarse hair became silky again. Her sallow skin turned into a healthy milky white. The swelling subsided, bruises vanished from her skin. Especially her legs, once mere bones, underwent a miraculous transformation. Muscles and skin visibly regrew at a rapid pace. In just a few seconds, a pair of healthy and vibrant legs reappeared. Such injuries were beyond Bai Feng's healing abilities, but for Fu Yao, who specialized in life force, it was not difficult. However, Cao Cao's injuries might not be a big deal for Su Chen, but for others, especially the ordinary people present, they were disabilities that could never be healed in a lifetime.
My goodness! What is this? This is divine power. Heaven help us, save us. Others exclaimed at the miraculous changes happening to Cao Cao.
Many of them with disabilities looked at Su Chen with hopeful eyes. Some even dragged their impaired bodies towards him, inching closer with their hands and chests. They also wanted this young man's help in healing. Come on, Cao Cao, try standing up and walking. Su Chen temporarily ignored the cries of others and spoke to the little girl.
Wow! I'm really better now. Cao Cao tried to stand up.
At first, her body swayed a bit, but soon she gained full control of her new legs. A radiant smile appeared on Cao Cao's tender face, her eyes shining as she looked at Su Chen.
Great! Can you tell Big Brother why the authorities haven't provided you with food subsidies?
Su Chen stood up, running his hand through Cao Cao's now glossy black hair. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao's bright eyes were instantly clouded with a shadow, her lips trembling slightly. I
dare not say. They will hit me.
Seeing Cao Cao's trembling body, Su Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty.
He controlled his emotions, patiently inquiring, "Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here. Who are they that you mentioned?"
Upon hearing this, Cao Cao could no longer control her emotions, tears falling from her eyes like raindrops. As she cried, she exclaimed, so many people. My mother, just for asking for a living allowance, was beaten to death by a group of people. I have no food to eat, can only pick up garbage to eat, and even dogs fight me for food." Cao Cao cried and spoke, her logic extremely confused. Even so, Su Chen understood the general idea. This also made him burn with anger. He thought the previous incident of the Gu family in Changnan City withholding soldiers' pensions was already outrageous enough. But he didn't expect that in this small Qingfeng city, for the sake of profiteering, they would resort to violence against subsidy recipients, even taking lives. Is this border city really so lawless, committing such atrocities? Alright, I will help you seek justice. Su Chen wiped away the tears from Cao Cao's face, signaling with his eyes to Fu Yao. Then warm green light enveloped Cao Cao. Her crying gradually subsided, and she fell into a deep sleep. Do any of you have anything to say? Su Chen spoke in a deep voice. His voice seemed calm, but if one listened closely, they could hear the boundless anger hidden within. It was like the calm before a storm. People looked at each other, recalling Su Chen's display of great power earlier, a glimmer of hope rising in their hearts. Perhaps this young man really had a chance to overthrow those beasts in Qingfeng City. After all, they had nothing much to lose, at most their own wretched lives. With this thought, an elderly one-armed man angrily said, all the high-ranking officials in Qingfeng City collude and embezzle, all the official benefits end up in their own pockets. If anyone opposes, they are either beaten to a pulp or beaten to death. Moreover, they seem to have connections with the 10,000 Beasts sect. Otherwise, how could these blood-robe wizards gather so many people outside the city without a sound? With the lead of the old man, the emotions of the others were ignited. Everyone was cursing loudly, sending curses to the ancestors of all the high-ranking officials in Qingfeng City. Suddenly, Su Chen waved his hand, and the previously noisy crowd immediately quieted down. In a short period of time, Su Chen first killed the blood-robe wizard, then saved Cao Cao, who they thought was already doomed. Through these actions, Su Chen had already accumulated a strong reputation in their hearts. The green light containing boundless vitality emanated from Fu Yao, quickly enveloping everyone present. A tingling sensation spread from the bodies of these wounded individuals. My arm, it's growing back. Hey, my voice. I can speak again. Oh my, down there. Countless exclamations erupted, filled with boundless excitement. The disabilities they had lived with for years disappeared completely under the illumination of the green light. Su Chen was not surprised by this at all. As a sun-level qualified beast, Fu Yao naturally found it simple to heal the injuries of these ordinary people, without even needing to expend much life force. Return to the city. Stand on its back. Su Chen waved his hand. The towering figure of the candle dragon appeared before the crowd. Its huge vertical pupils, like lanterns, expressionlessly stared at these people.
The rough breath emanating from its nostrils could even knock over ordinary people.
Where would these people dare to stand on the candle dragon's back? They didn't even dare to approach the candle dragon.
To them, dragons were legendary mythical beasts.
Even if one has a trace of dragon bloodline, the qualification to control beasts must at least start from the platinum rank.
Not to mention purebred dragons like the candle dragon. People like them seem to be a stain on the candle dragon even if they stand on its back.
Having lived a nomadic and hungry life for a long time has long worn away the self-esteem and confidence of these people.
Don't be afraid. Don't you believe in me? Su Chen spoke to persuade.
Since he saved these people, he had to see it through, at least to send them back to the city.
Otherwise, leaving these people without any fighting ability to wander in the wild, what's the difference from murder?
Su Chen treated the ordinary people of the Huaxia Federation with kindness. Under Su Chen's persuasion, these people finally gathered the courage to walk onto the back of the candle dragon. The candle dragon's broad body was more than enough to accommodate hundreds of people.
Let's go!
Su Chen raised his arm and called out, and Bai Fong swiftly carried him towards the Qingfeng city area. The candle dragon followed closely behind. Now, both of them flew at an astonishing speed.
In just a moment, Su Chen and his group arrived at the walls of Qingfeng City.
Who goes there?
Seeing unidentified creatures approaching, the city defenders shouted.
Countless giant crossbows rose above the city walls, aiming at Su Chen.
However, these crossbows were completely ineffective against the current Su Chen.
He was no longer the Su Chen of the past.
Imperial Envoy, let them pass. Su Chen took out a dark token.
On the back of the token, a shiny golden Su character gleamed. This was an official token specially made for Su Chen by the Huaxia authorities. By now, he no longer needed to rely on Xin Wuyan's power.
Su Chen himself was a powerful force. Imperial Envoy? The first person to speak stared darkly at the dark token.
He shifted his gaze to Su Chen's young and astonishing face and the massive crowd behind him.
These people, aren't they refugees? Shouldn't they be dead? Jiang Jinling wondered.
As the captain of the city defenders of Qingfeng City, he naturally understood the unclear relationship between the city's high-ranking officials and the cult of the 10,000 beasts. They would send people to satisfy the cult's ritual needs, and in return, the cult provided various rare resources to satisfy the appetites of the city's elites. The collusion between the two had been going on for years without any mistakes. After all, Qingfeng City was located in the far west of the Huaxia Federation, making it difficult for the capital's power and supervision to reach there.
And now, has the truth finally been exposed? In the midst of his thoughts, a hint of cunning flashed in Jiang Jinling's eyes. Let's deal with those who discovered the problem. He shouted angrily, how dare you impersonate an Imperial Envoy? Shoot them. What Imperial Envoy? Can you survive multiple attacks from my giant crossbows?
Those are strategic weapons capable of killing platinum-level ferocious beasts.
What makes you think you can withstand them, young man? Following Jiang Jinling's command, the giant crossbows were fired. Nearly a meter-long pure black bolt, carrying sparks, shot towards Su Chen.
These bolts had gunpowder packets at their tips. As the bolts flew rapidly, they ignited the gunpowder through friction with the air, causing secondary damage to the enemy. Seeing countless bolts with fire approaching him, the crowd behind Su Chen suddenly became chaotic.
Su Chen himself remained cold-faced. It seems that the officials of Qingfeng City are rotten to the core. In that case, let's kill them all.
The bolts drew closer, but Su Chen made no move, as if he had been stunned. Jiang Jinling stood on the city wall, a cruel smile hanging on his lips, satisfaction flashing in his heart. What kind of nonsense Imperial Envoy dares to act arrogantly in my Qingfeng City? Suddenly, his smile froze on his face, a dense black color appearing in his pupils. Unbeknownst to him, a strange black hole appeared in front of Su Chen, as if a piece of space in front of him had been forcibly dug out. The black hole twisted, and a powerful gravitational force emanated from within. In an instant, the originally fierce crossbow arrow was devoured completely by the black hole. Not even a sound was emitted.
How is this possible? Jiang Jinling was shocked to the core. This was a crossbow arrow that could easily kill even a platinum-ranked fierce beast. How could it be neutralized by the young man in front of him like this? Could he be some kind of ageless monster with hidden skills?
Jiang Jinling's mind raced quickly, contemplating strategies. What he didn't notice was a crimson figure had already appeared on the city wall. Then, a mysterious black hole suddenly appeared above the city wall. The size of this black hole was more than twice as large as the previous one. My lord, perhaps between us. Before the plea could be completed, a strong suction force came from above Jiang Jinling.
Ah!
Countless words turned into a piercing scream. Jiang Jinling, along with the city defenders controlling the giant crossbows, involuntarily floated towards the black hole above. Black electric arcs flickered madly inside the black hole, grinding everyone's bodies into powder. Not even a drop of blood was shed. Everyone died. Those who stood in Shuchen's way all perished. Shuchen felt no mercy towards these people. He would respect the city defenders of Changnan City who were dedicated and willing to sacrifice their lives. But that didn't mean Shuchen would respect all those who defended the city. Soldiers like those in Qingfeng City who colluded with the corrupt and aided in tyranny had long forgotten their vows to protect the citizens and the nation. Killing them was a purification of society. You stay in the city, I have some business to attend to. After settling everyone, Shuchen quickly left. The people he had saved and escorted all the way naturally obeyed Shuchen's instructions and stayed obediently on the city wall. In their hearts, Shuchen had long been regarded as the most revered deity. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives for him, they would not hesitate. Because in recent years, he was the only one who had shown them respect. Shuchen stood on the back of Bifeng, rushing towards the city lord's mansion. He wanted to see what kind of person could manage a city to look like this. City lord's mansion ahead, no entry. Before the two gatekeepers could finish their words, they were knocked down by the powerful airflow generated by Bifeng's flight. They looked at each other in shock, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Who was this person with such speed? The several contracted mythical beasts were now cowering on the ground, completely devoid of their usual domineering and arrogant demeanor. As mythical beasts, they could keenly feel the immense pressure emanating from Bifeng. It was an absolute suppression in their bloodline. Wu Tianliang, come out and face me. Shuchen stood in the sky, shouting angrily. He had learned the name of the governing official of Qingfeng City from the crowd earlier. Shuchen's grand gesture immediately caused a commotion in the previously solemn city lord's mansion. Even the surrounding citizens were all looking over. Who was this audacious person who dared to challenge Governor Wu? Everyone knew that Wu Tianliang was the absolute ruler in Qingfeng City. Anyone who angered him would either be cruelly killed or imprisoned in the dungeons under the city lord's mansion, tortured day after day. If they were slightly attractive, regardless of gender, they would be toyed with by Wu Tianliang before being given to his subordinates, showing extreme cruelty. Some curious onlookers had already gathered around the city lord's mansion, eager to see the fate of this arrogant young man. Before long, Shuchen felt several powerful auras surging towards him. Soon, several differently shaped flying mythical beasts surrounded Shuchen in an encirclement. Below them, numerous soldiers stood ready, glaring at Shuchen with hostility. This friend, I'm not sure how I've offended you. If I have, please forgive me. A middle-aged man with a fair complexion spoke slowly. He was Wu Tianliang. Wu Tianliang was currently assessing Su Chen's overly young face. However, he didn't underestimate him in the slightest. Just a moment ago, news of the complete annihilation of the Eastern City Guards had reached his ears. And the one responsible was the young man before him. You see, the power of the city wall's giant crossbows when fired in unison was something even he, as a 9th-tier platinum beast tamer, didn't want to face. A slight mistake could cost him his life. Yet, this young man before him had managed to deal with them all in a short amount of time, showcasing a terrifying strength. Therefore, despite feeling extremely irritated at being labeled by Su Chen, Wu Tianliang still suppressed his anger and spoke politely. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the list of people from Qingfeng City who are in cahoots with the 10,000 Beasts sect. Su Chen replied indifferently, not giving Wu Tianliang an ounce of respect. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed. Each and every one of them was somehow involved in these matters. I'm afraid you've misunderstood where you heard these rumors from. Before Wu Tianliang could finish, a polite elderly man with triangular eyes interjected. He could naturally see Su Chen's extraordinary nature and thus was extremely courteous. Little did he know, as soon as he spoke, Su Chen's eyebrows twitched. Then, a crimson flame carrying an incredibly violent energy enveloped him along with the beast he was riding. A shrill, inhuman scream emanated from the flames, only to abruptly stop. In just a few seconds, this top figure from Qingfeng City was completely incinerated by the fierce heavenly fire, without even a chance to resist. The charred body, accompanied by high temperatures, fell into the ranks of soldiers, causing chaos among them. Just a bunch of disorganized people. Did I ask you to speak? Seeing the elderly man with triangular eyes dead, Su Chen, standing on the back of the beast, said calmly. This sentence made everyone present break out in a cold sweat. Just because the old man had spoken out, Su Chen was going to kill him? What kind of cruel and capricious character was this? And the onlookers not far away, witnessing this scene, found it even more unbelievable. Isn't that the head of the Qin family? No, a high-ranking platinum expert, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back? Qingfeng City is about to change.
Countless people discussed, some shocked, some fearful, but most of them genuinely happy from the bottom of their hearts. They too had been oppressed by Wu Tianliang and his group. Seeing the horrified expressions on Wu Tianliang and the others' faces, Su Chen knew his intimidation had achieved its purpose. Before they could react, Emperor Zhang's figure suddenly appeared behind Wu Tianliang. His 6 limbs grabbed Wu Tianliang simultaneously, and with a flicker, he brought him in front of Su Chen. The whole process didn't even take a second. The other 3, seeing this scene, scattered and fled spontaneously. These former tyrants who had once ruled Qingfeng City had never encountered such terrifying power as Su Chen's. They didn't even dare to think about resisting. However, how could their speed match Emperor Zhang's spatial flicker? In just a few seconds, all 4 of them knelt neatly in front of Su Chen, as obedient as children admitting their mistakes. Where was their former arrogance now? Sir, I believe you must have misunderstood something. Wu Tianliang tried to explain. However, Su Chen suddenly slapped him across the face, saying, "Do I need your teachings on how to do things?" A blood-red palm print appeared on Wu Tianliang's face. He lowered his head and remained silent, a flash of resentment passing through his eyes. Then, Su Chen directed Bai Feng to descend, ordering the beast tamers to take these 4 individuals to separate rooms. He wanted to interrogate them separately. Today, he was determined to eradicate all the dirty and filthy matters of Qingfeng City from the root. Right, maybe I'll spare your dog's life if I'm in a good mood. Su Chen looked at Wu Tianliang kneeling in front of him, coldly saying. In the meantime, he casually threw a blank notebook at Wu Tianliang's face. Blood Shadow behind him watched vigilantly, sharp wolf claws emitting a chilling light. I can write, but you have to promise. Wu Tianliang stared at Su Chen, about to make a request. Suddenly, a howling cold wind struck, and a burst of silver light exploded in front of Wu Tianliang's eyes. Then, a piercing pain came from his neck. Ah! The intense pain made Wu Tianliang unable to maintain his previous posture, writhing in agony on the ground. Blood gushed from his neck as if from a fountain. If not for Blood Shadow deliberately holding back, the current Wu Tianliang was already a corpse. Su Chen, looking at the wriggling Wu Tianliang in front of him, flashed a hint of disgust in his eyes. If he had known earlier, why oppress the people so much and disregard the laws of Huaxia? He walked up and kicked Wu Tianliang's soft abdomen directly. Bang! With a powerful kick, he sent him crashing into the wall. The painful groans stopped instantly. Wu Tianliang's body, bent like a shrimp, now lay straight on the ground, like a dead man. Su Chen raised his hand. Fu Yao appeared beside him, a faint green light falling on Wu Tianliang. Cough cough cough. A violent coughing sound came. Wu Tianliang, who was on the brink of death, struggled to get up from the ground. He almost crawled on the ground, kneeling in front of Su Chen. Blood flowed from his mouth as he moved. For a moment, the once elegant room was filled with a stench. Wu Tianliang was full of regret at this moment. He never expected that Su Chen would have no patience to listen to his request. Not only that, Su Chen's ruthlessness reminded him of the followers of the beast sect he dealt with on a daily basis. They truly valued life as nothing. Therefore, he dared not make any more requests, picking up the notebook already stained with blood from the ground. After picking up the notebook, Wu Tianliang hesitated. Su Chen gave him the notebook, but there was no pen. How could he write? He cautiously lifted his head, only to see Su Chen's extremely cold eyes. Wu Tianliang's heart trembled, forcing back the request for a pen. He made up his mind, biting his fingertip directly, using his own blood as ink to start writing. Seeing this scene, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Dealing with such wicked people like Wu Tianliang, he had to be even more wicked than them. Only in this way could he completely subdue these despicable people. Su Chen left Blood Shadow to guard Wu Tianliang and walked into another room to repeat the process. Soon, 4 notebooks filled with blood were gathered in front of Su Chen. He browsed through them expressionlessly, his anger growing stronger. All the forces in Qingfeng City, from top to bottom, from bottom to top, were all despicable. Or rather, any force with a little conscience would be strangled to death by Wu Tianliang and his men. Very well. Su Chen suddenly threw away the notebook and took Wu Tianliang and the other 4 to another courtyard. Seeing each other, miserable but safe, they all flashed a hint of excitement in their eyes. Could it be that the ruthless Su Chen would really spare them? Indeed, still too young. Fool! Wait until later. Wu Tianliang thought to himself, but his face remained respectful, afraid of saying something wrong again and being beaten. Suddenly, his pupils were filled with a sudden surge of red. In an instant, rising red flames engulfed the 4 of them. What? You promised to spare our lives, didn't you? No integrity. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The 4 people who had been burned into fire people by the flames of Bifang stood in the courtyard howling madly.
Their voices were filled with sorrow and resentment.
Su Chen remained indifferent until the howls of the four people completely disappeared, then he left. Why bother keeping promises with villains? Even simply killing them, Su Chen felt it was too merciful.
Therefore, he chose to burn them to ashes with the flames of Bifang.
It's important to note that the flames of Bifang not only attack the physical body but also the enemy's essence. That kind of pain is what these people should endure.
Next, it was time to settle the score with others.
If not for the innocent civilians here, Su Chen really wanted Bifang to burn this city to the ground.
His face was calm as water as he walked out of the gate. Whoosh, the sound of weapons being put away was as orderly as the tide. Outside the gate, countless soldiers were ready in formation. But when they saw Su Chen walking out unscathed and alone, they all retracted their weapons and sullenly faced forward.
Welcome the imperial capital's envoy. Thank the envoy for ridding our city of harm.
The uniform voices rose to the sky. These soldiers all had rosy faces, shouting with all their might. Such a performance, such orderly slogans. It was hard not to suspect that they were prepared in advance.
Oh, do you know that you are also the harm in this city of Qingfeng? Su Chen said calmly.
Though his voice was low, it exploded in their ears like thunder. The soldiers' faces suddenly changed, and some even felt the power of their beast spirits stirring, as if they were ready to attack Su Chen. However, Su Chen was faster than them.
At some point, an immensely huge black hole appeared in the sky.
Countless black arcs of electricity flickered around it, even the light seemed to be absorbed by the black hole. For a moment, the soldiers' eyes were all darkened.
Their bodies involuntarily floated upwards. Crack crack, their bodies were shredded into pieces by the spatial rifts.
The black hole above emitted a chilling sound of grinding flesh every moment. Crimson blood and shredded flesh occasionally dripped from the black hole.
For a moment, the entire street was as dark and terrifying as hell.
The onlookers on the side were already scared stiff by this horrifying scene. They stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with fear, and couldn't help but moan, "My goodness, is this gentleman an angel or
a demon?"
The person beside him was startled by his words and quickly covered his mouth, cursing in a low voice, "You're asking for trouble, be careful he kills you too."
The crowd's gaze turned to Su Chen, only to find in astonishment that where Su Chen had stood, there was nothing left. Only the splattering blood and fragmented limbs continued to drip like a fine rain.
At this moment, Su Chen, following the list, was cleansing the many sins within the city. This was the first time he had killed so many people. However, Su Chen was very calm in his heart, even feeling somewhat relieved. To eradicate evil, if the rotten flesh is not removed, then the intact parts of the body will eventually be corroded by the rotten flesh.
Su Chen was not a hesitant person.
Half an hour later, the entire city was filled with a faint smell of blood. Countless streets were littered with corpses and countless ashes.
Su Chen even found followers of the 10,000 Beasts sect in the villa area in the west of the city. And that follower was conducting a human sacrifice.
The ones being sacrificed were naturally the poor and helpless in the city.
After everything was done, Su Chen had Emperor Jiang mark Qingfeng City. This was the second city marked by Emperor Jiang.
The first, of course, was the imperial capital. He had killed almost all the forces in Qingfeng City, naturally having other ways to stabilize the situation in the city. That is to use the Emperor Jiang's spatial leap to transfer some high-quality talents from the imperial capital to Qingfeng City in a short period of time, to control the overall situation. These talents from the imperial capital are worth at least 10 times more than the wine bags and rice bags in Qingfeng City. With just a few dozen people, the situation can be completely stabilized. And these few people are not even worth a ripple in the imperial capital. Under the governance of talents from the imperial capital, this city will inevitably undergo a qualitative change. People like Tao Tao, who have suffered a lot, will also have a better life, at least without worrying about food and clothing. This is Su Chen's rough but practical solution. The simpler the strategy, the more feasible it is.
Su Chen walked on the road with a pensive expression. Nowadays, there are few pedestrians in the city.
The few passers-by who saw Su Chen and the terrifying beasts behind him quickly showed fear and fled, fearing to provoke Su Chen.
Su Chen was not surprised by this reaction. Who wouldn't be afraid of a complete killing god, even if the original intention of this killing god was for their own good?
However, Su Chen had no intention of seeking their favor.
He just followed his own heart and did what he wanted to do. Boom!
The deafening stomping and continuous shaking of the ground interrupted Su Chen's thoughts.
This commotion is a beast tide, a pedestrian exclaimed, unable to hide the panic on his face. Su Chen, on the other hand, remained calm.
Qingfeng City was originally a nest of the 10,000 Beast sect, and the city was filled with the smell of blood. The appearance of the beast tide was only natural.
This was also why Su Chen had not returned to the imperial capital yet. He was waiting for the beast tide to come. Then, he would defeat the beast tide in one fell swoop. After all, Su Chen was not the kind of person who would ignore others after satisfying himself. Since he had slaughtered all the fighting forces in Qingfeng City, he had the responsibility to temporarily protect the residents. The stomping sound became more and more ear-piercing. The beast tide was approaching. Su Chen stood on the back of Bai Feng, the power of the beast brewing in his throat. The beast tide is approaching. All citizens, return to your homes. I am the light of Huaxia, with strength equivalent to that of a fragmented star-ranked expert. As long as I am here, everyone, do not panic. The beast tide is approaching. All citizens, return to your homes. I am the light of Huaxia, with strength equivalent to that of a fragmented star-ranked expert. As long as I am here, everyone, do not panic. Important matters naturally need to be repeated multiple times. With the power of the beast, Su Chen's voice even overshadowed the distant stomping sound, echoing throughout the city. All the people in the city heard this young yet dignified voice. The light of Huaxia? What a domineering position. Fragmented star-level expert? No wonder he has such strength. Great. I knew Huaxia would not abandon the people of Qingfeng City. God bless Huaxia, God bless Qingfeng City. For a moment, all the citizens were excited, as if they had caught a life-saving straw. Su Chen now was their only hope of survival. And Su Chen's strength made the probability of these people surviving almost 100%. How could they not be excited? The fear that the citizens originally had towards Su Chen, under the influence of his 2 sentences, turned into deep respect. Originally, they had a deep sense of disgust towards Wu Tianliang and the others. It was only Su Chen's ruthless methods that shocked them, making them fear him. But now, hearing that Su Chen was willing to protect them, they immediately understood. The ferocity of this young man was only directed at enemies. Towards fellow countrymen, it was infinite kindness and gentleness. In a short time, Su Chen and his beasts had arrived at the eastern city wall. Unlike Changnan City, Qingfeng City was located on a towering mountain, with steep cliffs on 3 sides. Only the east side had relatively flat ground, and the beast tide could only attack from the east. However, to be on the safe side, Su Chen still had Emperor Jiang create 3 huge black holes in the other 3 directions. These black holes could last for a full hour, effectively preventing any flying beasts from entering the city and harming the citizens. Such a scale and duration of black holes naturally consumed a great deal of Emperor Jiang's energy. Therefore, after completing all this, it was so exhausted that Su Chen had to recall it to the beast space to rest. At this moment, Su Chen stood on the back of Bai Feng, looking at the distant dust and noise. The ferocious beasts surged towards the city walls like a tide. Even from a distance, Su Chen could still smell the foul odor emanating from their mouths. Roar! Bai Feng let out a long howl and flew forward. Violet energy brewed in its mouth, and red flames cascaded like a waterfall outside the city walls. A curtain entirely made of flames hung in front of the city walls. The flames flickered, distorting the surrounding air due to the intense heat. Seeing this level of flames, the ferocious beasts all stopped in their tracks, no longer daring to advance. However, the beasts at the forefront halted, but those behind continued to charge recklessly. Under the immense inertia, countless ferocious beasts rushed towards the curtain of flames like moths to a flame. In an instant, their bodies were melted into ashes. They didn't even have a chance to scream. At this moment, the refugees who had been placed on the city walls, looking at the brilliant curtain of fire, were already too shocked to speak. They had thought Su Chen was a divine being descended from the heavens. But now, they knew they were wrong. Even a divine being might not be as powerful as Su Chen. Just one beast like Bai Feng could completely withstand this small-scale beast tide. It should be noted that when a beast tide occurred in Changnan City before, a diamond-ranked expert easily resolved it. And the beast that expert used at the time happened to be of the fire element. Now, Su Chen was much stronger than a diamond-ranked beast tamer, surpassing them by an unknown margin. The beast tide in Qingfeng City was naturally not a problem for him. One person guarding one city. At the same time, Blood Shadow and Candle Dragon plunged into the beast tide. They were like war gods, freely killing, each strike taking countless lives of ferocious beasts. However, those beasts were completely unable to harm the ethereal Blood Shadow and Candle Dragon. They could only watch helplessly as they were slaughtered. With the coordination of Su Chen's multiple beasts, the once mighty beast tide was effortlessly dealt with. These ferocious beasts couldn't even get close to the city walls, let alone attack the city and harm others. Is it over just like that? For the first time, I realized that in front of a strong individual, a beast tide is described like this. The refugees on the city walls, looking at the densely packed corpses below, were all dumbfounded.
The education they had received in their life experiences all told them that a beast tide represented death and destruction, the collapse of the city and the deaths of countless people. But now, they looked at each other, seemingly still unable to recover from the aftermath of the beast tide. These people looked at the figure on Bai Feng's back with awe. Su Chen was their savior. One day later, everything in Qingfeng City had been taken care of. After Su Chen reported the dirtiness within Qingfeng City to the higher-ups, Yan Hua and others took it very seriously. Not only did they praise Su Chen's actions, but they also sent nearly 1,000 outstanding management talents and thousands of excellent warriors to Qingfeng City. The arrival of these people instantly changed the atmosphere of the entire Qingfeng City. And under Su Chen's deliberate emphasis, Tao Tao and other refugees found jobs that could provide for their livelihood. Not wealthy, but at least they had no worries about food and clothing, living with dignity. Rather than being treated as sacrificial animals like pigs and dogs. The events in Qingfeng City were taken as a model by the Huaxia Federation and widely publicized. The Huaxia Federation also took this opportunity to launch special operations against border cities. For a while, the whole country was plunged into an extremely tense atmosphere. And Su Chen, as the leader of the whole incident, his reputation also spread throughout Huaxia and even the world. Previously, everyone just saw Su Chen as a young genius. Although exceptionally talented, he had not yet fully grown. But now it's different. The wings of the young eagle have already grown full, and the current Su Chen, relying solely on himself, is the top combat power in Huaxia. And because of Su Chen's actions in Qingfeng City, his reputation as the God Slayer spread from the campus to the entire Huaxia. As the protagonist of the event, Su Chen was currently in his villa. Just now, Shen Wuyan personally delivered the extreme cold time stone needed for the evolution of the Candle Dragon. Now, it was time for the Candle Dragon to evolve into a sun-level innate beast. Su Chen was extremely looking forward to this. When the Candle Dragon evolved into a moonlight-level innate, it contributed the first invincible skill in his life. The intensity of that skill made the Su Chen at that time amazed. The other minor skills of the Candle Dragon were also extremely useful in battle. After evolving again, how terrifying would the strength of the Candle Dragon reach? At this thought, Su Chen could not contain his excitement and raised his hand to summon the Candle Dragon and other innate beasts. The golden body of the Candle Dragon filled Su Chen's entire field of vision. The Candle Dragon lowered its head, affectionately rubbing against Su Chen's body, occasionally making comfortable sounds in its mouth. Its head alone was taller than Su Chen's entire body. One can imagine how massive the entire body of the Candle Dragon must be. Can't wait, huh? Su Chen said with a smile. Then, the light on the spatial ring on his left hand flashed, and various resources needed by the Candle Dragon appeared in front of him. Time Jade Marrow, Moon God Grass, Extreme Cold Time Stone, and Great Sun Essence. In an instant, the room was filled with rich energy. Just the natural energy emanating from these rare resources was enough to promote a low-level innate beast by a small rank. The body of the Candle Dragon twisted restlessly because of the appearance of these resources. If it weren't for Su Chen, it would have already been unable to suppress its desire and swallowed all these resources in one gulp. Come on! Seeing the appearance of the Candle Dragon, Su Chen said directly. Then he took a step back and waited quietly for the evolution of the Candle Dragon. Roar! With Su Chen's permission, the Candle Dragon let out a loud roar, opened its mouth wide, and directly swallowed all the resources. Boom! Substantial waves of energy spread out from the Candle Dragon at the center. The strength of the energy waves even made Su Chen take 2 steps back involuntarily. Before he could stabilize himself, he saw a mysterious scene appear in front of the Candle Dragon. A sun and a moon appeared on both sides of the Candle Dragon's head. Then, the sun and the moon revolved around each other, appearing alternately, just like the most common scene in daily life. This global scene of sunset and moonrise was now appearing in Su Chen's small villa. This couldn't help but make him amazed. The speed of the sun and moon's movement became faster and faster, gradually leaving after images. Then, it reached a point where Su Chen could hardly see clearly with his naked eyes. Yellow light and white light rotated, collided, and separated from each other. Su Chen watched this, and for a moment, he was mesmerized. The mystery of time flowed slowly in his mind. He wanted to grasp it, but no matter what, he couldn't grasp its true meaning. This feeling made Su Chen almost go crazy. When he came back to his senses, Su Chen was surprised to find that his realm had unexpectedly made a breakthrough without him realizing it. It was a great breakthrough, advancing from the 2nd tier of gold to the 7th tier in one go. Not only Su Chen himself, but even the contracted mythical beasts had also made a breakthrough. Blood Shadow and Bai Feng both reached the 5th tier of gold. Fu Yao reached the 9th tier of silver, his strength reaching the pinnacle of the silver rank, just one step away from breaking through to gold. Emperor Jiang, on the other hand, reached the 7th tier of silver, with an equally significant advancement. Such a breakthrough would have taken Su Chen almost half a month in the past. But now, it was achieved in an instant. Before Su Chen could even marvel at it, his attention was drawn to a dazzling light. The golden light symbolizing the sun and the white light symbolizing the moon had merged into one, creating a strange and harmonious sight with hues of yellow and white intermingling. Swish! With a loud noise, the light circle suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew from the size of a human head to a huge light sphere with a diameter of about 50 meters. Inside the light sphere, there were flashes of lightning, thunder, wind, rain, frost, and snow, displaying various natural phenomena. As time passed, the light sphere continued to expand. Then, as if reaching a critical point, the fully expanded light sphere exploded with a bang. Countless spots of light fell like raindrops into every corner of the candle dragon's body. The golden body of the candle dragon was replaced and divided by yellow and white. At this moment, the left half of the candle dragon was pure dazzling yellow, while the right half was elegant and serene white. These two completely different colors now harmoniously unified on the candle dragon's body. With this, the evolution of the candle dragon was complete. Looking at the completely transformed candle dragon, a hint of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes, which was hard to conceal. Su Chen was no longer the novice mythical beast master he used to be. He now understood that after the mythical beast evolved, the greater the difference in appearance from before, the greater the improvement in strength. The candle dragon's transformation was akin to shedding its skin, indicating a significant boost in its power. Su Chen eagerly activated the SSS level talent, Eye of the World, to check the specific information of the candle dragon's current state. Species: Day and Night Dragon King, Light and Dark Dual Attributes, Aptitude, Sun High, Tier, Gold 6th Tier, Talent Skills, Nightfall, Legendary, Sunburn of the Sun, Legendary, Time Control, Legendary, Candle Dragon True Form, Invincible, Dragon's Fury, Invincible, Unique Evolution Route, Light and Dark Dual Direction. After the first evolution, it can advance to the Day and Night Dragon King, Sun level. After the second evolution, it can advance to the Candle Dragon, Myth level. Nightfall, the mythical beast will deprive the enemy of the 5 senses for a long time, plunging them into pure darkness. If the enemy's strength is less than or equal to that of the mythical beast, they will be permanently deprived of their 5 senses. Sunburn of the Sun, the mythical beast summons a small sun and forcibly implants it into the enemy's body, causing lasting burn damage. The enemy does not die until the sun is extinguished. Time Control, the mythical beast has the ability to control time. If it uses this skill, a range of 1,000 meters around it will experience a half-minute time freeze. During this time, only the master and the mythical beast can move freely. Note, this skill will consume a large amount of the mythical beast's energy after it ends. Candle Dragon True Form, the mythical beast forcibly activates its bloodline, briefly entering the Candle Dragon state, with time control duration increased to 5 minutes. It also awakens the skills for Seasons of Suffering and Day and Night Cycle. For Seasons of Suffering, the enemy will undergo extreme seasonal climates in a very short time, causing irreparable damage to their essence. Day and Night Cycle, the enemy will undergo 365 days and nights in a very short time, causing irreparable soul damage and depriving them of 1 year of life. Dragon's Fury, the Wrath of the Dragon King, all beasts bow down. If the enemy's talent aptitude is lower than that of the mythical beast, their attack power decreases by 50%. If the enemy's tier is lower than that of the mythical beast, their defense capability decreases by 50%. When the Dragon King's beast enters battle, the enemy will endure the wrath of the Dragon King, reducing their mobility by 50%. Note, this skill is a passive skill and does not require physical or energy consumption. Su Chen considered himself well-traveled, having even commanded several Sun-grade talented beasts under him. However, upon seeing the information panel of the Candle Dragon, he was still stunned to the point of almost being dumbfounded. Dual invincible skills. What kind of concept is this? It's important to note that an invincible level skill can almost single-handedly change the outcome of a battle. And now, the Candle Dragon possesses 2 of these abnormal skills. What's even more terrifying is that the newly added invincible level skill of the Candle Dragon is even a passive skill. This means that when a person or a fierce beast chooses to oppose Su Chen, they immediately have to face 2 judgments. Without the talent of the Candle Dragon, their attack power is directly halved. Without the rank of the Candle Dragon, their defense capability is halved again. And the final effect doesn't even require judgment, it directly affects the enemy, reducing their mobility by half. If the enemy fails both of the first 2 judgments and is combined with the last effect, then they are no different from a waste of space. And such a skill is actually a passive skill. It requires no consumption. It's active at all times. It can be said that if there were any major battles in China, just by the Candle Dragon's presence alone, nothing else needs to be done.
The strength of the enemy forces will be weakened by half or even more. The current Candle Dragon is truly a strategic weapon on the level of a nuclear bomb.
Furthermore, after evolution, the Candle Dragon's various minor skills have also been greatly enhanced. The temporary deprivation of senses in Nightfall has been upgraded to a long-term deprivation of senses. Suchen temporarily doesn't know how long this long-term is, but he firmly believes it won't be shorter than the duration of a battle. In other words, after entering battle, at least one enemy will already be a senseless waste. What's even more terrifying is that if the enemy's strength is lower than the Candle Dragon's, then their senses will be permanently deprived. Imagine a person permanently losing their senses, they would be no different from the living dead. This is simply a punishment 1,000 times more terrifying than death. And Sunburned Heart, like the heavenly fire of Bifon, shares the same characteristic of enemies not dying and wounds not healing, making them extremely difficult opponents.
As for time control, Suchen's most crucial control method, its duration has also qualitatively improved. It has been extended from 3 seconds to 30 seconds. A tenfold increase. 3 seconds are enough to determine the outcome of an exceptional battle. With 30 seconds, Suchen can't even imagine anyone who could stop his attack. Moreover, the range of time control has also doubled. The Candle Dragon now is thicker and longer. What's more exaggerated is that in the true form of the Candle Dragon, time control lasts for a staggering 5 minutes, 300 seconds. And Suchen noticed that the side effects of the true form of the Candle Dragon have disappeared. This discovery once again lifted Suchen's spirits. Doesn't this mean that the current Candle Dragon can now use the true form of the Candle Dragon twice in a short period of time? This is a qualitative leap in its sustained combat capability. Of course, Suchen doesn't think there are no side effects at all, just that they are much smaller compared to before. After analyzing all the data on the information panel, Suchen couldn't help but smile uncontrollably. His overall strength has greatly increased. Previously, when dealing with world-class geniuses like Alge, he had to use all his skills to defeat them. But now, Suchen, when facing Alge, only needs to deploy any one of the beasts outside of the Emperor Jiang Fuyao, and the problem is easily solved. The difference between them is self-evident. Now, with Suchen's full strength unleashed, he was completely confident in competing with top-tier powerhouses like Shen Wuyan, even surpassing them. It could be said that Suchen, with his explosive strength, could be considered the number one in the world today. Of course, Suchen was not so confident that he believed he could kill Shen Wuyan or Alan. At present, he was strong, but not to the extent of being invincible. The fact that the two aforementioned could be considered the strongest in the world before naturally had its reasons. When it came to survival, Suchen might not lose to Suchen with the blood contract. However, in a prolonged or protracted battle, Suchen was no match for Shen Wuyan and Alex. After all, Suchen today could only surpass them with his explosive strength, but his sustained combat ability was somewhat lacking. But, don't forget, Suchen's talent awakening was only half a year ago. In just half a year, he had grown to this extent. Give him a few more years of development, and to what extent would Suchen grow to? This answer, perhaps even he himself could not know. Next is the evolution of the Emperor River, and the hatching of the fate-bound beast, Suchen thought to himself. As for the materials needed for these beasts to evolve into mythical-level beasts, Suchen felt a headache just thinking about it. It required a part of the mythical-level beast's original body in their bloodline. For example, for the Candle Dragon to advance to mythical talent, Suchen had to personally find its ancestor's corpse, then extract its essence, feed it to the Candle Dragon, and combine it with various other complex materials. Only in this way could the Candle Dragon successfully evolve. But the current problem was, where would Suchen find the corpses of mythical-level beasts for them like the Candle Dragon to evolve? Throughout the millions of years in the world of beasts, there was only one recorded mythical-level beast, the Beast God. Just this one alone was suffocating the entire world of beasts. As for other mythical-level beasts, they only existed in legends. People even believed that the rest of the mythical-level beasts were just the imagination of their ancestors. In this situation, where would Suchen find the resources needed for beasts like the Candle Dragon to evolve? These days, he had been searching for those materials, even personally going to the treasury of the Huaxia country to inquire if Shen Wuyan, Yanhua, and other high-ranking officials of Huaxia had seen these materials. But all the answers were negative. Suchen hadn't even heard of those materials. Even Yanhua, who had been in a high position for 100 years and experienced countless events, had never heard of them. At this point, Suchen sighed almost imperceptibly. However, he quickly cheered up. Since he couldn't find them now, he would focus on the evolution of the Emperor River first.
He believed that there was always a way out. Since his world I had provided the names and specific information of those materials, Su Chen believed that he would eventually find them. It would just take some time. Currently, the most urgent matter was the evolution of the Emperor River. Although the Emperor River was strong, it had just hatched not long ago. Its current strength indeed couldn't keep up with Su Chen's combat intensity. Moreover, every time a beast evolved, it could elevate Su Chen's realm. Just like the Candle Dragon's evolution this time, it directly raised him by 5 ranks, saving him several days of hard work. When the Emperor River evolved into a sun-level talented beast, Su Chen would undoubtedly be able to smoothly break through the golden rank and reach the platinum rank. By then, the contract with the fate-peaking beast would not be a problem. Su Chen contemplated in his mind and soon made a decision. The next day, as soon as the sky brightened, Su Chen left the manor. He planned to directly use the power to select 3 resources from the United States. It was the compensation promised to him personally by Alan, the strongest in the United States, during the World Grand Competition. Use this compensation as soon as possible, Su Chen thought to himself, hastening his steps towards the teleportation array in the imperial capital. What? There's no teleportation array to the United States? Upon hearing the explanation from the staff, Su Chen was puzzled. As one of the top countries in the world of mythical beasts, how could the United States not have a teleportation array? Even a small country like Dongying has its own teleportation array. You didn't know about this? The staff member exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the conspicuous dark token on Su Chen's waist and felt a chill in his heart. Anyone who possessed such a token, each one of them was a well-known figure in Huaxia. How could such prominent figures not know that the United States lacked teleportation arrays? The young staff member suppressed his doubts and patiently explained to Su Chen, the great power who created the teleportation arrays did so for our people in Huaxia. Those people in the United States, with small minds, feared that the great power would tamper with the teleportation arrays. Therefore, these short-sighted individuals rejected the goodwill of the great power to establish teleportation arrays for free. Hence, the United States has never had even one teleportation array. At this point, a hint of schadenfreude flashed across the young man's lips as he continued. Due to the lack of teleportation arrays, transportation is inconvenient, and as a result, the development of the United States has always lagged behind that of Huaxia, and even slowly been surpassed by other smaller countries. If it weren't for their previous foundation, who knows how destitute they would have become. Upon hearing the staff member's explanation, Su Chen understood. He had never expected there to be such a story between the United States and teleportation arrays. The United States' final predicament could be considered self-inflicted. However, Su Chen was now faced with a dilemma. Without teleportation arrays, how could he travel to the United States and select resources? Huaxia Federation is located in the eastern hemisphere of this world, while the United States is in the western hemisphere. The two countries are separated by almost an entire world. Moreover, the planet where the world of mythical beasts is located is in a peculiar form of a round sky and square earth. Even if Su Chen wanted to take a shortcut, there was no way. After much thought, he decided to ask Shen Wuyan. As the long-standing top figure of the Huaxia Federation, Shen Wuyan must have had dealings with the United States. He would surely know some ways to shorten the distance. At least, it would be much better than Su Chen blindly wandering around alone. With this in mind, Su Chen took out a communication conch and softly narrated his current situation into it. As a high-ranking member of Huaxia, Shen Wuyan naturally had such a convenient communication tool as a communication conch. After a moment, the communication conch did not vibrate. Instead, Shen Wuyan personally came over to Su Chen's side. Sir! Unlike the respectful attitude towards Su Chen, this staff member, upon seeing Shen Wuyan, almost shouted in an excited and out-of-control voice. At the same time, the look in his eyes towards Su Chen also revealed deep shock. He knew Su Chen's status was not low, but he never expected that Su Chen would be personally received by the top figure of Huaxia with just a few simple words. What kind of identity did this person have? Great doubts arose in the small eyes of the staff member. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Could it be the legendary God of Slaughter, Su Chen? With this thought, the staff member regretfully patted his own head. Oh my, I personally received the God of Slaughter, and I didn't even ask for an autograph or anything. I'm such a fool. Unlike Shen Wuyan, who was almost universally known, the current Su Chen, although well known, was not recognized by many for his appearance. Therefore, those who had actually seen Su Chen with their own eyes almost always boasted about it. This staff member not only saw Su Chen but also had a long conversation with him. How could he not be excited? Apart from being handsome, he's not much different from me. There's absolutely no aura of the legendary killer. The staff member recalled Su Chen's gentle attitude earlier and thought to himself. Su Chen naturally had no idea about the rich inner thoughts of this staff member. At this moment, he was receiving something from Shen Wuyan. It was a map. As Su Chen took the map, it felt cold to the touch, invigorating his spirit. With just a simple touch, he could tell that the material of this map was extraordinary. Su Chen took a closer look. On the map, which was just over half a meter long, the specific positions of all the countries in the world were intricately detailed, and a prominent red line ran through the entire map. The starting point of the red line was Huaxia, and the end point was the United States. Moreover, the mapmaker thoughtfully marked all the dangerous places along this route. Black indicated extreme danger, absolutely forbidden to enter. Blue indicated high danger, not urgent, so it was best to avoid entering. Green indicated mild danger, explorations could be made according to one's own strength. This is too amazing. Looking at the map in his hand, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. In this world, mapping required personal effort and dedication, leaving no room for laziness. Even mapping out all the details of a single country often took a team several years. And a map like the one Su Chen held, containing all the countries of the world, would require generations of continuous effort. Treasure it well. This is unique to our Huaxia, it must not be leaked, Shen Wuyan solemnly advised. Maps like this one, besides the original, only had 3 copies, each in the hands of the top figures in Huaxia. After all, something like this, akin to a strategic weapon, couldn't be replicated too much. Otherwise, the achievements could easily be stolen by other countries. Then, wouldn't the decades of hard work by Huaxia be like making a wedding dress for others? Hearing this, Su Chen nodded solemnly. He knew the importance of this map and would never allow anyone else to see it. Alright, with your current strength, you probably don't need me to accompany you anymore. Shen Wuyan nodded, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Su Chen. He still remembered when he first met Su Chen, who was just a novice beast tamer slightly stronger than an ant. In just a few days, he had grown to a level almost equal to his own. This made Shen Wuyan deeply impressed and more confident in his own judgment. Keep my token, alright? Finally, Shen Wuyan seemed a bit worried, instructing, if there's any danger, envelop it with the power of beast taming, and I will rush over as quickly as possible. Although Su Chen was already so powerful now, there might be special circumstances where Shen Wuyan needed to help. Of course, I'll keep it. How could I lose something of yours, old man? Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Wuyan nodded, gave some instructions, and then hurriedly left. As one of the top figures in Huaxia, he was naturally extremely busy. Being able to take time out to guide Su Chen personally was already a favor based on their past relationship. Su Chen watched him leave and then prepared to summon Baifeng and head towards the United States following the route on the map. Suddenly, a timid voice came from beside him. Are you the god of slaughter? Could you give me an autograph? The staff member who had originally received Su Chen cautiously approached him. In his eyes, there was anticipation. What? Su Chen, who was unaware of his reputation as the god of slaughter that had already spread throughout the country, looked around and, seeing only himself and the staff member, hesitantly pointed at himself. Are you talking to me? Su Chen's question, which was innocent enough, almost scared the young man who had just gathered the courage. To this young man, Su Chen's question seemed like a reprimand for being ignorant and disturbing such an important person. Even someone as psychologically rich as him had already imagined the scene of Su Chen, who was addicted to killing, casually killing, and then exposing the body in the wilderness. No, I'm sorry. The young man's face turned pale instantly, waving his hands as he stepped back. It wasn't entirely his fault, it was just that Su Chen's record in Qingfeng City was too bloody and terrifying. If it weren't for Su Chen being gentle with him before, this young man wouldn't have dared to come up and ask for an autograph. Even so, he had to mentally prepare himself before approaching Su Chen. However, with just a simple question from Su Chen, all his courage went up in smoke. Seeing the young man's expression, Su Chen became even more puzzled. But since there was no one else around, he must be talking to himself. Thinking this, Su Chen took out a pen from his spatial ring. Where do you want the autograph? This. The young man's trembling hand slowly raised, pointing to his chest. The pure white shirt indeed suited the autograph. You big man, can't you be a little braver? What are you shaking for in broad daylight? As Su Chen spoke, he waved the pen in his hand. After a moment, the large characters longevity appeared on the young man's chest. The shape of the 2 characters resembled a dragon soaring, giving a sense of infinite power. The young man could even feel a resilient and gentle beast controlling power. Through the pen tip, through the shirt, entering his body. In an instant, his rapid heartbeat slowed down, and his quick breath gradually returned to normal. Thank you. The young man shyly lowered his head to thank himself, feeling embarrassed about his behavior just now. At the same time, he mentally gave himself a big slap. Who said Shuchen had no killing intent at all? Just a simple question almost scared him to death.
His thanks went unanswered all along.
After a while, the young man dared to lift his head.
Shuchen had disappeared without a trace.
Only the two prominent characters on his chest spoke of his past presence. Looking at the character's longevity on his chest, Shuchen's handsome face appeared in the young man's mind like a god. For a moment, he stood still, speechless. At this moment, Shuchen still had no idea that he had a male fan in the imperial capital. Now he was standing behind Bifong, carefully planning his route forward. The distance between the Huaxia Federation and the United States was extremely far. Following the map's directions, Shuchen first needed to depart from the Uya continent where the Huaxia Federation was located, then cross the Devil's Volcano Range, pass through Feizhou, traverse the East Sea, and finally reach the United States.
The distance alone was millions of kilometers, not to mention the various difficulties along the way.
The Devil's Volcano Range was a forbidden place for human life in this world. It was where various fire-type ferocious beasts resided. Legend had it that even ferocious beasts of the fragmented star rank roamed the Devil's Volcano Range.
Moreover, in this area, volcanoes erupted every moment, and the air and atmospheric conditions were extremely inhospitable to human survival.
However, the Devil's Volcano Range also contained a large number of rare fire-type resources. It was worth mentioning that due to the extremely harsh environment here, almost no one dared to come and collect resources, and the growth years of these resources were often extremely long. Quantity could lead to quality change. Even the lowest grade black iron rank spiritual treasures, growing for tens of thousands of years, their effects were absolutely not inferior to diamond rank resources. And the East Sea was a mysterious place where advanced secret realms frequently appeared. Without a map to guide them, rashly crossing the East Sea would inevitably be swallowed by its numerous secret realms. It should be noted that among the countless high-level secret realms, ferocious beasts were rampant, the environment was harsh, and ordinary people, once inside, only had one result: death. Even with Shuchen's current strength, he dared not say that he could safely cross the East Sea. After all the secret realms explored by Su Chen before had been processed by predecessors, specifically for the use of students and juniors, greatly reducing the danger. Of course, with the guidance of the map, safety naturally increased significantly. Such a long distance, yet not even a teleportation array. Su Chen sighed inwardly. Not only were there no teleportation arrays within the United States, but even in the small countries between the Huaxia Federation and the United States, there were no teleportation arrays. This meant that Su Chen had to rely on himself to travel to the United States, without being lazy. This way, it's good. It's a perfect opportunity for my beasts to have a good fight, Su Chen thought. He had only awakened his talent for half a year. Although his strength had improved rapidly, his combat process and experience were still lacking. This journey could make up for this weakness. Moreover, the invincible skill of Blood Shadow, devouring sun and swallowing heaven, could devour and extract the bloodline of high-level ferocious beasts to enhance himself. Previously, Su Chen had no time to take Blood Shadow out for hunting, so this skill had been put aside. Only recently, in the Beast Titan Qingfeng City, did this skill play a little role. He had thought about letting Blood Shadow leave him and hunt alone. However, Su Chen had long been at the top of the list of the must-kill ranking of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Not only was his head highly priced, but even the head of every beast under his command was also highly rewarded. The rewards were high enough to sustain a family for generations. Therefore, he was not very reassured to let Blood Shadow act alone. The fierce wind whistled past Su Chen's ears. The beautiful scenery along the way was all captured by Su Chen's eyes. Under the extreme speed flight of Baifeng, Su Chen arrived at the periphery of the Devil's Volcano group in just 2 days. The strong smell of sulfur rushed into Su Chen's nose along with the strong wind. The clouds in the sky were very low and extremely dim in color, as if they contained endless dirt and dust. Cough, cough, cough. Su Chen was choked by the sudden smell of sulfur, causing him to cough violently. Various toxic substances in the air were absorbed into Su Chen's body through his skin pores. In just an instant, he felt short of breath, dizzy, weak, and various unusual sensations in his body, which surprised Su Chen greatly. It should be noted that his body had been baptized by the mysterious substance during the Fuyo evolution, and in terms of defense, it was definitely not inferior to an ordinary diamond-rank strong person. However, just the air in the Devil's Volcano group caused such symptoms in him. The human forbidden zone is not just a name. Su Chen did not dare to be careless and directly summoned Fuyao from the space of the beast. Green light spread out from it, surrounding Su Chen and Baifeng. Countless harmful substances were forced back by the green light. Su Chen could even see countless black dust being pushed away by this green light, forming a strange black wave. At the same time, the pungent smell disappeared instantly, replaced by a refreshing fragrance that made people feel relaxed. All the discomfort on Su Chen's body disappeared completely under the shining of the green light. This kind of air, which was deadly to ordinary people, was simply not worth mentioning for Fuyao. This was the strength of the ULI-level beast specialized in healing abilities. Seeing the crisis approaching, Su Chen not only did not relax but commanded Bai Fong to descend slowly. He had come to the Devil's Volcano group once, and he would not leave so easily. He must let Blood Shadow have a good fight and thoroughly search for all the genius treasures there.
Su Chen jumped down from Bai Fong's back and looked around.
The surrounding black dust was everywhere, with extremely low visibility.
However, a faint yellow light penetrated the black dust and fell into Su Chen's eyes.
A hint of surprise flashed across his face.
In this ghostly place, there were actually other people?
Bold in skill and courage, Su Chen was confident that there were no more than 20 people in the world who could harm him now. Those who could threaten his life. It could be counted with just one hand. Therefore, he walked directly towards the shining light. At the same time, all the mythical beasts were summoned by him and followed closely behind him. As the distance closed in, the dim yellow light became clearer. A group of people with unfriendly faces could be seen looking at Su Chen, who was rapidly approaching. The leader wore a peculiar helmet on his head.
The helmet was adorned with a dark yellow gem.
The light Su Chen had seen before was emitted by this gem.
Moreover, this light seemed to have the effect of dispersing the eerie black dust.
However, the effect was far inferior to the green light emitted by Fuyao. There were still many black dust particles trying to erode the skin of these people like maggots on bones. Therefore, everyone in the group was fully armed in this scorching environment, not revealing an inch of skin except for their eyes. Just by looking at them, Su Chen felt stifled. And these people, looking at Su Chen's cool attire, revealed a hint of undisguised shock and envy in their eyes. However, this shock was quickly replaced by vigilance. After all, in a desolate place like the Devil's Volcano Range, all laws were non-existent. Incidents of killing for treasures were common. Ji Li Gu Lu Gaga. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of stopping, the leader of the group shouted out, seemingly forbidding Su Chen from getting closer.
What does this mean? Su Chen was puzzled upon hearing this strange language.
He was proficient in several common languages within this world. However, the words of these people were clearly not among them. Nevertheless, even though he didn't understand what they were saying, Su Chen could tell from their actions and expressions that they did not welcome him. Seeing the attacking stance these people were taking, Su Chen shrugged helplessly. He had originally planned to ask these people about the forbidden areas of the Devil's Volcano Range. Then, he would personally blast those forbidden areas, letting those powerful beasts become nourishment for the blood shadows to grow. In his view, these people were so weak in strength that they dared to explore the Devil's Volcano Range, indicating they must have a deep understanding of this place.
However, since they couldn't communicate due to the language barrier and were unwelcoming, Su Chen naturally had to leave.
He didn't want to cause trouble for no reason.
As Su Chen walked towards another direction, everyone in the group breathed a sigh of relief imperceptibly.
Although Su Chen appeared young and handsome, like a sheltered noble, these people knew better. Anyone who could come and go so easily in this forbidden land was no ordinary person. If they were to fight, this group of people wouldn't necessarily be a match for Su Chen alone. It wasn't until Su Chen's figure completely disappeared that the group resumed their forward march. On the other side, Su Chen and his mythical beasts continued to explore deep into the Devil's Volcano Range.
Unlike the desolation on the outskirts, the interior of the volcano range was bustling.
There were occasional rumblings of volcanic eruptions. The temperature was outrageously high. Even with the protection of Fuyao's green light, Su Chen felt slightly suffocated, not to mention the group of people he had encountered earlier. Furthermore, the deeper he went inside, the more fierce beasts Su Chen encountered, and the stronger they were.
From the initial appearance of golden high-level beasts to platinum-level beasts. Finally, in sight, there were only diamond-level fire beasts.
If chaos erupted in the Devil's Volcano Range, forming a tide of beasts, just these diamond-level beasts alone could completely wipe out small countries, leaving no chance for resistance. However, for Su Chen at present, these beasts were nothing but nourishment for the blood shadows,
advancing and killing at the same time.
Wherever Su Chen went, all the beasts met their demise. Under this terrifying killing speed, the realm of the blood shadows rapidly soared. In just half a day, he broke through 4 levels and reached the 9th level of gold. The concentration of blood within him had undergone a qualitative breakthrough. Under the influence of a large amount of fierce beast essence blood, the mythological level of blood concentration in Blood Shadow's body leaped from 25% to 30%. A full 5 percentage points increase. If he had relied solely on his own cultivation, it would have taken at least half a year. It's worth noting that ordinary sun-level beast tamers, such as Bifang Fuyao, typically start with only 20% mythological level blood concentration and need to refine it through their own practice, which takes an extremely long time. To increase it to the 50% concentration required for evolution often takes at least 10 years of hard work. Yet, for Blood Shadow, it only took half a day to raise it by a full 5 percentage points.
The difference is evident. This is the dominance and invincibility of an unparalleled skill. With this in mind, Su Chen decided to temporarily set aside his trip to the United States. He would first slaughter these fierce beasts to the point of extinction and prioritize the enhancement of Blood Shadow's strength. After all, in this world, there are few places like the Devil's Fire Volcano Group, where large and high-quality fierce beasts gather. If others were to know that Su Chen, a lone individual, could wipe out all the fierce beasts in the Devil's Fire Volcano Group, they would surely be astonished. Even strong individuals like Alan or Shin Wuyan would not dare claim that they could slaughter all the fierce beasts in the Devil's Fire Volcano Group. The human forbidden zone is no joke. Just the eerie black dust alone, if exposed to for too long, even star fragment level experts would not be able to bear it. However, Su Chen's team composition was too well suited to the environment and fierce beasts here.
Fuyao's abilities rendered these deadly black dust particles completely ineffective against Su Chen.
Moreover, Bifang was a dual-element divine beast of wood and fire. The fierce beasts here not only couldn't harm Bifang at all, but their attacks actually invigorated Bifang. How could they even fight back? Therefore, regardless of the level of the fierce beasts, they were completely powerless against Su Chen. I guess I'm also ridding the world of evil, right? Su Chen thought to himself as he delved deeper into the volcano group.
The number of fierce beasts in the Devil's Fire Volcano Group was so vast that their appetite was astonishing.
So, where did their food come from? One source was the mutual hunting within the volcano group.
The other was raiding neighboring countries to devour humans. This had caused neighboring countries to suffer greatly.
Many small countries had even been forced to relocate and become vassal states of other countries as a result. In the process, countless families had been destroyed, torn apart, and left destitute. The relationship between humans and the perpetrators was relentless.
Therefore, Su Chen showed no mercy in his slaughter. Inside the erupting volcano, a ferocious giant snake lay in a deep slumber. The scorching magma spontaneously gathered towards the giant snake and was absorbed into its body. The giant snake suddenly opened its eyes, and a hint of anthropomorphic rage flashed in its huge vertical pupils. It could sense that its subjects were being swiftly slaughtered by humans.
Hiss! A deafening snake hiss rang out as the giant snake soared into the sky. Red-hot magma dripped from its body like rain.
Every inch of its scale slightly raised due to its fury, resembling the sharpest swords in the world. Then, a pair of red flesh wings unfolded from the heart of the giant snake. The wings were covered in black meridians, exuding a deadly beauty. Suspended in mid-air, overlooking the earth, it caught sight of a tiny human directing his beast to slaughter its subjects. What further enraged it was that despite its grand entrance, it failed to attract even a shred of attention from that insignificant human. Not even a glance was spared towards it. Hiss! The giant snake vowed to make that human taste the power of hellfire. Countless streams of red blood oozed from the gaps in its scales. As soon as this blood touched the air, wisps of white smoke rose from it.
It was even hotter than the magma in the volcano.
The blood seemed to defy gravity, not dripping down but rushing into the giant serpent's gaping mouth at an incredible speed.
In an instant, a huge blood ball formed in its mouth. Boom! The blood ball fell, exploding loudly near Su Chen's ear. The speed at which the blood ball descended was enough to create a sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, the blood ball hit Su Chen and his surroundings. Blood splattered everywhere, each drop carrying lethal heat. Seeing this scene, a sinister smile appeared in the serpent's vertical pupils. Struck by its hellish blood ball, this tiny human would never survive. However, the next scene made the serpent's pupils shrink suddenly. As the smoke and dust from the blood ball dispersed, a different sight was revealed inside. Contrary to the serpent's expectations of finding a corpse, what appeared were crimson wings, tightly shielding Su Chen. Just with these wings, the most terrifying strike of the serpent was blocked. And the owner of the wings, Bai Fong, was disdainfully looking at the serpent above. At the same time, a surging energy gathered in Bai Fong's mouth. The fire energy in this world was extremely active. Therefore, in just an instant, a fierce red fireball formed in front of Bai Fong. This fireball, compared to the serpent's blood ball earlier, surpassed it in both power and size by far. Bai Fong wanted to show this arrogant serpent what true flames were. Failing with one strike, the serpent attempted to flee. It saw that its strongest attack couldn't harm Su Chen in the slightest, already feeling the urge to retreat. As for its deceased offspring, well, its own life was more precious than those of its ancestors. For such a powerful beast, the so-called offspring were merely tools for its own use. How could a wild beast have any emotions? As Bai Fong gathered the fireball, the serpent, being a fire-type creature as well, naturally sensed the ferocious energy within it. It knew that even a slight touch of the fireball would mean certain death. Therefore, it spread its flesh wings behind and immediately turned to escape. The current appearance of the fleeing serpent was far from the dominance it had shown earlier. However, Bai Fong wouldn't let the serpent escape easily. For Bai Fong, anything that intended to harm Su Chun was its absolute enemy. The red fireball shot out like a cannonball, emitting bursts of sonic booms. Even the surrounding space distorted due to the intense heat inside the fireball. The serpent twisted and turned in the air, trying to evade the fireball's attacks. But Bai Fong was a master of beasts. It was the true ancestor of fire energy. Under its control, the red fireball seemed to have a life of its own. Regardless of the serpent's evasive maneuvers, the fireball still accurately hit its body. Boom! The flames engulfed the sinister serpent like a giant wave, instantly devouring it. The serpent struggled in the sea of fire, with copious black-red blood crazily pouring out from its scales, as if resisting the erosion of Bai Fong's flames. A large amount of white vapor rose up. Looking from below, Su Chen saw a white mist spreading out from the serpent's center to all directions. The ferocious flames stood out prominently within the white mist. However, all the serpent's struggles seemed futile and feeble in front of Bai Fong's heavenly fire. The red flames wrapped around the serpent's body, the terrifying heat causing its scales to peel off inch by inch, revealing the crimson flesh inside. Yet, the flesh was exposed for only half a second before being burnt to ashes by the fierce flames. Hiss! A shrill, ghostly wail echoed from the serpent's mouth. This mournful cry reverberated far and wide in the vast volcanic landscape. It seemed to be warning the other fierce beasts within the volcano group. This area, a person you absolutely should not provoke has arrived. Then, a charred snake body fell straight from the sky, the tremendous energy causing the hard volcanic ground to scatter rocks. Countless black dust rose up, blocking Su Chen's line of sight. After the dust settled, Su Chen, accompanied by a group of spirit beasts, walked towards the place where the giant snake fell. Don't be fooled by this giant snake, it is powerless against Su Chen. But it is a genuine top-tier fierce beast of diamond rank. It is one of the most powerful beings in this area. However, under Su Chen's current formidable strength, no matter how strong the fierce beast is, it is just an illusion. The smell of charred flesh came from the front. A pitch-black, twisted snake body appeared in front of Su Chen. Even though this giant snake was already dead, the flames on its body were still burning fiercely, emitting a violent aura. Roar! A clear cry from Bai Fong, and the fierce flames were extinguished. Then a silver-white figure approached the charred snake body. Blood Shadow raised its wolf claw slightly, and a blood-red light sphere slowly appeared above the snake corpse. After the blood-red light sphere took shape, it rushed into Blood Shadow's forehead at lightning speed. Roar! A deafening roar came from Blood Shadow's mouth. Its already beautifully inflated muscles now appeared even more robust. Muscles all over its body rose like hills. At the same time, the aura on Blood Shadow's body expanded and grew stronger. Finally, as if breaking free from a shackle in life, its bones crackled all over its body, and the wolf fur exploded like sharp arrows. The aura on its body became even more intense. At this moment, Blood Shadow finally broke through the golden rank and reached the platinum rank, becoming the first platinum-ranked spirit beast under Su Chen's command. Moreover, its blood concentration reached an astonishing 40%. It was only 10% away from the minimum requirement for the next evolution. It's worth noting that the blood concentration in the bodies of Bai Fong and other spirit beasts is only 20%. In just a short time, Blood Shadow had opened up twice the gap between them. The effect of the invincible growth-type skill was terrifying to this extent. With Blood Shadow's breakthrough, Su Chen felt a huge force of spirit beasts rushing towards him. Under the baptism of this massive force of spirit beasts, Su Chen felt that both his body and soul had been greatly enhanced. Every cell in his body was cheering. An infinite sense of power erupted from within his body. Su Chen trembled, breaking through 2 ranks in a row, reaching the 9th golden rank. At this moment, he was only 1 step away from reaching the platinum rank. Once he achieved platinum, he could once again form a contract with a new spirit beast. By then, Su Chen's overall strength would undergo a huge leap. Gurgle. Just as Su Chen felt the changes in his body, Fu Yao, who had been following him all along, suddenly exclaimed. These 4 characters meant that it sensed a familiar life force. It seemed to be those people it had encountered before, and these life forces were rapidly declining. As a life-type spirit beast, Fu Yao was particularly sensitive to everyone's aura. It could easily locate a person's specific location even if they were thousands of miles away. Hearing Fu Yao's words, Su Chen furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and decided to follow Fu Yao's guidance to see what those people were up to. A group of spirit beast masters of only diamond rank, daring to venture deep into the heart of the Devil's Volcano group. It's worth noting that any spirit beast here has the strength to start at the diamond rank. Since these people dare to risk their lives in the Devil's Volcano group, it means that the treasure they want to obtain must be extraordinary. At least, it is something that can make a diamond rank spirit beast master risk their lives. That level of treasure might be helpful to Su Chen. Moreover, now that these people are in danger, as a human being, Su Chen naturally won't stand idly by. After all, a diamond-ranked beast tamer, regardless of their country of origin, is a treasure to humanity. With the beast god about to descend, Su Chen naturally has to protect every bit of human power. With this thought in mind, Su Chen no longer hesitated and leaped onto Bai Feng's back, swiftly flying towards the direction indicated by Fu Yao. Bai Feng glided in the low sky. Su Chen squinted his eyes. With the blessing of the SSS-level Talent World Eye, his vision greatly improved. At full power, he could even penetrate through this strange black dust. However, after a while, his eyes would feel sore. But with Bai Feng's current flying speed, it would only take about 3 minutes to reach the indicated location by Fu Yao. Su Chen focused his gaze. He saw rolling black smoke spreading out in front, covering the sky. This black smoke was made up of extremely dense black dust. Without protection, even a beast tamer of the star fragment rank wouldn't last long in such high-density black dust. Su Chen activated the world eye to the extreme. In an instant, a faint golden light seemed to flicker from his pupils. The thick black smoke that originally blocked his vision seemed to disappear instantly. The scene inside appeared clearly in Su Chen's eyes. He saw a strange black bird soaring in the sky in a wild manner. Countless black dust was absorbed by its feathers, and even denser and stickier black dust was then expelled from its body. With each inhalation and exhalation, the amount of black dust more than doubled. The group of people Su Chen had encountered before were now struggling on the ground beneath the black bird. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw that most of the people had already lost their lives under the high-density black dust, lying motionless. Only a few were still struggling on the verge of death. However, their struggles were becoming weaker and weaker. It seems that this is the source of the strange black dust in the Devil's Fire Volcano group. Su Chen frowned slightly and immediately directed Bai Feng towards the black smoke. At the same time, a green light on Fu Yao suddenly shook violently, expanding its range several times. It not only enveloped Su Chen, Bai Feng, and other beasts, but also created a pure space of about 500 square meters around him. The black bird's main attack method, the black dust, was useless under Fu Yao's green light. However, saving people was the priority now. Bai Feng swooped down and quickly arrived in front of the group of people lying on the ground. The rich green light, accompanied by a vigorous vitality, enveloped these dying people. The foul smell was cleared, and the cool sensation made them shiver. The vigorous vitality rapidly repaired various injuries inside and outside their bodies. In just a moment, the 3 people who were barely breathing a moment ago suddenly became lively. However, even with Fu Yao's powerful healing ability, the other dead people could not be brought back to life. Perhaps Fu Yao, who had reached the mythical rank, could achieve such a feat. But the current Fu Yao did not possess the miraculous ability to revive the dead. Cough, cough, cough. Severe coughing came from the leader's throat. Countless black dust dripped from the corners of his mouth with saliva and mucus. They were then completely cleared by Fu Yao's green light. The leader looked around, his gaze falling on his companions lying on the ground, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret. If they had known about Su Chen's powerful abilities earlier, they wouldn't have ruthlessly driven him away. However, it was too late to say anything now. The leader composed himself and thanked Su Chen, saying in a formal tone of the Huaxia language, "Thank you for your help, sir." Su Chen responded indifferently. It was not surprising to him that this person could speak the Huaxia language. As one of the strongest countries in the world today, Huaxia's language is a universal language. Few are the powerful at the diamond rank who cannot speak it. Those people deliberately spoke a language he couldn't understand just to drive him away. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, the leader felt slightly embarrassed. After all, he had previously made a mistake and driven someone away. Su Chen's attitude was only natural. But seeing Su Chen come to this dangerous place to help them, Michelle was convinced that Su Chen was not a bad person, so he continued, "I am Michelle from the Linjia country, and these people are all my companions. We came to this dangerous place to find the remains of the legendary mythical creature, the Night King." Hearing this, Su Chen's pupils contracted, and his previously indifferent expression changed. The remains of the Night King. Wasn't this the key to Blood Shadow evolving into a mythical great beast?
It was truly a stroke of luck to find it without much effort. Just as Su Chen was about to inquire further, a fierce black light shot straight towards him. "Be careful, sir." Michel, who was always watching the strange movements of the blackbird, shouted angrily. The look of fear had just appeared on his face. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. Blood Shadow stood in front of Su Chen, its body as tall as a mountain. Its muscles were tense, bulging all over. Countless black-red meridian blood vessels appeared all over its body. It had directly entered the state of the Night King. Boom! The originally fierce black light beam fiercely collided with Blood Shadow's massive body. The loud explosion rang in Su Chen's ears. A half-meter diameter wound appeared on Blood Shadow's chest. This blow could actually ignore Blood Shadow's intangible state. Thick blood, like ink, slowly dripped from Blood Shadow's wound. Intense breath emanated from Blood Shadow's nostrils. Steam rose from its nose. Crack! A sudden sound of a spring snapping echoed. Blood Shadow's hind legs kicked, and its body moved like a ghost, directly appearing in front of the blackbird in midair. This jump spanned hundreds of meters. The black wolf claws shimmered with a cold light as they attacked the blackbird's neck. The strange blackbird reacted quickly, instantly gathering thick black smoke to shield itself. However, its proud defense was instantly torn apart like paper in front of Blood Shadow's wolf claws. Hiss! Blood sprayed from its neck. Blood Shadow's wolf claws deeply pierced the blackbird's neck, then swiftly descended using its own weight. Boom! The thunderous sound of a meteor striking the ground reverberated in everyone's ears. The once arrogant blackbird now hung on Blood Shadow's sharp claws like a dead chicken. Fresh blood trickled from the wound. Only the occasional twitch of the blackbird's wings indicated that it still had a glimmer of life. The oil-like black blood slowly dripped from the blackbird's neck. Each drop created a bowl-sized hole when it hit the ground. The corrosive power of this strange blackbird's blood was unexpectedly strong. Michel and the others watched in shock, unable to believe that this powerful beast, which could easily push them to the brink, was killed by Su Chen's mythical beast. If Blood Shadow hadn't held back, this black bird would have been difficult to leave intact. However, Su Chen, without even looking at the broken body of the blackbird, urgently asked, "What did you say? Where is the Night King's remains?" Su Chen couldn't help but be anxious. He had been searching for days, and now he finally had a clue that could allow his mythical beast to evolve to the mythical level, naturally making his heart race. As Su Chen asked, Blood Shadow's eyes, as red as blood, coldly stared at Michel and the others. In its eyes, there was also a hint of desire. Deep within their veins, there was a restless stirring. With just one glance, Michel and the others trembled all over. They had just witnessed the terrifying power of the Blood Shadow with their own eyes. Even the black bird was unable to handle it. How could they possibly confront the Blood Shadow that could easily slaughter the black bird? Therefore, Michel lowered his head and took out something from his bosom that resembled a night pearl. Unlike ordinary night pearls that were bright and clean, this pearl was entirely black, like the darkest night. As soon as this black pearl was taken out, Su Chen felt a momentary darkness in his vision, as if the sunlight before him had been absorbed. However, this feeling quickly disappeared. At the same time, Michel's extremely respectful words also came forth. "My lord, this is a treasure I obtained unintentionally. It is said that by burying this pearl in the heart of the Black Night God Bird, the ruler of the Devil's Volcano, for half an hour, one can open a passage to the mythical level ferocious beast, the Black Night King." "Michel, you!" Upon hearing Michel reveal their group's biggest secret, the other two were both shocked and angry. "Silence!" Michel turned around and shouted angrily, "If it weren't for this lord's protection, we would have turned into corpses just like them long ago." He pointed to the bodies on the ground, his expression filled with sorrow. "Don't you understand? With our strength, we are simply not worthy of possessing this treasure." The two fell silent upon hearing this, not saying anything further. In fact, it wasn't just Michel's words that had an effect. Just as they were about to speak, an extreme sense of coldness surged from the depths of their souls. It seemed that if they uttered another word, the sharp and cold wolf claws would mercilessly slit their throats. Seeing the blood-red eyes of the Blood Shadow, the two had no doubt about their feelings. Interesting. Su Chen found Michel's understanding quite clever, not in vain for saving their lives. He reached out and took the black pearl that Michel handed to him. It felt extremely smooth in his hand, its texture resembling a precious jade. Su Chen lowered his head and saw a faint golden light shimmering in his eyes. Black Night Spirit Pearl, half-sealed a treasure that opens the gate to the realm of beasts. Requires soaking in the blood of the Black Night King's descendants in the heart of a tamed beast/fierce beast to unlock the seal. Note, this Black Night Pearl is in a half-sealed state. If the seal is not completely removed within 7 days, the pearl will be rendered useless. Note, once the seal is completely removed, the Black Night Spirit Pearl can maintain its spirituality for 3 days. During these 3 days, the user can freely open the gates between the two realms. After 3 days, the spirituality will be depleted, and the Black Knight Spirit Pearl will be rendered useless. Note, the realm of beasts is extremely dangerous. Please consider carefully before unlocking the seal. The Eye of the World truly lived up to its SSS level talent, as Shuchen fully activated it. The information about this Black Pearl was all laid out before Shuchen. Not only did he obtain the method to remove the seal, but also various special notes that ordinary people would never know. If others were to use the Black Knight Spirit Pearl recklessly without understanding its nature, they could easily waste this precious treasure. Moreover, if they thought that removing the seal would allow them to easily seize the body of the Black Knight King, they would be gravely mistaken and might even pay with their lives. After all, the realm of beasts was not a place of kindness. It was where all extremely powerful ferocious beasts existed, and the beast god was sealed in the space between the realm of tamed beasts and the realm of beasts. The so-called special secret realm was also in the gap between the two. The cultivation seal of the realm of tamed beasts not only restricted the rank and realm of tamed beast masters, but also prevented powerful ferocious beasts from the realm of beasts from descending into the realm of tamed beasts by any means, serving as a protection for the real world. Therefore, the powerful ferocious beasts that were unseen and unheard of in the real world in the past could be found everywhere in the realm of beasts. In the real world, the diamond-tier ferocious beasts that have almost reached their peak are just a bit stronger in that place. As for the even more powerful star fragment tier and even the moonlight tier ferocious beasts, while they are not exactly everywhere, their numbers are definitely not few. Even Su Chen dare not act recklessly in the realm of beasts. The teachings of the professors from the Imperial University echoed in Su Chen's mind, his face as dark as water. The key now is that this gem is already half sealed. If it is not unsealed within 7 days, it will immediately become useless. And once unsealed, the gem will only have 3 days of effectiveness. In other words, all in all, Su Chen only has 10 days to prepare. Have you tried unsealing this gem before? Su Chen asked. Michelle nodded and said, we previously soaked the gem in the blood of several dark attribute diamond tier ferocious beasts, but unfortunately, it didn't work well. Foolish! Su Chen angrily exclaimed. If it weren't for their foolish actions, he wouldn't have been in such a dilemma. But considering they didn't know the specifics, Su Chen didn't say anything. He just looked displeased. Michelle carefully observed Su Chen's expression. He could sense that since Su Chen took the gem, the mood of this powerful individual seemed to have worsened in an instant. This discovery made him tremble in fear, afraid that if Su Chen became unhappy, he would eliminate them all. Fortunately, Su Chen was not that kind of person. He took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, "Go back, this is not where you should be." Upon hearing this, Michelle and the others felt as if a great burden had been lifted. They had long wanted to leave this dreadful place. Now that they had Su Chen's permission, Michelle and the others bowed, turned, and left. Before they had taken 2 steps, Su Chen's cold voice suddenly came from behind, "Wait." Michelle's body stiffened. Could it be that Su Chen had changed his mind and wanted to silence them? Fear wrapped around his heart like vines, making it hard for Michelle to breathe. He wanted to flee, but reason forced him to suppress his fear and he turned around, forcing a smile. "Sir." Before he could finish, a spatial ring accurately fell into Michelle's pocket. "Take it, consider it compensation for your Black Knight Spirit Pearl." Upon hearing this, not only Michelle but even the 2 survivors behind him were filled with shock. They never expected Su Chen to be so generous. At the same time, a sense of guilt rose in Michelle's heart, realizing he had misjudged Su Chen. He wanted to say something more, but seeing Su Chen already becoming impatient, he refrained. He just bowed deeply towards Su Chen and left. Su Chen stood in place, watching Michelle and the others quickly depart, contemplating his next move. Once their figures completely disappeared from his sight, he began to strategize. Giving up this opportunity was absolutely impossible. If he did, who knew when he would encounter another treasure like the Black Knight Spirit Pearl? Su Chen was not willing to gamble on his luck. Seeking help from others was also not an option. Exploring the realm of beasts, diamond tier experts would be of no help and would only burden Su Chen. He would then have to divert his attention to take care of them, which was not worth it. As for the unparalleled experts of the star fragment tier, Su Chen only knew of Shen Wuyan and Alan. Shen Wuyan, as the pillar of the Huaxia Federation, could not possibly spare 3 days to explore the secret realm with Su Chen. Otherwise, with the country's strength weakened, foreign powers or even the domestic 10,000 Beasts sect might take advantage. Then, Su Chen would truly become a criminal of Huaxia. Moreover, exploring the realm of beasts was extremely dangerous. Even if Su Chen and Shen Wuyan explored together, they could not guarantee 100% safety. In case Shen Wuyan dies in the secret realm, the overall strength of Huaxia is likely to plummet. After all, Top experts are the most important strength of a country. The same goes for Alan.
Moreover, Su Chen doesn't want the people of the United States to benefit from this. Therefore, Su Chen plans to explore alone.
The night god bird is now in his hands.
Su Chen can completely control its fate.
After 7 days, he will completely unseal it.
During these 7 days, Su Chen plans to slaughter all the beasts in the Devil's Volcano group.
Let Blood Shadow kill without restraint, enhancing his own realm and bloodline concentration. He wants Blood Shadow to become the sharpest sword in his beast control, piercing through all enemy defenses.
And Su Chen is confident.
If he kills all the fierce beasts in the Devil's Volcano group, Blood Shadow's strength will at least reach the diamond rank, and the bloodline concentration will definitely be over 50%. By then, if he finds the body of the Night King, Blood Shadow can evolve on the spot and become Su Chen's first mythical grade talented beast. At this thought, Su Chen could no longer contain his excitement. He commanded his beasts to move towards other parts of the Devil's Volcano group. The slaughter begins. Roar! A towering black giant ape, as tall as a mountain, is now angrily pounding its chest. Its 2 thick arms protect its vital parts tightly. Suddenly, a black lightning flashes across its chest. The giant ape's body stiffens, its arms protecting its chest hanging weakly. Its massive body sways a few times before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Dust rises before Su Chen's eyes, but he can still see clearly. Blood gushes like a spring from the giant ape's heart, dyeing the ground beneath it blood red, and Blood Shadow is standing on the giant ape's body. Its wolf claws, gleaming with a cold light, are stained with thick blood, with the heart the size of a human head hanging from its claws, looking particularly terrifying. With just one strike, Blood Shadow digs out the heart of this peak diamond-ranked giant ape. Its speed and strength have increased several times over. With a flick of its wolf claws, Blood Shadow ruthlessly tosses away the still beating heart. Under Su Chen's deliberate training, all his beasts do not have the habit of eating raw flesh and blood, preferring to consume treasures containing immense energy. Blood Shadow raises its wolf claws slightly, and a huge blood ball emerges from the giant ape's corpse, then merges into its body. At this moment, its body has expanded several times over. Its originally silver-white fur has now turned into the purest black. As the blood ball integrates into its body, Blood Shadow's aura rapidly grows stronger. Boom! A substantial wave of energy emanates from Blood Shadow's body, spreading outwards. In an instant, the light in the sky seems to dim. Blood Shadow appears to have turned into a black hole, voraciously devouring everything, not even sparing sunlight. The terrifying power from Blood Shadow spreads all around. A huge black shadow emerges behind Blood Shadow, resembling a fierce giant wolf. The phantom and the actual Blood Shadow complement each other, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Suddenly, all the visions disappear. Blood Shadow, at some point, has jumped down from the giant ape's body and arrived in front of Su Chen. Su Chen looks at Blood Shadow. It is now entirely black, without a single strand of fur. Even its eyeballs have turned into the purest black. The whole wolf seems to be the embodiment of the night. At this moment, Blood Shadow has reached the diamond rank, with its bloodline concentration having long surpassed 50%, reaching a terrifying 60%. The conditions for mythical grade evolution have already been met. After 7 tireless days of slaughter, Blood Shadow has completely transformed. Just standing there, it exudes immense pressure on everyone. Not only has Blood Shadow been elevated, but the other beasts, in their battles, have also advanced by 1 or 2 ranks. But this kind of advancement, compared to the Blood Shadow, is simply not worth mentioning. As Su Chen's earliest contracted beast, Blood Shadow has finally reached the forefront of all beast realms and strengths, exuding a big brother demeanor. Suddenly, a pure white beam of light, from a hidden corner, shot straight towards Su Chen. The speed of this beam was so fast that from Su Chen's awareness to arriving in front of him, it took almost an instant. Smack! Blood Shadow reacted extremely fast, its huge wolf body blocking in front of Su Chen. The pure white beam fell on Blood Shadow's pure black body, showing a strong color contrast. If it were before, Blood Shadow might have been injured if attacked unexpectedly. But now, this beam didn't even scratch Blood Shadow's skin. A heavy and imprisoning aura emanated from Blood Shadow. Its wolf head held high, its pure black eyes seemed to pierce through space, looking towards where the beam was coming from. Countless people in blood robes slowly emerged from the corner. The cuffs of their sleeves were embroidered with intricate gold borders. These people turned out to be high-ranking members of the 10,000 Beast Sect. The people of the 10,000 Beast Sect, by some means unknown, had even chased Su Chen to this place. Over 20 disciples of the 10,000 Beast Sect slowly approached him, black hair sprouting on their exposed skin, and bloodshot eyes. The hundreds of contracted beasts they had, completely sealed off all of Su Chen's retreat paths. Hundreds of gazes contained almost tangible killing intent, rushing towards Su Chen. If it were an ordinary person, being stared at by so many beasts at once, they would probably find it hard to even move, let alone resist. But faced with such a massive formation, Su Chen showed no signs of panic on his face. If it were before, he might have found it troublesome. After all, ants can kill an elephant. With so many diamond-ranked beast masters and over 100 contracted beasts attacking simultaneously, it was something he couldn't handle. But now, it was different. Can ants kill a dragon soaring in the sky? The two groups' gazes intertwined, without a word spoken. A terrifying energy fluctuation emerged from the 10,000 beast sect disciples. Various attacks constructed from pure energy surged towards Su Chen in an instant. Beams of light, fireballs, hail. Over 100 types of substances mixed with terrifying power came at him like arrows. Just this scene alone made one feel deeply suffocated, unable to muster any resistance. In order to completely kill Su Chen, the 10,000 beast sect had spared no expense this time. Even the elusive leader of the sect had personally appeared, and all the diamond-ranked experts who could make it had mobilized. Unlike the others, the leader was dressed in a snow-white robe. There were no patterns on his clothes, just the purest white. This white contrasted sharply and strongly with the ugly black hair exposed on his body. He didn't rush to attack but instead crossed his arms, standing on his flying beast. His eyes looked down on Su Chen, the one who had awakened his innate talent and caused them heavy losses. Excitement and cruelty flickered in his bloodshot eyes. Finally, he could tear Su Chen into 1,000 pieces. As the attacks of over 100 kinds were about to touch Su Chen, the leader's emotions became more apparent in his eyes. At the same time, he focused intently on every move of Su Chen and his beasts. He was not here for meaningless show, but to completely block all of Su Chen's retreat paths. He knew that Su Chen's beasts could control both time and space simultaneously. If he wasn't careful, even with more people, they might not be able to catch him. However, to his surprise, not only did Su Chen not move, but even his surrounding beasts showed no reaction. It was as if they had been scared silly by this terrifying assault. Seeing this, a hint of disdain flashed in the leader's eyes. The so-called genius is just like this. These geniuses, since awakening from birth, have never suffered major setbacks. Once they encounter an unbeatable enemy, their performance is not even as good as an ordinary person's. At this moment, he regretted a bit. If he had known earlier, he could have come alone. Why did he have to bring so many people and waste the resources of the sect for nothing? Boom! 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 Suddenly, a loud noise exploded in his ears. The sect leader's pupils contracted, the disdain in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a deep shock. What? Only to see the substantial energy attack shadows on the ground wriggling frantically. In the blink of an eye, these shadows soared into the air, and those attacks themselves hit empty. Moreover, the power of these shadows was not weaker than the attacks themselves, and even surpassed them. Hundreds of attacks were all completely neutralized by his own shadows. After Blood Shadow reached the diamond rank, the control range of Shadow Devourer was no longer limited to living humans or even beastly creatures. Even the shadows of attacks could be controlled and used for counterattacks. Terrifying energy fluctuations exploded in the air. From a distance, in the Devil's Fire volcano, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, resembling a divine punishment. What's going on? I knew it, this kid is extraordinary. Continue the attack. I don't believe this kid can keep using this terrifying counterattack. The disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect on the ground were equally shocked. They had considered countless ways for Su Chen to counterattack, either to flee directly, or to have their beastly creatures withstand this terrifying assault. But none of them had expected their long-planned attack to be resolved by Su Chen in such a bizarre way. After all, they had been through many battles, and in an instant, they rallied again, ready for a second round of attacks. However, suddenly, a mysterious time fluctuation enveloped everyone present. Their movements, thoughts, and even souls were frozen together, unable to react in any way. Yet the sect leader standing at the edge of the sky was unaffected. A sly smile appeared on his face. I've been waiting for this move. Then, another mysterious time fluctuation, centered on him, spread downward. The speed of the fluctuation was so fast that it didn't even take half a second. Everyone could break free from the state of time control. However, Blood Shadow's movements were even faster. Dark shadow energy surged around him like a tide. Blood Shadow seemed to have completely turned into the embodiment of the night, controlling the shadows of everyone present. In an instant, the shadows under the disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect were all under Blood Shadow's control. These shadows twisted and deformed, then pounced on the disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect like giant wolves. Without any fancy moves, the shadows directly attacked the hearts of the disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect. Put, put, put. The sound of blood splattering spread throughout the volcano. Beating red hearts were held in the shadow's hands. Crimson blood dripped like rain, emitting a foul smell.
At the same time, the sect leader's countermeasures finally took effect. However, it was already too late. Ah, my heart! It hurts! It hurts so much! Countless ghostly howls echoed in the volcano.
For a moment, this area seemed to have turned into a hell from legends. All those who opposed Shuchen were suffering the punishment of having their hearts ripped out. These people of the 10,000 Beasts sect had already undergone the baptism of beast blood and their minds were not very clear.
Their beast-like instincts made them more acutely aware of pain.
Therefore, the pain of having their hearts ripped out was almost unbearable for them. For a moment, everyone lost their ability to fight. And Blood Shadow's Shadow Devour was not just effective against beast tamers. Standing behind the beast tamer were hundreds of tamed beasts, each having their hearts ripped out by their own shadows. Like their masters, they lay weakly collapsed on the ground. The crimson blood dyed the earth a deep red. Hearts of various sizes were carelessly thrown on the ground, resembling the most useless of trash. Without a heart, even the strongest individuals lost their ability to fight back. At that moment, everyone present, except for Suchun, was incapacitated. The only one left standing was the leader of the beast cult. He was not controlled by the power of time. Therefore, when his shadow underwent a transformation, he reacted immediately and evaded this deadly strike.